At 10,000 meters high in the sky, the plane shook violently. Panic spread among the passengers, screams echoing through the cabin. Yet amid the chaos, an old man dressed in luxurious robes remained calm and composed. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. The pilot rushed over, stumbling in his haste. He carried one of the few small parachutes on board and urgently said, "Quickly, you're an important figure in our country. The plane is in danger. You must evacuate first." Mr. Yi was about to refuse. But before he could speak, several bodyguards had already grabbed him, practically dragging him to the emergency exit. With a count of 1, 2, 3, Mr. Yes' body was hurled into the open sky, parachute deployed. Half a second later, disaster struck. The parachute's rope snapped. Mr. Yi plummeted from the sky, crashing into the vast and dense Wanshan Mountains. A series of explosions followed, shattering the peace of the nearby village. Xiangning Township, Sangahu Village. Sniffle, a girl's sobbing pierced the air, followed by a wave of loud voices. A crowd seemed to have gathered around. Just look at this. This wild man slept with her, and now he's ruined her reputation. What a disgrace. The good name of our Sangahu village is ruined because of him. This poor girl is only 18. Her innocence is gone. Who will dare to marry her now? Yitan, this educated youth, already got his transfer order to go back to the city. Before leaving, he still had to ruin a young virgin. What a piece of trash. Obviously planning to act like nothing happened and run away. He only stayed with the family for a few days. Going back to the city is fine, but to sow chaos like this before leaving? He's not even human. Huh? What's going on here? Eden slowly opened his eyes. His temples throbbed with pain, his whole body aching like it had been shattered. He looked around. This was no longer the first-class cabin of the plane, nor was he dangling midair. Instead, he found himself in a rustic room, walls made of mud, a roof of sorghum stalks, and a window patched with old newspapers, stained yellow, with a few wooden sticks dangling from it. Am I the wild man they're talking about? Am I Yi Tan, the educated youth? He noticed a calendar on the wall. The numbers clearly read, March 1st, 1976. He furrowed his brows, searching for the source of the crying. Sitting next to him on the earthen bed was a girl. She was wearing only a small sleeveless vest, which did little to hide her slim waist and long legs. Her hands covered her face, sobbing helplessly. Her chest heaved with each cry, and a corner of a flowery quilt lay draped over her slender legs. Isn't this Xiangning? So he had come back 50 years in the past. Reborn? A flood of memories surged into his mindies. He had been reborn into the body of the man who had slept with Xiangning the night before. Sure enough, he had been caught in bed with her the next morning. Because of the coming rainy season, the village chief had suggested repairing the dormitory for the educated youths. So the male and female youths were temporarily housed in local villagers' homes. Xiangning was the daughter of the household where Yi Tan had been staying. Yi Tan had just received his transfer notice to return to the city. Last night, he had been celebrating with other youths at the village school. He came back late, dazed and tipsy. He remembered Xiangning getting up to open the door for him kindly in the middle of the night. But when he woke up the next morning, how had he ended up in bed with her? He thought hard, but all the details were missing. He couldn't remember a thing. Outside the door curtain, near the stove, "He'll break Yi Tan's damn legs." Xiangning's older brother, Igua, stood with legs apart, waving a broomstick, arguing furiously with the village chief. Old village chief, Yi Tan did such a despicable thing. If we don't tie him up and parade him through the village for public criticism, our Yang family will never forgive him. Well, fight him to the bitter end. The village chief gritted his teeth. Old village chief, you gotta say something. Igua turned to the murmuring villagers. My sister was a pure, innocent girl, a beauty who could make a nation fall, and now she's been ruined. Old village chief, this scandal is already spreading like wildfire. How can we Yangs hold our heads up in this village anymore? Igua pressed on. The village chief, sitting on the doorstep, looked at Igua's aggressive stance and fell helpless. Finally, he took a puff of his pipe, sighed, and peeked through the half-open curtain at the guilty pair on the bed. He was at a loss truly. An honest official could not judge love affairs. This was a tough one. After all these years as a village chief, he had never dealt with such a case. If the educated youth got off lightly while the villagers and the girl herself refused to let it go, the county would surely get involved. Then he, the village chief, would be held accountable, his position gone, and his career ruined. Thinking this, he shivered. Looking around, he saw the villagers had gone quiet, all eyes on him, waiting for his decision. With no other options, he tapped his pipe on the sole of his shoe and made a bold declaration. Then let them get married. The villagers gasped in shock. The village chief sighed. We can't let them be called shameless lovers. Our Sengu village has had 100 years of peaceful, upright customs. We absolutely cannot let one rotten mouse spoil the whole pot. His words hung in the air, and the room fell silent. For now, this is the only solution. Let them marry. Of course, it must be with Xiangning's consent. Otherwise, I can't do anything. Seeing the villagers opening their mouths in protest, the chief cleared his throat. Otherwise, the village will suffer the consequences. 1. The girl loses her virtue and can't find a husband. 2. The pair will be paraded through the streets. 3. Yitan will go to jail. You have to choose one of the 3. We disagree. We absolutely disagree. How can our village beauty marry an outsider? Does this mean that if a man sleeps with any woman, he can just marry her and take her home? The villagers all voiced their objections. Ah, don't you understand my intentions? The village chief shook his head, almost in tears. If you don't agree, the consequences are 1. The girl loses her purity and can't marry. 2. The couple gets paraded through the streets. 3. Yitan goes to jail. Choose one. Paraded through the streets? At that, the villagers flinched. Just last autumn, a female villager was caught stealing 12 ears of corn and was paraded through the streets all day long without food or water. She collapsed and died on the spot. Hearing the word parade, one villager nearly wet his pants. At that moment, another female educated youth, Yu stepped forward with a frown. She was Xiangning's best friend and felt deeply guilty about what had happened. She usually lived with Xiangning, but last night, she had gone to another assigned household, leaving an opening for Yitan to take advantage of the situation. As soon as she entered the south room, she saw Yitan still sitting on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, legs stretched out, dazed and motionless. She glared at him and scolded him on behalf of Xiangning. Put some clothes on and get out. Okay. Yitan hurriedly grabbed his clothes, jumped off the bed, and mumbled, I'm leaving right now. He stumbled out to the kitchen area. Xiangning threw down the broomstick. You bastard. He lunged forward and started punching Yitan furiously. He'll kill you. You dare to hurt my sister. He'll beat the living hell out of you, you son of a bitch. With every punch crack, bang, thud, the beating was brutal and satisfying for Xiangning. Yitan thought back to his past self. Back then, he had run away from Xiang's beating, hiding deep in the Wanshan Mountains for days, surviving on wild fruits and river water, before eventually escaping back to the capital. But this time, he didn't want to run. All of this was something he owed from his past. Debts must be repaid. He had brought this on himself, and he had no one to blame. Ow! Each blow hurt through his clothes. His clothes tore, and no one tried to stop it. After all, Yitan had no family or friends in the village. Now that he had ruined the village beauty, he was even more hated. Even if the other male educated youths wanted to defend him, facing the angry crowd, they were powerless. Just then, Yu pulled aside the curtain and stepped out, seeing Yitan bleeding from his back. She quickly intervened. Enough. Stop hitting him. She glared at Yitan, her face cold, and snapped, You. Go inside. Xiangning has something to say to you. Chapter 2. Success relies on good fortune. Yitan agreed, laboriously rising from the ground and stumbling into the house, only to notice a pair of scissors lying beside her thigh. Scissors? No. He hurriedly tucked them away and enveloped Xiangning in his arms. Xiangning was startled and immediately pushed him away, her emotions in disarray. After a brief moment of hesitation, her eyes flickered before she lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed. Finally, she summoned the courage to choke out a question. Will you marry me? Yitan stood frozen, a memory washing over him. In a previous life, after fleeing into the mountains for several days, he returned to her home to pack his belongings, only to be asked the same question by Xiangning. His answer then had been a resounding no. Following that rejection, he returned to the city with ease, armed with an official order. Unbeknownst to him, Xiangning, having lost her innocence, became the subject of scorn among her peers, ultimately succumbing to depression. As if fate had conspired against her, she discovered she was pregnant. In that era, a girl who had lost her purity and was carrying an illegitimate child faced unimaginable disgrace. How could an 18-year-old bear such a burden alone? Fearful of public judgment, in her desperation, she ventured out one night under the pretense of going for a walk, armed with scissors, and plunged into the canal. Just before submerging, she cried out, Yitan, I hate you. A life extinguished and 2 lives lost. At the tender age of 18, she left behind a haunting phrase, Yitan, I hate you, which reverberated in his mind, transforming into a constant source of torment. Yitan found himself mired in guilt and self-reproach. Even as Lin Xiao from the neighboring village returned to the capital, exuberantly seeking him for marriage, he promptly declined her advances. For the shadow of Xiangning's death loomed large in his heart, a barrier he could never cross. Thus, he chose a life of solitude. Even after achieving great success as an astronomer, a Nobel laureate, and a business magnate, his accolades and wealth failing to erase the debt he felt towards Xiangning and their unborn daughter. Seated on the earthen bed, Xiangning noticed Yi Tan's vacant stare, his silence a clear rejection. "You want to answer me?" Realizing she had been rebuffed once more, tears welled in her eyes. "You have always cared for someone else. If that is the case, why did you sleep with me?" Covering her face, she fought back her sobs, her pained expression tugging at the heartstrings. At that moment, Yitan finally regained his composure and swiftly drew Xiangning back into his embrace, softly declaring, "I am willing." What did you say?" Xiangning trembled at his words, struggling to believe her ears. She lifted her face, momentarily dazed, and pressed for clarification. "You're willing? Or is this some cruel trick, a ploy to buy time before you leave? You wicked man. I'll kill you," she exclaimed, raising her hand to strike his handsome face. Yitan grasped her delicate wrist, pleading, "Please, don't hit me. I truly mean it." Did I hear that correctly?" After confirming that she had not misheard, Xiangning was overwhelmed with joy, covering her face and weeping. "I understand now. You did not refuse me. You are willing. You are willing." Yitan was wiping her tears when the door curtain was suddenly lifted with force. In burst Banxia, brandishing a broom. "You drunken scoundrel. Have you made Xiangning cry again? Are you bullying her once more? Why don't you just disappear?" Without seeking clarification, Banxia swung the broom and struck, exclaiming, "Do you not wish to marry Xiangning? Why then tarnish her reputation and ruin her purity? You are a truly despicable villain." With gritted teeth, Banxia continued to strike and berate. "Are you still pining for Lin Xiao? What does that little vixen have that is worth your infatuation? You scoundrel! I shall avenge my dear friend today." Despite feeling battered and sore, Yitan could not evade the blows. The broom's bristles flew as Banxia relentlessly continued her assault. "You shameless wretch, harboring feelings for another while lying beside someone else. You deserve to be torn apart." The villagers outside could clearly hear Banxia's accusations and began to murmur discontent. "This fellow is truly worthless. What makes him superior just because he is an educated youth? Our Xiangning is the belle of the village, unmatched for miles. Indeed, he is merely coveting her beauty, taking advantage of his drunken state to act recklessly. This scoundrel is bullying our community, showing blatant disregard for us. This cannot stand. Let us arm ourselves and confront this rogue." Upon noticing several villagers wielding sickles and rolling up their sleeves, the village head rose to intervene. "Stop this at once. Do not escalate the chaos." Seeing the villagers undeterred, the old village head scolded, "Enough, you two. I know very well what schemes you both are hatching. You are merely angered because someone else has claimed the prize you coveted." The two men fell silent. "Get lost. Retreat." After scaring them off, the village head muttered to himself, "Their elder brother hasn't even intervened yet, and here they are acting like they are in charge. Truly, they are meddling in matters that do not concern them." "I am willing to marry Xiangning," Yitan shouted, hearing the villagers' clamor and recalling Banxia's questions. He feared they might not hear him. He hurriedly pushed through the curtain and called out, "Dear uncles, I acknowledge my wrongdoing due to intoxication yesterday. I accept responsibility for my actions, and I declare here and now, I am willing to marry Xiangning." Seeing everyone stunned, Yitan continued, "Indeed, I am willing to marry her, to protect her for a lifetime, and to adhere to the village's highest customs in welcoming Xiangning as my wife." With a resounding clap, the old village chief cast aside his worries, a beaming smile illuminating his face as he tucked away his pipe, securing it at the back of his trousers, exuding a renewed vigor. "Now, this is what it means to be a man. Remember my words today, should you ever waver. The 300 families of our village stand firmly behind Xiangning, ready to confront any ungrateful scoundrel." As the old chief observed the sunlight outside, he waved his hand, declaring, "Comrades, it is getting late. You may disperse." "Wait." Just as the villagers began to depart, a melodic voice called out, halting them in their tracks. "Everyone, please stay." Moon Bansha gracefully approached. "Yi Jiqing, in front of all the members, I wish to inquire when you intend to marry my dear Xiangning. You've mentioned marriage. Yet I require a concrete date. Otherwise, your words may turn out to be empty promises, and should you slip away at the last moment, we would have no proof of your intentions. Indeed, what Moon Jiqing says is quite reasonable. The villagers nodded in agreement, setting aside their tools, eager to hear Ye's response. Oh, there is no need for concern. I assure you, Yitan reiterated, I shall come to propose in a few days. I guarantee that within a month, I will marry young Xiangning and host a grand feast for the entire village, with every table laden with hearty dishes. I, Yitan, always keep my word. Now that sounds promising. The villagers smiled broadly, for in these times, the mention of food brought joy, and the thought of a banquet filled with substantial fare was tantalizing, igniting their imaginations. Well then, the village chief added, if you do marry young Xiangning, I will make an exception and grant you 2 conditions. Oh, what are they? Firstly, for your engagement and marriage, I shall personally officiate as your witness, supporting you every step of the way. Secondly, I will immediately allocate you a piece of land. As long as you construct a proper residence with a separate courtyard, you will be recognized as a legitimate member of our 300 households. And no one shall dare mock you for being a son-in-law. Chapter 3. An examination of Yi Jiqing as the villagers dispersed under the village chief's guidance. Yi Tan remained behind, feeling a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Yang Xiangning's father, Yang Goen, entered the west wing, coughing as he clutched a large pipe, accompanied by her mother, Lu Yuefeng. Lu, with her mobility hindered, was supported by her second son, Yang Adong, while her eldest, Yang Aigua, joined them as well. Yang Aigua, with his robust frame and square face, bore the stature of a soldier, while Yang Aiden, bespectacled and fair-skinned, exhibited a refined demeanor. Yang Goen and Lu Yuefeng settled onto a wide bench, while the others stood attentively. Let me say a few words, Yang Goen began. Yi Jiqing, do you truly intend to marry my daughter Xiangning? You wouldn't have initially plotted this, would you? Oh no. Yitan quickly gestured. Uncle, I assure you it is true. I wish to cherish Xiangning, for she is the only one I shall love in this life. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present seemed to ease considerably. Huh, who believes that? Yang Aigua scoffed. Your words are sweeter than a song. Yet I am aware you have received a transfer order back to the capital. Will you not one day, when we least expect it, sneak back to the city? If so, your promises would merely be empty chatter. That will not happen. Yi Tan retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, shaking it loose before the Yang family, tearing it into shreds and letting it float into the air. To demonstrate my sincere intentions in marrying Yang Xiangning, I have irrevocably torn up the order to return to the city. I have resolved to establish my home in Sanbeihu, pledging to safeguard Xiangning for a lifetime. I implore my esteemed uncle and aunt, as well as my brothers, to witness my commitment through my actions. On the Kang, Yang Xiangning, listening to Yi Tan's resolute words, cast a furtive glance his way, her expression seemingly transformed. Beside them, Yu Bangxia's cheeks flushed with a mix of emotions. As a knowledgeable youth, she understood the preciousness of the order. Its destruction signified an irreversible departure from the capital, leaving her heart in turmoil. Observing the joy radiating from Yang Xiangning, Yu Bangxia seized the moment to speak up. Very well, I shall add my voice, Yu Bangxia declared. I have heard from Lu the matchmaker that according to the customs of Sanbeihu village, you are required to prepare a bride price of 88 yuan, along with several new outfits. However, I would like to negotiate for an additional wristwatch on behalf of Xiangning. Would you be amenable to this? Upon hearing this, Yang Goen's murky eyes sparkled with interest, and he regarded his daughter's friend with newfound appreciation. Even Yang Adong, standing nearby, adjusted his glasses to take a closer look at Yu Bangxia, recognizing that this young girl truly was a steadfast ally of his sister, and that her presence in their home had not been in vain. Noticing the hushed atmosphere within the room, Yu Bangxia, fearing any dissent, added softly, the reason I request an extra wristwatch for Xiangning is because, you need not explain, Yu Jiqing. Yitan interjected before she could finish. Rest assured, within a month, I will deliver all the bride price. Not only the bride price, but also the traditional 3 rounds and 1 sound. In due time, I will ensure that the villagers witness my dignified marriage to Yang Xiangning, sparing her from any embarrassment and silencing any gossip. As his words settled, Yang Xiangning's beautiful eyes sparkled, and the frown on her delicate face faded somewhat, although the mention of the traditional 3 rounds and 1 sound inexplicably weighed upon her heart. Yitan glanced out the window and tentatively inquired, Uncle, there is a room ready at the youth station. If you still harbor resentment over my past mistakes, I shall return there for the time being. Seeing no reaction from the family, he continued, for this month, I shall devote myself to preparing the bride price and reflecting on my actions. In a few days, I will come to formally propose. Upon hearing this, Xiangning nodded. Given the current situation, Yitan's presence in their home was clearly more than that of an ordinary youth. His status had changed, and if he were to remain, it would indeed be inappropriate. To put it plainly, they were concerned about the prattling tongues in the village. Very well, let it be as Yi Jiqing desires. With that, Xiangning turned to Lu Yuefeng and their 2 sons, who also nodded in agreement. Yu Bangxia, feeling elated not only at the prospect of marriage but also the upcoming proposal, could not suppress her joy and playfully suggested, "Oh, I propose we cannot let Yi Jiqing leave so easily. It is already noon. What do you propose?" Yang Adong inquired. With a mischievous smile, Yu Bangxia replied, "How about we punish Yi Jiqing by having him prepare a meal for us? Let him toil, ensuring he remembers to treat our Xiangning with the utmost care in the future." Her words elicited laughter from everyone present. Today, however, my emotions are indeed a tangled web. Though I managed to smile, it was fleeting, quickly replaced by a stern demeanor. Yang Xiangning lifted her gaze to observe Yitan. Admittedly, he possessed an appealing physique, with a graceful build and a complexion as fair as jade, exuding an air of refined handsomeness. Yet, she could not fathom that he could cook. After all, Yitan had left his parents at the tender age of 15 or 16, enduring hardships in a remote village. He was a pampered city lad. How could he possibly know his way around the kitchen? She watched as he scratched his head in an awkward manner. Beside her, Yu Jiqing appeared to revel in his discomfort. Ironically, the more vexed her expression became, the more Yang Adong stole glances at her. "Very well," Yitan said with a smile. "I shall busy myself in the kitchen for a while. You all rest for now." Nodding at everyone, he exited the room, heading towards the kitchen located in the east wing. As he passed through, a few strands of willow blossoms drifted down from above. Fluffy dog. An idea sparked in Yitan's mind. He recalled that the villagers referred to it as a fluffy dog, and being well read in his previous life, he knew it was edible. Thus, he bent down to gather a handful. Upon entering the kitchen, he surveyed his surroundings. What should he prepare? He scrutinized several earthen jars and a water tank, pondering what to do next. First, let us see what ingredients are available. Yitan rolled up his sleeves and opened the large jars on the floor, discovering dried sweet potatoes, cornmeal, and red sorghum. Quite satisfactory. He noted the large vat of black flour. Perfect, he thought. Without further ado, he scooped out the black flour and placed it into a basin, beginning to knead and roll it into dough, cutting it into strips. He decided to make oil-splashed noodles, a dish he had perfected countless times in his previous life. In his past, after Yang Xiangning had passed, Yu Bangxia was heartbroken, constantly blaming herself for not being there for her dear friend that fateful day. She regretted having stayed overnight at a fellow villager's house, which ultimately led to a tragic turn of events. In 1977, Yu Bangxia returned to the city. A native of Shaanxi, she found work in a carpet factory, remaining unmarried and adopting a disabled orphan for companionship, barely scraping by. Her hair turning white before she even reached 40. What moved Yitan was Yu Bangxia's dedication to honoring Xiangning's memory with a burial site. Visiting every year to pay her respects, a stark contrast to his own self-destructive tendencies. Yet, at that time, his mind was preoccupied with Lin Xiaoxiao. Truth be told, in Yitan's eyes, it was merely the 2 bright lights on Lin Xiaoxiao's face that left him utterly bewildered. Yitan had traveled to Shaanxi for research purposes, where he sought out Yu Bangxia to join her in honoring Xiangning. When Yu Bangxia heard him mention Xiangning, guilt washed over her, prompting her to gift Yitan a small diary, the only tangible memory Xiangning had left the day before her tragic end. The pink diary chronicled her secret visits to an old physician, detailing her bewilderment upon discovering she was pregnant with a girl. Upon reading it, Yitan felt a tumult of compassion and guilt, leading him to a serious illness. After recovering, he made it a point to visit Shaanxi every year, indulging in numerous bowls of oil-splashed noodles, and naturally learned to prepare them over time. This was the source of his culinary skill in making oil-splashed noodles, a remnant of his past life. Chapter 4. Show your skill. Let us get to work. Yitan hurriedly lit the firewood and glanced at the row of ceramic and glass jars on the countertop. His family was truly affluent. However, this was not surprising. Xiangning's elder brother currently held the position of Minister of the Armed Forces, while her second brother had been serving in the propaganda team. The two brothers earned a bit more than the average members, indicating that their lives were certainly more comfortable than those of other families. Nonetheless, despite this comfort, it was still 1976, and with the absence of cilantro and small rapeseed, many ingredients had to be substituted. Green onions? They could serve as a replacement for fresh greens. Yitin quickly grabbed 2 tender green onions, their vibrant leaves glistening. Perfect, they would do. He chopped the onions into a pile of green bits and then minced a head of garlic. Finally, he took the hairy crab, briefly soaked it in boiling water to eliminate any unpleasant odor and sterilize it, before placing it in a large bowl for later use. He fetched fresh water to boil the noodles, and while waiting, arranged 6 clean bowls on the countertop. As soon as the noodles were cooked, he carefully lifted a strand and placed it into each bowl. The quantity of noodles was crucial. They could not be too heaped, as space needed to be reserved for the forthcoming drizzle of oil. Now, it was time to arrange the hairy crab atop the noodles, followed by the chopped green onions. He then scooped the noodle cooking water into a basin for later use. Once the clean pot was heated, he added a generous spoonful of lard. After all, for 6 people, a meager amount of oil would not suffice and would compromise the flavor. Was it heating up so quickly? Yitin noticed a thin wisp of smoke rising from the bottom of the pot. It was time to add the Sichuan peppercorns. Oh, hurry! Just as the enticing aroma began to waft, he pushed the half-burnt peppercorns aside and tossed in the white parts of the green onions along with half of the minced garlic. Next, he sprinkled in some fine salt and fried it with dried chili peppers, finally drizzling in soy sauce. With a sizzling sound, a plume of smoke erupted from the pot as the soy sauce entered. The fragrance wafted through the air. What had he cooked? The Yang family, seated in the west wing, could not help but glance over, inhaling deeply, then exchanging curious looks. Why was it so fragrant? Unable to contain her impatience, Yu Bangxia eagerly asked, and Yang 80 glanced at her, echoing the question. Yu Bangxia stood up, intending to peek into the kitchen, and Yang 80, captivated by her graceful silhouette, followed her into the east wing, just in time to see Yitin pouring oil over the noodles, spoon by spoon. Yu Bangxia and Yang 80 could not help but exclaim in unison. Outside the west wing, Yang Igua had already set up an old 8 immortals table. The more, the merrier. Each person carried 2 large bowls, quickly filling the table. Yang 80 smiled and asked, "See, isn't it a sight of vibrant greens and fragrant aromas?" Yang Goen and Lu Yuefeng nodded in agreement. Once everything was settled, Yitan removed his tattered apron, observing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, and cheerfully said, "Today, I used local ingredients to make oil-splashed noodles. I invite uncle, aunt, and my brothers to critique it." Slurp, slurp. Regardless of Yitan's chatter, everyone was too engrossed, already devouring the dish with great enthusiasm. Half of the meal had already been consumed when uncle finally lifted his face, chuckling, "Delicious, truly delicious. I never expected a young intellectual to cook so well, with such flair." Yitan said nothing, merely smiled foolishly as she picked up a bowl and made her way to the south room. "Here you go, Xiangning." Aware of young Xiangning's troubled mood, Yitan sought to atone more deeply by personally delivering the dish. "Here, this is yours." After a day filled with emotional turmoil, although young Xiangning was still vexed, she was undeniably captivated by the rich and fragrant bowl of noodles. However, unlike the others at the table who devoured their food with reckless abandon, her demeanor was modest. She lowered her head shyly and took delicate bites. Yitan also ate hastily. Once everyone had finished, he returned to the kitchen to fetch a half pot of noodle broth, serving each person a spoonful into their bowls. As the broth was poured, it dissolved into a symphony of flavors, prompting everyone to drink eagerly. In 1976, what would later be regarded as dishwater was, at that time, a delightful treat, not wasted in the least. Estimating that young Xiangning had finished her meal, Yitin quickly took a bowl and ladled a spoonful for her. "Here, this is for you." "All right," young Xiangning replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper, a result of her prolonged crying which had left her throat dry and hoarse. The sight of the warm broth brought a comforting warmth to her heart, and she quickly accepted it. Despite being only a year and a half older, Yitin displayed remarkable perceptiveness. It was then that young Aiden could not restrain himself from speaking. "I think Yi Jiqing's culinary skills are commendable. You should come here every noon to prepare lunch for the Laoyang family. It's only fitting as a means of atonement, isn't it?" Yitan was momentarily taken aback, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. With a mischievous giggle, Yu Bangxia chimed in, "I think that's a splendid idea. After all, your cooking is simply too good. Moreover, this presents an excellent opportunity for you to redeem yourself, does it not? Ethan glanced at uncle and aunt, surprised to see them nodding in agreement with the playful banter. He smiled and nodded back, content as long as they didn't mind. I'll take care of lunch for the family, lest the villagers call me a rodent in the rice. Yitin recalled that in later years, people were well-fed and affluent, leading to a certain laziness where everyone preferred to be served. Yet, in the impoverished year of 1976, it was astonishing that everyone, even uncle and aunt, seemed willing to be catered to. It appeared that laziness was a universal flaw, transcending both time and age. For his part, being a little team accountant afforded him some leisure. He would gladly prepare meals for the Liaoyang family for a lifetime if necessary. After all, it was a testament to his skills being acknowledged by the elders, so what was there to be shy about? The thought of his talents being recognized brought Yi Tin a wave of satisfaction. Allow me to tidy up. I shall head to the kitchen. Seeing that everyone had finished, he took the bowls and chopsticks to wash them. The bowls were not particularly greasy, and within 5 minutes they were spotless. Upon returning to the West Wing, he found that they had not been idle either, having already cleaned the table. Haha, everything is all set. Yi Tin glanced at everyone, offering a bashful smile. Uncle and aunt, brothers, please take a rest. I will head to the youth station to report in, and then this afternoon I will go to work at Team 6. The elders nodded, watching his retreating figure, then turned to glance at the main house, lost in thought. At the youth station, Yi Tin sat on a stool, daydreaming. Today, he had showcased his talents and earned the approval of his future father-in-law's family. How could he not feel elated? Noticing that his colleague Li Gang was absent, he couldn't help but pull out a small notebook from his pocket. Grasping a fountain pen, he began jotting down his plans. First, he needed to win over young Xiangning, ensuring that she would fall completely in love with him within a month. But how deep should that love be? Yi Tin furrowed his brow, pondering thoughtfully. Ah yes, the kind of love that leads to total surrender. As he wrote this, a foolish grin spread across his face, devoid of any modesty. He continued to write, determining that within a month he must prepare a betrothal gift and craft several outfits. Hold on. He set down the pen, murmuring to himself. 88 yuan for several outfits. Would that not appear rather shabby, even with the betrothal gift? Indeed, it was essential to procure the finest presentation. Only then would the villagers recognize his sincerity and refrain from mocking Xiangning, thus validating that their relationship blossomed from genuine affection before discussing marriage. Chapter 5. The old village head's misunderstanding. He placed the pen aside and contemplated further. Not only were these items necessary, but he also needed to prepare the 32 legs of furniture essential for a city wedding. The 3 turns and 1 ring referred to a sewing machine, bicycle, watch, and radio, commonly known as the 4 essentials. The 32 legs represented various pieces of furniture, such as a vanity, writing desk, and chest of drawers. If there weren't enough legs, stools would have to suffice. However, Yi Tin would not settle for inadequate furniture when marrying. Yet, the thought of furniture reminded him of the Homestead plot. After all, once he acquired new furniture, space would become limited, even with 32 legs. Therefore, since the village head had promised him a homestead, he must seize the opportunity. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled a thin piece of land at the village entrance that concealed a silver mine. Years later, that mine was purchased and developed by wealthy businessmen from Hong Kong and Taiwan, yielding compensation of over 10,000 yuan per mu. Yet, at present, that land was infamous for being barren and unlucky. Nothing would grow there, and villagers avoided it, walking around it. With this thought, he suddenly stood up and left the accounting room, striding purposefully to the village head's office. Clearing his throat, he found the village head smoking. You dare come here again? Your presence always spells trouble. You constantly drag me into your messes. Do you really think I, as the village head, serve only you? What do you take me for? The old village head squinted at him, clearly annoyed. After all, Yi Tin had just committed a disgraceful act and faced the village's public condemnation, even causing the village head to feel embarrassed for him. Yet, despite it all, his mood was exceedingly good. City folk had no sense of shame whatsoever. Village head, didn't you say you would allocate a piece of homestead land to me? I would like to request that plot. Which one can you give me? The village head took another drag from his cigarette, and Yi Tin hastily struck a match to light it. That's right. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. I have agreed. I had already made up my mind. Near the residence of the second team member, Old He, that piece of land. 1/4 of an acre. The village head took another puff, smacking his lips. Well, that plot is small, but it has no other flaws. I disagreed. The reason? Isn't there an empty space in Widow's Alley, approximately half an acre? Yitan shook her head in disapproval. The village head, with a sly smirk, replied, being next to a widow, isn't that advantageous? I still disagree. Yitan was aware of the implications behind his words, yet she was not one to indulge in frivolities. So she directly confronted the old village head. I simply desire a substantial residential plot. Substantial? What constitutes substantial? You little rascal, currently. Each member has a maximum of 1 acre for residential land. Just how much do you want? Do not be greedy. The village head furrowed his brow. You just had a dalliance with the village beauty, and now you're reaching for land, and you want it to be substantial? Goodness. Do you think I owe you something? Old village head, you just mentioned a maximum of 1 acre. Then why am I being offered merely a quarter of an acre? Half an acre? Yitan retorted, humph. I refuse to be the one filling the gaps in someone else's house. I demand something substantial. Seeing the young man remain obstinate, the village head began to chastise him. Could it be that you have your eyes set on a particular piece of land? Is there a target in your heart? Not receiving a response from Yitan, the village head pointed his pipe at him. You are unwilling to accept this and that, being picky and choosy. Why must you be so troublesome? I will not yield. If you do not grant me a larger plot, then I shall not build a house or marry. By the end of the month, if I do not wed that girl, her family will bring me to the authorities. I do not believe that by then. You can still sit comfortably in your position as village head. The old village head was taken aback, goosebumps rising all over him. He never anticipated that this young man had created his own troubles and simultaneously held his vulnerabilities. The esteemed village head found himself entangled with this inconsequential character. Unable to escape. You bold young man, you dare to threaten me. The village head slammed the table, exclaiming, in these 300 households, no member has dared to bargain with me like this. Speak, which piece do you desire? I want that unproductive land at the western village entrance. Just grant it to me. The village head frowned and shook his head. I oppose. Reason. That miserable land, barren and unlucky, not even a blade of grass grows there. Do you think it will bring prosperity? You should not always think of greedy advantages and speak without consideration. The more you chase after small gains, the greater the losses you will incur. Do you not understand this principle? I want that barren piece. I request your approval. Having said that, Yitan cleverly prepared tea for the village head, filling the cup generously. The only tea in the village head's room was jasmine tea, and upon pouring it into the cup, the floral aroma burst forth. All right. Do not flatter me too much. Just remember, do not blame me for not warning you. That piece is avoided by everyone. Since you want it, I shall approve 1 acre for you. The village head took a stack of paper, intending to write a certificate and affix his seal. Oh no. Yitan was relentless. Old village chief, since no one else wants it, why not do a kind deed to the end and grant it all to me? After all, it's just sitting idle. The village chief felt a headache coming on, scratching his scalp in frustration. These city folks really know how to talk. No wonder they called him slick-tongued. Despite his young age, Yitan was quite adept at the art of persuasion, seamlessly navigating both offense and defense in conversation. Initially, the old village chief was reluctant to comply, but considering Yitan's impending marriage to young Xiangning, whose brothers held positions in the village, he felt compelled to extend some courtesy. With a hoarse voice, the village chief said, "Let me make myself clear. I will allocate those 3 acres to you, but don't come crying to me later if you regret it. Even if you do, I want to entertain your pleas. That land isn't exactly prime, so don't blame me for not warning you in advance. I assure you, I will not regret it." Yitan replied, furrowing his brows. But what do you mean by not prime? Hush. The village chief straightened up, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before leaning in to whisper, I've heard some inside gossip. The higher-ups might distribute land to the members, with each member receiving several acres. Yitan frowned slightly. And what of the distribution? Oh, what do you think? You naive boy. The village chief nudged aside his tobacco pouch and continued his analysis. Let us put it this way. If you want those 3 acres, I want to allocate you any land for personal use later, even if you marry that girl, young Xiangning. Don't come crying to me then. Moreover, you want to just miss out on personal land. You will also have to pay taxes every year. And when you do, don't say I, the old village chief, am bullying an outsider like you. After finishing his lengthy explanation, the village chief sipped his fragrant tea. smirking inwardly as he anticipated Yi Tan's eventual regret and pleas for reconsideration. However, the old village chief was mistaken. Chapter 6. Li Jiqing's discontent. Come on. Old village chief. Yi Tan not only did not waver, but instead approached to give the village chief a shoulder rub. Please issue the certificate quickly. Once it's stamped, I can legally build a house and marry. You can rest easy, right? Seeing Yi Tan's mischievous demeanor, the village chief couldn't help but feel exasperated yet amused. In the end, he relented. All right, the certificate is prepared, along with a written statement affirming that the homestead includes personal land, which will not be redistributed in the future. Here, just sign it. Tomorrow, the team will come to measure. Yi Tan eagerly agreed, fearing that the village chief might change his mind. After Yi Tan left, the village chief set aside his tobacco pouch, unscrewed the pipe, and began to clean out the residue with a matchstick, all the while deep in thought. Yi Tan, despite being under 20, displayed an uncanny ability during their recent interaction, seemingly perceiving the old village chief with remarkable clarity. Reflecting on the past, when he had been cornered and beaten by Yang Aigua, the village chief could not help but draw a sharp breath. Had this young man been enlightened by his ordeal? Glancing suspiciously at Yi Tan, who was now outside kicking a clod of earth, the chief remained convinced that such vigor could only belong to someone much younger than himself. In the accounting room, Yi Tan sat in contemplation, pondering young Xiangning. Suddenly, a memory struck him. In his previous life, a single night spent together had resulted in her pregnancy. Today, amidst the crowd of cooperative members, he had completely forgotten this significant detail. This meant that young Xiangning was likely already carrying a child. Whether it was merely a peanut or a red bean, she was undoubtedly expecting. The thought sent a jolt through him. A pregnant woman must not lack in nourishment, and good food was essential. Moreover, he had recorded numerous expenses, including 3 rounds and 32 legs, alongside the cost of construction, all of which would require a substantial sum, likely exceeding 2,000 yuan. As he pondered, he rummaged through his pockets, producing a mere 3 yuan. Faced with the daunting gap between his funds and the necessary amount, he felt the weight of time pressing down on him. Only a month remained to gather the needed resources, especially with the impending allocation of land. Even in 1976, one could not build a decent house without at least 1,000 yuan. Frustrated, he grimaced, realizing that with 3 mu of land, his house would inevitably be larger than average, demanding considerable materials for the frame, rafters, and beams. The prospect of constructing a house involved various types. One could opt for a simple adobe structure, which would lack durability, a brick and earth combination, or a fully brick house. Devoid of any adobe, Yi Tan aspired to build entirely with bricks, incorporating innovative features such as a spacious bathing area. For rural conditions often lack proper facilities, and the proximity to soil made cleanliness a necessity. He meticulously contemplated his plans, understanding that without funds, even the most skilled craftsman would struggle. With a heavy heart, he settled onto a straw basket, overwhelmed by financial constraints. Yet, amidst the chaos, he recalled a potential solution. After marriage, they could initially reside in the West Wing, postponing construction until his finances improved. Prioritizing sustenance and marriage, he resolved to tackle the rest when the time was right. Suddenly, a memory surfaced from his past life. A mysterious location named Xiangning, situated 2 li from the village entrance. In that place, there lies a vast expanse of uneven terrain, adorned with countless ancient pine trees that have stood for centuries, amongst which thrive a plethora of matsutake mushrooms, both nutritious and highly valued. He is consumed by concern during these years of scarcity, fearing for the sustenance of his child. Living in this village, he has been partaking of communal meals for several years, daily receiving merely a small bowl of thin porridge, occasionally accompanied by a couple of potatoes the size of eggs. Those few potatoes represent the pinnacle of delight for the day. Otherwise, he endures the grueling toil in the fields, grappling with the helplessness of his weary legs. Thus, it is imperative for him to gather matsutake mushrooms for her consumption. Yet, he wonders if they still exist now. As he sits there, lost in his own thoughts, suddenly, Li Gang, another youth and fellow accountant, enters the office. Upon seeing Yi Tan's warm demeanor, he is struck by a wave of longing and inquires, "What brings you such joy? Have you been ensnared by the village beauty? Is there truly cause for your happiness? You have torn up your order to return to the city. Do you not realize how foolish that is?" Yi Tan is taken aback. The words of Li Gang are irksome, yet he continues unabated. I cannot fathom your perspective. Here you are, entangled with Xiangning, while over there, you pursue Lin Xiaoxiao. You are truly a disgrace, tarnishing the reputation of our entire village of 300 households. Tarnishing the village's reputation? Yi Tin retorts. Indeed. You monopolize the limited resources of this village. Who do you think you are? Should you wish for our survival? Li Gang slams his hand on the table, his excitement causing a vein to throb at his temple. How will you explain your relationship with Lin Xiaoxiao? Yi Tin furrows his brow and responds, Li Gang, we are both youths from afar. Why should the village's reputation concern you? Li Gang strikes the table again. You speak as if untouched by hardship. How could it not concern me? After living here for several years, I may never return to the city. With your actions spoiling the village's reputation, how am I to continue living here? Those who leave the village of 300 are ridiculed and might even be harmed by outsiders. Outsiders? Which outsiders do you even mean? Are you referring to the village of 500? If your secret pursuit of Lin Xiaoxiao was rejected and you wish to shift the blame for your misfortunes onto me, just say so. I scoff at your claims. You are mistaken. I do not harbor such thoughts. In any case, your presence in the village feels like a blot. Your villainy makes me feel utterly embarrassed. If you feel embarrassed, then refrain from stepping outside. Furthermore, Lin Xiaoxiao, she is merely a figment of your dreams. What concern is she of mine? If you admire her, pursue her. Do not intertwine me with that woman, for if you do not blame me for severing ties. What ties? You truly lack conscience. Every time Lin Xiaoxiao visits the village of 300, it is to see you. She may look at whomever she pleases. That is her prerogative. And I am not involved. Moreover, someone has pursued Lin Xiaoxiao for so long. Has he ever succeeded? By heaven, if I had succeeded, I would be beside myself with joy. Li Gang sighed, a sense of despair enveloping him, and ultimately, in resignation, he admitted, Indeed, I have pursued Lin Xiaoxiao for quite some time. Yet her every utterance revolves around you. I am unattractive, impoverished, and lacking in education. I truly do not deserve her. Taking a deep breath, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He pondered that if he could not pursue her, he might as well turn his attention to Xiangning. For the sake of embracing the village beauty and slumber, he would gladly remain in the village for a lifetime, content with this fortune. Before Yi Tin could respond, his anger flared again. However, out of nowhere, you appeared. You truly are a burdensome presence. Burdensome? Who have I burdened? Chapter 7. Xiangzhuang head Lin Xiaoxiao. Do you dare to claim you Haven tea caused her distress? If you haven't, then why does she, from across the village, obsess over you like some lovesick fool? Yi Tin took a sip of water and replied slowly, One can only say it's a typical neighborly relationship, distinct from romance. You speak so lightly. Yet how can the truth be reduced to merely your word? And what of Xiangning? What connection do you share? You use drunkenness as an excuse to spend the night with her. You speak nonsense. I am not speaking nonsense. If you slept with her, then so be it. Ultimately, you could have handed over a sum of money to settle things and left, but instead of departing, you insist on lingering in the village, causing trouble for everyone. Entangling Lin Xiaoxiao while marrying Xiangning. Are you truly as foolish as a pig? What do you mean by that? Is it not the case that you only seek out the favorable? You are not unintelligent, merely a selfish and self-serving individual. After work, he chose to ignore Li Gang. To address his doubts about Xiangzhuang head, he hurried to the youth station, retrieving 2 oversized cloth bags, the kind made from blueprinted fabric, sewn by his mother's own hands. He had carried these bags when he first arrived in the village 5 years ago, not wanting to dwell on it. He stuffed one of the cloth bags into his pocket like a ball, grasping a large aluminum spoon in his hand, and made his way towards Xiangzhuang head, his stomach growling with hunger. Xiangzhuang head. This place was largely deserted, situated at the sparsely populated junction of 2 villages. It was said to have once been a village that vanished after a flood submerged it. Most importantly, Xiangzhuang head was nestled against the towering Wanshan Mountains, surrounded by countless primitive forests. While it appeared tranquil on the surface, deep within the thickets lay a myriad of tigers, leopards, wolves, and jackals. Consequently, the elders would recount bizarre tales of mountain spirits to frighten mischievous children, ensuring that few dared to venture here. With each step Yi Tin took, a cacophony of strange sounds echoed beneath his feet, which is how Xiangzhuang had acquired its name. Yi Tin frowned and smiled wryly. The villagers claimed that 12 large water tanks, once belonging to the residents of the former Xiangzhuang village, lay buried underground, hence the strange noises. People truly can be gullible, legends abound. yet none are accurate. In truth, beneath the surface lies an ancient treasury of gold and silver. However, even in his poverty, Yitan could not speak of it, nor could he claim it for himself, for that was a memory from a past life. His reincarnation meant he was already in a cycle, thus he must not speak of it or act upon it, for he could not disturb the surrounding aura excessively. Yitan took a deep breath and surveyed his surroundings. Towering pines surrounded him, encircling a depression stretching over 1,000 meters. On the gentle slopes of the depression, a thick layer of pine needles had accumulated. Due to the geography, this area was particularly humid, as the dip sheltered it from the wind, creating a warm, moist environment conducive to the early growth of matsutake mushrooms. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden glow, Yitan felt compelled to seize the fleeting moment. Perhaps it was too early in the season. The scarcity of matsutake mushrooms puzzled her. After an extensive search, she finally unearthed a modest handful, carefully extracting them with an aluminum spoon, fearful of marring the pristine beauty of the snow-white fungi. Yet, these matsutake were significantly larger than those from her previous life, which were only thumb-sized. Now, one mushroom was as thick as a small arm. Regardless, her priority was to collect them and transport them to the youth commune. On her way to the commune, she encountered a few elm trees and seized the opportunity to gather a substantial bag of elm seeds to take home. By the time she arrived at the commune, darkness had fallen. She intended to deliver these wild delicacies to the Yang family the next day, planning to prepare a generous meal. The commune consisted of a series of simple barracks. Stealthily entering the dormitory, Yitan struck a match to ignite a rudimentary kerosene lamp. The wick flared to life, flickering occasionally and emitting a whiff of smoke. Though far from luxurious, as a lantern would be, a kerosene lamp was the best she could manage. After all, the brigade would never provide such extravagance to the youth. This lamp was a clever contraption fashioned from a fountain pen bottle and a broken light bulb, with a cotton wick threaded through the mouth. Filled with kerosene, a small triumph of resourcefulness. She took one matsutake, diced it finely, and simmered it in a pot of corn porridge. The irresistible aroma of the mushrooms wafted through the air. Within half an hour, Yitan had consumed the entire bowl of matsutake porridge. She was determined that everyone would savor it the following noon. However, given the size and quantity of the mushrooms, selling some seemed prudent. She understood the necessity of caution in such transactions. Being caught for speculation or illegal trade in 1976 could lead to severe consequences. Suddenly, a thought struck her: Lu Shiguang, a person she had known in her past life. He was the manager of the Hongqi restaurant, a state-owned establishment. After the production team concluded their work the following morning, she resolved to inquire at the restaurant about purchasing the mushrooms and the prevailing prices. The next day arrived with eager anticipation. After completing her tasks in the accounting office, Yitan stepped outside and spotted something unusual near the village chief's office: a vintage bicycle. An idea sparked. This could solve her transportation dilemma to the commune. Without hesitation, she mounted the bicycle and rode off. Unbeknownst to her, Xiangning witnessed this surprising display. He was astonished to see Yitan riding the vintage bicycle with such skill. Observing her swift movements, he wondered when she had learned to ride so adeptly. Since the bicycle had been confiscated from the former village chief, it had remained unused. Much to his own dismay, he recalled the days he had practiced tirelessly, mastering the art of riding, yet never quite mastering the finer techniques. Not only that, but he had also been thrown off several times. The sturdy bicycle caused immense pain upon impact, even though later, his older brother suggested fastening a support rod to prevent further falls. There was one occasion when both he and the bicycle toppled into a dung heap. Xiangning recalled the painful encounters and rubbed his legs, which still seemed to ache faintly. It was said that the bicycle was robust and unbreakable. Yet it was unacceptable for a person to be harmed. Alas, the endeavor of learning to ride a bicycle was abandoned. In that era, witnessing the sturdy bicycle was akin to glimpsing the stars on a distant road, glorious yet unattainable. Eventually, the sturdy bicycle became a symbol of status, prominently featured among the 4 essential items. With a tinge of envy in his gaze, Xiangning observed Yitan as he skillfully maneuvered the bicycle, seemingly soaring through the air. Lacking fenders and brakes, Yitan expressed concern about colliding with pedestrians as he turned, raising his arm to signal while forcefully pressing down on the pedals in an effort to slow down. It appeared that this young lad was indeed a seasoned expert, adept not only in cooking but in all manner of activities. At that moment, Yang Adong's impression of Yitan began to improve slightly. Chapter 8. Red Flag Restaurant. The Youth Point. Yitan hoisted a large cloth bag onto his back and continued pedaling the sturdy bicycle toward the state-run restaurant. In less than an hour, despite the bumpy dirt road, he arrived after riding several miles. The Red Flag Restaurant, indeed, was the establishment in question. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings. Noticing a lack of patrons, it was still only 10 a.m., and he had arrived too early. There was no food being served yet. Only a few curious cooks peered out from the kitchen windows at him. Yitan waved at them, and soon a young attendant approached. "Comrade, we don't serve meals until after 11:50. Is there something you need?" Noticing Yitan's silence, the young man continued, "Don't be so anxious if you're starving. You can always eat at home, can't you?" In his eyes, Yitan appeared refined and delicate, resembling someone from the city. Yet given the sight of him carrying a large cloth bag and sweating profusely, he bore a striking resemblance to the village folk. Thus, it was hard to ascertain his purpose or status. I have something," Yitan replied, removing the large blue-patterned bag from his back. "Comrade, I have matsutake mushrooms. Does your restaurant accept them?" After speaking, he glanced around cautiously, concerned that his intentions might draw unwanted attention, which could lead to trouble. However, his desire to earn money to marry by the end of the month propelled him forward. He needed money, quite a substantial amount, in fact. The young attendant's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on the contents of Yitan's bag. "My goodness, are those matsutake mushrooms? How can they be so large?" Indeed, he had never seen anything like them before, and he was taken aback. "Comrade, please remain calm. This is a significant matter, and I cannot make decisions on my own. I must report to the supervisor." Yitan nodded in understanding. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Shiguang arrived. He still sported a slicked-back hairstyle, evidently styled with hair wax. As it lay perfectly in place, he wore a crisp white shirt adorned with a finely woven brown vest, and a work ID badge was pinned to the left side of his chest. His lower attire consisted of meticulously pressed blue trousers, which accentuated his refined demeanor. However, it was evident that in this life, he did not recognize himself, not even in a fleeting sense of familiarity. Yitan could only observe him calmly as he approached, refraining from any overly enthusiastic greetings. When Lu Shiguang was led to Yitan's side by an employee, his gaze fell upon the large, exquisite matsutake mushrooms casually placed on the table, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Comrade, did you harvest these?" he inquired, astonished. "Indeed, I did," came the reply. "However, we have never purchased matsutake mushrooms here. We understand their rarity. They require specific pine needles to fall to the ground and take over 5 years to grow a single one, and your exceptional specimens are even more rare." Lu Shiguang proceeded to caress the roots of the mushrooms and cheerfully stated, "We will purchase your matsutake at 8 yuan per pound, and with a distinguished guest arriving today, they will certainly come in handy." With that, Lu Shiguang turned to the young server from earlier. "Shaoli, please weigh how many pounds we have, and once done, settle the payment in cash." Upon hearing this, Yitan felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, 8 yuan could buy a bottle of Maotai liquor, a considerable sum indeed. Lu Shiguang's generosity remained consistent with his previous life, prompting Yitan to nod eagerly. Shaoli placed 15 matsutake mushrooms on a large piece of paper and weighed them, arriving at exactly 8 pounds. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiguang promptly instructed, 8 yuan per pound, totaling 8 pounds. That amounts to 64 yuan. Please count it out for him quickly. Shaoli, taken aback, hurriedly bent down to count the money. Yitan, overwhelmed, nearly stumbled in disbelief. It was indeed a fair price. As he reflected on this fortune, he resolved to return the following day to harvest more. Aware of another location abundant with these treasures, there were 2 areas known as Xiangning, one larger and one smaller, where he had gathered matsutake since childhood. Yet he had yet to explore the larger one. "Oh, I have struck it rich," Yitan exclaimed, clutching the hefty 64 yuan, his joy evident as he grinned widely. Despite being a young intellectual from the capital, his parents, even as esteemed professors, earned only 60 yuan a month. Thus, he had never encountered such ease in earning money. Now, with 64 yuan in hand, the 88 yuan betrothal gift seemed within reach after just 2 trips. As he pondered this newfound wealth, a sense of excitement surged within him. The blue cloth bag was now utterly empty. He shook it out and reformed it into a compact bundle, tucking it into his pocket as he stepped outside. After just a few paces, he heard someone call from behind. "Hey, comrade, please wait." Wait. Yi Tin mused, puzzled, wondering if perhaps he had been given extra money. However, after counting again, he confirmed that he had indeed received exactly 64 yuan, 6 10 yuan notes, and 4 1 yuan notes. Precisely correct. Turning around with curiosity, he found it was Xiao Li from earlier. Comrade, the manager asked me to inquire if you will be returning tomorrow. Seeing Yi Tan in a state of confusion, he assumed he had not communicated his intentions clearly and reiterated, "Will you continue to deliver goods for us tomorrow?" Only then did Yi Tan comprehend, promptly nodding in agreement. "I will. I shall deliver." Upon witnessing the assurance, Xiao Lizzie swiftly turned and headed off to report to Lu Shiguang. At the entrance of the Hongqi restaurant, Yi Tan mounted the sturdy bicycle and sped away. At the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, he kicked the pedal, causing the bicycle to screech to a halt, abandoned it, and turned to leave. In that year of 1976, bicycles were left unlocked, yet Yi Tan felt entirely secure leaving his behind without a lock. Theft was a rare occurrence. The ethos of the time was rooted in honesty. For instance, an accountant caught pilfering even a single penny from the production team would face imprisonment. Such was the severity of the matter. Moreover, no one dared to ride a bicycle. People merely gazed at the sturdy models, too intimidated to even touch them, let alone ride. Inside the supply and marketing cooperative, the cement counter was over a meter wide, separating customers from the goods. Looking up, one would see the cooperative's opulence. The ceiling obscured by a haze of sorghum stalks, all covered in paper, which, despite its pale yellow hue, lent an air of grandeur. The walls were immaculate, devoid of any dirt. Indeed, during the 1970s, one should not underestimate the significance of the supply and marketing cooperative. Those employed there were considered state workers, part of the official staff, earning a respectable monthly salary of 20 yuan, amounting to 200 yuan annually. This figure would leave farmers trembling, as in that era. They earned work points, toiling in the fields for communal meals, and at the end of the year, their pockets barely held a yuan. In those times, village members would contribute a mere dime for occasions, while a penny could purchase 2 pieces of fruit candy. Chapter 9. The salesperson's authority at any time. Those without money resembled the ailing. Consequently, the salespersons, with an annual income of 200 yuan, could hardly refrain from arrogance. Even teachers in government institutions vied desperately to join the ranks of salespersons, seeking connections at a cost, often facing rejection. Thus, the female attendants behind the counters often treated customers with disdain, their attitudes as lofty as their tails held high, ready to argue at the slightest provocation. Yi Tin stood at a distance from the counter, hoping to evade any unreasonable confrontations. At that moment, he noticed a nearby counter piled high with floral fabrics, adorned with charming small red and pink patterns. Reaching into his pocket, he found he had money, but no fabric coupons. The concept of these coupons solidified in his mind. Evidently, the essentials for marriage would require numerous tickets. Coupons were of paramount importance. Yi Tin stood there, deep in thought, his brow furrowed. In this era, lacking money was one thing, but being without various coupons was an entirely different dilemma. Glancing at the large clock on the wall, he noted it was already 11 o'clock. Well, I suppose I should first purchase some nutritional supplements. After formulating his plan, he approached the counter. A slender woman, engrossed in her knitting, did not cease her work upon his arrival. Instead, she scrutinized his attire with critical eyes, examining him intently. The young man donned a pair of black cloth shoes and a long-sleeved shirt, slightly wrinkled. A Hero brand fountain pen was tucked into the pocket of his shirt. And though his skin was relatively fair and he stood tall and handsome, there was a certain air of poverty about him. Humph, a pauper daring to join the crowd. Convinced that he was merely a poor lad without means, she resumed her knitting, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Nearby stood a saleswoman, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. Dressed in a white checkered uniform top and blue trousers, with the hem of her shirt tucked neatly into her waistband, cinched with a leather belt. Exuding an aura of quiet elegance and professionalism, she cradled an enamel mug in her hands, the water too hot to drink, so she approached him. "Comrade, what can I assist you with?" Yi Tan was momentarily taken aback. Amidst all the prevailing attitudes, there existed a kind-hearted individual. Glancing at her name tag, which bore the code 520, he replied, "I would like a can of malt milk and a portion of snowflake cream." He placed the ink bottle from his fountain pen on the counter. The saleswoman's hands were remarkably fair, undoubtedly due to her not laboring in the fields, even without upkeep. Her hands were well maintained. She retrieved a bamboo spatula from behind the counter, dipped it into the large jar, and deftly swirled it. Extracting 2 dollops of snowflake cream the size of quail eggs, which she set upon a piece of brown paper. With a graceful flick of her fingers, she pinched the corners and wrapped the cream in 2 layers, forming a small stick of snowflake cream. The 520 saleswoman aligned the stick's tip with the opening of Yi Tan's ink bottle, giving it a gentle squeeze, and the 2 dollops of cream tumbled to the bottom of the bottle. Yi Tan hastily retrieved it, stuffing it into his pocket, his face beaming with the joy of a treasure discovered. He planned to give the snowflake cream to Xiangning later. She would surely be delighted. The 520 saleswoman wiped her hands and, rising on her toes, reached for a large bottle of malt milk from the shelf. Through the yellow packaging, Yi Tan could already scent the sweet aroma of malt. The knitter beside him had slowed her pace, abandoning her haughty demeanor to steal a glance at Yi Tan. Particularly, the gleaming fountain pen clips in his pocket caught her eye, for among the members, a popular saying prevailed: whether literate or not, a fountain pen clip signifies status. Such a pen not only exuded affluence, but also indicated a cultured individual, undoubtedly a symbol of social standing, worth at least $1.50. Yet his shoes, worn-out elastic cloth shoes, were hardly the ready-made liberation shoes, hinting at his impoverished status. How could a poor man afford such indulgences? Where would he find the funds? The malt milk alone exceeded 5 yuan, equivalent to a month and a half of a primary school teacher's salary, and he had also purchased snowflake cream. Was he merely pretending to be affluent, lacking genuine money? Indeed, perhaps he sought only to indulge in the sights of the cooperative store, to gaze upon the abundance of food and drink, and to engage the beautiful saleswoman in trivial conversation, feeding a desire for color and excitement. At that moment, Yi Tan unexpectedly produced a 10 yuan bill from his pocket. Oh my, impressive. Moreover, his pocket bulged with additional currency. Yet, despite the tumult of emotions swirling within the knitter, Yi Tan remained oblivious, his thoughts solely occupied with Xiangning and the child growing within him. He inquired once more of the 520 saleswoman. I would like to order some pork. Pork? Upon observing Yi Tan, a thought crossed his mind. In this day and age, it is indeed rare to find individuals who can afford pork. Their supply and marketing cooperative often struggles to sell even a single piece of meat week after week, leading to a cautious approach in restocking. Unless it is a special supply or someone has made a reservation the day before, they are left with merely 2 jin of pork belly, priced at 8 mao with a meat coupon and 1 yuan and 5 mao without. 3 yuan for 2 jin of pork. Yi Tan felt his heart race, not because of the price, but rather in reflection of the stark contrast between having a coupon and not having one. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor and promptly nodded, declaring, very well. I shall take the 2 jin. The vendor, responsible for knitting, was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, goodness, a wealthy customer has indeed arrived. Following the path of the 520 number, Yi Tan made his way towards the side where the condiments were located. As he approached, a sudden wave of the fragrant aroma of soy sauce and vinegar enveloped him, and he found it quite appealing. After the pork was meticulously wrapped in several layers of grass paper and tied up with twine made from cowhide, Yi Tan produced 10 yuan. However, his keen eye caught sight of a wooden trough filled with an assortment of black goods. He recognized them as pear skins, waste from the canned goods factory repurposed. In that era, fruit was not treated with pesticides, thus pear skins could be purchased for Xiangning to enjoy as a snack during her pregnancy. After all, with 2 mouths to feed, what would happen if she grew hungry in the middle of the night without something to eat? He then added, I would also like 2 jin of pear skins. 2 jin? The vendor from 520 thought she must have misheard. How could one possibly want so many pear skins? Their stock could barely amount to 2 jin, and he was claiming it all for himself? How could he be so affluent? Did I mishear? The sister from 520 could not help but sneak a glance at Yi Tan. Though her expression remained calm, her heart was far from it. Seeing Yi Tan make no denial regarding the purchase of 2 jin of pear skins, she turned swiftly, grabbing a bamboo spatula to scoop the dark pear skins into the enveloping grass paper bundle. Next to the pear skins, there were also round, sugar-coated twists the size of duck eggs. Yi Tan thought that a pregnant woman would likely enjoy those as well, so he pointed and requested 3 jin of twists, 2 jin of walnut cakes, 2 jin of fruit candies, and 3 jin of apple flour. The sister from 520 was busy wrapping the pear skins, moving closer to bite through the cowhide paper string. Faced with Yi Tan's further requests, her fingers involuntarily trembled, and her cheeks betrayed a slight flush. The vendor responsible for knitting, having observed the bustling transactions, was utterly astonished. She abandoned her task and approached the condiment area, quietly asking the 520 sister, "Is there anything else that needs weighing? I shall assist. Please weigh 2 jean of fruit candies." "Certainly." The vendor wasted no time, hastily layering grass paper on the spacious counter while discreetly glancing at Yi Tan. She murmured softly, "Such a refined appearance, with a straight nose and a face as fair as jade, truly, a visage blessed with fortune." As she diligently weighed the colorful fruit candies on a small scale, she adjusted the quantities, removing excess or adding more as necessary. Finally, when the fragrant fruit fell into the scales bowl, she carefully folded and wrapped it in the grass paper, ensuring it was neatly secured with the twisted twists before tightening the package. With a small pair of scissors in hand, she cut the cowhide string and presented it to him. In a departure from earlier indifference, Yi Tan greeted with a beaming smile. Chapter 10, Unperturbed by Tickets. Number 520 was also occupied, ultimately, due to the insufficient quantity of the twisted donut. They even pried open an entire batch. Yi Tan waved dismissively, declaring it unnecessary. A little extra would not pose a problem, as long as the total amount was settled. Upon hearing this, number 520 was enlightened. Indeed, those with wealth often possess a broader perspective, having dined and experienced much, and they seldom quibble over trifling discrepancies. Embodying a generous spirit and grand vision. Unable to suppress a smile, number 520 cast a respectful glance towards Yi Tan, holding him in high esteem for his youth. The sugary donuts were to be placed in a large brown paper bag. However, one bag could only hold a pound. Thus, 2 bags were required. The sealing of each paper bag was an art in itself. In those days, double-sided tape was scarce, and even if glue was available, it would not adhere well, risking a rupture. The donuts needed to be arranged neatly within the bag, and then, with a gentle pinch of the bag's edges, one would lift and squat at the counter, exercising utmost delicacy. Otherwise, if too much force was applied, the bottom of the bag would reveal itself, and the sides could burst open. Most customers purchasing such luxuries intended them as gifts, necessitating an attractive presentation. A bag that resembled a tattered shoe would be far from appealing. With delicate fingers, they pinched the upper part of the bag, folding and smoothing it out, bringing the corners together before making another fold. They grasped the large pointed corner with one hand while using the other to deftly open the inner fold, creating a pocket to tuck the pointed tip inside. At last, a sizable package of donuts was formed, plump and proud in its presentation. There were also walnut pastries. The 2 sales clerks were certain that Yi Tan was purchasing these as a gift for an important and esteemed individual. Without hesitation, they placed the walnut pastries in a delicately designed box. Once everything was packed, a large sheet of colorful paper adorned with illustrations of fruits was laid over the box, which was then wrapped and secured with a twine of brown paper. This particular snack box was elongated, reminiscent of vintage pillows, due to its length. The twine was carefully tied at 2 points for stability. Once the entire package was secured, a small gap was left for easy lifting. Number 520 approached and bit through the twine. Finally, she took a step back to admire the arrangement, ensuring that all 4 corners were neatly aligned before she ceased her adjustments. The vibrant colors of the paper danced gracefully, resembling a little princess clad in a flower-patterned dress making her entrance. As number 520 weighed the apples, she noticed a slight shortfall in weight and inquired, "Comrade, it seems the scale is off. Shall I compensate you with 2 fruit candies?" Yi Tan nodded eagerly upon hearing this. Number 520 then organized all the items in one place, pulled over an abacus, and with her slender fingers, began to deftly calculate. Fruit candies were priced at 5 yuan per pound. For 2 pounds, it would be 10 yuan. Pear skins cost 70 cents. For 2 pounds, it amounted to 1 yuan 40 cents. The sugary donuts were 8 cents each. For 3 pounds, the total was 2 yuan 40 cents. Walnut pastries were 70 cents. For 2 pounds, they totaled 1 yuan 40 cents. Pork was 3 yuan. Apples were 60 cents. For 3 pounds, it came to 1 yuan 80 cents. The grand total amounted to 11 yuan flat. Upon hearing this, Yi Tan promptly placed 10 yuan on the counter and retrieved 2 50-cent coins from her pocket. Subsequently, under the envious gaze of the vendor, he retrieved a blue-printed cloth bag, unfurled it, and began to fill it. However, he struggled with the delicate pastry box, fearing it would become crumpled. Suddenly, he remembered the spacious olive-green canvas bag hanging on the triangular frame in front of the sturdy bicycle. As the vendor paid him his respects, Yitan was nearly at the door. Yet, he noticed a gaunt figure lurking in the corner by the entrance. Clad in a long-sleeved shirt with the sleeves tucked in, his eyes glinting with mischief. Observing Yitan's considerable haul, the thin man glanced around furtively, then leaned closer, whispering, "Brother, do you need tickets?" After speaking, he scanned the surroundings like a petty thief, anxious not to be caught by the authorities, fearing a tumultuous consequence if he failed to evade them. Yitan was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing the implications, his heart soared, and he quietly inquired, "Will you still be here tomorrow at this hour?" The thin man nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, brother, I will be here." Pressed for time, Yitan began to exit, saying, "I will return to purchase more tomorrow. Please prepare extra tickets. I am getting married, and I will also need tickets for the grand celebration." The thin man nearly choked upon hearing this. "Oh my goodness, has the god of wealth graced us? My dear ancestors, I have not made a sale in days, and my stomach is growling with hunger. It seems the heavens have smiled upon me. A casual inquiry has yielded such a bountiful opportunity. I am coming, I am coming." The thin man, noticing Yitan's considerable load, quickly bowed and nodded, lifting the colorful plastic strip curtain for him. As Yitan's sturdy bicycle toppled, the thin man rushed over, ingratiatingly assisting him in riding it. He patiently waited until Yitan had crammed everything that could not fit in his backpack into the bicycle's bag before nodding and hurrying back to his post. In truth, those engaged in the resale of tickets were also acting unlawfully, akin to the unscrupulous scalpers of later times. Thus, the thin man dared not brazenly sell tickets, instead opting for a furtive approach, hoping to snatch a morsel of profit. If unsuccessful, he faced dire consequences. They often evaded capture, hiding and struggling to make ends meet, leading to frequent weeks of empty stomachs becoming the norm. At this moment, Yitan sped away on his bicycle, and the thin man vanished into the shadows, his eyes continuing to search for targets. On the dirt road of the 300 households, Yitan, burdened with numerous valuable items, found his speed on the sturdy bicycle significantly reduced. In less than half an hour, he entered the village. He observed that the villagers had completed their meals in the production team and were now heading home in small groups. "Oh, Eubanxia, look, isn't that Xiangning?" Eubanxia lifted her head, her eyes filled with envy. "Huh, he can actually ride that bicycle?" Several of her close friends glanced toward Yitan, whispering, "Oh, I heard he is getting married. How handsome he is, riding a bicycle. Look at him. He is riding without holding onto the handlebars. How dangerous. Isn't he afraid of breaking his arms or legs? Don't worry about him. He hasn't fallen into a ditch without holding the handlebars, just like performing acrobatics. Oh, Xiangning, how I envy you." After a few of my sisters spoke, they deliberately glanced at young Xiangning, who, however, was blushing profusely, her head bowed, too shy to speak or meet anyone's gaze, appearing utterly lacking in confidence. Yet, Eubanxia noticed the bulging blue floral backpack slung over her shoulder, as well as the stuffed green canvas pouch in front, filled with unknown contents. She promptly nudged Xiangning, assuming she had not heard. In truth, young Xiangning had overheard her sisters discussing marriage. She felt quite embarrassed, especially since her connection with Yitan was rather unconventional. The mere thought made her tongue-tied, as if she had somehow ensnared herself in a web of aspirations, clinging to Yi Jiqing and resorting to dubious means. Being the forthright person she was, the contemplation left her feeling quite suffocated. With a flick of her braided hair, Eubanxia approached Xiangning, saying, "I will come to your house to play and keep you company. I want to go to the others' homes. Besides, in 2 hours, we'll be heading to work together anyway." Unexpectedly, a few nearby sisters chimed in, teasing, "You're going to Xiangning's house? I see your intentions are not solely for leisure. Are you perhaps enamored with her older brother? Do you wish to pursue something with Yang Adong?" In Chapter 11, the fence gate was pried open. This remark from Xiangling struck a chord. However, despite Eubanxia's spirited nature, she, being a young girl, could hardly endure having her innermost thoughts exposed before so many peers. Xiangling continued her banter. "What is there to be embarrassed about? Isn't it merely the desire to find a rugged man to marry?" Haha. The term rugged man was too much for Eubanxia, who, unable to contain herself, chased after Xiangling, scolding, "Oh, look at your incessant chatter. Just wait until I tear that little mouth of yours." I shall not allow you to tarnish the pure friendship between me and Xiangning. As Banxia caught up with Xilan, she began playfully hitting her on the back. Xiangning couldn't help but laugh, while Xilan turned around, chuckling heartily. Ultimately, Xilan seized Banxia's hand, exclaiming, "In this day and age, being a good person is truly a challenge. I merely spoke the truth, and you retaliate against me. Is it wrong to speak while the deeds are innocent?" Banxia, wanting to retort, realized they had entered the village and were about to part ways. Banxia and Xiangning headed towards the back street, while Xilan went to the front. Yet, Banxia couldn't resist turning back to point, saying, "This afternoon. I want to let you off the hook, you little rascal." Xilan turned with a mischievous grin, retorting, "Oh, I shall gladly accompany you this afternoon. Just remember, if you dare to offend me, my uncle is the scorekeeper. I might just tell him not to give you those 5 points. Haha, are you stunned?" Indeed, this remark proved quite effective. Banxia, initially prepared to simmer down, turned back with a laugh, responding, "You dare? Fine, you little rascal, you are quite something." At the Yang family's entrance, the fence gate stood wide open. "Xiangning, what is going on? Isn't your gate usually secured with a hefty padlock? Wasn't the key hidden in the water well?" Xiangning nodded, glancing towards the empty courtyard. "Then how is this? How has the gate been opened? Where's the padlock? Could it be that we have been robbed?" As the moonlit half-summer bent down to inspect the waterhole, she found it utterly empty. However, in the end, Xiangning gave her a knowing glance, indicating the courtyard. Ah, so that was it. Upon noticing the sturdy figure leaning against the old mulberry tree, Banxia covered half her mouth and whispered to Xiangning, "Isn't that fellow here for you? Could it be he truly came to cook? Has this foolish boy genuinely come to atone?" Xiangning remained silent as they entered the courtyard. The ground, littered with mulberry blossoms, crunched pleasantly underfoot, akin to walking upon a grand carpet. Upon seeing the door of the west room ajar, Xiangning cast a glance inside. Observing this, Banxia swiftly pulled her inside without hesitation. Where's everyone?" Although the room was empty, a basin sat on the table, mysteriously covered with an old handkerchief, exuding an enticing fragrance of flowers and fruits. "Oh heavens, what is this? Has he truly gone to such lengths for your hand? Did he perhaps bring the entire supply and marketing cooperative here?" The delightful aroma was puzzling. Upon hearing Banxia's remarks, Xiangning's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Seeking to evade her shyness, she picked up the basin, intending to wash clothes by the press well under the mulberry tree in the courtyard. Just as she approached the well, Yitan hurried back from outside. After returning from the supply and marketing cooperative, he had dropped off the groceries and rushed back to the youth commune, bringing along yesterday's collected elm seeds. Spotting Xiangning with the large basin, he hurried over, sternly admonishing, "Who permitted you to wash clothes?" Knowing she was with child, Yitan was understandably protective, unwilling to let her crouch down for fear it might harm her or lead to a miscarriage. A single mishap could result in permanent complications, especially in these times. Xiangning, startled by his words, trembled slightly. Seeing Yitan's concern, she felt a mix of indignation and confusion. How could he manage her when they weren't even married yet? Humph. Her face betrayed her displeasure. Yitan seized the basin, asserting, "From now on, whenever you have clothes to wash, it shall be my duty. You mustn't overexert yourself." Xiangning, taken aback, pondered when she had become so fragile. His words sounded so peculiar. Not wishing to reveal the truth, Yitan opted for silence, considering the matter was still too delicate to discuss openly. Instead, he gently guided her into the west room. "My lady, please sit on the bench for a moment and wait for your meal." Still feigning annoyance, Xiangning maintained her facade, prompting Yitan to add, "I am only looking out for your well-being, so be good." He patted her shoulder reassuringly. At that moment, the rest of the family returned. Hearing commotion from the west room, they entered, eager to see what was happening. Upon spotting a piece of meat peeking out from the wrappings on the table, Lui Weifang was genuinely taken aback. "There's meat?" She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Her brother, standing nearby, pondered deeply, seeing Yitan had purchased such a significant amount of meat. It must have cost several months' worth of his salary as the propaganda team leader. Unable to contain his curiosity, he questioned, "You bought meat? Where did you acquire such funds?" Yitan patted his chest, asserting that the money was indeed earned through legitimate means. His elder brother Yang Adong, observing that Yitan did not seem to be lying yet puzzled over the source of the funds, analyzed, "Given your status as a sent-down youth, You receive no monthly subsidies, and aside from sharing coarse porridge with our village's ordinary members, what else could you possibly have? Noticing Yitan merely smiled without offering an explanation, Yang Adong glanced at the 2 pounds of meat on the table and remained skeptical, adopting the demeanor of a squad leader. As the head of the propaganda department, Yang Adong had previously led public shaming of thieves, ringing a gong at every intersection to announce their misdeeds. His eloquence had long been honed. You better not engage in any illegal activities. Don't think that just because you recently married my sister, you can waltz into trouble. At this moment, Yu Bangxia unexpectedly emerged from the inner room. Ah, Yi Jiqing. My elder brother is right. I feel the same way. While loving someone is indeed important, indulging in vanity and engaging in speculative ventures for the sake of some sense of ritual is unacceptable. Yang Adong glanced at Yu Bangxia and nodded in agreement. Indeed, indulging in speculation without following the rules is inadvisable. Should you truly find yourself in trouble, do not expect me to rescue you. Nor should you use your marriage to my sister as a justification for wrongdoing. Rest assured, elder brother, that won't happen. I have always been a law-abiding member of society. However, only Yi Tan, with his knowledge of reincarnation, understood that in a few years, as the winds of reform swept through, the country would not only cease to suppress speculation, but actively encourage entrepreneurship and bold ventures. Yang Adong's excessive concerns were nothing short of fanciful. Chapter 12. The elm money pancakes in the large iron pot to avoid stirring up trouble. Yitan chose to remain silent. Yet, he was fully aware of his own involvement in speculative activities, even if caught. The worst he would face would be a fine. Spending time in jail was unlikely. However, with Xiangning pregnant with his child, her current malnourishment could adversely affect the baby's health. Thus, he could not allow her to go hungry. Moreover, he had neither stolen nor robbed. He had merely picked a few mushrooms from fields deemed inauspicious by the villagers to exchange for some money. Hence, he regarded Yang Adong's vehement words with indifference. Yang Goen entered the main room and, noticing it was empty, realized they had relocated. He approached, coughing and holding a large pipe. Upon seeing his uncle, Yitan promptly helped him settle onto a stool and poured him half a jug of water. The jug bore the inscription, "Why the people serve." Noticing the silence in the room, Yitan picked up a basin from the table, pulled aside a towel, revealing several yellow yuan shui apples. Xiangning, wash these apples and distribute them to everyone. Yu Bangxia chirped. I wondered why it smelled so good as soon as I entered. It turns out there are apples. In the year of 1976, when hunger gnawed at their bellies, apples were indeed a precious delight. Although the Yang family boasted 2 elder brothers who served as officials, they had never savored an apple, not even during the festive season. When Yu Bangxia received an apple from Xiangning, she took a crisp bite, prompting everyone in the room to eagerly join in. Oh, the fragrance was intoxicating. Previously, they had only recognized pears and apples through pictures on colorful pastry wrappers. But this time, they were fortunate enough to indulge in the soft, aromatic Huang Yuan Shui apple. Yitan chuckled softly as she picked up some meat. You all eat first. I shall head to the kitchen to prepare a simple lunch. Upon hearing this, everyone's appetite stirred, for their bellies had been left empty, having consumed nothing but sweet potato porridge from the production team, which was now nearly digested after a long day of walking. Seeing the eager nods from everyone, Yitan turned and made her way to the kitchen. Yu Bangxia nudged Yang Xiangning with her elbow. He's gone to the kitchen. Aren't you going to follow him? Yang Xiangning appeared lost in thought. I'm not very adept at making his kind of food. At this, Bangxia chuckled heartily. Oh, don't be so stubborn. This is an opportunity to bond. He has come all this way. In just a month, you will be a bride. Can't you see his intentions? Xiangning clutched the apple core, casting a sideways glance at Yu Bangxia. Bangxia, undeterred, flashed a teasing smile at her friend. When I suggested inviting him, don't blame me. It's to help you both get acquainted before your wedding at the end of the month. At least during this month, you can become less estranged and cultivate some feelings. After saying this, Yu Bangxia pretended to look elsewhere, her gaze inadvertently brushing over Yang Adong, who seemed to have fallen for her ploy. His eyes sparkled with vigor as they fixed upon her, reminiscent of a tranquil lake that could mesmerize anyone. Before Yang Xiangning could respond, Yu Bangxia seized the moment to smile at Yang Adong, then stood up and took Yang Xiangning by the hand, leading her toward the door. Meanwhile, Yitan was oblivious to the discussions occurring in the room. He had already begun chopping firewood and slicing the pork into thin pieces, as well as preparing chopped scallions and ginger slices. He had only 2 large matsutake mushrooms, but their size made them seem ample as they lay on the cutting board. He picked up his knife and skillfully sliced them into thick pieces. Beside the cooking station, a bowl of cornmeal was ready. Yi Tan was particular about his cornmeal. It had to include a touch of baking soda, as in later years there would be baking powder, but in 1976, baking soda would suffice. Yi Tan believed that omitting it would result in a tough corn cake that would compromise the texture. By allowing the dough to rest with the baking soda, the resulting corn cakes would be soft and fragrant. After pushing Xiangning over to Adong, Yu Bangxia felt her mission accomplished and returned to the lively atmosphere of the West Wing. Yi Tan turned with his knife in hand. "What brings you here?" "It's rather smoky in here. I wouldn't want to suffocate you." Xiangning merely smiled, rubbing her fingers together and lowering her gaze. Yi Tan delicately submerged the broad matsutake slices in water, retrieving them into a small aluminum basin. He noticed that the edges of this basin had curled over time, and a small hole had formed at the bottom, which he cleverly utilized as a colander, placing a larger aluminum pot beneath it to catch the water. At that moment, Xiangning felt a twinge of anxiety. Standing in the kitchen and observing Yi Tan's deft movements, she felt utterly unhelpful and somewhat clumsy. Yi Tan finished cleaning a pot and prepared to embark on the next task. Noticing that Xiangning lingered, she seemed eager to crouch down and tend to the fire, prompting Yi Tan to rush over to her. "Oh dear, please don't. You needn't worry about the fire. Instead, you can assist with this." He handed her a scoop of elm seeds, saying, "Xiangning, come, just pluck off the little tails from the elm seeds." Xiangning was taken aback. It was the first time he had casually called her by her nickname, and she felt a bit unaccustomed to it. Yet, recalling his wild behavior that night, she felt somewhat at a loss for words. "Come, let me help you." Yi Tan observed her momentary daze and gently took her arm. It felt soft and warm. However, he could not recall the wildness of that night, as his memory was entirely hazy, leaving no lingering thoughts. "I can do it myself." I as he supported her. A flustered and shy Xiangning struggled against his touch, hastily stepping away to take a seat. Yi Tan was taken aback, a wave of guilt washing over him. It was entirely his fault for his indecorous behavior while intoxicated, leaving the girl so frightened and averse to him. Clearly, he had to put in considerable effort to ensure that she would, naturally and without any reservations, come to love him before their marriage. It could not be, as later generations suggest, to love after marriage. Yi Tan, sought a union rooted in mutual affection. "Xiangning, why don't you come and do something easy?" Yi Tan feigned nonchalance, pulling the scoop of elm seeds closer. "Once you've finished plucking the tails, I'll prepare some elm seed cornmeal pancakes for you." Seeing Xiangning appear somewhat bewildered, he turned to the preparation counter and spoke softly. "What is difficult to understand? You simply mix the elm seeds into the cornmeal, add some chopped scallions and salt, stir it all together, and finally, spread the mixture around the edge of the pan to form the pancakes." Xiangning began to grasp the concept, but as she plucked the brown tails, she cast a furtive glance at him through her bangs, pondering, "Isn't he from the capital? How does he know how to make rustic dishes?" Though she had rarely eaten pancakes like these, her daily meals in the production team typically consisted of communal dishes, with potatoes being a common staple. This method of preparation was entirely new to her. During her high school years, she had encountered pancakes in the school cafeteria, costing a mere 10 cents each, often paired with a block of red fermented tofu priced at 2 cents, serving as a salty side. However, those pancakes lacked elm seeds, and they were hard and unpalatable, leaving her feeling queasy after consumption. Occasionally, she would end up with pancakes that had fallen into the pot, which were the most disappointing, devoid of crispness. They were soft and sticky, lacking flavor and often mingling with other tastes. The food was undeniably unappetizing, with a mere 2 cents added to the price of the fried pancakes, leaving the students unwilling to purchase them. In Chapter 13, "You Need Not Marry If I Do Not," Yi Tan had already added a spoonful of lard into the pan, which melted instantly, releasing a rich and savory aroma before any seasonings were even added. The fragrance was so enticing that it caused Xiangning to turn her head. Unbeknownst to Yi Tan, he continued to lay thin slices of meat in the hot oil, frying the generous portions of pork belly until they reached a golden hue before reducing the heat gradually. He picked up a pair of bamboo chopsticks and pushed the crispy meat slices to the side, clearing space in the pan. Xiangning, peering through her bangs, could not help but feel a burgeoning fondness for him. After all, a boy who earnestly dedicates himself to his work is truly admirable, even if it's just his profile. His beauty was solemn yet heartwarming. At that moment, Yitan added Sichuan peppercorns to the pan, frying them until they turned a deep purple, followed by a splash of scallions and ginger, and a sprinkle of salt. The delightful aroma surged forth, particularly when the salt was added, coaxing out the fragrance without reservation. Finally, a splash of soy sauce was introduced, creating a rich and savory scent. Seizing the opportunity, Yitan hurriedly combined the golden meat slices with the spices, stirring until the flavors melded together. He then quickly tossed in large pieces of matsutake mushrooms, stirring them until they were just cooked, before splashing in a few spoonfuls of water from a ladle. The bottom of the pan bubbled vigorously, sealing in the enticing aroma. At that moment, Xiangning had already gathered several handfuls of elm seeds, washed them, and was draining the water. Yitan crouched down, pulling the fire away slightly, concerned that an overly eager flame would scorch the dish prematurely. Upon seeing Xiangning approach with the elm seeds, he couldn't help but praise her keen observation. This was indeed the right ingredient to use. Xiangning's cheeks flushed, and after placing the seeds down, she quickly retreated to a distance of 2 meters from Yitan, perhaps feeling more at ease from afar. Yitan began stirring the cornmeal, noticing small bubbles emerging, a clear sign of fermentation, which brought him satisfaction. "How do you know how to cook?" Xiangning timidly inquired from her distance. "How do I know?" He began, but faltered midway. He had intended to say that he learned it in a past life, but the words caught in his throat, and he shyly turned to glance at Xiangning's silhouette by the window. She was truly beautiful. Despite her slender frame, her dark eyes were strikingly clear and captivating. When she smiled, 2 dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth, endearing her even more. However, he sometimes found it puzzling. The members of the Yang family were all robust, yet Xiangning was uniquely slender, with long legs that made her tower over her 2 brothers when she wore her black canvas shoes. Her skin was fair, seemingly impervious to tanning, in contrast to the rest of her family, who were all quite dark. Feeling embarrassed by his earlier half-finished remark, Yitan quickly added, "You are truly beautiful. Oh dear, you are so incorrigible." Xiangning's face flushed once more, and ultimately, she covered her face in shyness, turning toward the papered window, too bashful to look back at him. Yitan picked up a pair of chopsticks, stirring the cornmeal, into which he sprinkled a pinch of salt. At that moment, the simmering meat slices with matsutake mushrooms released a plume of steam. He scooped up a handful of cornmeal, alternating it between his hands, ultimately shaping it into an oval dough that he pressed against the side of the pot. The large iron pot was exceedingly hot, so Yitan hastily used his fingers to pat it down, pressing it flat. Thus, a corn cake adhered obediently to the pot's surface. He quickly set about making a second one, employing the same method, until the pot was adorned with 3 layers of corn cakes, completely utilizing the cornmeal. It was time to pressure cook. He ladled half a scoop of water gently into the dish, washed his hands, and finally retrieved the pot lid to cover it. Next, he squatted on a stool, tending to the firewood until it reached a moderate flame, at which point he ceased adding more wood. However, he found the stool somewhat uncomfortable. Upon inspection, he realized it was not made of wood, but rather woven from corn husks. Displeased, he pushed it away from beneath him. While managing the fire with a stick, he turned to Xiangning and inquired, "How are you doing? Starting tomorrow, you should refrain from working in the fields. The labor is too strenuous." Xiangning remained silent, yet her expression conveyed a resounding refusal. Yitan longed to explain that her pregnancy necessitated rest, fearing fatigue, or to caution her against the gossiping women at work who might cause her distress, as it was inadvisable for a pregnant woman to become agitated. Yet, he found himself unable to articulate these sentiments directly, resorting instead to the clumsy phrases of a straight man. "All right, I will inform the village chief tomorrow that you shall not work." "I will not." Xiangning shot him a glare with her almond-shaped eyes. "The reason?" Yitan hesitated. Reason?" Xiangning lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her hands, and slowly replied, "I will feel bored at home, isolated, unable to find companionship." Yitan chose not to respond, but then asked, "Have you completed high school?" "Yes," Xiangning nodded, her shyness returning, "but my grades were not exceptional. They were merely good." Yitan noticed that the mention of academics seemed to uplift her spirits. She became more talkative, her expression noticeably brightening. He covered half his mouth and said, "However, I have a little piece of news for you." This piqued her interest, and she raised her eyes, glimmering with anticipation. Yitan smiled. I heard that the college entrance examination will be reinstated next year. Oh. Upon hearing this, Xiangning's small frame tensed. Her doe-like eyes sparkling as they sought Yi Tan's gaze, though a hint of skepticism lingered. You must choose to believe me. Seeing that she cared at least a little, Yi Tan pressed on. Since your grades are good and you haven't been away from studying for long, why not pick up your books and prepare for the exam next year? After all, they say, without the college entrance examination, there is no youth. The notion of high school exams ignited her interest, her mouth agape, and her face brimming with hope. Not working means I can study at home. Observing the gleam in her eyes, he added, there are other reasons I cannot divulge now. But I also look forward to us taking the college entrance examination together and gaining admission to a university in the capital. Together for the exam? She asked incredulously. Indeed. Together. Seeing the young girl's complex expression, he hurried to offer her reassurance, stating that there was no need to fear as it would not hinder our wedding at the end of the month, which should put her mind at ease. To his surprise, upon hearing these words, she pouted slightly and lowered her head, fidgeting with her hands. What I mean is, you don't need to worry about whether you will marry me. It should not be a burden for you. In fact, you need not feel obligated to marry me at all. Need not feel obligated to marry. He was taken aback, his mind swirling in confusion. He gazed at the girl, struggling to comprehend her words. Yet, he had to admit that this was perhaps the most she had spoken to him at one time, leaving him perplexed. The flame of desire that had burned within him was now doused halfway. Noticing that the fire had died down, he rose and walked towards the basin, washing his hands once more. Since I have done such a thing to you, I must marry you and take responsibility. Otherwise, how could I face the village? After uttering these words, he felt an inexplicable annoyance. He had thought he could easily navigate the emotions of the 18-year-old girl, yet he found himself uncertain about her recent statements. Even as a person reborn, destined to repay debts and make amends in this life, he was now caught in a tumult of mixed feelings. Turning back, he stole a glance at her, just as her almond-shaped eyes met his in a fleeting moment of silent understanding. Sighing, Yi Tan shook his head in resignation. Chapter 14. Braised pork with matsutake. Lost in thought, he casually hung a tattered towel on an old wire strung as a clothesline, smoothing it out, revealing two conspicuous holes. The enameled basin lay atop a rusted rack, resembling a chair frame made of twisted wire, with a hollow seat designed to hold the basin securely. The edges of the rack encompassed the basin snugly, and on the right side, there was even a hollowed-out section for soap. Yet, in 1976, few could afford such luxuries. The Yang family, blessed with 2 sons earning wages and a beautiful daughter, surprisingly possessed a rare bar of fragrant soap, though it had been reduced to a mere sliver. However, Yi Tan was focused on cooking. He dared not touch that small piece of soap, fearing its scent might taint the flavor of his dishes. The kitchen was enveloped in an enticing aroma as the pork and matsutake melded in the pot, releasing an indescribable fragrance. A large lid, constructed from numerous sorghum stalks, allowed steam to escape through the gaps while droplets of water trickled down in a delicate cascade. Yi Tan frowned. If he allowed such heat to escape freely, the meat and vegetables would surely suffer from insufficient cooking time. What to do? Scanning his surroundings for a solution, he swiftly grabbed the freshly washed towel and placed it over the pot lid, instantly reducing the steam by half. Noticing a newer towel on the back of the basin rack, he took it as well and patched the remaining gaps. Upon looking around again, he saw that the steam was indeed no longer so rampant. Yi Tan suddenly remembered and reminded Xiangning to pay attention to her nutrition and not appear so frail. Today, I brought you some pear peels and sweet fried dough twists. These snacks can be eaten if you feel hungry at midnight. Seeing Xiangning's eyes widen with surprise and her small frame stiffen, Yi Tan understood that her heart had been profoundly stirred. Well, it's nothing serious. If you feel hungry at night, you may have some to replenish your energy. I also brought a pound of fruit candies. You can share them with everyone. But keep a piece for yourself in case you feel faint while working in the fields. The malt extract is in the cupboard. Remember to mix it at night to ensure you get adequate nutrition. Nutrition? What is nutrition? Faced with this sudden and unprecedented level of care, Xiangning found it incomprehensible. Additionally, I placed a bag of walnut pastries in the cupboard for you to give to your family. They can enjoy them freely. Noticing that Xiangning was still in a daze, Yi Tan cut a large piece of pork belly into bite-sized cubes, arranging them in a jar, and then crushed coarse salt, sprinkling it evenly over the meat. In an era without refrigerators, Yitan worried that the meat would spoil and develop an unpleasant odor, so she resorted to this method of preserving it with salt. 15 minutes later, she estimated it was about time. Yitan picked up a hot towel and draped it over the wire rack of the basin, then approached the pot, lifting the lid to release a burst of steam. The small kitchen was instantly filled with a delightful aroma. As steam flowed down from the lid, she steadied it before glancing inside the pot. Greeted by a vibrant display of golden and green colors, Xiangning had already come over and handed her a bowl. Yitan accepted it, scooping 2 spoonfuls of meat and vegetables, then using a spatula to flip a golden-green money corn cake onto the bowl, its crispy underside enticingly crunchy. Xiangning quickly took it away. Upon entering the West Wing, she saw that everyone was eagerly awaiting the dish prepared by Yitan, comparable to a New Year's Eve feast. No, it was even more tempting than a New Year's dinner. Xiangning hurriedly placed the bowl on the table and pushed it towards her parents. Look, this is what he made, stir-fried meat with matsutake mushrooms. Yang Adong was taken aback. Matsutake? That's a rare delicacy. I recall once attending a meeting and having a soup at the Hongqi restaurant that contained only a few pea-sized matsutake mushrooms, costing 8 yuan a bowl. 8 yuan, comrades. Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately dumbfounded. If it was so precious, how could Yitan possibly have matsutake? This became a shared curiosity, but Banxia had already followed Xiangning in bringing several large bowls to the table, with steaming dishes laid out. Everyone quickly took their seats. Money has such a culinary application. Lu Yuefeng nodded in admiration, recalling that they had only eaten it raw in the past. The family members picked up their chopsticks, enjoying their second lunch with sheer happiness. Eating the money corn cakes, they delighted in the crispy golden crunch. And the cornmeal was no longer hard and dry, leading them to eagerly scoop up the meat dishes with gusto. The tender and succulent slices of meat, infused with the rich aroma of matsutake mushrooms, create a delightful combination that surpasses even the traditional New Year's Eve feast. Seated beside Xiangning, Yitan noticed her immediate shyness. Observing her fondness for meat, he offered her several pieces from his bowl, but she quickly turned away, anxious about attracting attention and teasing from others. Ultimately, she decided to abandon her reservations, rather than fret over potential jests. She would simply allow Yitan to express his affections freely. She chose to embrace the situation. Unbeknownst to her, Yitan's playful courtship had not escaped the notice of Banxia, who merely smiled in amusement without voicing her observations. She worried that amidst the gathering, Xiangning might struggle to maintain her composure, especially given the peculiar circumstances that had led them to discuss marriage. The potential for embarrassment loomed. Yet Yitan's concern for Xiangning's delicate cheeks lingered. He found it perplexing that this young lady seemed to possess a highly fertile constitution, having conceived so swiftly. Regrettably, he had no recollection of the details of that fateful night, which left him feeling rather distressed. Nevertheless, he understood that as a man, his foremost obligation was to work diligently to provide for his family, ensuring that she regained her health and vitality, with a touch of fullness in her cheeks to ensure any future offspring would be adorable. Just as he set down his bowl, he suddenly remembered a crucial matter. Yesterday, the village elder had mentioned measuring the land for his homestead today. Rising to inform everyone, he found himself met with curious gazes. He quickly clarified, "Uncle, aunt, brother, please continue eating. I've finished, but I must mention that I forgot an important task. This afternoon, the village elder will measure the land for my homestead." Upon hearing this, his relatives' faces brightened. Yang Igwa promptly replied, "Go ahead, I will handle the dishes. From now on, you shall only be responsible for cooking, while your older brothers and I will take care of the cleaning. You need not concern yourself with every detail." Yang Aiden also set down his bowl, saying, "I heard the village elder mention this earlier today. He expressed his confusion as to why you would choose that barren plot of land next to the Liu family instead of a more suitable one. He warned me that you might regret your choice, so do not hold him accountable for any future disputes." Chapter 15. How can a pill compare to the coolness of a well upon hearing about the homestead? Xiangning cast a few more glances at Yitan through her bangs. Fearing discovery, she lowered her head, pushing her bowl away and lightly biting her lip, her round, dark eyes revealing a blend of stability and trust. "Yi Jiqing is quite commendable," Banxia exclaimed, unable to contain her enthusiasm. "Indeed, Yi Jiqing has not brought shame to our youth group. He shows great responsibility, especially towards Xiangning. After all, requesting a homestead is no trivial matter. Yang Aigua inquired. Yes. Why did you choose that barren piece of land? I also heard the village elder mention that you were willing to exchange your future plot for that desolate ground. What is your reasoning? Yi Tian listened, hesitant to respond. One cannot reveal everything, can one? In the future, when the nation's reform and opening up policy was implemented, the populace was fervently engaged. Not only did the notion of speculation vanish, but the country also proclaimed the centrality of economic development, steadfastly adhering to reform and opening up, encapsulated in the four principles and a central point. Yet, he could say nothing. Particularly, beneath those 3 acres of land lay valuable silver mines, which would undoubtedly be acquired by wealthy merchants from Hong Kong and Taiwan, with compensation potentially reaching billions for those 3 acres. With such compensation, he would have a lifetime free from worries, allowing him to build schools, welfare homes, and nursing facilities. Thus, regardless of losing the family's reserved land, he accepted that piece of land. However, the crux of the matter was that he could not disclose any of this in advance. If he did, not only would others be incredulous, but they would also question him, demanding to know how he could be so certain. Was he to reveal that he was reborn? Oh, that would truly invite calamity. Yi Tian smiled wryly, suddenly struck by inspiration. I have a premonition that the aquaculture industry may be implemented in the future, so I shall exchange 3 acres of land for residential and reserved land. I envision enclosing a large courtyard to raise chickens, ducks, and geese in the future. Rest assured, even without reserved land, the lives of Xiangning and I will not be in jeopardy. Everyone was captivated by his straightforward words. With a house, he could prosper and support his family. Not only his uncle and aunt, but everyone in the room nodded in agreement with fervent approval. This made young Xiangning shy away from meeting his gaze, though her fondness for him grew. After all, despite his drunken indiscretions, he was still accountable. This indeed reflected a true gentleman's spirit. Not only that, but he genuinely intended to provide her with a house, to create a blissful home. Xiangning felt a warmth blossom within her. As Yi Tian turned and hurried outside, everyone silently observed his departing figure, each person experiencing a distinct emotion, particularly the elders. Lu Yuefeng sighed, while Yang Goen resumed his smoking. Yang Adong glanced at his worried mother and felt helpless, fearing she might inadvertently bring up the unmentionable matters hidden in the main house, so he quickly retreated back inside. Yang Xiangning looked at Yubanxia, who promptly rose to assist in clearing the dishes into the eastern wing. Yang Aigua also arrived, wordlessly washing the dishes alongside Yubanxia until they silently parted ways. Supporting Lu Yuefeng, Yang Goen placed his long pipe against his waist and returned to the main house as well. Yang Xiangning stayed put, while Yubanxia came over to lie beside her on the Kang in the western wing. As long as Yi Jiqing was absent, the 2 sisters would claim the space as their own. Just after a brief rest of 40 minutes, a sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by a crackling sound akin to electricity. Indeed, a loudspeaker broadcasted, "Attention, villagers. This is the village chief. I need a few village officials. Public Security Director Yang Aigua and Team Leader of the 6th Squad Chui Aimin. You 2 are to gather immediately at the entrance to the 3 acres of wasteland. Hurry. Xiangning, you have indeed married wisely." Yu Banxia languidly reclined against her close friend, revealing an expression of envy. Oh. Yang Xiangning's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she turned to encourage her. Your future will undoubtedly be splendid. Upon hearing this encouragement, Yu Banxia let out a gentle sigh. The atmosphere in the west room of the main house was equally lively. Indeed, this young man is sincere, which puts my mind at ease. Yang Guan's wrinkled face broke into a smile. Then we need not worry about our previous concerns. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to our precious daughter. He concluded with a pat on the cupboard. Old man, do refrain from your chatter. I find this Yi Jiqing quite commendable. He buys flour and meat daily and serves us well. What more could we desire in our twilight years? Thus, they decided to let bygones be bygones and refrain from further discussion. If trouble were to come knocking, they would simply leave it to fate. However, Yang Guan's words trailed off as he glanced at his wife, took up his tobacco pipe, and bit down on his molars, ultimately choosing silence. Yet, his elder and second brother soon arrived in the west room. The elder brother, wiping his hands, could hardly conceal his excitement. This is wonderful. At last, everything is settled. Although that piece of land isn't much, the offer is generous. It's a bargain, truly. Moreover, the most significant aspect is Yi Jiqing's unwavering resolve to marry Yang Xiangning. As steadfast as the sun and moon, Indeed. What my elder brother says holds merit. Yang Ai Dang chimed in. In these times, what is genuine? It is those who act decisively and bear responsibilities that are true. Mere empty words do not reflect the true essence of the working class. Yitin had arrived early at the 3 acres. Barefoot, he sat on the ground, using his discarded shoes as a cushion. Where could he be? He thought. Leaning against the awning, embracing a tea jar, gazing into the distance. Is that him? He noticed the old village chief hurrying towards him, donning a straw hat and rolled-up trousers, seemingly having just completed some farm work. In his hand, he carried a faded green canvas bag, substantial in size, with the word Guangzhou printed on it, the letters worn and somewhat blurred from numerous washes. In those days, it was fashionable to take pride in cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, so having such words emblazoned on an item was indeed a mark of dignity. Seeing the old village chief's serious and hurried demeanor brought him great joy. He quickly stood and donned his loose cloth shoes. Old village chief, you've arrived. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly approached, noticing the chief's perspiration, and promptly took the canvas bag, placing it on the ground. Quite heavy. It appears to be filled with office supplies. Yitan then turned back to where he had been sitting, picked up a large jar of cool tea, and offered, Village chief, have some tea. This is your favorite jasmine tea. I let it steep in the earth well for a whole day and night. I assure you, it is cooler than water infused with ginseng. The old village chief was taken aback. He had not expected that, despite the superficiality often associated with urban dwellers. This individual would know how to enjoy life and possess such keen insight. The village lad had truly surpassed expectations by crafting chilled tea using an earthen well. Jingbailing, a cherished delight of the old Beijing denizens, hails from an era devoid of refrigerators. In those days, rural families yearning for chilled fruits or tea would place their refreshments in a water bucket the night before, securing it with a rope tied to a winch, submerging the bucket in the water to chill overnight. By dawn, they would hoist the bucket back up, and upon touching the fruits within, one would exclaim in delight at their crisp sweetness and refreshing coolness. Chapter 16. The old village head swings his shoe sole regardless of the sweltering heat. The water from that well remained perpetually icy, untouched by the summer's oppressive warmth. Not only did the chilled fruits offer a delightful coolness, but the tea was equally refreshing and fragrant, truly an elixir for combating the heat. Yi Tan, a lad from the capital, was well acquainted with this tradition. Given the arid climate and blazing sun, he had prudently prepared jingbailing in advance and presented it to the old village head. The village head accepted the teacup, lifted the lid, and in one swift motion consumed it all, patting his chest in satisfaction. You have an eye for quality. This cool tea is indeed gratifying, soothing to the heart and lungs, leaving a lingering fragrance upon the lips. Truly splendid. He handed the empty teacup back to Yi Tan, glancing around. Are those two fellows still absent? Yi Tan, acutely aware, understood that the village head was entirely capable of handling matters alone. The presence of those few individuals was merely to dispel any unfounded suspicions regarding the land's ownership. Observing the blazing sun, Yi Tan replied, Village head, they have yet to arrive. Why don't we begin measuring now? We can outline a preliminary plan, which will save us time when they eventually show up. Nodding in agreement, the village head said, Very well, please fetch the measuring tape from your bag. Yi Tan promptly opened his pack, revealing a palm-sized iron ruler. Its paint weathered but still remarkably sturdy. At that moment, the village head retrieved a large clump of earth from nearby, positioning it as a reference point. Come on, rascal. I'll fix the ruler here. You just need to pull it taut. All right. Yi Tan, having an innate understanding of the area's dimensions due to his past life experiences, refrained from rushing the process, mindful of preserving the village head's dignity. The village head removed a pin he had secured to his ear, raising it before his eyes to ensure accuracy in alignment. With the village head guiding with gestures, left, then right, Yi Tan adjusted the ruler accordingly. The ruler, measuring 50 meters, was employed meticulously until they had measured out 3 acres. By the end, both were exhausted. However, Yi Tan noticed an additional half-acre of barren land, and a spark of inspiration flickered within him. That half-acre, if appropriated for himself as a homestead, would be ideal. The oppressive heat, even in the northern region, was stifling, especially with not a single tree providing shade. Yi Tan took the village head's straw hat, fanning him gently to alleviate the discomfort. The village chief wiped the sweat from his brow and tucked a pencil behind his ear, displaying a hint of impatience. What do you mean by simply? Speak plainly, if you have something to say, or let it out if you must. I, the village chief, have no time for the antics of you city youngsters. Noticing Yi Tan's embarrassment, the village chief continued in a heartfelt manner. Look at those young intellectuals. Each one of them is straightforward and earnest. Yet you, always weaving a tangled web of nonsense. You have received the order to return to the city. So why do you insist on provoking that girl? However, Yi Tan was unable to comprehend this. His thoughts were solely focused on the plot of land that everyone disregarded. The more he could claim, the better. Well then, why not lend me that half-acre you're discarding? He suggested, increasing the vigor of his fan. The village chief frowned, realizing that Yi Tan harbored such mischievous intentions. What do you mean by mischief? Yi Tan noticed the chief's growing impatience and replied, all right, village chief. If you refuse to grant my request, I won't be able to marry young Xiangning. You know all too well the consequences of not marrying her. Upon hearing this, Yi Tan fell silent. The village chief felt a chill run through him, yet anger bubbled within. He squatted down and removed his shoes, hurling them towards Yi Tan. Yi Tan turned and fled, while the village chief shouted in pursuit, "You little rascal! Here I am, the esteemed village chief, forced to pay for your drunken misdeeds. In the end, you make mistakes and then use them against me. Just wait until I catch you." Yi Tan covered his ears, running while turning back to continue his threats. "I don't care. If I make mistakes, it's your fault for not managing things properly as the village chief. The errors of a child reflect the shortcomings of the father, and my missteps are on you, old chief. I demand that half-acre, otherwise, The village chief was filled with fury. "You little scoundrel." Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. The 3 acres had already worn him out, and reasoning was no longer an option. With little strength left, he could only continue to pursue with his shoe raised, but it was clear he was losing his stamina. In a final attempt, he aimed to throw the shoe at Yi Tan's retreating figure, realizing he could no longer catch him. Instead, he thought it better to fling the shoe as a means of venting his frustration at this audacious city boy. Just as he was about to execute his plan, a voice called out from a distance. The village chief quickly halted, looking towards the source, where he saw the leader of the 6th team, Cui Aimin, approaching, followed closely by Yang Aigua. Cui Aimin was carrying several corn stalks, which, given his short stature, towered over him. Yang Aigua appeared far more composed, holding a 2-meter-long wooden ruler, its yellow paint chipped but the black markings still vivid. "Village chief, what are you so busy with on this hot day?" The village chief chuckled awkwardly, quickly tossing the shoe onto the ground and dusting off his foot before putting it back on. When faced with the question, he resolutely refrained from divulging the reasons behind his earlier commotion. At last, the venerable village chief, hands on his hips, struck a commanding pose. "Yang Aigua," he called, "come and take a look. I've sketched the trench with my pencil. You are responsible for using a ruler and a cornstalk to mark a straight line and adjust the direction. And you, Cui Aimin, scatter the white lime along the trench to firmly establish the boundaries of the homestead." Upon hearing this, the two hastened to begin their tasks, not daring to slacken at the chief's command. Yi Tan had long since returned. While the village chief was still catching his breath, Yi Tan, having just engaged in a vigorous dash to evade the chief's persistent shoemaking, remained completely composed, with a playful grin on his face. The old chief cast a discontented glance at him, feeling somewhat inferior. With a flick of his pen and a knowing glance, Yi Tan, the sharp-witted one, immediately grasped the chief's intent. He quickly picked up the pen and set to work on the excess half-acre of land. Squatting down, Yi Tan used the end of the pen to draw the trench in the soil, knowing that once the others arrived, they would simply insert the corn stalks and scatter the lime, and everything would be quietly settled. After all, the chief had already measured the homestead, and with the two of them working diligently, they completed the task in half an hour. Finally, the extra half-acre was theirs. The village chief looked up at the sky and quietly instructed Yi Tan, "It's nearly 4 o'clock, hurry back to the team. You still need to fill out a few more details for your homestead," noting the additional half-acre. Yi Tan felt a wave of joy swell within him. Chapter 17. The women's director goes mad. Once they had departed, Yi Tan gazed back and forth at the demarcated 3.5 acres, savoring the delightful sensation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Hadn't they agreed that Hongqi restaurant would be requesting matsutake mushrooms from him tomorrow? This matter could not be delayed. He made his way to the production team to eat. In the 6th team, all the members were lined up with cracked bowls, chatting and laughing. Yi Tan felt fortunate. After all, he was a knowledge youth from the capital, wielding a triangular aluminum lunchbox that added a touch of flair, shining brightly in the humble earthen canteen, making him stand out quite strikingly. Yitan received half a bowl of thin porridge, which still contained a few potatoes and, today, an extra dozen of climbing beans. This had been the routine for several years, and Yitan had grown accustomed to it. He sat on a large bench with many other members, gathered around a weathered table. Behind him stood the earthen wall, emblazoned with bold slogans. Eat heartily, meals are free, strive for production, promote revolution and production, learn from Daching and industry, learn from design and agriculture, and let all the people learn from the People's Liberation Army. The bolder the people, the greater the yield. Work with vigor, strive for progress, and construct socialism quickly, efficiently, and economically. These immense slogans were each a meter square, painstakingly painted by the members with large brushes. This simple canteen had been constructed in 1958 during the era of communal dining. However, that practice had ended after 3 years. Now, they utilized the old canteen, and meals were only served in large pots during spring planting, summer toil, and autumn harvest. In the winter, such meals were non-existent. The advantage of communal dining lay in its time-saving nature, ultimately aiding in better revolutionary efforts and enhanced production. At Yitan's table, a gathering of gentlemen. The atmosphere was lively, filled with banter over dinner. It was rumored that Yi Jiqing was to marry at the end of the month. Are you planning to bring a village girl back to the capital? One of them jested. Yitan, not responding, merely smiled at their playful jests. Turning his gaze, he spotted Xiangning, Yu Bangxia, and Bian Jilan at a nearby table, laughing and chatting animatedly. Bian Jilan, in a moment of mirth, waved her chopsticks, already gnawed to a nub, at Yu Bangxia. Yitan couldn't help but glance at Xiangning again, secretly relieved. His keen eye discerned that even in a drunken stupor, he was drawn to beauty. Among the 15 female comrades at the table, Xiangning stood out as the most exquisite. Although she was slender, her figure was well-proportioned, her dark, lustrous hair captivating. And her profile, particularly her straight nose, was more enchanting than any painting of a beauty. Notably, she was tall. And despite the prevailing sentiment that height was a disadvantage in these lean times, due to the difficulty of obtaining fabric rations, Yitan held no such reservations. He could provide for her, even if Xiangning stood at 175 centimeters. Look, Yi Jiqing is stealing glances at you. Bian Jilan's teasing made Xiangning blush. Averting her gaze and lifting a large, chipped bowl to shield half her face, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Unable to bear it, Xiao Chui scoffed. You've already shared a bed, so why pretend? Such scandalous behavior is only befitting of shameless couples. At another table, Aunt Wang, a natural chatterbox with keen hearing, interjected despite the din of the dining area. Indeed, Xiao Chui is right. It's quite disgraceful. After a few drinks, they engage in such antics, tarnishing our village's reputation. Yu Bangxia was incensed, her eyes narrowing. Don't spread baseless rumors. They are clearly enamored with each other and will soon be wed in a proper ceremony. You shouldn't sour the grapes just because you can't reach them. Not only will it be a proper wedding, but the village head has also promised them a plot of land, she continued, asserting that with the village head's backing, these naysayers had no standing to gossip. Your words are a blatant disrespect to the village head. Do you think you can bear the consequences of such insolence? One must acknowledge Yu Bangxia's sharp intellect. She quickly identified the crux of the matter and adeptly wielded her words, even invoking the village head to quell their gossip. Observing Aunt Wang's disdain, Bangxia pressed on. Having a plot of land and a marriage house before the wedding signifies that Yi Jiqing is genuinely devoted to Xiangning, willing to invest substantially to provide her with a complete home. Unlike you, who have to endure living with your mother's-in-law and constantly contend with their moods. Xiangning is spared from such burdens. Bian Jilan chimed in. The root of your grievances lies in the fact that your husbands are fundamentally dissatisfied with you, offering neither money nor sincerity. Moreover, your fates are simply unfortunate. As the conversation turned to the husband who was reluctant to part with money and sincerity, a table full of people fell into a heavy silence. Even Aunt Wang, in her 50s, momentarily lost her voice. After a while, Aunt Wang shot a resentful glance at Yu Bangxia, pulled out 2 tattered sleeves from her pockets, and stormed off, leaving her bowl behind in a huff. However, she was promptly spotted by the women's director, who called out, Aunt Wang, Xiao Cui, don't leave. Aunt Wang paused in surprise, while Xiao Cui pouted, feigning innocence, her heart racing with confusion. The women's director, a woman in her 40s who had once been a teacher, held a strong disdain for gossip and backbiting. She had already heard enough of Aunt Wang and Xiao Cui's chatter, whether during their jovial banter or at the dining table. With the righteousness of a dedicated educator, she declared that Aunt Wang and Xiao Cui were not permitted to return home after work today. Instead, they were to report to the armed unit of the Sanbehu Brigade for a week of critical education and further learning. Aunt Wang's face was filled with grievance. On what grounds? She protested. Moreover, I have learned my letters at the Red Lantern Night School. What more is there to learn? When confronted with the director's authority, she retorted, why should I comply? The director, hands on her hips, replied, it is precisely because of your lack of diligence at work, your deceitful behavior, and your penchant for verbal sparring that you, being older than the young women, show no respect and take advantage of your age. Seeing Aunt Wang roll her eyes in defiance, the director continued, you instigate trouble and speak recklessly, sowing discord and chaos. If you do not undergo this educational critique, who will? Noticing Xiao Cui's anxious fidgeting, the director's irritation grew. Xiao Cui, you will also attend. Your feigned pity will not suffice. You must receive the same punishment as Aunt Wang. On what grounds? Xiao Cui dared to retort again. On the grounds that your youth has rendered you utterly thoughtless, speaking carelessly without discretion. If you were to marry, how would your in-laws perceive the entire Sanbehu village? The director's admonition was firm. Without this criticism and education, how will you grow as a person? How will you be deemed worthy of marriage in the future? Xiao Cui was rendered speechless. Indeed, I support the director's decision. Yu Bangxia exclaimed, raising her hands in agreement. Aunt Wang and Xiao Cui have been secretly insulting others, whether it's Xiangning or you, director. What? They dare to insult me? The director glared fiercely. It was inconceivable that a woman of such integrity, with a commendable background as a teacher, would be disparaged behind her back by Aunt Wang. What a disgrace. She pondered what she had done wrong. Chapter 18. Sent to the armed unit, the women's director furrowed her brows, her eyes wide as she struggled to suppress her anger. Yu Bangxia quickly interjected, indeed, Aunt Wang claimed that you are a woman with no one to support you, that you are neither male nor female, that your bad fortune has caused the downfall of the men in your family. How outrageous, Aunt Wang. You are truly despicable. The director gritted her teeth, pointing her finger. As punishment, you shall receive no work points for a month and must toil in the fields without compensation. Aunt Wang, taken aback, had never faced such humiliation. She grew up triumphantly, having vanquished all adversaries. It could be said that only she, Aunt Wang, took pleasure in bullying others, casting aspersions, and instilling fear. How could these two little harlots dare to conspire against her? Aunt Wang's age spots quivered on her cheeks as rage consumed her. She raised her fist and swung it at Yu Bansha, exclaiming, I shall tear that filthy mouth of yours to shreds. I will not stand for your slander. Bian Jilan was no easy target either. She pushed Aunt Wang, causing her to stumble, and retorted, not only do you speak ill of us, but you also accuse our director of being unfilial, a wicked woman who starved her own father-in-law. At that moment, the women's director, her hair frizzed with fury, trembled with indignation and cried out, someone, come quickly. Director, I am here. What has happened? At that moment, Captain Xing Baoyan of the armed forces happened to pass by. Aunt Wang twisted her aged waist, her spotted hands flailing as she lunged toward Yu Bansha, displaying an utterly ridiculous spectacle. Captain Xing exchanged glances with his subordinates, Xiao Sanzai and Li Ji, who swiftly subdued Aunt Wang with a firm grip. The women's director waved her hand, commanding, Xing, take this gossiping, troublemaking old hag away to the armed forces. Captain Xing, initially taken aback, soon comprehended that Aunt Wang indeed had a penchant for fabricating rumors and stirring discord. Just as he intended to lead her away, the director pointed at Xiao Cui, declaring, and this Xiao Cui is no saint either. She has always conspired with this old witch, so take her as well. Seeing the captain hesitate, the director instructed, every afternoon, your publicity officer must give them a thorough lesson. Understood, director. For how long? Aunt Wang for 1 month, Xiao Cui for 2 weeks. Upon completion, both must pass my assessment before being released. Otherwise, they shall not return home each day. Bian Jilan and Yu Bansha shared a quiet laugh. Their objectives fulfilled and no longer needing to concern themselves with the matter as they stealthily slipped away with Xiangning. Aunt Wang wore a face of despair, and Xiao Cui was on the verge of tears, but the director was unsympathetic, sighing and dismissively waving her hand. Enough talk, be gone. The two, resigned and with heads hung low, followed the captain as if they were criminals. The villagers directed their scorn towards the women's director, raising their thumbs in approval. This is outrageous. It was high time something was done. It's poetic justice that she was the one to suffer. Well done, director. Yi Tan, having observed the entire scene, felt a sense of relief that his wife had not been wronged. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of Aunt Wang's disparaging remarks. Yi Tan was determined to honor his promise to Xiangning with a grand public marriage. Otherwise, he could never silence the gossip or provide his beloved with a fitting resolution, ultimately failing to honor his second chance at life. In haste, he returned to the youth commune, surveying the dozens of dilapidated houses. The roofs had been cleared of weeds, yet the old red tiles remained askew. He assessed that the repairs to the roofs would take no less than half a month, and it seemed unlikely they would be completed anytime soon. He quickly returned to his room and retrieved 2 blue-patterned cloth bags. Outside the village, the sound of a bustling marketplace echoed. Yi Jiqing had long been squatting beneath the verdant pines and cypresses, meticulously searching through the scattered leaves at his feet. Since Lu Shiguang desired an abundance of matsutake mushrooms, it seemed prudent to carry 2 backpacks today. He hoped to find such a bounty. He moved slowly, and suddenly, he noticed a few pale figures amid the grass about half a meter away. He hurried over, gently clearing the fallen leaves with care, one by one, fearful of damaging them. To his delight, these matsutake mushrooms had impressively large caps, larger than goose eggs. In a moment of admiration, Yi Tan retrieved a large aluminum spoon, delicately using his fingers to dig into the soil while the spoon assisted in the endeavor. After approximately 10 minutes of labor, a matsutake mushroom, as thick as his small arm, emerged triumphantly from the earth. Yi Tan was overjoyed, realizing that these treasures could very well help him secure a bride. However, after unearthing 5 or 6, he found that this small patch no longer yielded any more. Feeling disheartened, he took his bag and set off towards a larger patch. As dusk fell, the sky was adorned with fiery red clouds, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The larger patch lay before him. Peering in, he discovered a deep valley surrounded by swirling mists, indeed spacious enough to accommodate several smaller patches. Relying on his memories from a past life, Yi Tan raced down the slope. To his astonishment, there was an abundance. He quickly spotted a sea of milky white amidst the fallen leaves at the pit's bottom. Was that not matsutake? Indeed, the farther he ventured from human presence, the more treasures he unearthed. Without needing to shift his position, he crouched down and began to dig. In less than an hour, he had collected 2 large bags. A remarkable haul compared to the mere dozen he had gathered previously. This time, he had managed to extract a full 30. As night descended, he hefted his 2 large bags, deliberately avoiding people to minimize trouble, and made his way back to the youth commune. Passing by the elm tree, he glanced up, realizing he had no place to store more, and thus moved on. Upon arriving at the commune, he concealed the matsutake behind a large water tank. In those times, should such a discovery be made, it could be deemed illegal, not severe enough to warrant an invitation for tea, but a fine was certainly possible. During the planned economy era, all goods were collectively owned, and individual ownership was strictly prohibited, as was any form of speculation. Nonetheless, production teams could engage in trade, selling watermelons or stinky tofu in the city, among other items. However, any profits made by the production teams were handed over to the team accountant, not kept for personal gain. Throughout the year, members earned labor points, and the accountant would distribute funds based on the total income, typically once or twice a year, yielding a meager sum of only 1 or 2 yuan per individual. Arriving at the dormitory, he found there was still no electricity. Looking up at the dusty light bulb hanging from the ceiling, he realized it was little more than a decoration, as rural areas often lacked nighttime electricity. His kerosene lamp was also out of fuel, so Yi Tan removed the lamp's cap to refill it, and upon striking a match, the flame ignited with vigor. However, he soon discovered that the water tank was empty. Thus, he extinguished the lamp, grabbed a shoulder pole, and hurried towards the village's large well. Upon arrival, he noted that the water level seemed lower than in the past. In the past, when one dropped the pulley, a mere 5 or 6 meters of rope would suffice to draw up some water. Yet this time, after nearly 10 meters, only a trickle had emerged. Oh, what is this? Yi Tan gazed up at the sky, where the stars twinkled and the moon shone brightly. Rain seemed out of the question. As this year's weather was unusually dry, it appeared that the drought had begun 2 years prior. He shook his head, lifted 2 buckets of water, and hurried towards the youth station. Once inside the house, he remembered how much Xiangning adored the seeds of the elm tree. He returned in the dark to the great elm, filling a bag to the brim before heading back inside. Under the glow of the kerosene lamp, he sorted through a few books in a cardboard box, high school textbooks and teacher reference materials, which contained a handful of valuable past exam questions. Lying on the straw mat, he pondered whether he should send these books to young Xiangning. Would she be able to grasp the knowledge contained within? It was of no use to him. After all, he didn't need to review, as gaining admission to a university in the capital would pose no challenge. After all, many textbooks for various subjects had been compiled by him, Yi Tan, in his previous life. Indeed, he had been the principal editor of most of those works. Thus, he felt no need to prepare further. He knew that in 1977, the college entrance examination would truly arrive, with different schedules across the nation. In Dajin, the exams would be held in November. If his wife could gain admission to a university in the capital, it would be splendid. Therefore, it was crucial to assist her. That was the priority. Yet, he sometimes wondered if his parents, who were working as youth in the Northwest, would also take a liking to young Xiangning. To be honest, he felt uncertain about that. Nevertheless, regardless of their opinions, he was determined to marry young Xiangning. He envisioned her delicate figure, her slender neck, the exquisite oval of her face, and the charming smile at the corners of her lips, sending a shiver of delight through him. Lost in thought, he drifted off to sleep. At that moment, young Xiangning lay awake in the west wing, unable to find rest. Recalling the previous night and the man's reckless behavior, causing her cheeks to flush with heat. Suddenly, she remembered something Yi Tan had said, prompting her to rise and light the kerosene lamp. She approached the corner cabinet in the outer room. Upon opening the cabinet door, a fragrant aroma wafted towards her. Her hand brushed against a bottle of ink, but upon closer inspection, it contained a white cream. Can it be consumed? How come Yi Tan never mentioned this? Curiosity piqued, she twisted off the black plastic cap, and a refreshing scent enveloped her. It turned out to be snowflower cream. Her face brightened with joy as she quickly dipped her fingertip into a pea-sized amount, applying it to the back of her hand. Instantly, her skin transformed, becoming hydrated, radiant, and pleasantly fragrant. Young Xiangning smiled. It was surprising to discover such attentiveness and delicacy in Yi Tan, a big man. A warmth blossomed in her heart. Perhaps city men were not so bad after all. At least for now, she felt increasingly drawn to him. At this moment, Lui Weifang had just returned from the restroom. Noticing that the light in her daughter's room was still on, she gently pushed the door open. "My dear daughter, why are you still awake?" Upon her mother's entrance, Xiangning hurriedly tucked away her snowflake cream, her cheeks flushing as she retrieved a box of snacks from within. "Mother, this was also bought by Yi Tan. He said it was for you to enjoy as a treat. He was in such a rush at noon that he couldn't attend to everything." Lui Weifang was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the snack box. It was far too extravagant, leaving her at a loss for words. Ultimately, she could only smile with narrowed eyes and praise. "Oh, that Yi Tan is truly a good lad. Who says city folk are all cunning and ill-hearted? I find Yi Jiqing to be quite admirable." However, despite her words, her mind was evidently troubled. Young Xiangning, oblivious to her mother's subtle expressions, merely smiled faintly and assisted Lui Weifang to the main door. Once her mother had entered, she returned to her own chamber. Recalling Yi Tan's earlier remarks about the potential resumption of college entrance examinations, she could scarcely contain her excitement and began rummaging through boxes and cabinets to unearth her high school textbooks. After all, she was already feeling restless and unable to sleep. It would be wise to make good use of this time to review her studies, just in case his predictions proved true. The thought of attending a university in the capital alongside him illuminated her heart. How she yearned for the experience of walking through the campus together, youth unmarked by regrets. On the following morning, everything unfolded as it had before. Around 10 o'clock, after completing his tasks, Yi Tan returned to the youth point. This time, for the sake of discretion, he had procured a large basket, woven from willow branches and riddled with palm-sized holes. In the village, this type of basket was colloquially referred to as a scarred basket, likely due to its multitude of conspicuous openings. It was also known as a scraping basket, implying that it was so large that one could turn it over and rummage through firewood at will. Yi Tan retrieved a piece of hemp rope and secured the scraping basket to the rear of his bicycle. Although the basket was sizable, it did not impede his speed as he pedaled away. At the Hongqi restaurant, he carried a blue floral cloth bag on his back and held another in hand. Swiftly entering the dining hall, Xiaoli was already there to greet him, his face beaming with unexpected warmth. "Comrade, my supervisor has instructed that today's payment will be 10 yuan for you." Yi Tan's heart soared with joy, though a question lingered. Manager Liu had mentioned that they used matsutake mushrooms to host a high-ranking official yesterday, receiving unanimous praise for their exceptional quality and nutritional value. "You have earned this recognition. Thus, you must be rewarded." Yi Tan's spirits lifted, and his lips curled into a smile. Xiaoli arranged all the matsutake mushrooms on the counter, large, creamy white specimens standing in majestic rows, attracting the attention of several older servers. Each was weighed meticulously, and when the scale was lifted, the total came to 12 pounds, amounting to 120 yuan. Upon hearing this, Yi Tan's head buzzed with excitement. 12 whole yuan in his pocket? He was utterly elated. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the supply and marketing cooperative. He was ready to indulge in some shopping. At the cooperative, the sales clerks were still present. Upon seeing Yi Tan, number 520 greeted him with a cheerful wave, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. What splendid treatment indeed. Such an honor bestowed upon him. The knitter glanced over at Yi Tan, eager to make a favorable impression. Unfortunately, Yi Tan remained oblivious. "What would you like to purchase?" Yi Tan responded to no. 520 with a nod. "I would like a bag of rice, a bag of flour, 2 towels, and perhaps some soap." The nearby sales clerks erupted into hushed whispers, exchanging glances. "Is that the village chief's son? He must be quite affluent. Just yesterday, he spent a considerable sum." Indeed, it's uncommon to see a shopper with more than 2 yuan in their pocket, and yet he spends over 20 at once. What a wealthy individual. Yes, he is quite handsome too, and he carries a fountain pen, clearly well educated. Yi Tan followed number 520 to the rice and flour counter. Each bag weighed 20 jin, the smallest available size, necessitating the use of a ground scale. This scale, nearly a meter wide with a platform suitable for heavy items, was a far cry from the electronic scales of later times. Only beam scales and ground scales were available. Number 520 worked swiftly, weighing out a bag of rice and a bag of flour. The rice was high quality, fresh from northeast China, priced at 2 jiao per jin without a grain coupon. Or 4 jiao with one. The mention of grain coupons caused Yi Tan to frown. Noticing her reaction, number 520 explained, "A bag of rice weighs 20 jin, totaling 4 yuan without a grain coupon. The locally sourced flour costs 6 jiao per jin with a coupon and 2 jiao without. For this bag weighing 20 jin, the total is 4 yuan. With bright eyes, number 520 pulled out an abacus to record the transactions. Chapter 20. A shopping spree at the supply and marketing cooperative. Number 520 retrieved some soap from the counter. The soap, wrapped in shimmering white paper, resembled a delicate egg and exuded a subtle, elegant fragrance through the packaging. There were options of chrysanthemum scent and gardenia. "Currently, we have this selection of soaps: local white cat soap, white chrysanthemum facial soap, and laundry soap. How would you like to choose?" "No." 520 displayed the wrapped soaps with the ease of an expert. "Oh, quite a variety." Yi Tan observed the soap packaging and thought of Xiangning's cherubic face, immediately declaring, "I would like 5 white cat soaps, 2 pieces of laundry soap, and 2 towels." Turning her gaze back to the counter, she noticed attractive strands of glass thread and pointed, "I want this, 2 of each color." Imagining Xiangning's long, dark ponytail, she knew these would be perfect for tying her hair. Number 520 deftly twisted the selected colorful strands of glass thread into a single braid, which was then placed alongside the towels on a square piece of grass paper for wrapping. The glass thread, totaling 10 strands, was priced at 1 fan each, making a total of 1 jiao. The white cat soap, without an industrial coupon, was 4 mao per piece, totaling 2 yuan for 5. The laundry soap, at 5 mao each, amounted to 1 yuan for 2. The towels, priced at 5 mao each, totaled 1 yuan for 2. With a swift motion of her slender fingers, she calculated the total, 12 yuan and 5 mao. Oh, and add 2 yuan for the eggs. Yi Tan felt that the money spent was insufficient, and she was wholly unfulfilled. With her basket slung over her shoulder, she felt invincible, unperturbed by the presence of rice or flour. The eggs were priced at 1 yuan per half kilogram, totaling 2 yuan for 23 eggs. The packaging was placed into a large brown paper bag, securely sealed with a hefty stapler, which revealed a conspicuous spring. Yet, even with this, 520 was still not entirely at ease. Turning around, she retrieved a paper pouch and carefully fitted a bag over the opening to prevent the eggs from breaking. Such meticulousness was indeed commendable. Yitan had already prepared her payment. Totaling 15 yuan, a 10 yuan note and a 5 yuan note were exchanged, and she promptly received 50 cents in change. The surrounding attendants were left astounded. Why was it that she always purchased so much? 520 casually inquired, for whenever Yi Tan made her purchases and departed, the other salespeople would endlessly gossip about the striking young man accompanying her. Thus, 520 was also fishing for information for her fellow attendants. Oh, indeed. Yitan intended to speak the truth, but hesitated and instead replied, "It's for the public, not for personal use." Without waiting for a response, she hurriedly gathered her belongings and dashed outside. However, just behind the entrance, a figure emerged. Upon closer inspection, Yitan suddenly remembered. It was the fellow from yesterday who had been dealing with tickets, lurking behind the door. Sneaky and eager to please, he quickly offered to help her carry the bags of rice. Once outside, everything was placed into the basket. The thin man then began to chatter. "Hey, you didn't even ask me about the tickets. I've been waiting for you for ages." Understanding the difficulty of their situation, Yitan asked, "All right then, what tickets do you have? Show me." The thin man, filled with excitement, rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a stack of colorful tickets. Yitan, slightly bewildered by the array of sizes and colors, asked, "Do you have any tickets for the 4 essential items for marriage?" The thin man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, tucking away the miscellaneous tickets. "Here, I only have 2, he said, presenting a green ticket for a sewing machine and a red ticket for a watch. The watch ticket specified that it was to be used at the county department store, with stipulations about needing a stamp and being invalid if expired. "How much for these 2? She inquired. "The sewing machine ticket is 12 yuan, and the watch ticket is 8, he replied, his eyes darting around as if anticipating scrutiny and bargaining from the buyer, all the while fearing the repercussions of illicitly selling tickets, which was illegal. The penalties could range from confiscation of tickets and fines to potential imprisonment, certainly no trivial matter. "Very well," Yitan responded decisively, refusing to haggle, and handed him 2 crisp 10 yuan notes, totaling 20 yuan. After all, having been reborn, she was accustomed to a life of abundance. Thus, even in 1976, she remained generous, having experienced plenty in her past life, and her perspective was far from narrow. Upon seeing the money, the thin man was utterly delighted. "Quickly seize it and place it by your lips, kissing it several times. Will you still be here tomorrow?" "Yes. Yes, yes, my dear brother, I am here. I still need those 2 tickets, for the radio and the bicycle, so please procure them swiftly." At this moment, a glimmer of brightness appeared on the lean, dark face, nodding repeatedly, "My dear brother, I will remember." Afterward, in a flash, he disappeared again. Yitan rode the large iron bicycle to the entrance of the 300 households village, where the workers were just about to finish their labor. They saw Yi Jiqing, whose clothes were not buttoned, wearing a snow-white vest beneath, returning triumphantly on the sturdy bicycle. The sight of his dashing demeanor was simply remarkable. Occasionally, he would steer with one hand, brushing back his hair from his forehead. Xiangning was also at the field's edge, noticing her companions smiling mischievously at her. She shyly lowered her head. "Just look at him. Why make your man so handsome? He hails from the capital, handsome, well off, capable of riding a bike and doing accounts, truly remarkable, more sought after than gold. Indeed, are you not afraid of being wooed away by a girl from another village?" Among them were Aunt Wang and Xiao Chui, but they bore the weight of their past mistakes. After being trained for half a day, they were released, relegated to mere labor without any merit points. They listened to the banter, their lips itching to join in, yet having just been schooled, they refrained from speaking out. As soon as Xiaohong noticed everyone discussing this topic, she eagerly chimed in. She is Xiao Chui's younger sister and quite the chatterbox. Her sister had previously faced labor reform. Xiaohong, however, was not to be underestimated. I recall now. She is the one known for swinging 2 large lanterns on her chest, Lin Xiaoxiao. Her words pierced deeply, aimed to inflict heartache upon Xiangning, emphasizing that even though Yi Jiqing promised to marry her, it was under duress, fearing denunciation and imprisonment, and not born of genuine affection. Thus, the mischievous Xiaohong used this statement to instill a sense of crisis in Xiangning, subjecting her to the bitter pangs of jealousy. Xiangning lowered her head slightly, gripping the hoe in her hand, unwilling to retort, as her role was evidently awkward, leaving no room for bravado. Even if Yi Tin stood firm, defending himself with righteous eloquence, she remained vulnerable, aware of her own shortcomings. Chapter 21. The four notorious women unite. Yu Bangxia, hearing the venomous remarks from Xiangning, immediately defended Xiangning. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiangning is infinitely superior to you all. Your sister is already 28 and still unmarried, and you at 26 have yet to receive any proposals. Being good-looking is one thing, but being ugly in character, harboring malice, and unable to tolerate others' fortunes is truly petty. Xiao Chui was infuriated upon hearing these words. She shared a similar plight with her sister, and witnessing her sibling being ridiculed ignited her anger. Yet, bound by her past mistakes, she dared not retaliate, furrowing her brow and biting down on her molars, unable to vent her frustration, clenching her fists tightly, nearly overwhelmed. Xiaohong was not one to back down easily. She immediately spoke with a sarcastic tone. Indeed, it's that Lin Xiao, with her fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs. That little girl is truly captivating. Even I, as a woman, can't help but steal a few glances at her. Beside her, Widow Li coughed. That's right, even I, an old woman, believe Lin Xiao and Yi Jiqing are a perfect match. What is Yang Xiangning really? Just someone who took advantage of a situation and clung to a wild man's leg, already acting all high and mighty? Does she not recognize her own worth? Widow Li, fearful of the situation escalating, subtly fanned the flames. Her words resonated with Aunt Wang, who, feeling a surge of satisfaction, coughed dryly and posed with hands on her hips in support. Yu Bangxia was about to chime in when Bian Zhilan interjected. Yang Xiangning is only 18, yet she has an education. Her brothers are all esteemed village officials with excellent prospects. She and Yi Jiqing are indeed a match, both cultivated. Unlike some certain individual who hasn't even completed her schooling and lives like a foolish pig. Exactly, Yu Bangxia summarized. At her age, still unmarried and languishing in a village of 300 households, it's no wonder she's akin to a pig. Widow Li, upon hearing this, became incensed. What do you mean by excellent prospects? No matter how good, her shoulders won't match his height. A village girl aiming for a city dweller like Yi Jiqing will inevitably be cast aside, left heartbroken and suffering in silence. Yu Bangxia countered. Being cast aside still means she has experienced love, far better than someone who remains a spinster in the village, rotting away with no suitors. It's certainly preferable to being a widow for years and still unwanted. Widow Li rolled her eyes in exasperation. Bian Zhilan jumped in right. Her sisters, running around naked, aren't even worth a glance from any man. Who are you saying is unwanted? Who is not cherished? Watch me tear that little hussy's mouth apart. Xiaohong, infuriated, dropped her hoe, rolled up her sleeves, and instinctively adopted her feisty demeanor, ready to confront. However, Bian Zhilan, quick-witted, shushed everyone. The women's director is right over there. Let us not escalate this. If we keep arguing, nobody will earn work points this afternoon, and will be left dumbfounded. Work points? At the mere mention, everyone sighed and lowered their heads, trudging towards the sixth team. After toiling all morning, the scorekeeper would at least grant 5 points. And another 5 awaited their diligent efforts in the afternoon. They absolutely could not allow their bickering to jeopardize their hard-earned points. As the saying goes, work points are the lifeblood of the members. Due to her inability to articulate her grievances, especially concerning her rival Lin Xiao, Yang Xiangning felt a pang of frustration, rendering her appetite non-existent. She tossed the hoe to Yu Bangxia. Please report my work points and return the hoe. I'm not going to the sixth team for lunch. In truth, she felt both hungry and weary, her irritation mounting as she headed home. The onlookers were left speechless. Noticing their astonishment, Yu Bangxia scolded. Look at that. She's upset now, isn't she? Do you think her unhappiness brings you any comfort? Xiao Chui, Aunt Wang, Xiaohong, and Widow Li remained silent, their large eyes darting toward the women's director, whispering amongst themselves. These four, weighing a mere 90 pounds, bore the weight of malice in every ounce. Ultimately, after much deliberation and lacking any alternatives, they were compelled to turn their backs in unison. Bian Zhilan, deliberately raising her voice while linking arms with Yu Bangxia, declared, "Let us depart. There's no point in playing the lute for a donkey." The mere mention of such a phrase made Aunt Wang's murky eyes glisten with indignation, her back teeth grinding audibly. Had it not been for the presence of the women's director, Aunt Wang would have surely retorted. Fortunately, Yang Xiangning had just stormed off. Ostensibly in fury, a silent rebellion that brought embarrassment to her and Xiao Chui. Hence, the remark about the donkey was swallowed whole. Why call it embarrassment? Aunt Wang, at over 50, might still be considered a late-blooming beauty in the city, yet in the village, she resembled a frost-bitten eggplant, wilted and faded. Xiao Chui, at 28, was indeed unattractive and ill-spoken, drawing no suitors, remaining unmarried. Even the village's bachelors, Lao Lu and Lao Ba, barely cast her a glance. In this year of 1976, marrying at 18 or 19 was the norm in the village. Even those underage managed to obtain marriage certificates with the aid of the village committee. Yet, nearing 30, Xiao Chui bore the unfortunate label of an unwanted old maid. Thus, they all truly embodied the essence of embarrassment, including Xiao Hong and Widow Li. A motley crew of unremarkable individuals. As gossip circulated, Xiangning felt disheartened. Upon reaching her doorstep, she was taken aback to find the gate wide open, revealing a bicycle leaning against the poplar tree in the yard. She spotted Yitan laboriously transporting rice and flour into the kitchen. Observing his diligent efforts, her annoyance began to wane. However, her concern for money resurfaced as she chided, "Why did you buy so much? How much did all this rice and flour cost?" Yitan gazed at her frowning face, momentarily lost in thought, before brushing off the dirt from his clothes and pulling her toward the west wing. Xiangning hesitated, instinctively pulling away, her heart racing in response to the unexpected proximity. Upon entering the outer room of the west wing, a delightful aroma enveloped her, lifting her spirits. She blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, observing a vibrant array of colorful items on the table, with numerous bars of fragrant soap among them. "What? How much did this all cost?" she exclaimed. "Oh, don't worry about that. By the end of the month, I'll be marrying you. We are partners. And spending a bit of money is trivial. If spending brings you joy, then it brings me joy too. Otherwise, I wouldn't be happy. You happy, I happy? Otherwise." Xiangning found herself at a loss for words, as the flattery was beyond her 18 years of understanding. Yitan presented her with 2 bars of white cat soap. "Here, take one and store it in your wardrobe for fragrance." He had already unwrapped one, revealing a layer of wax paper beneath the cardboard. "This unwrapped bar is for you to wash your face with. The rest can remain in the cabinet for scent. No need to unwrap those." After speaking, he casually tossed the wax paper onto the 8 immortals' table and proceeded to the east wing. The room was infused with a subtle fragrance. Xiangning was drinking water. Upon placing her enamel cup aside, Yitan returned to the room and, at a glance, noticed a high school mathematics book on the stool. "You are reading?" Yitan, taken aback yet pleased, thought to himself that she had indeed taken his words to heart. Chapter 22. A flicker of admiration. Xiangning blushed, having intended to read quietly, but was caught off guard and discovered she could only emit a faint, almost inaudible sound in response. Yitan smiled and remarked, "It is wonderful that you can read. If you have any questions or do not understand something, feel free to ask me. Particularly in the sciences, I can assist you without hesitation." Xiangning tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and responded with another slight acknowledgement. However, the phrase about his confidence in the sciences acted like a small pebble, creating ripples within her heart. Stealing glances through her bangs, she felt a twinge of admiration for him. Yitan continued, "I have several high school teaching materials at the Youth Education Center. I can bring them to you when I return, as I have already finished with them and have no further use." Teaching materials? Xiangning hesitated to consider it, as she had yet to fully grasp the foundational concepts of her own books, let alone contemplate using teaching materials. Did she have the qualifications? Noticing her silence, Yitan advised, "I will bring them tomorrow. You should review the textbooks as well. For instance, formulas need to be memorized to solve problems confidently. The more practice you have, the more proficient you will become." Seeing Xiangning nod in agreement, Yitan added, "In my experience, if you can memorize the formulas and calculate accurately, you will have solved 90% of the mathematics problems." Upon hearing this, Xiangning's expression darkened. "Do not frown," Yitan reassured her. "When the opportunity arises, I will teach you the method of one-palm gold in mental arithmetic. One-palm gold is a technique that utilizes the palm to perform calculations through finger manipulation. A folk method of rapid calculation that combines abacus, mental arithmetic, and manual calculation. Mental arithmetic, on the other hand, relies solely on one's mind without paper or tools for rapid calculations." Xiangning was astonished, unable to suppress her surprise as her mouth fell open, large enough to fit a small egg. "Goodness, Is this something that even my high school math teacher cannot do? And yet he can? Realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly closed her mouth, glanced up at him, and then lowered her gaze, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Am I too old to learn this? Noticing her lack of confidence, Yitan encouraged her. If I say you can, then you can. If you truly cannot grasp one palm gold, I will teach you mental arithmetic, which will also enhance your speed and accuracy in calculations. Yitan then retrieved a towel from the wrapping paper, along with colorful glass threads, and presented them to Xiangning. Here, this is also for you, to use for braiding your hair. Xiangning's heart leapt with joy, her dimples appearing as her cheeks flushed. She hurriedly accepted the gift, her earlier displeasure from the road dissipating in an instant. After all, which girl does not appreciate beauty? Especially a pretty girl like Xiangning. Feeling warmth in her heart, she quickly took the soap and glass threads and turned to retreat into the inner room to ease her shyness. In the corner of the room stood a wardrobe, into which she hurriedly stuffed all her cherished belongings, her hand pressed against her heart as she hid within. Suddenly, the door swung open with a sharp crack. She surmised that Yitan had gone out to prepare a meal. Indeed, being alone with him was undeniably stressful, yet how had they become intertwined that night? A myriad of emotions swirled within her, rendering her speechless. It took her quite a while to regain her composure. In the kitchen, Yitan busied himself, feeling a wave of joy upon seeing the clean dishes neatly stacked, a testament to his future brother-in-law's promise kept. He placed the soap aside, but worried about lingering scents on his hands, he opted to wash them with plain water. However, something felt amiss. Upon lifting the wooden lid, he was taken aback to find the large water vat nearly empty, the water barely a third full. It was puzzling, for the Yang family was not lacking in male heirs. How could there be a water shortage? Recalling his own experience fetching water at the youth station the previous night, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He made his way to the makeshift well, filled a large basin with drinking water, and despite his efforts to pump, the well remained stubbornly dry. What could be the issue? Perhaps the scarcity of drinking water in the vat was inhibiting the flow from below. He muttered to himself, bending down to inspect, but finding no answers. Remembering the deepening water level from last night, he grew increasingly concerned, aware that the drought had severely impacted surface water levels. Furrowing his brow, he gazed up at the oppressive sky. Deciding to act, he seized the pump handle and, alongside the yoke, made his way to the village's main well. Upon reaching the well, he set down the yoke and began to crank the pulley. The ropes spun nearly empty, and the bucket failed to fully immerse in the water. After several attempts, he finally managed to bring up 2 buckets of water and swiftly carried them back. With his sturdy footwear, he stepped into the courtyard and deposited the buckets into the vat, which now filled to 2/3. At last, a sense of relief washed over him. Hearing movement in the yard, he realized his uncle and aunt had returned, and he hastily placed a large bundle of elm seeds beside the water vat. "Uncle and aunt are back," he exclaimed, greeted by their smiling faces. Yitan returned indoors, retrieved the flour, and after kneading it, he took out 2 pieces of yesterday's pork belly and chopped them finely. At that moment, Xiangning unexpectedly entered. Such initiative. Yet, she brought with her a dustpan full of dry leaves. She understood that these soft leaves would lend a delightful smokiness to the meal, enhancing its flavor and tenderness. Turning to observe her, Yitan felt a surge of excitement as he saw her crouching to tend the fire. "Oh dear, please don't squat. You shouldn't be doing any labor that involves bending over. Be careful not to strain your belly." His genuine concern for the baby overwhelmed him, and without hesitation, he assisted Xiangning into a chair. "Just sit back and watch. What I'm making is simple, and it will be ready soon. Be good." Xiangning sat anxiously on the stool, her expression one of confusion. This time, she did not gaze out the window but instead turned slightly to face his busy back. She found it curious that a distinguished youth could exhibit such humble concern for her. Could she truly be so endearing? Is there truly such a thing as genuine love in this world? What is genuine love, if not an affection without reason? She pursed her lips and let out a sigh. Yitan kindled the fire, tossing a pound of diced pork belly into the pot. As the flames roared to life, the pork began to sizzle, releasing an enticing aroma that made Xiangning's stomach grumble with hunger. Observing Yitan deftly rolling out the white dough on the cutting board, she watched as the slender dough sheets were spread out. Noticing the pork was turning a golden brown, he scooped some with a spoon and drizzled it over the dough sheets. Quickly placing the spoon aside, he lifted the thick dough, folding it over to ensure every inch was coated in the savory oil before flattening it again. He then took a spoonful of the crispy pork pieces, distributing them evenly and garnishing with freshly chopped green onions, before rolling the dough into 6 large parcels. He then flattened each one into round discs. Hastily adding some leafy twigs to the fire, he ensured the heat was just right for cooking the pancakes. However, the smoke began to rise. Concerned that it might irritate him, Xiangning promptly opened the window, allowing fresh air to circulate the room. Yitan then tossed a few star anise pods and Sichuan peppercorns into the hot oil, causing a delightful sizzle and a plume of fragrant smoke to rise. He then transferred all the pork pieces and oil into a clay pot for later use. The rolled-out dough was placed into the large iron pan, which was quite spacious. Remarkably, Yitan managed to fit in 3 pancakes, all the while tending to the fire, adjusting the heat according to the intensity at the edges of the pan. Soon, both sides turned a perfect golden brown. He prodded them out and placed them into a bamboo dish, giving them a few taps before slicing them into 6 wedges. The scallion pancakes were served in a bowl. Xiangning leaned closer, admiring the glossy white pancakes adorned with vibrant green scallions, their appearance as appetizing as their aroma, with a hint of crispy pork peeking out. Oh, how enticing! The other 3 pancakes were quickly completed, and Xiangning came over to take them away. Finally, Yitan brought over a large bowl of egg soup, garnished with minced scallions. Chapter 23. The little basket. Everyone settled around the 8 immortals table. Taking a bite of the fragrant and crispy exterior, they discovered the soft, flavorful, and elastic texture within, enriched by many layers, with the scallion aroma elevating the taste further. Another bite revealed the delightful crunch of golden fried bits. Ah, the scallion pancakes are exquisite. Yang Adong praised. I must say, Yi Jiqing, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. I often participate in social gatherings with the propaganda team from neighboring villages, frequently visiting state-run restaurants. Yet your skills surpass even those of their master chefs by 1,000-fold. Xiangning remained silent, simply savoring her meal. Unable to finish the remaining pieces, she generously offered them to Lu Yuefang, who in turn shared them with Yang Aigua and Yang Adong. Yitan hurriedly served Xiangning some egg soup. Oh, there's egg soup too? Today. The usual Moon Bansha was absent, and unexpectedly, Yang Adong had taken on that role. Hearing Yang Adong's peculiar inquiry, Yitan merely smiled. Having bought some eggs to prepare the soup, believing that eggs would certainly add more richness than thin porridge. Do not speak, having just enjoyed 2 hearty meals. The expressions on everyone's faces have visibly improved. Yitan, surveying the scene, felt a surge of joy. She served soup for everyone and then rose again, urging her uncles and brothers to eat slowly, explaining that she needed to finalize the workload from the morning, as she was responsible for summarizing the accounts for more than a dozen small teams. Yang Aigua immediately reassured her. Go ahead, everything is under my control. You need not wash any more dishes. I will take care of the finishing touches. Yitan smiled brightly and hurried off. Yang Goen picked up his large pipe. His brow furrowed, the deep wrinkles capable of squashing a fly. He inquired of Yang Aigua, when will you bring your wife back? Yang Aigua replied when. There's no rush. She is nearly 8 months pregnant. Even without my urging, she should be returning soon. Yang Goen nodded. It would be good to visit your father-in-law as well. Bai Ting is carrying a child of the Yang family. Keeping her at her parents' home is rather peculiar. Isn't it? Yang Aigua acquiesced. All right, I'll bring her back another day. And what about your third brother? I wonder how his health is holding up. Yang Goen sighed and began to smoke. A look of worry etched on his face. The mention of their brother, Yang Aijuan, cast a pall over the family. Xiangning, unwilling to hear any more, distanced herself. At that moment, Yitan was already on her sturdy bicycle, hastening towards the brigade office. Upon arriving, she hastily leaned her bicycle against the wall and rushed into the accounting room. The village chief spotted Yi Jiqing at once and called out through the door, Hey, you there, make sure to enclose your plot of land promptly. Don't let that white line get misplaced. If it disappears, you'll be the one cheating. And we want to even know. Yitan halted at the sound of his voice. Of course not. Did you not see that your enclosure is entirely devoid of grass? Any land with bare patches is undoubtedly a homestead. The old village chief took a puff from his pipe, frowned, and sighed. Well, what are you up to? What can I do? I'm just here to calculate labor points. Is there something you need? Nothing much. Gather in the office at 3 this afternoon for a brief meeting. Sure thing, old chief. As Yitan fanned herself with the hem of her coat, she agreed. All right. I'll first attend to the division of labor and then come wait for you. Yitan busied herself inside, and just as the meeting time approached, the loudspeakers suddenly blared. Barefoot Dr. Li Huanao, please hurry to the Sun family graveyard. There's a female member who has fainted. You must attend to her urgently. Upon hearing the announcement, Yi Tan, bewildered by the situation, dropped her tasks and rushed to the village chief to find out more. Before she could enter the chief's office, she saw him bustling out, exclaiming, Yi Jiqing, the meeting is cancelled. Hurry to the Sun family graveyard. A female member is in trouble. Isnt Li Huadao already on his way. Oh, the barefoot doctor has gone, but we should also go and assess the situation. If it looks dire, we must swiftly carry her to the hospital. A life is at stake. We cannot afford to be careless. Move quickly. As a village official, you must accompany us. A few village officials, accompanied by Yi Tan, hastily sprinted towards the Sun family grave, for indeed, the matter was of life and death. And there was no time to linger. Yi Tan, carrying a large tea container, had not even managed to drink water when she spotted a dense crowd of villagers gathered at the grave site, their expressions marred by concern and fear. Upon arrival, the village officials quickly dispersed the crowd to ascertain the situation. To Yi Tan's shock, it was Xiangning who lay there. She had always been vibrant and full of life. How could she have collapsed? The newly arrived officials, frowning, found themselves at a loss. It's just her, piped up a nearby Xiao Chui. She fainted, and it's all due to her own misdeeds. The heavens have brought her down. Suddenly, Aunt Wang, standing beside Xiao Chui, muttered in agreement. Xiao Chui was not mistaken. It was indeed a consequence of her wrongdoing. After all, among hundreds of villagers, why would it be only her who succumbed? Clearly, even the heavens were displeased with her. Such a young age, yet already facing retribution, only the heavens could see clearly. Noticing that no one paid her any mind, she grew bolder, proclaiming that those who opposed her would meet a similar fate, destined for divine punishment, like Xiangning. Upon hearing such absurd and malevolent words, several village officials glared at Aunt Wang and Xiao Chui in unison. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Xiao Chui fell silent, though she remained unperturbed as long as Aunt Wang was present. Yu Bansha, not one to tolerate their antics, quietly admonished, Aunt Wang, Xiao Chui, have you not spent enough time in the armed forces by now? The color drained from Xiao Chui's face at this rebuke. Sensing her words had struck a chord, Yu Bansha continued, shall I report this to the women's director and have her extend your confinement for a few more months until you learn your lesson? Both women, not foolish, promptly fell silent, understanding that a month would be required to lift their punishment, which not only stripped them of labor credits, but also proved quite grueling. Aunt Wang and Xiao Chui exchanged furtive glances, and upon noticing the tardy arrival of the women's director and the armed forces leader, Xing Baoyin, they opted to remain quiet, temporarily suppressing their itching tongues. However, Aunt Wang let out a huff, whispering, just die already, don't wake up. Xiao Chui, equally defiant, countered, why are Aunt Wang and I so unlikable? What about Widow Li and Xiao Hong? Clearly, the leaders of our 300 households are blind. And the villagers have ill intentions. They simply despise those of us who speak the truth and prefer hypocrisy. After her quiet lament, she clenched her fists tightly, closing her eyes and softly cursing, don't wake up. Just die and go to hell. Xiangning had already been crouched beside Xiangling, anxiously shaking her arm. Little Lon, what's wrong? Wake up, please. Open your eyes. I'm your dear friend Xiangning. I'm Yu Bansha. You must wake up so we can share laughter and banter together. While these two wept in urgency, Aunt Wang, Xiao Chui, and Widow Li all wore expressions of smug satisfaction. Especially Aunt Wang, who stood on one foot, swaying back and forth, loudly cracking sunflower seeds, spitting the shells everywhere, which fell upon the members of the commune. It was evident that she was using the act of spitting out shells as a veiled insult, venting her discontent towards those she deemed unworthy. In summary, she was releasing a torrent of grievances. Chapter 24. The Death of the Barefoot Doctor. Seeing everyone in a state of confusion, Yi Tan rushed into the small circle, crouching down to quickly lift Xianglin's eyelid. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, his gaze fell upon the squatting young Xiangning, and he promptly stood up, pulling her up with urgency. Why are you squatting? Upon hearing this, young Xiangning's cheeks flushed. Aunt Wang and Xiao Cui exchanged glances, their lips curling in disdain, believing he was publicly displaying affection while simultaneously tormenting others. And they lashed out in anger. Humph! A pair of disgraceful miscreants ruining the village's reputation. No matter how much they feign compassion, they are nothing but a source of embarrassment. Indeed, they are a couple of lewd rascals, shameless and cruel. As Aunt Wang and her companions hurled their vitriol, all the members of the commune turned their eyes toward Yi Jiqing. What is going on? Is it illegal to squat? What right does he have to object? This Yi Jiqing, a spoiled city boy, bullies others without reason, even interfering with young Xiangning's simple act of squatting. Has he no shame? If he behaves this way before marriage, how will he treat her once they are wed? The village flower will surely suffer daily humiliation. This Yi Jiqing is causing discomfort to the village flower right in front of everyone. It's utterly disrespectful, especially with her two brothers nearby. How dare he? Listening to the murmurs of discontent, Yang Aigua and Yang Adong also furrowed their brows in dissatisfaction. The members harbored numerous questions but understood that the most urgent matter was the one lying on the ground. They dared not act rashly. Weighing their thoughts, they refrained from casting doubtful glances, choosing to avoid further trouble. Where is the barefoot doctor? The old village head, puffing on his large pipe, shouted anxiously. The barefoot doctor had already made his way through the crowd, drenched in sweat, carrying a brown medical kit. I'm here. I'm here. Upon seeing Li Huaduo, weary from his journey, they made way for him. As the half-moon summer rose, she moved closer to Yang Xiangning. They all anxiously watched as Bian Zhelan lay on the ground, her eyes firmly shut. They glanced at the barefoot doctor with hope, praying for his miraculous touch. Yi Tan handed a teacup to Yang Xiangning. She accepted it, feeling parched, yet hesitated to drink from a shared cup in front of everyone, fearing ridicule. Peeking through her bangs at the puffed-up Aunt Wang, she felt a surge of anxiety towards their formidable group. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes finally settled upon the barefoot doctor. Curious about his method of healing, the barefoot doctor examined Bian Zhelan intently, frowning as he repeatedly pressed on her philtrum for several minutes. Yet, there was no sign of awakening. After a long while, with no results from the doctor, the members of the commune grew weary from standing. Some discarded their shoes, rolled up their pant legs, and sat down to await further developments. At this moment, the barefoot doctor was also drenched in sweat. Could it be that she harbored some peculiar ailment from birth, concealed from everyone? The barefoot doctor muttered to himself, and when no one responded, he stood up again, restless and anxious. What nonsense about being born with something. Moon Half-Summer and Yang Xiangning were indignant. It was evident that the barefoot doctor was attempting to deflect blame to obscure his own foolishness. We can attest that Bian Zhelan is our dear friend. We know her well. She has always been in good health, never suffering from any bizarre illness. This sudden collapse is a first. Upon hearing this, the barefoot doctor shot them a fierce glare for undermining him. However, he could not afford to ponder the expressions and sentiments of the villagers. He dismissed their remarks and solemnly suggested, if things do not improve, we should send her to the commune hospital. The doctors there will surely be able to save her. As the crowd fell into a heavy silence, he glanced at the village head, affirming, indeed, old village head, we must not delay her treatment. The village head furrowed his brow, his own mind in turmoil. The doctor had not arrived yet, and now that he was here, they were merely exchanging blank stares. Could this patient withstand any further delay? As this thought crossed his mind, it felt as though a flock of crows passed overhead. After an unanswerable moment of contemplation regarding the barefoot doctor's competence, the village head helplessly stood up, muttering under his breath, "You big fool." The barefoot doctor, upon hearing this, darkened his expression. "Village head, that remark is quite unjust. What do you mean by calling me a fool? I possess a medical qualification certificate." He angrily opened his medicine box and pulled out a piece of brown parchment. "Look, this is my certification." He then waved it towards the villagers. "Moreover, my records indicate I regularly engage in discussions and training sessions with leading doctors from major hospitals, keeping abreast of contemporary practices. So, village head, before this audience, it is unseemly for you to tarnish my reputation." Being labeled a fool by the village head in front of so many was infuriating. The barefoot doctor, visibly upset, pouted his thick lips, which bore a hint of white, likely from the heat and thirst. As everyone stared at him, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, awaiting the villagers' opinions. The village head shot the barefoot doctor a glare and clenched his jaw in frustration. "Yang Aigua, if this continues, go to the brigade and harness the mule cart. Prepare to rush her to the commune hospital for treatment." Yi Tan, seeing that the barefoot doctor was indeed at a loss, raised his hand decisively. "Wait," the barefoot doctor retorted. "Yi Jiqing, what chaos are you stirring? Why must you insert yourself at every turn? What do you mean by not sending her to the hospital? If something happens to her, can you bear the responsibility? Xiangning also glanced up, uncertain about Yi Tan's stance. At this moment, Bian Jilan's mother had rushed over. She had been working elsewhere, but, upon hearing the loudspeaker's cries, ran over frantically, encountering a villager along the way. Upon seeing her beloved daughter lying lifeless, she cried out, "Oh, my precious girl, how could you suddenly faint like this?" She had always been a competent doctor, and I implore you to come and save her. The barefoot doctor felt a surge of anxiety upon seeing Bian Jilan's parents arrive. Yet he quickly composed himself, shaking his head as he continued to absolve himself of responsibility. "Comrade, I have exerted all efforts in her treatment, but her condition is grave. If it is not heat stroke, it is likely due to chronic ailments inherited from her mother. Would you not agree?" After deflecting blame, the barefoot doctor added, "It would be best to transport her to the commune hospital. The village conditions are inadequate, and if we delay any longer, it may cost her life." "Do not say I did not warn you." Bian Jilan's mother nearly fainted. After catching her breath, she fiercely berated the barefoot doctor. "I curse the ailments you speak of. I curse your incompetence. Just watch as I tear your foul mouth apart." Bian Jilan's mother, noticing a villager wielding a hoe, seized it and swung it with fury, shouting, "You might as well die." She aimed to strike the barefoot doctor. The village officials rushed forward, realizing that if the barefoot doctor were to be harmed, it would create a significant problem, especially with a patient lying at their feet. They quickly subdued Bian Jilan's mother. Observing this, the villagers murmured, recalling the saying that incompetent doctors ruin lives. They cast stern glances at the barefoot doctor and discreetly extinguished his lantern. Yi Tan, disregarding the murmurs and the need for discretion, leaned in closer and squatted down, lifting Bian Jilan's eyelid once more. "Do not worry. She is neither suffering from heat stroke nor from maternal ailments. I, Yi Tan, can save her." The barefoot doctor frowned, clenching his fists, harboring a desire to strike the insufferable Yi Jiqing. The villagers were momentarily taken aback. "Yi Jiqing, what nonsense are you spewing? Do you not recognize the gravity of the situation? You cannot expect to succeed at everything, can you?" "Yes, including the matter of the young lady." Faced with the villagers' scornful remarks, Yi Tan fell silent. Chapter 25. The Wager. Ha ha ha. The simple-minded male villagers erupted into laughter at the mention of the young lady. But upon seeing the unconscious figure on the ground, they quickly stifled their amusement. A villager raised a question. "Yi Jiqing, even if you hail from the metropolis, do not overestimate yourself. You are young, and one should not speak too boastfully. Do not let your bravado lead to your own downfall." Aunt Wang, ever the opportunist, narrowed her eyes and placed her hands on her hips. "Yi Jiqing, do you dare to wager with me?" Yi Tan replied coolly. "Very well, what shall we wager?" Aunt Wang, hands on her hips, retorted, "If you can bring her back to life and vitality, I, Aunt Wang, will eat dung." "What? Eat dung? The prize is to eat dung?" The villagers were taken aback, especially the earlier guffawing male villagers, who erupted into laughter at Aunt Wang's outrageous declaration. Unfazed by their mockery, Aunt Wang shot back. "Anyone can make noise. It takes skill to heal. Indeed, anyone can." Xiao Chui chimed in, lending her support to Aunt Wang. After a moment of encouragement, four cunning women stood with their hands on their hips, ready to witness the spectacle. Suddenly, a straightforward male member shouted, "Since anyone can make a loud noise, why don't you four ladies go ahead and let out a series of resounding sounds for us men to hear?" "Ha ha, indeed. We wouldn't mind if you all took off your pants to do so, lest they burst at the seams." "Ha ha." The members erupted into laughter, slapping their thighs in delight. At this moment, the likes of Aunt Wang wore scowls, yet in her eagerness to witness Yi Tan's downfall, Aunt Wang tugged at Xiao Chui. "Why don't you join us in a wager? Whoever loses must endure the consequences, which would surely be entertaining, as that young man is bound to lose." Although Xiao Chui had a wicked heart, being an unmarried young lady, the mere mention of such a degrading fate made her feel nauseous. Under Aunt Wang's threatening gaze, she felt compelled to participate, but the prospect of eating excrement was simply unbearable. Shrinking her head, she gestured weakly to Aunt Wang. Finally, Aunt Wang shot her a fierce glare. "What is there to be afraid of? He's just a novice, pretending to be wise and leading you astray. He's no match for a seasoned practitioner, so it's a certainty he will lose." Encouraged by her taunts, Xiao Chui continued to shake her head. "Humph." Aunt Wang's expression reflected her frustration, for if it weren't for her desire to follow the gossip, She would not wish to be in the company of such shameless folk. Once calm, the members resumed their skeptical stares, arms crossed, casting doubtful glances toward Yi Jiqing. The barefoot doctor, equally perplexed, thought to himself, as a respectable barefoot doctor with years of experience, surely I can read this situation better than you. A mere boy not yet 20. It seems today is the day I must teach you a lesson. The barefoot doctor stepped forward. Tell me, Yi Jiqing, do you truly understand the gravity of this situation? Lives are at stake. This is no trivial matter. You are neither a doctor nor have you studied medicine. Let me be blunt. If you misdiagnose and something goes awry, do not lay the blame on me. Seeing Yi Tan remain silent, the barefoot doctor, unsure of his intentions, dropped his medicine box and placed his hands on his hips. Yi Jiqing, shall we make a bet? Do you dare? The old village chief sighed, exasperated. I truly cannot believe this. Look at this barefoot doctor, indecisive in his practice, yet so eager to wager. What shall we bet on? As Yi Tan boldly entered the fray, the barefoot doctor shouted, Everyone, bear witness. I challenge Yi Jiqing. If he can save this girl, I shall owe him 2 yuan. If he fails, he owes me 2 yuan. It's not a large sum, but enough to buy a fair amount of pork. After making his declaration, he turned to Yi Tan, demanding, What do you say? Hearing this, Yi Tan thumped his chest confidently. I accept the wager. Xiangning frowned, pondering how one not trained in medicine could dare to gamble against a professional. Very well, Chief, you shall be the witness. All members present will attest to this wager. The barefoot doctor, fearing that Yi Tan might deny responsibility, sought witnesses with an urgency that was palpable. Nearby, Bian Zhilan's mother was incensed. She broke free from the grasp of several armed personnel, leaping up in a frenzy. You bunch of heartless fools. My daughter lies here, dead, and you, foolish barefoot doctor, still dare to gamble? Are you a gambler? With that, she stood up, removed her shoes, and pursued the barefoot doctor. The village head exchanged glances with a few strong female members of the collective, who quickly restrained her once more. Calm down, treatment is already underway. Indeed, their commotion could disturb the patient's peace of mind, worsening her condition. If she were to succumb, who would bear the responsibility? Upon hearing this dire consequence, Bian Zhilan's mother ceased her frenzy. At that moment, Yi Jiqing wore a serene smile and, reaching into her pocket, left everyone in suspense. What could she be retrieving? With a flourish, she produced 2 pieces of fruit candy, holding them aloft. This is what I bought. I didn't receive any change. And the vendor gave me these candies. What could candy possibly do? It's not a miraculous remedy. Yi Jiqing, spare us your theatrics. If a piece of candy could heal, what need would there be for hospitals? You appear to be all talk, lacking substance, merely deceiving us with your antics. In response to the skepticism from Bian Zhilan's mother and the other members, Yi Jiqing remained composed, asserting confidently, the barefoot doctor may lack incantations, but I, Yi Tan, possess a method. Indeed, with half a piece of fruit candy, I can save her. Hush, what audacity! Are you not afraid of an explosion of laughter? The members gawked in disbelief, yet curiosity flickered in their eyes, including Xiangning, who wore a similar expression. The barefoot doctor scoffed, Yi Jiqing, you're merely bragging. Don't go overboard. Otherwise, not only will you jeopardize a life, but you'll also lose 2 precious coins and face public humiliation. Should you fail, the villagers will surely beat you mercilessly. Indeed, a report to the commune could falsely claim you were devoured by wild beasts nearby, and the officials would turn a blind eye. The laughter of a dozen men echoed in the air. Xiangning gazed at Yi Tan, her face pale with anxiety. She was concerned for him, her palms moist with sweat. After all, he was still young, and she had never heard him mention studying medicine. Thus, she wondered why he was so determined to take a stand. Could he truly succeed? Chapter 26. Half a piece of fruit candy if he were to fail. The villagers would undoubtedly tear him apart. Yet, Yi Tan remained unfazed, his demeanor suggesting he was not jesting. With deft fingers, he peeled the fruit candy, discarding the wrapper, and handed it to Xiangning. Here, my dear, break the candy and spit the fragments into my hand. The term my dear uttered in front of everyone made Xiangning's heart race, her cheeks flushing with warmth. As the crowd contemplated why he asked Xiangning to do this instead of taking action himself, they surmised there must be a rationale. After all, Yi Jiqing seemed to recognize the distinction between the genders, and thus, they refrained from ridicule. Humph! Xiao Zui scoffed, how unsightly. Xiaohong chimed in, clearly, this is merely a smokescreen. A charade. Indeed, await your comeuppance. A proud intellectual youth, brought low by mere boasting. How amusing. Even Widow Li does not forget to stoke the fire. The cadre of the brigade cast fierce glares at the four notorious troublemakers, prompting them to cease their mocking banter. Yet, despite the scornful jibes from onlookers, Xiangning gazed into Yi Tan's bright, fierce eyes and found herself inexplicably compelled to believe in him. Having made her decision, she obediently accepted the sugar, hastily placing it in her mouth. At this critical moment, while everyone wished to see Yi Tan humiliated, she, as his woman, could not allow her man to falter. A burst of pear juice flooded her senses, provoking the others to swallow in unison. Unable to resist the urge to swallow herself, she reminded herself that this was for medicinal purposes and refrained from consuming it, opting instead to chew. After merely a few bites, she quickly spat it out. Yi Tan calmly instructed, "Wife, feed her the remnants, and pry open her mouth as much as you can." The barefoot doctor frowned, after decades of practice. He had never encountered such a method. Xiangning, wary of being publicly reprimanded by Yi Tan again for excessive care, followed his command without crouching, lest it attract further criticism from the villagers. She bent to deliver the sugary remnants into Bien Jilan's mouth, while Yu Bangxia knelt beside her to assist. Observing Xiangning heed his previous advice, Yi Tan felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing she was cautious not to compress her abdomen by bending over too much. After some time, they managed to feed it all to her. The crowd held their breath in anticipation, yet Bien Jilan remained unresponsive, eliciting expressions of disappointment. Aunt Wang, the first to revel in the moment, proclaimed, "What did I tell you? Yi, the intellectual youth, is nothing but a fraud. Soon, he shall face his reckoning." Xiao Chui, Xiao Hong, and Widow Li eagerly joined in, declaring, "Scoundrel, you deserve to be publicly shamed. No, let him eat his own words first." Indeed, Bien Jilan's fate seemed sealed, leaving them powerless to intervene. Laughter bubbled up within them. The women's director, growing impatient with the raucous mischief of the notorious quartet, bellowed, "Silence. You four troublemakers will all be sent to the armed forces for criticism and re-education." "What? Me too," Xiao Hong protested, pouting with resentment, her triangular eyes glaring at the director. Widow Li shot her a disapproving look. "I've said nothing. Why should I be involved? Besides, it's Yi, the intellectual youth, who lost and cannot save anyone, boasting without consequence. It's not our fault." "Yes, he hasn't woken yet, has he? He should restore our freedoms since he lost. Wouldn't it be splendid if a month's worth of re-education could be condensed into just one day? Indeed, director, since he lost, we should not be subjected to confinement. Our work points should be reinstated, shouldn't they?" The women's director frowned, her ire rising at the audacity of these four. She prided herself on her integrity and detested the whispers behind her back. After all, the circumstances surrounding her father-in-law's demise were undoubtedly suspicious. 3 years ago, due to the pervasive scarcity of food, her father-in-law met an untimely demise after consuming soybean skins followed by a leek-filled steamed bun, resulting in his body swelling grotesquely. At that time, the leek buns were crafted by her own hands, and steaming a pot full of soybean skins was her idea. Thus, she bore the brunt of the blame for the tragedy. Ultimately, her father-in-law passed away with unresolved mysteries surrounding his cause of death. The daughters-in-law insinuated that the women's director had intentionally starved him to death, leading to years of unwarranted scorn directed at her. It was commonly believed that had it not been for her, the father-in-law would still be alive. Consequently, once the director became aware of this discontent, the whispers and malicious gossip from the community pierced her heart like a thorn, leading her to become increasingly harsh towards them. Naturally, she dismissed their demands with disdain. Xiangning hastily chewed on another piece of candy, and the two of them rose, their gazes fixed intently. Bien Jilan remained in a deep slumber. At that moment, although most refrained from voicing their thoughts, they could not suppress their suspicious glances directed at Yi Jiqing. A few male members of the collective had set their sights on her, gripping their hose tightly, prepared to lash out at Yi Jiqing. Yu Bangxia pulled Xiangning closer. But seeing that Yi Tan's expression was calm and serious, they felt a slight alleviation of their anxiety. The surroundings fell silent, save for the chattering of a few sparrows flitting by. Unfazed, Yi Tan remained composed, saying, "Xiangning, could you offer her a sip from that tea container?" Yu Bangxia assisted as Xiangning bent down to pour a bit of water into the lid of the tea container, only managing to give her a few sips, pressing it against her lower lip. Just as they had taken a few sips, the atmosphere was still thick with unsaid ridicule. To everyone's surprise, Bien Jilan let out a small groan, yet her eyes remained closed, her lips twitching. Xiangning, Banksia, you. Little Lon, you're awake. Upon noticing her lips moving, Banksia squealed with joy, jumping in excitement. Little Lon, you're awake. Haha, we can bicker again. Xiangning, teary-eyed, choked back her emotions, exclaiming, Bien Jilan, you nearly gave me a heart attack. How did you come to? Just now you were. The members of the collective were taken aback, their faces lighting up with joy as they turned their gazes towards Yitan, reconsidering their opinions of this city-dwelling young woman with newfound admiration. The barefoot doctor held his breath, watching the unfolding events closely, clutching his medical kit, ready to flee if needed. Bien Jilan, after groaning a few more times, forcefully opened her eyes, thumping her forehead with her fist, and began to complain. What just happened? Why am I lying on the ground? After surveying her surroundings, she stood up. Why are you all staring at me? Why aren't you working? Don't you care about your work points? Seeing the village officials gathered around her, she quickly bent down to pick up her hoe. Why are you officials here too? I wasn't slacking off, so what are you looking at? Noticing the silence, she glanced at her friends. Come on, Xiangning, Banksia, what are you still doing? Hurry up and get to work. Don't waste those 5 minutes. Chapter 27. Li Huaduo recognizes defeat. What? How is this possible? Could it be that Yi Jiqing truly possesses the ability to heal? The members of the commune were utterly astonished, struggling to comprehend the situation. How could someone so young, Yi Jiqing, have mastered the art of medicine, even surpassing barefoot doctors? Madame Wang, upon realizing the implications, felt tears welling up. Having lost the gamble, she had already been reprimanded by the Women's director and confined to the armed unit for an extended period of learning. Sigh. It seemed she was being punished by fate. How could someone like Yi Jiqing be capable of bringing the dead back to life? Director, I refuse. I will not go to study. I don't want to work for nothing and lose my points. No, I want to eat that. Madame Wang protested vehemently. You foolish barefoot doctor. It's because of your incompetence that I am forced into this predicament. Why should I suffer? Seeing a few straightforward male members of the commune approaching with a shovel full of dung, Madame Wang panicked, shouting and attempting to escape while desperately trying to cover her mouth, refusing to partake in the steaming pile. The Women's director, casting a glance at the armed unit, signaled to them. In an instant, several men restrained Madame Wang, dragging her away. The director looked disdainfully at her as she was led off. Madame Wang continued to shout, I want to go. This is unjust. I demand that the wild boy be confined instead. The Women's director scoffed. It seemed that Madame Wang had indeed brought calamity upon herself, foolishly gambling with overconfidence, only to face utter defeat, and now she dreamed of confining Yi Jiqing. Banksia and the lively Bien Jilan spat in the direction of the 4 miscreants as they retreated. The barefoot doctor, sensing the tide turning against him, glanced around with wide eyes, observing that the collective ire was directed at the 4 villains. He crouched down, clutching his medical box, planning a stealthy escape. After all, he had just lost a bet with a stake of 2 yuan. Typically, he was subservient to his wife, who dictated terms, leaving him with little pocket money, often scavenged from his children's pencil cases. Pay up, 2 yuan. Pay up. Li Huaduo, the barefoot doctor, felt paralyzed as several commune members joined hands to block his path. Stunned, he cried out in desperation, this bet, it doesn't count. Let us start over. The old village head immediately interjected, Dr. Li, therein lies your error. Just because you lost the bet does not mean it is invalid. The wager has concluded. How can you propose a do-over? Do you expect that you can just fall down in place of Bien Jilan for it to be considered a fresh start? Seeing the village head's questioning gaze, Li Huaduo quickly turned away, attempting to evade Yitan while exchanging furtive glances with the old village head, hoping for some form of collusion. However, the village head was not swayed. Li Huaduo, I am a witness to this wager, he declared, then turned to address the entire assembly. All the members present are witnesses as well, are they not? The members, emerging from their stupor, rolled up their sleeves. Their earlier desire to confront Yi Jiqing now redirected towards Li Huaduo, brandishing their hoes and shouting, That's right. You owe us 2 yuan. Hand it over. Li the useless, Li the quack, we all bear witness. If you ruin the gambling match, we shall post notices all over the village, declaring that you, Li Huaduo, the quack, have caused great harm. We will demand the revocation of your medical license, and you shall be captured and publicly denounced. Indeed, it is Li the fool. The one who should leave the village is not that young man Yi, but you, the despicable charlatan. Yi Tan remained silent, hands on her hips, observing the comical expression of Li Huadua, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Young Xiangning admired her, lost in thought. Yu Bangxia couldn't help but steal a few glances at Yi Tan. Bian Zhilan pulled the two of them away from the crowd, just as the three girls stepped out. Bian Zhilan's mother came over, weeping, and suddenly knelt before Yi Tan. "Thank you, Yi Jiqing, thank you for saving my life," she exclaimed, startling Yi Tan. She was about to bow in return when Bian Zhilan's mother quickly stopped her. "Oh, auntie, there is no need for such formality. We are all from the same village. It is but a small act of kindness. Please take this," Bian Zhilan's mother said, wiping her tears and gazing at the fruit candy in Yi Tan's hand. "I cannot accept it. It is quite precious. Take it, please. I intended to give it to my daughter-in-law, but your daughter is her close friend from childhood, so I shall give it to you for her use. She is currently experiencing low blood sugar and needs nourishment." Upon hearing this, Bian Zhilan's mother shed more tears. "Thank you, Yi Jiqing, for your great kindness." She accepted the fruit candy Yi Tan offered, through the yellow candy wrapper. She caught a whiff of its enticing floral and fruity aroma. Meanwhile, from a distance, Bian Zhilan's uncle felt genuinely moved, but, as a scorekeeper and team leader, he found it inappropriate to intervene publicly and thus drifted away with the crowd. Li Huadao, on the sidelines, mumbled to himself, "Oh, so it's low blood sugar? But what exactly is that? I've never heard of it before." Ultimately, he found himself at a loss, outmatched, facing the entire village. To silence the whispers and secure his position in the community, Li Huadao had no choice but to concede. "All right, villagers, today I admit I have lost this gamble. Very well, I accept my defeat. Wasn't it just a debt of 2 yuan? It's merely 2 yuan. I, Li Huadao, can afford it. I have plenty of money." After declaring this with bravado, he rummaged through his pockets. Finally, he produced a wad of cash. "Come, let us count and see if it's sufficient." Wang Hai, a fellow youth, noticed that he had emptied his white cloth pouch and, indeed, was willing to part with it. He snatched the money away, spitting and counting it back and forth, finally shouting, 8 dimes and 8 fun, still short 1 yuan and 12 fun. Wang Hai exclaimed, exuberant, as Yi Tan was a youth, and her victory would bring honor to their group. "We need more money, more money. Yes, dig deeper, bring it out. Bring out the money." Li Huadao's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat several times. "As you all know, 2 yuan is a significant sum, and I have 5 hungry mouths to feed at home. Our circumstances are quite modest. Therefore, allow me some time to return home, and by tomorrow noon, I shall certainly repay the remaining amount to Comrade Yi." The village head, upon hearing this, quickly interjected, "Since the doctor has made such a statement, we must accept the outcome. His debt is 12 fun, and as a witness, I must oversee that he repays Comrade Yi by tomorrow, and it must be done in my presence." Amidst the bustling chatter of the villagers, the village head announced, "It is getting late. Let us disperse and return to our work. In the afternoon, I will reward all of you with 5 points." The villagers cheered in applause. However, their glances towards Yi Tan were markedly different from before, filled with admiration as they departed. The villagers returned to the fields to replant seeds. And just when they had made some progress, the village head ambled along, leaning against a shade structure, fanning himself with his straw hat. Chapter 28. City dwellers know not how to dig wells. The old village head gazed into the distance, his face etched with concern. The land was parched, and the last corn seeds had failed to sprout, as had the soybeans and red beans, a truly alarming situation. If this continued, and the drought prevented the seedlings from emerging, the season would be lost, resulting in a harvestless plight. Would not the entire village of 800 souls face starvation? Reflecting on the days of relentless hunger in the 1960s, the old village head shuddered. Noticing his distress, Yi Tan inquired, "Are you troubled by the drought?" The old village head sighed heavily. He wiped the sweat from his brow with an old towel around his neck. "They say spring rain is as precious as oil. The less it rains, the hotter it becomes, and the drier the land. This vicious cycle is indeed worrisome." Yi Tan felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "What if we dig a few wells? We could then fetch water to irrigate the seedlings. Wouldn't that be simpler? You speak lightly of it, but our village's soil is so arid that it seems to smoke. Even below the surface, there might not be any water." This remark left Yi Tan deep in thought. The old village head followed him toward the brigade office. while the team leaders hurried off to their respective fields to attend to their tasks. Suddenly, Yitan remarked, "In fact, I have noticed that during my water-fetching trips at noon, the water level has significantly dropped. It's not just that the crops are failing to sprout, wasting our seeds. If we don't devise a solution, the entire village will struggle for water." The old village head sighed once more, biting his lip in frustration. He felt helpless. Impatience would not yield results. "Given our current situation, what can we do?" Yitan proposed. "How about we dig a well at the village entrance? Then everyone can carry buckets of water to nourish the seeds, urging them to sprout." But digging a well is a major undertaking. Even so, it appears to be our only option at this point. Otherwise, come autumn, we shall have no food, and our villagers won't survive. With a resigned sigh, the old village head nodded. As they arrived at the brigade office, he said, "Come, accompany me to the brigade office and share your new idea." Indeed, after witnessing Yi Tan's heroic actions today, the village head silently resolved to place greater trust in Comrade Yi in the future. Yi Jiqing, despite her youth, possesses profound knowledge and a sharp intellect, proving her mettle in critical moments. Yi Tan promptly followed the old village chief to the village office, which also serves as the brigade headquarters. Upon entering, she quickly prepared tea for the chief, filling the teapot to the brim, and poured herself a modest cup. "How deep is our village's old well?" the village chief inquired, furrowing his brow. "In my day, it was excavated to over 20 meters. I was your age then and participated in the digging, working tirelessly day and night." Yitan nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Let us dig a well to 30 or even 50 meters. I refuse to believe it will not yield water." The old chief sighed, lamenting that such depths would far exceed those of the past. "For now, we must focus on ensuring the seeds germinate. Otherwise, what can we do? Unlike the southern regions where several springs nourish a single plot, or in the bustling cities where water flows freely from taps." He raised his pipe, and Yitan swiftly retrieved the pouch of tobacco, preparing it and lighting it for him. Observing her attentiveness, the chief reflected on her earlier remarks. Gradually, several team leaders arrived. "Chief, none of the soybean seeds sown by our 5th team have germinated. What shall we do?" One lamented. "Our 3rd team seeds have also failed to sprout, and I dug down half a meter to find dry soil," another added. "Indeed, our corn in the 2nd team has suffered similarly. What is our course of action?" "The sweet potato seedlings have dried into mere twine," echoed another voice. "Yes, chief. We need a solution." After taking a puff from his pipe, the chief exhaled a cloud of smoke before responding, "I was just discussing this matter with Yi Jiqing." The room fell silent, astonished. When had Yi Jiqing become so esteemed? A mere accountant from the 6th team, so young and an outsider at that. How had she garnered the chief's favor? The leaders exchanged glances, puzzled. Yet, upon reflection, they understood. Her audacious exploits and the guarantees she made before the villagers, along with her recent act of saving fellow member Bian Jilan, had understandably earned her some recognition from the chief. Nevertheless, at just 20 and a newcomer from the capital, how could she truly grasp the intricacies of rural affairs? The team leaders scrutinized Yi Tan and then the village chief. Finally, the leader of the 2nd team took the initiative, seating himself on the opposite bench, ready to deliberate. The chief turned to Yi Tan. "Please, share your thoughts." Without hesitation, Yi Tan set down her enamel cup and stated, "I propose we dig a well. But the ground is so dry, will digging a well even help?" Another countered, "Indeed, has digging wells yielded water thus far? Besides, how many wells can we dig to resolve the water shortage affecting hundreds of acres? True, I have not even done laundry at home. We merely labor to carry water for drinking, fearing to waste it on anything else. My family is in the same situation. We no longer wash our faces. Are we to rely on the nearby Grand Canal for irrigation? It is evident that the Grand Canal has now become a mere shadow of its former self, with sediment nearly leveling the banks, devoid of water, leaving only barren sand. Can we truly rely on the canal or the village's ditches?" When Yi Jiqing articulated this sentiment, the village chief and several team leaders exchanged glances, sensing a distinct change in him. His thoughts seemed more layered, supported by reason and delivered with poise. They were puzzled by how an outsider could possess such profound understanding of their surroundings. This group of villagers chose to remain silent, eager to hear what insights this young man might offer, perhaps even questioning whether he could miraculously summon rain in the absence of water. Indeed, they were skeptical, keen to witness any potential misstep on his part. Yi Tan, having discerned the subtle nuances in their expressions, pondered the nature of his rebirth. He was fully aware of the petty schemes of the team leaders. With calm assurance, he proposed that since the canal lay dry and the protective moat was equally parched, excavating several deep wells became imperative. Although the team leaders were reluctant, they could not dispute the logic in his words. However, a new concern arose. Given that the entire village and the Grand Canal for miles were devoid of water, how deep should they dig these wells? Indeed, the crux of the matter was the absence of water. Digging to 100 meters might yield nothing, resulting in futile labor day and night. They urged him to think carefully before directing the villagers, lest they toil in vain. In response to the skepticism from the team leaders, Xiangning confidently stated that he possessed several folk techniques that would ensure success, guaranteeing that they would not dig in vain or too deeply. This declaration left everyone astonished. Suddenly, the old village chief stood up, placing a foot on the bench, drawing a deep puff from his pipe, and pointed at Xiangning with his old smoking pipe, his face reflecting urgency. You better not be speaking grandiose claims or boasting, or else if the villagers dig wells and find no water, you won't be able to stay in this village, and I cannot protect you from the wrath of the people. You must consider this carefully. The second team leader nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's not only you. Even the old Yang family will be implicated. When the time comes, you will not be able to escape the consequences. Hearing the words of his peers, the old village chief nodded emphatically and asked in a serious tone, "Do you truly have a method to select appropriate drilling points?" "Certainly," Xiangning assured him. "Then choose multiple sites. For the sake of cultivating our crops and sustaining the livelihoods of the village's 1,000 or so residents this year, we must act decisively and strive together." The fifth team leader expressed his hesitation. "Village chief, I noticed last time that we lack sufficient shovels in our team. If the well digging proves successful, we will need to excavate several wells, necessitating even more shovels." Upon hearing this, Xiangning quickly rose. "Then I shall go procure some tomorrow morning. That will resolve the issue." "That sounds good." The village chief, reflecting on the situation, decided to let him go, considering the team accountant had not yet assigned a daunting task. After a few coughs, the old village chief said in a deep voice, "We have received a notification from above. When going to the township or county, an introduction letter is required, which I must stamp. You, young man, should come early tomorrow to collect the introduction letter, so you can handle this matter." After putting down his pipe, he suddenly remembered, "No, let your future brother-in-law accompany you. After all, you will need to purchase several items and move things around. I worry you might not be experienced enough and end up losing the shovel while walking, which would be troublesome. Well, there are less than 2 hours left before work ends. Why not step outside instead of lingering indoors? Walk around the village and see where it would be convenient to dig a well." With the old village chief's command, the members of the brigade set off. However, Xiangning took a few chipped porcelain bowls with him. The village chief and the squad leader were puzzled by his intentions, but they found it difficult to comprehend the actions of this young lad. They simply followed along. Outside the 300 households, in an area where wild vegetables had begun to sprout, Xiangning crouched down and diligently dug into the soil. He then took a bowl, inverted it into the hole, and placed a small piece of grass paper inside, leaving only the bottom of the bowl exposed. This spot was now marked. The squad leader frowned, wondering what the young man was up to. The fifth squad leader was also puzzled, but seeing the old village chief's unwavering confidence, he chose to remain silent and simply followed the main group. As everyone stood up and followed the village chief and Xiangning, they walked to a location over 1,000 meters away before finally stopping. Xiangning stared blankly at several large stones, examining them closely. Everyone was perplexed by his actions. Xiangning began to push and shift the stones, but they were too large, revealing only a tiny gap. However, he soon noticed something peculiar. He saw moss growing on the stones, and, upon surveying the surroundings, he realized that this location might indeed hold promise. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this area was likely to yield water, as the surroundings were elevated while the center was lower, creating a natural basin for water accumulation. After all, there was a saying about 2 mountains enclosing a valley where water flows. Therefore, he dug a small pit and placed a bowl there. The onlookers were unsure if he was genuinely skilled or merely pretending, and the dozen or so squads dared not voice their thoughts. As everyone followed Xiangning, they continued to search, but he simply could not find a suitable spot around the village for digging. Suddenly, the second squad leader suggested, "Can we not draw water from the existing well at the village entrance to irrigate the fields, and then deepen that well to yield more water?" Upon hearing this, the village chief frowned and retorted, for a village of 700 or 800 people waiting for food, water, and washing. You think we can just drain the existing well to irrigate the fields without having a new well ready? Are you asking for trouble? After receiving a negative response, the second squad leader fell silent. Noticing that time was running short, the village chief said, "Let's go. Work is over. Yi Tan, you must come early to the brigade tomorrow. We need to address this issue promptly. I will inform you of the number of shovels required by morning." Yi Tan quickly nodded and hurried back to the youth station. Burdening his heart was yet another matter: the urgent need to venture to Xiangning to search for matsutake mushrooms. There was no room for negligence. Otherwise, his wife would truly remain unattainable. In the communal dining hall of the team, Xiangning, Yu Bangxia, and Bian Zhilan gathered at a table, accompanied by the rather unpopular Xiao Chui, who also joined them for a meal. Midway through their dining, Xiangning pulled out 5 pieces of candy from her pocket and discreetly handed them to Bian Zhilan, whispering, "Here, this will help with your low blood sugar." Since Yi Jiqing mentioned it, we should be extra cautious. Bian Zhilan smiled, eagerly snatching the candy, exclaiming, "I was just craving something sweet. I've never had more than 2 pieces of fruit candy at a time since childhood." Yu Bangxia, feeling a twinge of jealousy, protested, "Xiangning, how could you give her some and not me, given our close relationship?" Xiangning chuckled, "When you come to my home, I'll make sure to give you a few." "Well, that's more like it," Yu Bangxia replied, pouting yet satisfied. The 4 notorious girls turned their heads, their hearts ignited with discontent upon witnessing the carefree laughter and playful banter of Xiangning and her companions. Why were these 3 seemingly hypocritical individuals allowed to bask in such sunshine, while their own candidness attracted disdain from the fellow villagers? Especially the reproach from the women's director? A torrent of frustration surged within them. At Xiangning, Yi Tan stumbled into a pit, where a soft and fragrant pile of pine branches awaited. Familiar with the terrain, he swiftly reached the bottom, using a spoon to dig through the leaves and soil. Within an hour, he had harvested 2 large bags, totaling 50 matsutake mushrooms, pure bliss in the wonders of Xiangning. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he shouldered the hefty bags and returned to the 300-house village. Bending low, he approached the youth point, only to find that there was no drinking water left in his room. With a sigh, he grabbed a yoke and headed to the village entrance to fetch some. Arriving at the well, he noted that the orchids by the stone wellhead were not as lush and verdant as previous years, even in mid-March. They barely reached the height of an egg. After much effort, he managed to haul 2 buckets of water back to the youth point. In the early morning, with ample time before the whistle blew, he hurried to the spot where he had buried a bowl the day before. He first cleared the soil, then lifted the bowl, crumpling the paper inside. To his delight, it was indeed incredibly moist. Observing the bowl's interior, a delicate cascade of water droplets flowed forth. Elated, he picked up the bowl and rushed to the large stone, quickly lifting the bowl again. This time, the results were even better. Indeed, between the 2 mountains lay a valley where water flowed. Kneeling down for a closer look, he mused that perhaps within 30 meters of digging, abundant water would surge forth. As he spoke to himself, he noticed the village head approaching from several hundred meters away. "Village head, over here. Good news." The village head, spotting Yi Tan examining the site chosen the previous day, felt a shift in his perception of the young man. Despite being barely 20, Yi Tan approached his tasks with remarkable seriousness and maturity. Even though he hailed from the capital, his knowledge and sense of responsibility rivaled that of any farmer's son, exhibiting an energy that was anything but lacking. The village chief quickly took a wooden stick he had just picked up and firmly planted it into the ground, declaring, "There. Let us mark this spot." Chapter 30. The Lazy Donkey on the Mill. After securing the stick, the old village chief pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. "Here, this is your introduction letter. In case you're stopped by checkpoints along the way, show this for your protection." Yi Tan was filled with elation. This meant that if she kept this introduction letter, it would facilitate her future trips to deliver matsutake mushrooms to restaurants. Oh, how splendid. Moreover, it bore no date, allowing for repeated use. After all, it was 1976, and leaving the village for any purpose was tightly controlled. Without an introduction letter and national grain tickets, venturing outside was nearly impossible, especially that introduction letter. If she were ever checked and unable to produce it, the prospect of being captured and jailed was not a mere fantasy. As Yi Tan reveled in her triumph, the village chief reminded her, "Yang Igua is already waiting for you at the brigade office. You should hurry and take the mule cart to the commune to purchase a shovel." Even though you are an accountant, I am keeping the money for him. I couldn't find you last night. You ran off faster than a rabbit. Oh, yes, I took advantage of the dawn to fetch water. There was none at the educated youth point, and I was worried it would be difficult to manage after dark. Yitan would never dare admit that she had secretly gone to dig up something. All right, dear old chief, I shall return to the brigade office now. Yitan followed closely behind the village chief as they hurried towards the brigade office. Suddenly, in the distance, she spotted Xiangning, holding a new riding whip adorned with a cluster of fiery red tassels. Beside him stood a brownish-red mule harnessed to a cart, exuding an imposing presence. Yi Zhqing. Hurry up, the village chief called out. You two should team up to buy the shovel and then quickly dig the well. Xiangning climbed onto the cart's shaft, while the village chief returned to the brigade office. However, Xiangning did not see Yitan make a move. What are you waiting for? Yitan suddenly shouted, Brother, wait for me 10 minutes. I'll be right back. She dashed out several meters, turning back to call out, Don't leave without me. Xiangning sighed, thinking to himself that if it weren't for his genuine intention to marry his little sister and the delicious meal he was promised at noon, he wouldn't want to wait for her at all. City folks, truly as sluggish as a lazy donkey wallowing in filth. Within 10 minutes, Yitan returned, carrying a large cloth bag, panting heavily, and plopped down on the other side of the cart. Xiangning sighed and pushed a simple handbrake. Go. Without needing to raise the whip, the spirited red mule instinctively began to stride forward out of the village, the dirt road widening as the mule quickened its pace. Brother, when we arrive at the supply and marketing cooperative, you go check for the shovel while I'll return in half an hour. Xiangning was too lazy to ask what she intended to do, merely responding with a soft grunt as they continued onward. Remarkably, the mule was not slow. In less than an hour, they reached the cooperative. Yitan quickly disembarked, clutching 2 large blue-patterned bags, and hurried off in the direction of the Red Flag restaurant. She quickened her steps and pushed the door open, finding Xiaoli beaming at her. Why are you here so early today? This morning, I accompanied the mule cart from the village, driven by necessity to meet others' expectations. The proprietor had reiterated the price of 10 yuan per pound, insisting on the quantity to be taken. A wave of joy surged within Yitan as she silently expressed gratitude for the kindness of Lu Shiguang, whose connection with her ran deep from a past life. Xiaoli, with a beaming smile, carefully opened his bag, gingerly extracting the matsutake mushrooms, fearing any blemish upon them. Today's haul exceeded all previous days, 50 mushrooms, meticulously arranged, requiring multiple weighings to conclude the task. With a radiant smile, Xiaoli declared, Comrade, we have 50 mushrooms, totaling 20 jin, amounting to 200 yuan. Yitan's heart swelled with joy. This indicated she was ever closer to success, a sentiment that could not help but elate her. Clutching her deflated empty bag, she tucked it into her pocket, mirroring Xiaoli's happiness. Subsequently, she deftly slipped 20 large bills into her trousers. Upon turning her head, she noticed a sign displaying a welcome to city officials at the Hongqi restaurant, dated for the day after tomorrow. It was of no concern to her, aware that Xiangning awaited her at the local produce store. She hastily bid farewell to Xiaoli and departed from the Hongqi restaurant. In a mere half hour, she arrived at the produce shop. The imposing red mule stood proudly at the entrance. Yitan approached with a smile, affectionately patting its neck, and the mule nuzzled her hand in return, a sign of fondness. Upon entering the produce store, Yitan saw Xiangning meticulously selecting items. She hurried over, asking, Brother, have they mentioned the price for a shovel? 2 male salesmen stood nearby, each adorned with white cotton gloves. Typically, the produce store housed cold farming tools or household items of substantial size, necessitating considerable physical effort, which accounted for the absence of female sales staff. Xiangning glanced at the older salesman, who promptly interjected, Comrade, we have 2 types of shovels, pointed roundhead and flathead. The pointed head is priced at 0.8 yuan each, while the flathead is 0.75 yuan. Currently, we have 15 pointed heads and 20 flatheads in stock. Xiangning then informed Yitan that they still needed 10 more shovels for the team. Without hesitation, Yitan exclaimed, Since we are digging holes, it would be more reasonable to order more pointed heads. Xiangning nodded in agreement. Yitan decisively requested 10 pointed heads, inquiring about the delivery time. The older salesman exchanged glances with his colleague, astonished at how the elder appeared indecisive while this young person spoke with such fervor. This individual was no ordinary customer. The salesman quickly responded, They will definitely arrive by tomorrow afternoon. Yitan frowned, suggesting, then let us take as many as we can today. If that is not feasible, we can always return tomorrow. Yang Igua could only nod in agreement. However, Yitan proposed, let us not order 20 flat heads. 10 will suffice for now, as we don't currently require the flat heads. That seems reasonable. The village head didn't specify quality, so we must rely on our own judgment, she concluded, decisively instructing the salesman to take 15 pointed heads and to refrain from ordering anything else for the time being. Tomorrow, simply procure 30 pointed roundhead shovels. The young vendor standing at the back hurriedly grabbed a notebook and diligently recorded the order, even reading it aloud to ensure accuracy. Yitan nodded in agreement, confirming that they should move 15 shovels. The older vendor promptly declared, 15 pointed roundhead shovels at 80 cents each, totaling 12 yuan. Yang Igua quickly retrieved 12 yuan from a tattered leather satchel, which also contained various small denominations and coins. Although the weathered satchel bore signs of age, it should not be underestimated. The brown bag was designed to be worn slantingly across the body, resting comfortably at the chest or waist, providing a sense of security against theft or loss. Such bags were still common in the 1980s, as city bus conductors often carried similar ones while navigating crowded, unair-conditioned buses, tirelessly selling and checking tickets amidst a packed sea of passengers. The metal zippers, though worn, were remarkably durable, proving practical despite their faded appearance. 12 yuan was handed over to the vendor. Yang Igua and Yitan each took 6 or 7 shovels and made their way outside with ease. Upon seeing his master arrive, the big red mule, still clutching his tools, raised his head and let out a few loud snorts, signaling that it was time to return to the team, repeatedly pawing the ground with his right front leg. How about you take the reins and drive the cart on the way back? Yang Igua, usually serious, felt a sense of familiarity with Yitan and proposed this idea, flashing a rare, mischievous grin. Perhaps he intended to cultivate Yitan, molding him into a more quintessential farmer. It was not merely about being present in spirit. A farmer must also possess practical skills. However, there was an element of testing involved, perhaps to see if Yitan would falter. After all, Yitan had recently exhibited rather extraordinary behavior, appearing transformed, shrewd, and suddenly adept in medicine. Such a character arc? Frankly, the turnaround was astonishing. Chapter 31. The elevated vendor yet. Yitan's face was etched with concern. Before Yang Igua could inquire further, he divulged, "Brother, please wait 10 more minutes. I need to visit the supply and marketing cooperative. I promised to acquire some tickets to marry Xiangning, and I must check on those tickets." Upon hearing this, Yang Igua was momentarily taken aback. While slightly disappointed, he understood that amidst their playful banter, his sister's lifelong happiness took precedence, and he dared not hinder her. He remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Everyone knew that purchasing tickets discreetly was not a matter to be taken lightly. Reselling tickets was akin to engaging in speculation, often viewed with even greater disdain, much like the scalpers of later times. Furthermore, it was 1976, a time when even the slightest embezzlement by the team accountant could lead to imprisonment or harsh repercussions. That era was characterized by an intense seriousness and meticulousness. However, it also had its merits. At least people's mental and physical health were aligned, and they approached life and affairs with a sense of reverence, rather than succumbing to a culture of entertainment-driven apathy. As later generations have summarized, the years of the production team were akin to the age of horse-drawn postal carriers, where everything moved at a languid pace. Yet, the romance between men and women, even if savored for a lifetime, remained rich and sweet, with a shelf life that spanned the entirety of one's existence. In contrast, later generations opted for vehicles for transportation, where tasks could be accomplished with a mere phone call or an email, everything swift and glittering. Indeed, the modern era embraced speed in all facets, including the fleeting duration of love, measured in seconds. Eventually, it became commonplace to engage in romantic relationships without formalizing them through marriage, cohabiting without legal ties, leading to disconcerting views on marriage and childbearing, alongside a lifestyle of moral decay that went unchecked. The ideals of mutual fidelity and unwavering commitment, the essence of love devoid of betrayal, transformed into a luxury for the restless souls of contemporary society. The notion of a lifetime shared between two souls, yearning under the solitary glow of a lamp for the return of a beloved, became synonymous with backwardness and ignorance. Yitan strode purposefully, taking a detour to the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon noticing Yi Tan, the older brother rose to tidy the manure bag hanging from the rear of his red mule, lowering his head slightly as he deftly led the mule forward. The mule, understanding its role, trotted along in a steady rhythm, matching its master's pace. Yi Tan had already entered the cooperative, where several female sales clerks greeted her with radiant smiles, as if basking in the warmth of spring. Yi Tan, undistracted, continued her journey towards the 520 counter. Today, her hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her straight bangs framed her forehead, making her appear far more pleasing than the other sales clerks. The others sported heavily curled hairstyles, having endured the harsh treatment of heated chopsticks at home, resulting in frizzy locks that were burnt and brittle. Some, in an attempt to be fashionable, soaked their hair in vinegar water, achieving not only curls but also a chestnut hue, perhaps discontent with their own dark, straight hair. However, Eaton found such excessive fashion unappealing and even resisted it. After all, having been reborn, she was well acquainted with the harsh realities of technological advancements. Arriving in 1976, she held a deep respect for simplicity and nature. The 520 clerk, taken aback and beaming with joy, contrasted sharply with the usual cold demeanor of her colleagues. Before the clerk could utter a word, Eaton had already made her request. "I would like a piece of pork belly, but I do not have a ticket." "Very well. We have 5 pounds of pork belly today, along with 2 pounds of fatty pork. Would you like to take some as well?" Anticipating that Yi Tan might object to the price, the clerk hurriedly explained that the fatty pork was only 50 cents more expensive per pound than the pork belly. A very reasonable price indeed. Only 50 cents more? Indeed, last time it was 80 cents more, and an old comrade even snatched it up, claiming it was for his mother's birthday celebration. In 1976, fatty pork was considered a premium choice, unlike in later years when it was virtually unwanted, with the preference shifting solely to lean cuts, compelling modern pig farmers to fatten their livestock with growth-promoting agents. Seeing Yi Tan wave her hand decisively, declaring, "I'll take them all," caused another wave of astonishment. All the sales clerks leaned in, ears perked, mouths agape, momentarily struck dumb, as if an egg could fit within their open mouths. With a smile, 520 addressed Yi Tan regarding the meat. "One slab of pork belly weighs a total of 5 jin, priced at 1.5 yuan per jin, amounting to 75 yuan. There is also a piece of fatty meat weighing 2 jin, priced at 2 yuan per jin, totaling 4 yuan. The grand total is 115 yuan. She then added, "Additionally, I would like 1 jin of brown sugar and 1 jin of white sugar." "Oh, do you have any sugar tickets?" Upon seeing Yi Tan shake her head, 520 tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and, with a gentle whisper, explained, "Without a ticket, the white sugar is 0.7 yuan per jin, and the brown sugar is 0.8 yuan per jin. Adding 15 yuan brings the total to 130 yuan. "Very well." 520 laid a sheet of grass paper flat on the counter and added 2 more layers beneath the scale. She then turned to the brown sugar section. The brown sugar was contained in a rudimentary wooden box, crafted from rough templates and nailed together, with a wooden base to prevent spillage. Measuring approximately 1 meter square, the surrounding fence stood at the height of a palm. With a wooden spatula, she scooped the brown sugar onto the grass paper on the scale, adjusting the balance until it read just right. Placing the scale back on the counter, 520 pinched the edges of the grass paper, lifting it and resting it on the jade countertop. She folded it neatly and secured it tightly with a piece of brown paper twine. Then, she turned her attention to weighing the white sugar, employing the same method as before. Yi Tan had already placed 13 yuan on the counter. Upon noticing this, 520's face lit up with a smile of delight as she accepted the money and proceeded to wrap the meat in several layers of grass paper. Yi Tan retrieved her cloth bag and stuffed everything inside. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a commotion at a distance, where a salesperson was embroiled in a heated argument with an elderly gentleman. The elderly man, hoarse from shouting, pounded the counter in frustration. "How do you conduct your business? I bought 2 meters of fabric to make a Zhongshan suit, yet you shortchanged me by half a foot, and the edges are all crooked. How can you call yourself a salesperson? They say national officials never take advantage of the people, but this is blatant robbery. Is there no law anymore?" With her bag slung over her shoulder, Yi Tan observed the scene unfold. Her curiosity piqued as a crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. All the salespeople in the supply and marketing cooperative rushed to the fabric section, united in their stance against this unruly customer. It was evident that in 1976, the cooperative held a position of great authority, elevating the status of its salespeople significantly. On what grounds do you claim the fabric is insufficient? What evidence do you have? One salesperson interjected, hands on hips, displaying an air of arrogance, especially as the support of her colleagues bolstered her confidence. Yitan paused to watch closely, noting the elderly man's dignified appearance in his silver-gray Zhongshan suit, which suggested he was no ordinary villager. If it weren't for his current predicament, the salespeople, with their narrow-minded views, would likely not have raised their voices so vehemently. The elderly gentleman picked up a large piece of cloth, shook it out, and then folded it to examine the edges. Look here, this is the fabric you tore for me yesterday, and it has a diagonal point extending over a foot. It's certainly not a straight line. Are you still denying it? Is this truly my fault? She retorted defiantly. How could it not be? Why would I come here seeking you specifically if it weren't? Indeed, there is a prominent dark mole at the corner of your mouth. The elder pointed to her face. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman furrowed her brow and touched her face. The mole was indeed a striking feature, adorned with a few hairs. Though she wished to shift the blame, it was not an easy task. She still wanted to preserve her dignity. In a fit of anger, she ripped off her sleeve and tossed it onto the counter, arguing, I don't care. Regardless, this piece of fabric has been at your house for a day now. Who knows if this diagonal point was intentional on your part to deceive me? Intentional? What could I possibly gain from this diagonal point? He exclaimed. Do not speak recklessly and falsely accuse others. What could you gain? It could be quite significant. Perhaps you intended to take a strip of cloth to fashion a pair of trousers? At that moment, the elder was so enraged that he could scarcely articulate a response. Seeing this, Yitan immediately stepped forward. Standing behind a group of saleswomen, 520 was startled by Yitan's approach. Through the crowd, her expression shifted slightly, and her eyes flickered with concern. She thought to herself that she should warn him not to get involved, as this woman had powerful connections that he could not afford to confront. Nevertheless, Yitan remained undeterred, plunging into the fray. Comrade, why are you shouting at the elder in such a disrespectful manner? Respect for the elderly and love for the young are traditional virtues. Do you have no sense of courtesy? Upon realizing that Yitan was a regular customer, the saleswoman, who was known for purchasing a pair of steel pens, responded with arrogance and hostility. What does my attitude matter to you? Who do you think you are? Is there any of your merchandise on this cart? Faced with her questioning, the saleswoman became even more brazen. Since time immemorial, transactions have been settled in person. Once you step out that door, I bear no responsibility. So mind your own business. Such a lack of accountability. Yitan scoffed, her voice laced with disdain. You dare to push the blame onto the elder while you yourself made a mistake? You have squandered the trust that the elderly have placed in you. You arrogant individual. The saleswoman sneered. How can you be so certain that I intentionally distorted the fabric? I suspect you are in cahoots with this old man. Clearly, you are just a troublemaker. The elder, witnessing the arrival of support, felt a glimmer of hope, yet he was at a loss for how to counter the saleswoman's obstinacy. He fidgeted behind Yitan, clearly anxious. Noticing his distress, Yitan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not worry, elder, allow me to reason with them. Turning her gaze back to the young saleswoman, she declared, Very well, I will purchase fabric right now, 1 meter of the same blue cloth. The saleswoman, infuriated, huffed and replied with sarcasm, All right, it's 2 yuan per meter for wide-width fabric with a fabric coupon. Without a coupon? Huh, I refuse to sell it. With that, she struck a triumphant pose, her face filled with disdain. Yitan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, without a fabric coupon, she had been caught off guard. Behind Yitan stood Lu Shiguang, who promptly retrieved a piece of cloth ticket from his pocket and handed it over, saying, Here, young comrade, take this. Without turning around, Yitan threw the cloth ticket and money onto the counter, exclaiming, Now, cut me a meter of cloth. The sales staff, visibly tense, watched the frenzied individual. Yitan glanced at her name tag marked 100. How absurd. With a look of disdain aimed at Lu Shiguang and a venomous glare directed at everyone else, she picked up a large yellow measuring tape, marked a point at 1 meter, and snipped it with scissors. At that moment, Yitan and Lu Shiguang stood side by side, their eyes fixed intently on 100, fearful of missing any crucial detail. 100 shook loose a meter of fabric, expertly flicked it, and tore it off in one fluid motion, rolling it up without a second glance. Yitan quickly realized the situation. Hold on. Don't lay this meter of cloth flat. Fold it in half so we can see if the edges align properly. The saleswoman huffed, clearly irritated. Fine, let us see. In this day and age, who fears whom? I'll prove to you clowns that without a resounding slap to your faces, you'll never understand the reality of iron. With a flick of her fair wrist, she focused intently, but suddenly froze. Tremors coursed through her body as silence enveloped the crowd. Sweat beaded at her temples. She trembled as she meticulously checked the cut again, and indeed, there was a large, uneven edge on the other side, failing to match the initial cut. Huh, saleswoman. Are you competent? If not, go home and tend to your children. What a disgrace to stand here. The onlookers couldn't help but rally behind the elder gentleman. At that moment, the elder found his resolve and puffed out his chest, feeling a surge of confidence, and directed a cold huff towards the saleswoman 100. It was evident to all that the piece of cloth was not only intact but had, in fact, been overmeasured. Just as she had previously claimed, an extra piece akin to a belt. Upon seeing this, Eaton snatched the money back, refusing to give it to her. 100 frowned, suppressing her anger, and in an attempt to regain her footing, countered, I acknowledge the excess, but if it's less, you may take the money without complaint. However, for the extra, you must return both the money and the cloth ticket to cover this surplus. Eaton coldly laughed, I refuse to take it. If this piece of cloth is torn, I have the right to reject it. But what about the piece you shorted the old man yesterday? Do you acknowledge that? The elder felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nearby, Lu Shiguang had already recognized Yitan and cast a grateful glance in her direction. He thought to himself, not only was she righteous and principled, but she also had the courage to stand up against injustice and displayed true compassion, a genuinely good person. Not only that, but the aura of authority exuding from this young individual, who is scarcely 20, is truly remarkable. However, at this moment, someone had surreptitiously summoned the manager. This manager, a balding man in his 40s with a rather corpulent appearance, is a rarity in this era. It is indeed uncommon for someone to have indulged themselves to such an extent. Upon his arrival, before uttering a word, he was met with the sight of the young sales assistant, tears streaming down her face. Oh, my dear manager, you must take my side. This group of unruly individuals is bullying me. They see me merely as a weak woman. Her performance was strikingly theatrical, as if she were possessed by an actor's spirit. It was evident that she was the one casting the first stone, and not only did the onlookers scoff, but even the dozens of sales assistants behind her exchanged skeptical glances, yet felt helpless. After all, she was well connected, and what could they do? Just as Lu Shiguang was about to confront the manager, he noticed that Yi Tan had already taken the lead. Manager, your sales assistant's skills are lacking. When she tore the fabric, it was done crookedly, resulting in discrepancies. The 2 meters of fabric sold to the gentleman yesterday had one side measuring 2 meters and the other only 1.7 meters. He came back seeking more fabric for his garment, and your subordinate insulted him, claiming he was being unreasonable, while secretly pilfering a diagonal piece to craft a belt. Yi Tan presented the corner of the 2-meter fabric to the manager. Look here. The manager, upon examination, found himself at a loss for words. His cheeks twitched as he grappled with the undeniable evidence, biting down on his molars, reluctant to speak, let alone defend his subordinate. Yi Tan then pointed to a meter of fabric on the counter. To determine who is in the right, I purchased another meter. Please take a look. She folded the fabric diagonally, revealing yet another significant flaw. This additional piece is clearly excessive. Despite facing the truth, she refuses to acknowledge her mistakes and insists we pay extra for the diagonal fabric, while refusing to refund the missing portion. You are the manager. Please adjudicate this matter and determine who is at fault and how we might resolve this. As the crowd grew larger, drawn by the unfolding drama, among them were Yang Aigua and a gaunt ticket scalper. Although they were strangers to one another, everyone was captivated by the articulate reasoning of the young Yi Tan. Regardless of the outcome, she had made an impression. It was clear that she was no ordinary individual. Lu Shiguang regarded Yi Tan with admiration. Indeed, she was a person worth befriending. The manager, rendered speechless by the confrontation, displayed an exceedingly grim demeanor, one that seemed more uncomfortable than anything else. His displeasure evident. He shot a glare at the sales assistant. However, she misinterpreted his expression, rushing forward to tug at the manager's sleeve, weeping and lamenting, Manager, please don't heed their baseless accusations. They are all in cahoots, maliciously vilifying me. They are attempting to exploit my perceived vulnerability as a weak woman. Witnessing the manager's discomfort, The sales assistant was quite adept. She quickly resorted to her usual tactics, pleading, "I have done nothing wrong. They are the ones at fault. They are merely creating a ruckus, twisting the truth. Alas, they envy and resent my beauty." Upon hearing such words, everyone was left with goosebumps. Just look at that large dark mole at the corner of her mouth. Good heavens! Its size is nearly comparable to a coin. What? They actually envy and resent her beauty? Ugh! Everyone couldn't help but suppress their laughter, straining to hold back their mirth. The manager, sensing the collective disdain in the room, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, grappling with feelings of disgust and anger. After all, if public outrage were to erupt, the employees might storm the counter and wreak havoc. But who would bear the consequences? Indeed, it would be him. Thus, before the crowd, he dared not overly appease her, knowing he could always placate her in private later, even if it meant kneeling, which mattered not. With a plan forming in his mind, he raised his voice in reprimand. "Be quiet. You think I am unaware of your lack of dedication to your work? You have been lazy and complacent, avoiding hard work during your training. And now, at this critical juncture, you still refuse to admit your faults?" The employee, referred to as 100, stood in stunned silence. Before she could retort, Eaton stepped forward. "Manager, we have no interest in your internal squabbles. The gentleman has been standing here for quite some time. I have returned the torn fabric and the payment. However, it is imperative that you provide him with another 2 meters of cloth as compensation." Lu Shiguang regarded Eaton with newfound admiration. All the young and older individuals present were being deftly maneuvered by him, as he skillfully controlled the situation. The aura he exuded? It undoubtedly overshadowed everyone else in the room. The manager, under the scrutiny of all, furiously ordered 100, "You, immediately tear off 2 meters of fabric." Upon hearing this, 100 was incensed, realizing that the manager was siding with the country bumpkin rather than her, undermining her in front of so many people. She could hardly contain her outrage. With a stomp of her foot, causing her chest to tremble, she turned her head, covered her face, and exclaimed, "I refuse. I despise you." With that, she flounced away in a huff. The manager shook his head and sighed, feeling helpless. He personally picked up the measuring tape. "Let me handle this. It's my fault for indulging these salespeople too much." As those words escaped his lips, Eaton scoffed. Clearly, this was an inappropriate relationship. Favoring one individual while claiming to care for all. Who had he truly favored? Ridiculous. Unfazed by the potential backlash, Eaton observed the salespeople behind him, noticing their disdainful expressions and whispered conversations. Regardless of the nature of their relationship, it was of no concern to him. The pressing matter was to ensure the gentleman received his due compensation. Indeed, he was resolute in restoring dignity to the elderly gentleman. The bald manager meticulously measured out 2 meters, leaving a 2-inch margin before cutting the fabric. He then lifted the cloth, shaking and tearing it along the cut. And as he measured both sides again with the ruler, a round of applause erupted from an unknown source. The manager's skill is truly remarkable. Indeed, with a swift rip and a deft tug, he managed to produce a perfectly standard size, unlike that salesgirl who could hardly achieve a consistent measurement, often varying by half a foot. Why did the female sales clerk fall short? The answer is quite simple: her uneven application of strength and a lackadaisical attitude towards her duties. After all, if one's craftsmanship is lacking and the force applied is inconsistent, one would resort to measuring both sides, cutting a 5-centimeter slit, and then stretching it flat, using a wooden ruler as a guide, followed by marking with powder, and then cautiously cutting down to the line. This is, indeed, the most rudimentary method of ensuring fairness. But as for that novice salesgirl, she possessed neither skill nor diligence, relying instead on her connections to act with impunity, masquerading under the guise of a perfect score of 100, while in reality, she was nothing but a sham. The mention of that 100 score weighed heavily on the manager's mind. Why, you may ask? Because the girl had been introduced through an acquaintance, complicating matters as they shared a tangled web of personal entanglements. Despite his desire to cultivate her into a capable employee, it was a daunting task. As long as she held on to that connection, she would become increasingly capricious, often defying his guidance and acting contrary to his wishes, all while he was unable to express his frustration. In that era, such inappropriate relationships could lead to severe consequences if reported to superiors, potentially jeopardizing the manager's position. Furthermore, in 1976, sales clerks at the supply and marketing cooperatives were part of the official state workforce, far more esteemed than teachers, Who would dare risk such a lucrative position? As the manager wrapped fabric for an injured elder in paper, he quickly prepared the piece of cloth requested by Yitan. Here, sir. I apologize on behalf of my employee. This 1 meter, which I assure you has been paid for, I shall offer to you free of charge. Pray, has your anger subsided? Yitan observed the situation, realizing the manager was making a commendable effort. Given the planned economy of the time, he had essentially given away a meter of fabric, a cost that could have come out of his own pocket. Lu Shiguang then spoke up. Very well. I shall not pursue this matter further on behalf of my uncle. Yitan was taken aback and turned around. Ah, it is you, the manager. I was so preoccupied with the argument that I did not notice your arrival. Lu Shiguang promptly shook Yitan's hand, expressing gratitude. Thank you, brother. This gentleman here is my uncle. Much appreciated. The elder also clasped his fists in gratitude towards Yitan, who reciprocated the gesture. Lu Shiguang continued. When the commotion started, someone rushed to the restaurant to report it, and I hurried over. I never expected you would assist my uncle so valiantly. My surname is Lu, and my name is Lu Shiguang. This favor shall not be forgotten. How about this? I shall grant you 1 wish. 1 wish. Lu Shiguang nodded. Yitan smiled. Well, since you mention a wish, I indeed have one. Oh, pray do tell. Chapter 34. Willingly driving the great cart, Yitan felt a bit embarrassed. Scratching the back of his head. Well, I'm getting married at the end of the month. Could you assist me with a small car to pick up my bride? At this moment, Yitan was amused by his own audacity, feeling as though he was joking yet somehow serious. However, Lu Shiguang took it earnestly. He clapped Yitan on the shoulder and said, Sure thing, my young friend. By the way, what do you call yourself? I am Yitan, a youth from the Sanbeihu village in the Xiangning township. Lu Shiguang laughed heartily. Yitan, the youth from Yi, I'll remember that. Don't you deliver goods to me every day? Since we see each other often, just let me know the exact date. And I'll ensure the car is adorned with festive flowers for the occasion. He patted Yitan's shoulder again, adding, Not only will I provide the vehicle, but I'll also gift you a red envelope, and I'll join the feast in your village. Haha. Finally, Lu Shiguang clasped his hands in salute and hurried away, supporting his uncle as they departed. The hall was left in silence. The manager also withdrew to the back, engaging the salesperson, while the other salespeople resumed their duties with stoic expressions. However, 520 cast a lingering glance at Yitan. This handsome young man turned out to be a youth from the countryside. It explained his delicate skin and exceptional demeanor. Not only was he striking in appearance, but his intellect also allowed him to navigate through various age groups with ease. Truly remarkable. Moreover, he had business dealings with the manager of the Hongqi restaurant. Otherwise, how could he have mentioned deliveries? Watching Yitan's retreating figure, 520 found herself lost in thought. She mused about how wonderful it would have been to know him sooner. Why was fate so slow to unfold? Ah, perhaps this is what they call a missed connection. Once Yitan was led away by a younger man. 520 and the surrounding salespeople began to whisper about his uniqueness. One of the salespeople teased, What's wrong? Are you smitten with him? Upon hearing this, 520 shot a glare, retorting, This is no laughing matter. Don't joke around. Did you not hear? He.'s getting married at the end of the month. And what of it? Just cover him with a red veil on the wedding day. You could take his place. Another chimed in. Indeed, let us make it a case of mistaken identity. Stop joking around, or I'll sew your lips shut. 520 playfully threatened as she chased after some salespeople, swinging her fist. Xiangning had witnessed Yitan's entire demeanor. He realized Yitan's remarkable abilities extended beyond culinary skills. As a rugged man and the head of the armed forces, he now found himself willingly lowering his guard to assist Yitan with his belongings. He felt that his sister had truly struck gold in finding Yitan. As they loaded the items into the car, resting them on a shovel, Xiangning initially felt an urge to tease Yitan by suggesting he drive the cart, knowing he would struggle with it. Driving a cart was indeed a skill. If the animals didn't recognize you and one lacked proficiency, it could be quite a challenge, potentially leading to mishaps. However, at present, he has reconsidered. He perceives it as an honor to assist a brother-in-law of considerable capability in transporting goods. Thus, without uttering a single trivial word, he automatically took his place on the side of the cart equipped with brakes. Just as he intended to set off, unexpectedly, a figure darted out from the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. Hey brother, my dear brother. Yes, it was the one involved in ticket scalping. He clutched a bag tightly, startling Yitan. What's this? How did you end up like this? He appeared frail, yet his cheeks were swollen and his lips bruised. Upon hearing Yi Tan's inquiry, he managed a wry smile. It was a scuffle over territory with a few competitors. Not only that, my great-uncle from my father's side is involved in the red and white matters. He was mistreated by his daughter-in-law over inheritance disputes, so I accompanied him to lend support. We had a fierce battle with the family of his second wife, but fortunately, my great-uncle emerged victorious. The term red and white matters refers to the traditional rural practice of providing catering services for weddings, childbirth celebrations, birthdays, and funerals. They would offer comprehensive meal services for any family in need. Moreover, they possessed a large tent, made of coarse military green fabric, equipped with benches, tables, dishes, and all necessary utensils. Upon hearing this, Yi Tan inquired, "Oh, why do you refer to yourself as Monkey Grandpa?" "Well, I was born in the year of the monkey, and my surname is also Monkey, hence I call myself Sun Wukong, or Monkey Grandpa." Such a coincidence made Yi Tan chuckle, prompting him to ask, "So, did you manage to secure the tickets?" "Yes, indeed. I have a ticket for 100 feet of cloth, a bicycle ticket, and a radio ticket, one for 12 yuan and another for 7. I'll give you the cloth ticket, 100 feet, for just 10 yuan. Upon hearing this, Yi Tan patted Monkey Grandpa's shoulder. "Deal." Monkey Grandpa grinned. Though his small frame bore the toll of the recent altercations, he was sore all over. Not broken, but truly tender. However, despite the pain, he was pleased, for this transaction had gone smoothly. He then looked around to ensure no overseers were present and stated, "Brother Yi, it totals 29. Do you know what I'm called?" "What? How could I not know, given your earlier bravado at the counter? You practically introduced yourself." "Well then." Yi Tan produced 3 large unity bills from his pocket. Monkey Grandpa's eyes sparkled upon seeing them, and he quickly took them. Just as Yi Tan was about to say that the 1 yuan was unnecessary to return, Monkey Grandpa swiftly pulled out several red sugar tickets. "Brother Yi, here are some red sugar tickets, so no need to return the 1 yuan." Nevertheless, Monkey Grandpa had grown accustomed to operating in the shadows. Upon completing the transaction, he instinctively vanished like a little thief, hiding away. Yang Aigua, witnessing Yi Tan's generosity, was greatly impressed. Observing his efforts to gather various tickets to woo the young girl, he felt deeply that his sister was truly worth it, especially considering the formidable presence Yi Tan had displayed during their earlier discussion. Lending support to an elder and being treated with such respect by a middle-aged man, Yang Aigua felt an even deeper sense of reverence for him. Assisting him in this endeavor, he willingly embraced the task. "Ho there, let us go?" With a slight flick of the whip, the chestnut mule raised its head and, under the guidance of Yang Aigua, trotted effortlessly towards the direction of the 300 households. Upon reaching the village chief was not found within his abode but had eagerly made his way outside the brigade office, gazing expectantly. The fields were severely parched, and without the emergence of seedlings, it was destined that in a few months, the village would face famine, leading to dire consequences. At that point, it would not merely be a matter of warmth, but of survival itself. The village had witnessed death by starvation before, a decade ago. The population had been around 1,000 to 1,800, yet after 10 years, it dwindled to a mere 700 or 800. The cause lay in the calamities of the 60s, where countless souls perished from hunger. In Chapter 35, The Braids Entwined with Glass Threads, Part 1, it was noted that in the 60s, families bore 5 or 6 children, yet they lived in constant peril of starvation, with many children succumbing to illness, resulting in a population that was halved. This endless cycle of birth and death proved futile, as no matter how many children were born, it never yielded a significant increase in numbers. Thus, over the years, the 300 households had procreated freely, merely managing to maintain the previous population count, with no surplus. Now, in 1976, life had improved considerably. To put it plainly, starvation was no longer an imminent threat. Even if the villagers resorted to digging up roots and gnawing on tree bark, they would not face starvation, although the villagers remained gaunt and their complexions sallow, devoid of edema. In contrast, during the 60s, the entire village had been swollen and on the brink of death. Barefoot doctors, upon seeing strong young men, would begrudgingly prescribe half a pound of yellow beans, while the elderly and frail were often left untreated, awaiting their fate. The mule cart did not dawdle, and the two soon arrived at the village entrance, lifting their heads to behold the sun, which was evidently nearing noon. Yi Tan took the initiative to speak. "Brother, you go ahead to the brigade to return the livestock and the shovel. I will take the meat home." If you do not wish to dine at the brigade, feel free to eat at home. Yang Igua nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart, and set off with the chestnut mule cart. Yi Tan, shouldering his bag, made his way to the Yang residence. Upon reaching the entrance, he squatted down to retrieve the key from the water well, unlocking the makeshift gate fashioned from wooden sticks and iron wire. Once inside the courtyard, he placed all the food in the kitchen and retrieved a pile of elm seeds from behind the water tank. He paused, realizing there was still more to be done. After muttering to himself, he rose and made a swift visit to the youth point, returning with the teacher's materials that young Xiangning needed, along with the remaining 5 large matsutake mushrooms. He felt that not only was young Xiangning in need of nourishment as a pregnant woman, but the others also appeared to be in poor health, especially his uncle and aunt. He was mindful that in his previous life, his uncle had succumbed to lung cancer, and his aunt had followed suit. Even though they seemed fine now, after a significant earthquake, his uncle had become disabled, and, not long after, they both passed away. Thus, Yi Tan harbored concerns regarding their well-being. However, he realized that as he had not yet truly married Yang Xiangning, he could wait until they became more familiar before discussing matters with his uncle and aunt. Yesterday, he inadvertently noticed a medicinal herb growing on the old mulberry tree near Xiangzhuang. No one seemed to recognize it, except for Yi Tan, who identified it as Sang Huang. Yi Tan contemplated plucking the Sang Huang during his next trip to gather matsutake mushrooms, intending to process it and brew it for his uncle and aunt. Sang Huang is a remarkable substance known for its efficacy in eliminating internal nodules, and consuming it in advance would undoubtedly contribute to future health maintenance. Upon arriving at the Yang residence, he planned to place his books in the west wing, but was surprised to find someone there. Xiangning, why are you back so early? He inquired. Xiangning, having just finished arranging her hair, set down her comb and turned towards Yi Tan, flashing him a bashful smile that illuminated her face like the radiant spring sun. At that moment, as she turned back, her figure formed an alluring curve, evoking a wave of softness within him. Yi Tan was momentarily taken aback, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. To mask his slight embarrassment, he quickly handed her 2 teaching books. Here, this is the physics and mathematics for high school. You can use them for supplementary study alongside your textbooks. Xiangning accepted the books, weighing them thoughtfully while examining their covers. These are much thicker than the textbooks, she remarked softly. Naturally, he replied. The textbooks merely touch upon the key concepts and a few example problems, but these teaching materials encompass a comprehensive review of the topics along with additional exercises. How wonderful! Xiangning pressed the books to her chest, her eyes narrowing in delight. This was the first time Yi Tan had witnessed her so joyfully content. During his days at the Yang residence, Xiangning had stayed in the main house with her parents, while he remained in the west wing, seldom wandering about after work, which hindered his ability to see her. In truth, she rarely ventured out herself. The peculiar incident in which she had opened the door for his inebriated self was quite extraordinary, especially since she had been promptly led by Bian Lan and Yu Banxia to block him on the Kang. Seeing Xiangning so unusually happy brought Yi Tan a sense of relief. At least his efforts in cooking for the family had not been in vain. It was evident that the Yang family welcomed him, and Xiangning had eased her previous reservations towards him. At that moment, Yi Tan felt a slight reduction in his guilt, as his contributions and hard work were beginning to bear fruit, however minuscule that may be. Yes, he found contentment in that. At least, his rebirth was not in vain. Suppressing his inner excitement, he feigned calmness, saying, "If you encounter any difficulties in the sciences, feel free to ask me. After all, we'll be taking the college entrance examination together next year, and I have reviewed all this material." "Oh, is that so?" Xiangning replied, casting him an envious glance as she set the teaching materials down. Yi Tan smiled, noticing the colorful glass threads on the table. "Are you finally going to weave with glass threads?" Xiangning's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head slightly. "Yes, but I just tried and couldn't figure out how to wrap them. It's quite simple. I can teach you," Yi Tan responded, momentarily stunned by the thought of a man helping a girl with her braiding. Yang Xiangning averted her shy eyes, her heart racing. Yi Tan picked up a wooden comb and said, "Today, I shall braid your hair into a twist. With your long locks, you should be able to see how I entwine the glass thread." In that moment, the atmosphere enveloped them, allowing Yi Tan to truly appreciate the natural ease that emerged when their hearts aligned. There was no external coercion, and that sensation was profoundly comfortable. As Yi Tan meticulously combed through the originally silky strands, She leaned in to take a whiff, and oh, what a delightful fragrance. Xiangning quickly covered her face, feeling a delightful shiver coursing through her. Yitin divided her ebony tresses into 2 sections and, taking a handful from one side, inserted her fingers to create 3 parts. As her fingers delved in, Yitin felt a warm sensation. Her heart inexplicably softened, ripples of tenderness coursing through her. With a few twists and turns, she fashioned the braid, but when Xiangning glanced at it in the mirror, she exclaimed, Why does this braid look different from others? How so? She pondered. It looks like a wheat ear. Isn't it true that your braids resemble the ears of grain? We all aspire for abundance and good fortune, don't we? Placing a wheat ear on one's shoulder is quite the same, akin to the traditional New Year painting depicting a chubby child riding a big red carp. Oh, your reasoning is sound, but what? Let me enlighten you. While you braid with 3 strands, I used 4, symbolizing stability and balance, a wish for good fortune. Xiangning's mouth fell open, as if she could swallow a cherry whole. Now, which color of glass thread should I choose? Perhaps pink? Very well, Yitan replied, retrieving the pink glass thread. Observe closely. First, create a small nest at the beginning, leaving a thumb's length, and then wrap the long end around this nest. Oh. Xiangning nodded as she watched Yitan's fair, strong fingers deftly maneuver the glass thread. All right, I'll begin wrapping. Yitan's fingers moved swiftly, like a butterfly flitting among flowers. See how, in the end, there remains a thumb's length as a tail, she remarked, but as Xiangning looked down, she noticed Yitan's hands seemed to drift closer to her chest, causing her heart to flutter with apprehension. Oh my goodness, she exclaimed, instinctively covering herself. Yet, Yitan remained oblivious, softly explaining, Look, with the initial bit left behind, the longer strand intertwines, creating a functional loop. A loop? Indeed. Exactly. Now let us thread this end through the loop. All right, see? That end is in. Now gently pull this side. Yitan swallowed hard. And voil, isn't it done? Now where's that end? It seems to have vanished, pulled away by the loop. Oh, quite impressive. Xiangning was pleased. Noticing Yitan rising, she said, Let me try this side, but I don't know how to braid with 4 strands. What should I do? Don't know? Simply divide your hair into 4 sections. And you'll be all set. All right, and then what? Setting aside a single strand for a moment, allowing the 3 plaits to intertwine into a floral design, and then reintroducing the discarded strand. Wouldn't that suffice? Xiangning felt somewhat bewildered, yet she remained industrious. Obediently, she crafted a 4-strand braid, experiencing firsthand the words of Yitan. Indeed, adding 1 strand to the 3 resulted in a pattern identical to that on the opposite side. Oh, is it truly this simple? At this moment, Xiangning felt a surge of excitement. Her delicate lips, flushed and vibrant, resembled jelly, prompting Yitan to have an overwhelming desire to take a bite. However, with a gulp, he stifled the impulse. All right, let us wrap the glass thread. Upon observing that Xiangning had completed her 4-strand braid, Yitan continued to guide her, and ultimately, she successfully wrapped the glass thread. Quite good. Although it was a tad loose during the wrapping, with a bit more practice, it will improve. Xiangning rose and turned to Yitan, offering a radiant smile. The rosy allure of her jelly-like lips, accompanied by charming dimples, was indeed captivating, earning her the village flower's admiration, which was no small feat here. This is for you. Yitan pushed a pound of brown sugar from the table toward her. Brown sugar will replenish your energy. Dissolve it in water to drink. If you have a jar, store it to prevent moisture. Does this cost a lot? Xiangning felt a pang of regret. It's not overly expensive, but it is essential for you. Xiangning's cheeks flushed as she stammered, Me? I'm not ill, so why must you buy brown sugar for me? Isn't it only for new mothers? You silly girl. Yitan chuckled, giving her an affectionate nudge on her delicate nose. Realizing her limited understanding, he explained, brown sugar is rich in minerals and vitamins. It's truly beneficial. After consuming it, your complexion will glow. Xiangning touched her small face, softly murmuring an acknowledgement, though she remained somewhat perplexed. To alleviate the awkwardness, Yitan hastily sought a task, saying, I shall start preparing dinner. You returned so early. You haven't eaten with the production team, have you? Seeing Xiangning nod, Yitan continued, Then, I shall return home a bit earlier for lunch. You need not partake in the communal meal. Why not save your evening homework for noon? I can help you review and consolidate your knowledge points. Xiangning's face brightened, yet she refrained from responding. She simply offered him a gentle smile, her lips once again blooming with those delightful dimples. This left Yitin momentarily entranced, and in an effort to mask the burgeoning intimacy, he quickly shifted the topic. I shall go prepare dinner. Don't let yourself go hungry. He rose and made his way to the east wing, retrieving an aluminum basin, pouring in cornmeal, and adding water to mix. Xiangning followed him into the kitchen. Yitin took a bamboo scoop, deftly removing the tail end. With a smile, Xiangning settled by the window to pick the leaves. At this moment, Yitan had already ignited the leaves. The pot heated swiftly as he tossed the freshly mixed cornmeal into the large iron pot. Xiangning had finished picking half of the elm seeds. She tilted her graceful neck, expressing her surprise. He scattered the prepared cornmeal across the bottom of the pot, unsure of his intentions. Before long, in the large pot, he pressed the cornmeal against the rounded bottom, forming a substantial layer. Steam began to rise incessantly from the pot. Yitin diligently scraped the bottom of the spoon while turning to instruct Xiangning, please wash the elm seeds. Upon hearing her nickname once again, Xiangning felt a warmth within. She took an aluminum basin with a view of the sky and, after cleansing the seeds thoroughly, placed it steadily on the stove. Yitan then brought over the chopped scallions, adding them to the elm seeds. He mixed in a pinch of freshly crushed salt dough, scooped a spoonful of lard, and cracked 2 eggs into the mixture, stirring it all together. Once it had nearly formed a thick paste, he approached the bottom of the pot, placed it in, and quickly pressed the elm seed mixture down with the spoon. Once it was evenly spread and compacted, he covered the pot with a lid, bending down to add firewood. He turned to Xiangning and said, this is called steamed cake. Have you ever had it before? Xiangning shook her head. Prior to high school, she had lived at home, during which time meals were scarce. Once in high school, she lived on campus where they never served steamed cakes. Huh. Yitin smiled at the young girl. This is considered a farmhouse dish. Cooking steamed cakes in a large iron pot is simple, convenient, and delicious. Xiangning admired his radiant smile while listening to him speak. Perhaps it was due to his profession as an accountant, not toiling in the fields every day, that his skin appeared fair and luminous. A fair complexion can often enhance one's beauty. Lost in thought, she felt a deepening, indescribable sentiment within her after braiding her hair. Yitin stood up, pulling down an old towel from the power line to quickly cover the pot, sealing in the escaping steam. He adjusted the leaves evenly around the pot, careful not to rush the heat to prevent the steamed cake from burning. In the lull of waiting, he sliced meat and matsutake mushrooms. Xiangning had always been curious about where the matsutake originated. After all, she had grown up in this village and had never seen them before, let alone the larger, exquisite varieties. As Yitin cut the scallions, he glanced back, as if he could read her thoughts. I dug them up at the village entrance. Xiangning was astonished. How did he know what she was thinking? Before she could comprehend her confusion, Yitin lifted the pot lid. A cloud of steam billowed forth as he set the lid against the wall. The sight of vibrant green filled her eyes, with the edges of the cornmeal crust golden and crisp, and the center filled with elm seed filling, interspersed with delicate strands of egg. Oh, the sight is so green, and the aroma is delightful. Yitan retrieved a bamboo spatula and gently began to pry around the edges of the pot. Once he had loosened the entire circumference, he slid the spatula underneath the cake. Protecting the edges with his left hand, he applied force with his right arm. Wow! Xiangning gasped in surprise. The sizable golden green cake, resembling the top of a pointed straw hat, was effortlessly placed into the bamboo spatula. Without requiring Xiangning's assistance, Yitan exclaimed, hot, 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 and swiftly rushed to the west wing. After placing it on the table, upon exiting, he noticed his relatives gathering around the table. After greeting them, Yitan quickly announced, I've just made steamed cakes. They're freshly served at the table. Please wash your hands and hurry to eat before they cool down. After a lengthy explanation, he hurried back to the kitchen. Xiangning, you should also eat. I will be busy for a while longer. The sound of her stomach growling indicated that Xiangning had been ravenous for some time. She swallowed several times before rising and heading to the east wing, where she faced the dough cakes, unsure of how to proceed. She pinched a piece off the side. So crispy. The edge of the cake was filled with a mixture of pork, and with a bite, the delightful crunch combined with the rich aroma of the meat, enhanced by the addition of lard. With another bite, she encountered the soft, glutinous morsel of fried dough. Oh, it was simply delicious. Her uncle and aunt had already gathered around, also tearing off pieces of the dough cakes. However, for some reason, Her elder brothers had not returned yet. In the side room, Yitan was preparing pork. He bent down to retrieve a large earthen jar, placing lard at the bottom of the pot. He added a handful of white sugar. Watching as the sugar transformed from white to yellow, then to a deep hue, bubbling away, he quickly tossed in the freshly cut pork belly, stir-frying it swiftly. The room soon filled with the enticing scent of caramelized sugar, a fragrance that was utterly irresistible. As young Xiangning and her relatives finished their dough cakes, they caught a whiff of the sweet aroma, drawing them toward its source. Yitan diligently coated the pork belly slices in the caramelized sugar until they were well-flavored, then added slices of matsutake mushrooms, followed by a splash of water before covering the pot. The previously kneaded white dough was rolled out, cut into strips, and twisted to form 7 or 8 small rolls. He then opened the pot, sticking the small rolls around the edges. Finally, he covered the pot again and pressed a towel on top. In that interval, he sliced all the purchased meat into slender pieces, adhering to traditional methods, rolling out salted dough to sprinkle over the meat's surface and storing it in the earthen jar. This included the pile of fatty meat, treated in the same manner. 15 minutes later, he brought over a large basin, combining the meat and matsutake into it, and brought out several dried rolls from the pot. Yitan promptly served them all. Upon seeing the spread, everyone's eyes widened. In an era of hunger, how could one resist such a tempting array of delicacies presented right before their noses? Not even a living deity could withstand it. Her uncle and aunt could not help but finish off the small piece of the scorched cake in their hands, while Yitan, like a devoted caretaker, handed each of them chopsticks. Lui Wefeng, feeling a bit embarrassed, urged, "Come on, Yi Jiqing, you've been busy for so long. Sit down and eat." Yitan nodded with a smile and picked up his chopsticks. "This is a flour roll. It's made wonderfully, and it even has Sichuan peppercorns inside," Yang Goen remarked as he fiddled with the flour roll. "Yes, uncle, please enjoy. This flour roll is a recipe from our hometown in the capital, and it even has a name, Sichuan pepper salt flour roll. Oh, so delicate yet so flavorful." Lui Wefeng began tearing the flour roll apart, savoring each piece. Yitan quickly fetched a bowl, serving young Xiangning, concerned that she might feel shy about reaching so far for the food. Her father watched Yitan's attentive care for his daughter, warmth spreading across his face. As Yitan savored her meal, she couldn't help but suggest, "Why not have uncle and aunt skip dining at the team during lunch? After reporting their work points, they could come directly to our home. I will prepare lunch every day." Uncle and aunt paused in surprise, but upon realizing the practicality of her proposal, they nodded eagerly. However, Yang Xiangning remained silent, for she pondered the significant expenses that Yitan's daily cooking would incur. Although both her elder brother and second brother had previously mentioned the importance of earning money legitimately and reasonably, she wondered where such a substantial sum could possibly originate. After all, her monthly accounting salary amounted to merely 5 yuan, supplemented only by a minimal government allowance due to her status as a sent-down youth. How could that possibly sustain a family of 5 or 6? A sense of unease settled within Yang Xiangning. "Little Ash, exchange for matches. Little Ash, exchange for matches." As Yitan finished her meal, she heard the distant calls of the old man outside. She hastily rose and said, "Uncle and aunt, I noticed a pile of ashes beneath the poplar tree, and we are running low on matches at home. I will go out and exchange for some." The term refers to the matches of that era, particularly those of the renowned Batu brand from Hebei. Yitan stepped outside into the yard and observed a large container filled with ashes near the latrine. In rural areas, such ashes are the remnants of burnt firewood. If the ashes are not cleared from the stove for several days, they can obstruct the airflow, making it difficult to light a fire. Even if a fire is managed, it tends to produce smoke and fails to heat the earthen Kang properly, resulting in a chimney that does not emit smoke. Yitan removed 2 large containers of ashes and waited outside. He soon spotted the old man approaching with a donkey cart, wearing a narrow-brimmed straw hat and patched blue clothing. To prevent the ashes from spilling, the cart was secured with large willow branch plugs at both ends. Upon seeing Yitan with the ashes, the old man did not weigh them, but estimated the exchange based on visual judgment. 2 containers of ashes. "I will give you 1.5 packs of matches." With that, he retrieved a pack and a half from a cloth pouch hanging on the cart and handed it over. Each pack contained 6 small boxes of matches, totaling 9 boxes in the 1.5 packs. Yitan lifted the containers and helped the old man pour the ashes into the cart, then took the matches and turned back towards the house. "Little Ash, exchange for matches. Little Ash, exchange for matches." The old man continued to shout, his booming voice gradually fading until it was no longer audible. Uncle and aunt regarded him with expressions of delight. The recently exchanged 1.5 packs, with a total of 9 boxes, wrapped in indigo paper, were placed on the table. Yitin rose once more, saying, Uncle and aunt, I shall return now. You both should rest. This afternoon, many will likely head out to dig wells. Indeed, they replied, your elder brother and second brother have already gone to join the effort. Digging wells is no easy task. Most of the young ones have gone, and there are concerns about the lack of tools. Uncle had already lit his pipe. Yitan poured each of them a cup of water. Uncle set down his smoking pipe and began to voice his rare complaints. The ground there is very hard. We cannot draw water at all, and the digging is slow. Moreover, I heard that at the large plot of land, they encountered a massive boulder just 1 meter down, and no one knows how far it extends. It is truly enormous. The excavation has reached a diameter of 10 meters, yet the edges of the stone remain elusive. Sighing, Xiangning took another drag of his cigarette, his brow furrowed with worry, as if he could crush a few flies in the creases of his forehead. Chapter 38. Deal with it. After all, it was rumored that the well site had been chosen by Yitan. The village chief had lost his senses, blindly trusting a half-grown child who hadn't even sprouted facial hair. Thus, Xiangning spent the entire morning in discomfort, subjected to the pointed fingers and whispered remarks of the villagers. A colossal stone? Yitin too frowned, murmuring, finding a large stone is not necessarily a good omen. Yet the presence of stones often indicates abundant water resources beneath the surface. Oh, regardless of whether his family comprehended this, he suddenly rose, saying, You all take a break. I shall go inspect the site myself. Xiangning understood that Yi Jiqing had chosen the well site and recognized his capabilities, which gave him faith that his future son-in-law would not make an erroneous selection. Despite his doubts, he was reluctant to see the villagers question Yi Jiqing, especially if they unearthed a large stone. Yitin swiftly departed, disappearing in an instant. Lui Weifang noticed Xiangning clutching her textbook, feeling puzzled. Why do you always bring that book back and forth? Oh, Xiangning paused. I heard from Yitan that the college entrance examination might be reinstated next year. Reinstated? Isn't it still based on a recommendation system for workers, farmers, and soldiers? No. Xiangning turned her head and replied. Yitan mentioned that by the end of next year, the examination might return. I am not entirely sure of the specifics. He spends all his time in the village. How would he know? Lui Weifang remained skeptical, adding, Besides, you keep saying Yitan this and Yitan that. He has bewitched you. What are you talking about? Regardless of her mother's thoughts, Xiangning eagerly hoped for the reinstatement of the examination, as it would allow her to escape the confines of her small village and soar into a broader world. At the very least, it would help her become a professional woman with a stable job, equating to a sense of self-worth and respect. Moreover, it would narrow the gap between her and Yitan, ensuring they were more compatible in various aspects, thus preventing the villagers from gossiping about her being a simple village girl trying to cling to a wealthy young man. But what about your third brother? Just as Xiangning was about to leave, her mother's question halted her in her tracks. Indeed, what would happen to her third brother? Did he have any relation to her? At the knowledge youth point, Yitan quickly returned home, putting away his belongings and securing his funds. He counted carefully, 280 yuan, precisely, along with a few ration tickets and fabric coupons, all neatly tucked into a blue handkerchief. After wrapping up his savings, he concealed them, leaving only a small amount of pocket money. He hurried towards the brigade office. The day was scorching and dry, with not a drop of rain in sight. After taking a few sips of water, he rushed to the village chief's office. The village chief inside the brigade office appeared utterly disheveled, engrossed in a newspaper, blocking his face, while his right hand busied itself with his toes. Village chief, stop fiddling with that. You've already unearthed an entire building. The old village chief removed the newspaper, propped his feet up, donned his shoes, and remarked, You young lad. Do you remember? Tomorrow we must purchase a shovel. I had intended to dig 2 wells simultaneously, but alas, it seems we can only commence with one. Indeed. I have heard that stones have been unearthed during the well excavation. Is that true? Who would deny it? The old chief sighed as he noticed the young man's eager inquiries, then lit his tobacco and began to smoke. It is indeed true. And that stone is so immense that its edges cannot be discerned. Yitan, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation, but soon could no longer contain his impatience and exclaimed, Let us go see the large plot of land. We must determine how to proceed without delay. Yes, let us take a look. The members of the collective have not returned home for this well. They have been dining outdoors, including your 2 elder brothers. Ah, that explains their absence at noon. As the chief rose to leave, Yeaton stealthily retrieved half a canister of tea from the old chief's drawer and concealed it in his pocket, unnoticed. Indeed, for this well, everyone is working tirelessly, and 2 makeshift tents have been erected for temporary respite. As Yeaton and the chief conversed, they exited the village. The heat outside was stifling. Even in early March, it was unbearable. In the distance, they indeed spotted the workers, several men, bare-chested, drenched in sweat. You have all worked hard, the chief called out as he approached. Just then, Yeaton produced a packet of tea from his pocket. Here, let us brew some jasmine tea in the large kettle. This is a token of the old chief's goodwill, for such fine tea is a rarity. The old chief, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Observing the chief's bewildered expression, Yeaton whispered, "No need to scrutinize. It's from your own drawer." When the old chief raised his smoking pipe in anger, Yeaton quickly intervened, saying, "Calm down. I shall replace it with 2 canisters tomorrow." 2 canisters? The old chief raised 2 fingers, rolling his eyes. "Well, that seems fair enough. You are indeed wise." He then retrieved the reward presented by the barefoot doctor, Betrothal, and said, "As for this, you shall not claim it. I shall keep this for myself." Yeaton, recalling his earlier theft of the tea, could only smile wryly. "All right, I concede." At last, the old chief set down his pipe. Aunt Lee, standing nearby, quickly took some tea leaves and tossed a pinch into the kettle, though half the packet remained, which she set aside. The small table at the entrance of the makeshift tent was filled with large bowls of fragrant tea. Everyone marveled at the old chief's generosity in sharing such fine tea, which only served to heighten their enthusiasm. A few minutes later, the foreman approached to report, "Chief, the stone is quite large, its edges remain unclear, and the situation is still chaotic." The chief glanced at Yeaton with a glint of determination. "Allow me." Yeaton rolled up his sleeves. Surveying the surroundings, he spotted several bamboo sticks measuring less than 2 meters in length. He hastily retrieved a stick and picked up half a brick. At the perimeter of the area where the stone was reported, he began to strike the bamboo stick with the brick, bit by bit. After hammering down half a meter, the stick became immovable. Yeaton swiftly extracted the stick and marked the ground, reminding everyone that stones lay beneath. The foreman hastily noted the mark. Yeaton then ventured half a meter further. Employing the rudimentary method used earlier, penetrating 1.5 meters without obstruction. "Come, foreman, there are no stones below," he declared, prompting the foreman to make another mark. In the end, after considerable effort, Yeaton delineated a new area adjacent to the stones, indicating that digging there would be free of rocks. The section containing stones was to be avoided. Upon seeing this, the foreman's confidence surged. The villagers had heard of Yeaton. Aside from the scandalous incident of drunkenness involving the village beauty, which left a sour taste, they recognized his medical expertise and ability to locate water, rendering him a veritable savior of the village. Yeaton discarded the bamboo stick and waved to the foreman, who rallied the workers with a resounding command. "Come, comrades, let us fill in the 1-meter deep pit and dig anew. We shall not cease until we unearth water. Let us go, comrades, let us tackle this with fervor. Indeed, we shall not shy away from this challenge." A dozen workers brandished shovels, while those without took up pickaxes, demonstrating that even the latter could swiftly break ground. Within just an hour, the expansive pit, 6 meters wide, had already reached over a meter in depth. As the pit grew deeper, surpassing 2 meters, it became impossible to remove the earth. The workers above cleverly secured a large basket with rope, lowering it into the pit, while designated individuals filled it with soil, allowing others to haul the baskets back up. Yeaton observed the soil with delight, recognizing it as clay. He contemplated that an abundance of clay indicated the potential to produce bricks, paving the way to transform the village's earthen houses into brick and tile homes. One day, this would elevate the entire village to prosperity, ensuring their abundance while others struggled. This thought filled Yeaton with a sense of elation. The old village chief noticed that the well had reached a depth of 2 meters, and the workers remained invigorated. Some had even brought a ladder from the production team to assist those in the well, while others had fetched knee-high rubber boots for when water was finally reached. The boots were stylish but remained a mere contingency. In such arid conditions, having only dug 2 meters, The emergence of water seemed unlikely. If it were so, the well at the village entrance would not be dry. In the distance, Yitin spotted Antli, clad in a white coat and headscarf, approaching with a small cart laden with several buckets, bowls, and large water jugs, each containing jasmine tea. Since the village chief had graciously gifted tea, it was only fitting to brew it, honoring his goodwill and invigorating the workers as they toiled. Antli pushed the cart to the shelter, setting out 2 tables filled with cornbread, thick soup, and small pickled vegetables. The foreman promptly stabilized the 2 ladders. "Brothers, come up and eat." At the sound of the command, the diligent members toiling at the well emerged, wiping the sweat from their brows as they ascended the wooden ladder. The village chief and Yitan ladled generous portions of thick soup, ensuring each bowl contained at least 5 substantial dumplings to be deemed satisfactory. Antli had placed a half basin of pickled radish strips at the center of the table. As the members savored their cornmeal buns alongside the salty radish pickles, they relished the soup, the soft dumplings gliding effortlessly in their mouths, providing a satisfying fullness. Even the scallions used in the soup were consumed down to the last morsel. The members had no concept of the clean plate campaign that would emerge in future generations. Yet in the 1970s, it was a self-imposed awareness of not wasting food. The dumpling soup, with its dumplings akin in size to Xinjiang dates, was crafted from wheat flour, with the dough pinched into hearty lumps and tossed into boiling water, resulting in a texture that was both firm and delightfully chewy. The rustic method of preparation ensured a satisfying bite, devoid of any fluffiness. In those times, when food was scarce, people were industrious and active, even if passively so. It is easy to imagine how gratifying it was to consume such hearty dumplings, especially compared to the vastly different habits of future generations. Nowadays, individuals engage less in physical labor and often prefer the comforts of their beds, with an array of delectable treats readily available. Thus, their staple foods predominantly consist of rice and steamed buns, leaving no room for hearty dumpling soup. Should they ever indulge in such dumplings? Goodness, they would surely find them indigestible, resulting in an upset stomach. Having finished their meal, they rested in the shed. Another group of members descended the ladder, having already dined in the production team, coming to relieve the current workers. This alternating shift ensured remarkable efficiency. The newly arrived members noted that as they dug deeper, the soil became increasingly damp and sticky, leading them to surmise that they might encounter water before reaching a depth of 30 meters. Yi, the educated youth, and the old village chief advised that in addition to purchasing shovels tomorrow, they should also acquire steel bricks and pebbles. The village chief paused, momentarily impressed by the youth's foresight. Yitin smiled. The old village chief continued his instructions, stating that Yi and Yang Igua should continue their errands tomorrow, using the same introduction letter to procure shovels and return promptly to resume work on the well. "How many bricks shall we purchase?" he inquired. "For 2 wells. Let us acquire 1,000 steel bricks and 1,000 regular bricks, and then negotiate with the seller for pebbles, ensuring we buy enough for at least 1 well. Additionally, procure a few bags of cement and some gravel." Yitin nodded in agreement. Before long, the sky was adorned with vibrant evening hues, and the surrounding twilight transformed into deep purples. The village chief remarked, "It's getting late. You should head back, as you still have matters to discuss with the brothers." He tucked his pipe behind his waist and called out, "Members, for all those who came to dig the well today, I shall record your work points. Granting 30 points for the day? What? Ha ha, 30 points for a day? If we work for a week, 1 tea we be rolling in it?" Indeed, it was 30 work points, and additionally, each person would be rewarded with a tea mug, a towel, and 2 bars of soap. Thus, you must all roll up your sleeves and exert yourselves. Upon hearing this, the members who had just finished their meal felt a surge of energy coursing through their bodies. The old village chief continued to exhort them. "However, you must toil even harder, no resting until midnight." Upon hearing this, the foreman cast aside his jacket and raised his arm in fervor. "For the sake of our village, we shall strive with all our might." "Indeed, we shall." The village chief offered a few more words of guidance to the foreman before he and Yitan turned to depart. As they entered the village, Yitan reminded the old chief, "Tomorrow, I must hand over 2 jars of jasmine tea. I shall ensure to report this in advance, lest you lose sleep over it." The old chief, upon hearing this, raised his smoking pipe in jest, exclaiming, "You cheeky rascal! Am I truly so petty? You always manage to vex me. I ought to teach you a lesson." Yitan, swift of foot, took off running. He dashed into the youth cadre point, for he had matters to attend to, seizing a flashlight as he went. With hurried steps, he arrived at several mulberry trees. He distinctly recalled spotting mulberry yellow there once before. However, it was somewhat dark today. So he turned on his flashlight and carefully inspected the tree trunks, soon spotting 3 pieces of mulberry yellow, still there. Excellent. He switched off the flashlight, spat into his palm, rubbed it a few times until it became tacky, and prepared to climb the tree. With both hands grasping the trunk and his feet wedged into its sides, he ascended bit by bit. The moisture from his palms enhanced his grip, preventing him from slipping. However, Yi Tan's hands lacked the calluses of experience, causing the palms to feel raw and painful. At a height of 2 meters, he finally reached his prize, each piece of mulberry yellow the size of a goose egg. Yi Tan knew all too well that such large pieces took 5 or 6 years to develop. Carefully, he used a spoon to scrape and pry them free, successfully collecting all 3 before descending. After all, it was less than 3 meters high, not a daunting challenge for him, though the ascent had required some effort. Upon reaching de Xiangzhuang's edge, he managed to dig up over 30 matsutake mushrooms with the aid of his flashlight before hastily making his way back to the youth cadre point. Halfway there, he suddenly noticed dark figures in the distance. To avoid trouble, he quickly pivoted and ducked behind a large haystack, crouching down and holding his breath. Chapter 40. 3 people around a haystack. Oh dear, what are you doing? You're being so annoying. No, it tickles. Why are you scared? At this late hour, no one in the village would venture out. It's dark and unmonitored. Hurry, let me see if you've grown. Oh, your touch makes me tingle. Haha, that's just right. No, we should stay here. A male voice glanced around, pointing towards a large haystack. Let us hide in the haystack. No one will notice us there. Upon hearing this, Yi Tan's heart sank. Oh no, do they not realize I am right behind them? A wave of despair washed over him. This truly echoes a line from a later comedic piece. While others feast, I merely observe. While others sit, I am but a spectator. In this particular context, would it not transform into a situation where they indulge, and I too am ensnared? Alas, the plight is indeed excruciating. At this moment, I feel as if 1,000 crows have swept past me, and I awkwardly raise my hand to cover half of my face. No, I refuse to engage in this wild escapade with you. My dear, let us retreat and frolic amidst the haystacks where no one can find us. The man tightened his grip on the woman's wrist, dragging her along, and she followed him reluctantly. What am I to do? A wave of anxiety washed over Yi Tan. If I am discovered, what will become of me? However, that voice sounds oddly familiar. Yet, in this moment, I cannot recall precisely who it belongs to, and fearing exposure, I instinctively hid further within, retracting my head and tearing away a sizable clump of grass behind me, creating a makeshift nest. In this instant, I felt akin to a stone embedded in cement, utterly trapped in a state of despair. Nonetheless, I recognized the man's silhouette. Was that not the eldest son of Captain Chui Guangrong, Xiao Dezai? With whom could he be entangled in romance? The identity of the woman remained elusive. Could she be from a neighboring village? I observed Xiao Dezai's hands wandering, while the woman flirted in playful banter, seemingly in accord. Although the moon shone brightly, their positioning left me uncertain of their identities. The approaching footsteps and playful voices grew increasingly nearer, and beads of sweat formed on Yi Tan's forehead, his heart racing, lodged uncomfortably in his throat. In a moment of desperation, he glanced around, and with a sudden burst of ingenuity, he quietly rose, crouching low as he stealthily moved away from their direction. After all, the haystack was only as large as 2 rooms, and Yi Tan, with his bag slung over his shoulder, engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with these oblivious fools. I want to be with you, Xiao Dezai declared, followed by a sudden tug. You hurt me. It reeks of grass in here. Oh dear, look. There's a warm nest inside, as if someone just took a nap here. How delightful. We can dig a larger hole and play all night. What? You're not willing? He continued. Look at this cozy nest. Clearly, someone has just been here. If everyone else is enjoying themselves, why should we not partake as well? Yi Tan's expression morphed into one of distress. I want to play, but play what? Oh dear, I can't keep up with this. I want to chase you around the haystack. I'll run, and you chase me. Once you tire, we can play, all right? Just as Yi Tan crouched a meter away from the haystack, he overheard their plan to run around it, causing him to stumble slightly, nearly collapsing on the spot. Seizing the moment while the couple was preoccupied with their playful antics, Yi Tan finally turned and dashed towards the youth cadre station. He lit the kerosene lamp and took a sip of water. As the flickering flame of the orange lamp danced, he gradually regained his composure, swallowing a few gulps of water to quell the anxiety that had nearly led to his discovery. Regardless of his past, even if he were to be reborn or had once been a distinguished scholar, what of it? He had never experienced such wildness in the haystack. Even the library's collection bore no record of such a scene. However, it must be said that the villagers were indeed rugged and carefree, quite adventurous in their ways. Yet, upon reflecting on young Xiangning, he shook his head. His Xiangning was not so wild. She was graceful and refined, possessing a simplicity and modesty akin to a piece of polished jade. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, Yitan assisted young Xiangning in organizing her scientific knowledge. He pondered that if he could succinctly outline the mathematical concepts from her 3 years of middle school and high school, along with the principles of physics and chemistry, it would surely enhance the clarity of her cognitive framework. He took out a sheet of white paper and meticulously arranged the knowledge points and corresponding problems according to the book's table of contents. The problems he wrote down, he believed, were simpler than those found in his teacher's reference books, yet they were representative and easy to grasp. Summarizing this was no trivial matter. It merely aimed to help Xiangning swiftly engage with the knowledge points. After all, the more she reviewed, the more familiar she would become. He distilled the essence of nearly 10 books into a single sheet of paper. The sound of his pen scratching across the page filled the air. Under the flickering oil lamp, Yitan persevered in his task, though his fountain pen ran dry and required refilling. The small ink reservoir only managed to absorb ink twice before he barely completed his work. Finally, he stretched languidly, estimating it was around midnight. He extinguished the oil lamp and laid down on the Kang, falling asleep before he could indulge in dreams of sharing a pillow with young Xiangning. Morning arrived with the chirping of sparrows that had somehow invaded his space, flitting around chaotically above him. With these pesky intruders, sleeping in was no longer an option. He decided not to let them irritate him and quickly got up, rinsed his mouth, and headed to the production team for a simple meal of cornmeal buns soaked in thin porridge. After retrieving his belongings from the educated youth station, he finally made his way to the brigade office. As expected, his brother awaited him at the entrance, still riding the big red mule. "Hello, brother." After exchanging greetings, Yitan cheerfully settled down on the yoke opposite him, clutching his blue-printed backpack. Yang Igua cracked the whip, exclaiming, "Go." The big red mule trotted forward merrily. "Do you think we can strike water from the soil well at the large plot today?" "Of course," Yitan nodded. "If we work day and night, we should be able to reach water in about 20 to 30 meters. Yang Igua agreed, noting that the well by the village was only a dozen meters deep and had already run dry. This year has been too dry. What can we do?" Suddenly recalling last night, Yitan casually remarked, "While I was fetching water, guess who I saw?" He intentionally referred to fetching water, as he dared not admit to his secretive escapades, so he spun a little tale instead. "Who did you see?" "Chui Guangrong's eldest son, that little Detsy." "So what?" "Just seeing him is no big deal. I couldn't tell with which girl he was flirting. I couldn't see clearly, but he seemed quite wild." "Wild? How so?" "Well, it's indescribable." "Is that so? I really didn't know. Didn't they say he was still single?" "Not anymore. He must be with a girl from our village. Otherwise, why would he still be out at night instead of returning to his own village? He also has 2 foolish younger brothers. And it is indeed a rarity for a girl in the village to take an interest in him. I truly admire the solitary courage of those village girls. However, he cannot escape the shrewdness of his father, a team leader with a calculating mind." Yitan, upon hearing this, pursed her lips, stifling the urge to disclose the specific details of last night's escapades involving 3 people around a haystack. Chapter 41. The opulent private room of the local produce department. Yitan, as usual, greeted her brother-in-law. "Wait for me for 10 minutes. I'll be right back." She hurried towards the Hongqi restaurant. Yang Igua unconditionally agreed, for in recent days, he had discerned that Yitan's sole purpose in whatever she did was her sister, Yang Xiangning, to whom she was unwaveringly loyal. Moreover, in the village, Yi Jiqing was all alone, with no one to support her, which was rather pitiful. Thus, in preparation for the upcoming marriage proposal in a few days and the wedding at the end of the month, he would certainly strive to take the initiative. Therefore, when Yitan mentioned her destination, he naturally did not doubt or question her, trusting her completely, even if it meant he might stumble into a ditch alongside her. He was more than willing. Yang Igua silently picked up the mule's reins and tied them to a telephone pole before heading to the local produce market. At the Hongqi restaurant, Yi Tan, with her large bag slung over her shoulder, swiftly entered. The waitstaff were bustling about, preparing fresh goods and getting ready for the lunchtime service. The restaurant was unusually crowded today. She quickly spotted Lu Shiguang, who was also busy. He still sported his slicked-back hair, dressed in a shirt and impeccably pressed blue trousers, always maintaining an air of meticulousness. Yi Tan understood that Lu Shiguang was rarely seen in such a flurry of activity. Today was indeed exceptional. Lu Shiguang evidently noticed Yi Tan. "Ah, little brother Yi Tan, you've come." His demeanor towards her was now even more amiable and warm than before, despite his hands being occupied with folding napkins. "Manager Lu, I'm here," Yi Tan promptly responded. Lu Shiguang suddenly set down his work. "Come, today's meal is on me," as a way to repay the favor from that day. Yi Tan felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, scratching the back of her head as she hastily clarified. "Oh, Manager Lu, there's no need for such courtesy. I merely intervened because I found that fellow truly despicable, and I just helped the old man." She intended to convey that her assistance to the old man was purely altruistic, with no thought of seeking any conditions or favors in return. However, before she could articulate her thoughts completely, Lu Shiguang affectionately patted her shoulder, his smile warm and inviting. "From now on, just call me Brother Lu," he said, chuckling. "I could tell from our conversation that you possess quite the presence. So, this little brother of mine, I, Lu Shiguang, am officially acknowledging you. Come, come. Let me treat you to a meal as a gesture of gratitude to my uncle." He then called out to a young waiter amidst a throng of staff in white uniforms. "Ah, manager, I'm here," the young waiter exclaimed. "Come, help my little brother Yi with the order." Upon hearing this, the young waiter dared not slack off. After observing the situation for a moment, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement, he realized that since the manager was treating Yi Tan like a brother, their relationship must be quite extraordinary. His identity was evidently anything but simple. What could this junior worker say? He felt utterly outmatched. Xiao Li, with a lively gait, dashed out from behind the counter, retrieved a blue-printed cloth bag, and hung it on the scales hook, meticulously weighing its contents. This exuberance was rather overwhelming for Yi Tan, who was unaccustomed to such warmth. Lu Shiguang beckoned Yi Tan to enter a private room directly facing the hall. Upon entering, Yi Tan was taken aback by the opulence of the space. The walls were adorned with wallpaper, a stark contrast to the mud-plastered walls of her own home, which were at best mixed with a bit of chaff, commonly referred to as wheat remnants. Gazing at the grandeur of the decor and the promotional posters on the walls, albeit featuring characters with exaggerated red faces that seemed rather rustic, Yi Tan couldn't help but muse. In the future, when I, Yi Tan, build my own house, the interior shall at least be painted white. I shall not allow mud to be so visible. Come, my good brothers, sit here. We are as close as siblings, so there's no need for formality. As Yi Tan took a seat beside him, Lu Shiguang turned and snapped his fingers at a middle-aged attendant. The attendant promptly responded, "Coming right up, manager. Just a minute." Once they were comfortably seated, the attendant brought over a pot of tea, clearly of high-quality jasmine, and even before it settled on the table, its fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Lu Shiguang, with a smile like a gentle spring breeze, was about to take over the serving when Lu Shiguang subtly gestured for him to refrain. The attendant understood and respectfully stepped back before departing. At that moment, Lu Shiguang stood up and personally poured the tea. "My young brother has shown me kindness. I must fill your cup myself." The two small porcelain cups, though diminutive, exuded elegance. After 5 years of planting rice here, Yi Tan was accustomed to drinking from a chipped enamel basin, making the delicate cups feel more like toys from a child's playhouse. However, Lu Shiguang, a man of stature, was accustomed to the finer points of hospitality, as his daily interactions rarely included genuine villagers. Those he personally welcomed were typically significant leaders from the county or even the city. The brilliance of the white porcelain indicated it was genuine, high-quality Jingda Junware. "Come, my dear brother Yi, I toast you with tea in place of wine." Yi Tan quickly raised his cup, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Just as she took a sip and set her cup down, Manager Lu rose again to refill it. Just as Yi Tan was about to speak, Xiao Li entered with a smile, announcing, "Your matsutake mushrooms have been settled. They weigh a total of 16 jin, amounting to 160 yuan. With that, he bent down to place the tightly bound stack of 16 bills on the table, his smile radiating sincerity. Yi Tan quickly accepted the money, exclaiming, "Thank you so much." She nodded in gratitude to both Xiao Li and Lu Shiguang, before graciously tucking the money away without counting it. After all, in the presence of manager Lu at such a reputable state-run restaurant, could they possibly shortchange her? Counting money in front of them would only risk hurting feelings. Little Li, like a gust of wind, swiftly turned and departed, closing the door behind him. Yi Tan promptly raised her cup of tea, expressing her gratitude to manager Lu for his kindness during these past few days. Oh no, call me Brother Lu. She chuckled. Well, I must admit, I feel honored. Brother Lu it is. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to you for your care and generosity over these several days. Allow me to toast to you, Brother Lu. They drained their cups together. Little Li and the middle-aged master from earlier returned with a feast. Placing the dishes down before discreetly stepping away, Lu Shiguang set down his porcelain bowl. Come, my young friend, I brought you some food. Please don't find it lacking. Yitan glanced at the spread before her, shaking her head and smiling apologetically. Oh, how could I ever find this lacking? Brother Lu, this is truly extravagant. Before her lay an abundant platter of braised beef, coriander-tossed pig's head, a plate of scallion oil scrambled eggs with shrimp, scallion pancakes, and a selection of cold pickled vegetables. Additionally, a few salted duck eggs rested in a bowl. Beside this, 2 bowls of lily and millet porridge glimmered with bright red goji berries floating atop. Had she been footing the bill, it would have easily cost a small fortune, particularly the braised beef and pig's head, each considered a delicacy worth at least 5 yuan, equivalent to a month's stipend for a rural youth. Thus, such dishes were typically beyond the reach of ordinary folk, especially in an era where a mere 50 cents sufficed for a modest celebration. Within the private room, as they indulged in their lavish repast, Yang Aigua, awaiting local produce, found himself in a predicament. Time dragged on, and still, no one arrived. Chapter 42, The Copper Pot King. Where had this young man gone? Why had he not returned? Had he perhaps become ensnared in some unforeseen circumstance? Alas, he decided to take matters into his own hands. With a firm slap of his thigh, he acquired 20 pointed iron shovels, still at 80 cents each, totaling 16 yuan. He also purchased sand and gravel, concluding his transactions with pebbles and bricks. Back then, steel bricks were quite costly, priced at 5 cents each, leading to a staggering expenditure of 50 yuan for 1,000 bricks, a sum that far surpassed his wedding expenses. Common bricks, however, were more affordable at 2 cents each, totaling just 20 yuan for 1,000. Thus, his total expenditure reached 120 yuan, a sum that left Yang Aigua's head spinning in astonishment, for he had never encountered such wealth. Meanwhile, Yitan continued to keep company with Lu Shiguang. A neatly coiffed waitress gracefully approached, setting down a large sign in the corner of the hall. After stepping back, she did not forget to bow slightly and smile at Lu Shiguang, exuding poise and decorum. Yitan glanced at the sign beside her and inquired, Brother Lu, you seem quite busy these days. Indeed, he replied, his brow furrowing. He pushed a peeled salted duck egg towards her, adding, it's just that the day after tomorrow, 12 esteemed leaders will be visiting for an inspection, and try as I might, I can't seem to think of any dishes that would truly impress them. Upon hearing this, Yitan furrowed her brow momentarily before responding cheerfully, well, we could always put together a complete Manchu Han imperial feast. Lu Shiguang shook his head after listening, took a sip of porridge, and remarked, leaders are well-versed and possess discerning tastes. Even a grand banquet may lack unique creativity and innovation, which makes it rather challenging to cater to them. Yitan pondered for a moment before suggesting, what do you think of the copper hot pot from the local dyeing? If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have completely forgotten. However, what of it? Lu responded, I just feel that the copper hot pot is a culinary delicacy that is typically appreciated in metropolitan areas. Since our leaders hail from big cities, would it truly be fitting for our local commune to serve it? Lu Shiguang shook his head, setting down his spoon, and reiterated, do you genuinely believe the copper hot pot is a viable option? Yitan nodded, but does your kitchen truly possess a copper hot pot? Indeed, it certainly does. He replied, turning to call, Xiaoli, please fetch the largest copper hot pot from the storeroom for a display. Xiaoli, quick on his feet, soon brought forth a gleaming red copper pot. Indeed, it is of this size. After the initial surprise, Yitan began to caress the surface of the pot, contemplating. I have a suggestion. Could we weld a partition in the middle of the pot, also made of red copper? It could draw inspiration from the dual flavor pots of Sichuan, which would be quite symbolic. A dual flavor pot? Lu Shiguang exclaimed with delight. Indeed, that is an excellent idea. Ah, my young brother. You are indeed a well-informed lad from the capital. Yitin smiled humbly. Oh, it's nothing. How many large copper pots do we have in the storeroom? Approximately 15. Lu replied. For the leaders, 12 would suffice. But to create a lively atmosphere, it's preferable to arrange for a single table, at most 2. Otherwise, if they are seated too scattered, it might hinder the development of camaraderie. Lu Shiguang, upon hearing this, clapped him on the shoulder. Thank you for the reminder, Yi. Since you mentioned it, I also have a king of hot pots, which is 2.5 times larger than this one. Concerned about his explanation, Lu clapped his hands again. 2 waiters soon arrived, carrying a colossal copper pot that resembled a large iron pot from the village. Wow, brother. I am truly astounded to see something of this magnitude. But if 12 people sit at one large table, wouldn't this be just perfect? Not at all stingy. Yitin nodded vigorously, pointing towards the interior of the pot. The pot's cavity is spacious. If we weld a partition, it would be best to shape that piece of copper to appear softer and more aesthetically pleasing. The welding point should be here, he indicated with precise gestures. All right, I shall have it arranged immediately. Lu instructed the 2 waiters who took away the king of pots. Yitan then advised, when it comes to the ingredients and base, particularly with the lamb, you must consider a few points. Lu Shiguang promptly summoned the remaining staff, ordered a pot of fresh tea, and filled Yitan's cup. He genuinely felt a sense of regret for not having met Yitan sooner and eagerly listened to his insightful discourse without a hint of annoyance. First, for the lamb. Select a young sheep weighing no more than 50 pounds. The tender meat obtained will indeed be of superior quality. It must not be prepared the day before. The slaughter should occur at midnight, at most placing it in the refrigerator. I know your restaurant has a freezer, Yitan elaborated enthusiastically. Seeing Lu Shiguang nodding repeatedly and taking notes, he continued, to infuse creativity into your dishes, you might consider adopting some of the culinary techniques from Sichuan, incorporating various auxiliary ingredients, such as small fish meatballs. Fish meatballs? Lu Shiguang inquired. Indeed. Use mackerel, selecting the fleshiest parts, then finely chop it into a paste. Form it into small balls using the strength of your hands, creating what are known as balls or tigerai meatballs. Lu Shiguang nodded in agreement. Yitan elaborated, you can categorize your auxiliary ingredients. For lamb, consider a quantity of 1 pound per person, so for 12 individuals, you need between 12 to 15 pounds of tender lamb. Don't forget the vegetables. Prepare a portion for each person, as those from big cities might crave a taste of simpler greens. You could create an aesthetically pleasing vegetable platter, artfully arranged in a large bamboo tube. Noticing Lu Shiguang was captivated, Yitan proceeded with more details. Surround the base with layers of cabbage, showcasing vibrant shades of yellow and green, while incorporating bitter chrysanthemum and garland chrysanthemum, along with the sizable matsutake mushrooms I brought, all nestled within the embrace of the cabbage. Add some red tomatoes for a splash of color. This grand banquet table will have a stable barrel at one corner, enhancing both the visual appeal and the palate-cleansing effect. Lu Shiguang diligently took notes, giving a thumbs up as Yitan continued to share his insights. As for seafood, include varieties such as large prawns, squid, eel, scallops, and sea cucumbers. Just a few will suffice. Additionally, draw inspiration from the essence of Odin. Seeing Lu Shiguang's confusion, Yitan clarified, prepare a collection of balls, including tofu, shaped into individual spheres to offer a variety of flavors and forms, absorbing the merits from regions across the country. This grand copper pot will be a vibrant tapestry of tastes. However, you must be discerning with your broth. Understood, Lu Shiguang noted, though puzzled by the idea of balls. Simply find clean bamboo skewers, shorter than chopsticks, and thread your prepared spheres onto them. When ready, immerse them into the hot pot to cook, and once done, simply lift them out to enjoy. Ah, my young friend, your creativity is astounding, Lu Shiguang exclaimed, awestruck. After so many years in the culinary industry, I find myself outdone by you, a youth from the capital. He chuckled with a shake of his head, humbled by the exchange. Well, it's nothing extraordinary. When the opportunity arises, traveling across this vast nation will reveal the distinct regional customs. After a brief silence, he added with concern, prepare several pots of old hen soup. It will simplify things when placed in the copper pot. Just toss in some green onion segments, ginger slices, garlic cloves, and a few small red chilies for a burst of color. Fire has its nuances as well, Lu Shiguang queried. Certainly. If you prefer not to use charcoal, you can opt for thick red candles, the kind traditionally used for weddings. Simply break one thick candle into 2 pieces. and you won't need to worry about regulating the heat. As the candle burns shorter, the flame will diminish. All right, 2 candles will suffice. Yes, and bend some steel wire into a bowl-shaped cover. It will be simple to use a rack to stabilize the flame. Once Lu Shiguang finished recording, he rose swiftly, grasping Yi Tan's hand firmly. Dear brother Yi, encountering you in this lifetime is a stroke of fortune. I am grateful for the fresh perspectives you have provided today. I shall prepare diligently according to your guidance. Excellent. I hope you fulfill your mission with great success. Lu Degu. Lu Shiguang gently patted Yi Tan on the shoulder, this time actually escorting him to the door, reluctantly waving goodbye. Yi Tan walked towards the local produce section, his heart surging with emotion. In his previous life, he had a profound connection with Lu Shiguang, and in this life, they naturally grew close and supported one another. Truly, this is fate. Moreover, he was certain that due to this reception, Lu Shiguang would soon don the red robes, aided by noble patrons, and likely ascend in rank and status. Indeed, a rise was imminent. Chapter 43. Depleting the family resources the Hongqi restaurant had consumed over an hour. Yi Tan hurriedly rushed to find his elder brother, but there was no sign of him at the entrance of the local produce section. Yi Tan pressed on, and upon turning left, he spotted his brother waiting furiously at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. Yi Tan dashed over. Brother, you've worked hard. I was just helping a friend with something. I lost track of time. Fortunately, Yang Aigua held a favorable view of him, trusting him to be a reliable individual, especially as he was to be his future brother-in-law. Thus he let it pass without raising any objections. They could deliver sand, gravel, and bricks, which meant the task assigned by the village head for the day was effectively completed. Yi Tan glanced at the shovel in the vehicle. Oh, with just the shovel, we have it easier. The big red mule seemed to have a lighter load as well. Yi Tan affectionately patted the mule's forehead, embracing its head. The mule responded by nudging his shoulder with its nose, eagerly engaging with him. Noticing that Yang Aigua was not at all angry, Yi Tan seized the opportunity to push his luck. Brother, I'll go inside and buy a few more things. Why does it seem like I'm always spending money? Can't you ever run out? Yi Tan laughed. You only marry once in a lifetime. How could it ever be enough? Upon hearing this, Yang Aigua's heart swelled with pride, realizing his sister's unwavering loyalty, and he couldn't help but smile broadly. All right, go on in. I'll wait for you. As Yi Tan entered the cooperative, all eyes instantly turned towards him. He scratched the back of his head, puzzled by the collective gaze upon him. Feeling a bit uneasy, he touched his face, murmuring to himself, what's wrong? My face is quite clean, there's nothing dirty. Even the usual enthusiasm had faded. With only curious eyes following him, hesitant to speak. Scanning the fabric section, he noticed a change in personnel. The once arrogant and inept vendor had finally departed, and Yi Tan let out a sigh of relief, gradually understanding why he had attracted attention and why they hesitated to greet him. Perhaps it was due to his chivalrous act in protecting Uncle Lu Shiguang yesterday, showcasing a level of thoughtfulness that intimidated them. Yes, they harbored admiration and fear, all perceiving this young man as someone not to be trifled with, especially with the added prestige of his status as an educated youth. In summary, even the saleswoman knitting sweaters was vague in her responses to Yi Tan. He approached the fabric section, declaring, I wish to purchase some fabric. As they all recoiled, an older saleswoman stepped forward, inquiring, Comrade, which piece do you require? Faced with the array of fabrics, Yi Tan felt overwhelmed. I'm getting married at the end of the month. What fabric do you recommend? Upon hearing the word marriage, the atmosphere shifted. The saleswoman's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. She eagerly shook out a piece of water-red glossy fabric, exclaiming, Behold, this is the color of water radish, a hue that is remarkably translucent. It is intended for the wedding attire of a new bride, and it can also be fashioned into a charming cotton jacket to wear during the festive spring festival. She pointed with a wooden ruler at the nearby blue fabric, stating, This here is all fabric for trousers. And over there, we have small floral patterns in synthetic cotton, perfect for making blouses or skirts for the new bride. Yi Tan momentarily lost herself in thought. In the current decade of the 1970s, fabrics were rather monotonous, primarily consisting of polyester, nylon, and blended materials, commonly referred to as dacron, for spring and summer. Particularly in summer, men predominantly wore plain white dacron shirts, while women favored pure cotton prints and fine plain weaves, along with linen, which divided the market into thirds. In winter, cotton and polyester dominated. Additionally, The counter was piled high with early 60s plain cotton or twill cotton, silk, corduroy, herringbone, and khaki fabrics. With the vivid array of colors before her, Yeaton ceased her inquiries, confidently stating, "I shall take the water red, the floral fabric, and the blue fabric. All of them. You wish to acquire all of them?" The saleswoman's mouth fell open in astonishment, truly taken aback by such a grand assertion. At that time, although salespeople sold goods without earning commissions or kickbacks, and their sales were unrelated to their salaries, Yeaton's substantial fabric purchase bore no connection to her fixed income. Yet, the saleswoman perceived her as affluent, especially after her recent rise to prominence, instilling a sense of caution within her. After all, it was known that a certain troublemaker had been dismissed for creating a scene, regardless of their position, and she did not wish to be caught in any such turmoil. The more she pondered this, the more committed she was to providing excellent service. Yeaton glanced at the water-red fabric and requested, "I would like 30 meters of this." As for the blue fabric, considering that the entire Yang family might require it, she added, "I will take 1 piece of blue." A nearby junior sales assistant, overhearing this, felt a surge of excitement. Since starting her job, she had never encountered a customer quite like this one. 30 meters of water red, 30 meters of floral fabric, 30 meters of silver gray, and 2 pieces of blue fabric? The astonishment among the sales staff was palpable, leaving them almost speechless. What on earth? Is someone preparing to marry the county magistrate's daughter? Or is the entire family tying the knot? Yeaton calmly inquired, "Do you have sewing machines?" Yes, indeed. We have both the honey bee and the peony models. Which would you prefer?" "The rich peony has a splendid significance. Might you choose the peony?" The saleswoman's face beamed with delight as she quickly beckoned, "Follow me this way." They swiftly moved to another section filled with bicycles and sewing machines. "Let's get a sewing machine first," Yeaton suggested. "Certainly. The sewing machine requires a ticket, and you will need to pay 160 yuan. And the bicycles? Do you prefer the 280 model?" Yeaton examined the bicycles and shook her head, saying, "It is for my wife, so I need a smaller one, the 26 model with a slanting frame, not a straight one. Would you prefer a forever, a flying pigeon, or a phoenix?" "Forever," she replied. The permanent bicycle costs 150, while the sewing machine is priced at 160. The 2 rolls of pure cotton fabric require tickets. The total width of the 2 rolls is 40 meters, priced at 1.2 per meter, amounting to 192 yuan. The remaining fabrics consist of polyester and artificial cotton, including gray cloth, which do not require fabric tickets, priced at 2 per meter, with 3 rolls totaling 30 meters, resulting in a total of 90 meters and costing 180 yuan. The salesperson, trembling fingers dancing over the abacus, was taken aback. This truly was a substantial expenditure, akin to a bride price, devoid of any frivolity. The total came to a precise 682 yuan. Yeaton had brought all her savings. Opening a fabric pouch from which she retrieved 2 tightly bound bundles of rubber bands, heavy indeed. She also produced all the fabric tickets purchased from Monkey Master. Despite the salesperson's extensive experience of over 10 years, she had never handled such a large sum before. Several attendants rushed to assist Yeaton, yet all remained silent, their previous whispers replaced by wide-eyed astonishment, internally lamenting the fortune of some fortunate daughter. "Accountant, come over here." The salesperson called for the accountant, anxious about the transfer of such a sizable amount. One person handling it alone was daunting. As for them, an annual salary of just 200 meant that this 700 yuan was equivalent to 4 or 5 years' wages. Any mistake would be a grave misfortune. Chapter 44. Not buying the flying pigeon. But the permanent one. The accountant double-checked the figures and, upon confirming accuracy, accepted the hefty sum. Turning around, Yeaton inquired, "How did you get in?" "Heh." Xiangning chuckled. "I waited for 10 minutes and guessed you were up to something significant, so I came to have a look." Indeed. Every little purchase counts, especially with our sturdy mule cart capable of carrying much. You've emptied your savings, right?" "Yes, indeed. Completely drained my savings." A few female attendants, accompanied by several male salespeople, had already brought over the bicycle and sewing machine, with the bicycle still bearing its pristine brown paper wrapping. "Why did you buy such a small bike?" Xiangning wondered, examining it with a mix of amusement and confusion. "It looks more like a toy." "It's for Xiangning. A 26-inch women's bike suits her well. I worry about her in a skirt. A traditional 28-inch is less convenient for her to ride. And this bike has fenders and a chain guard. So lovely. It won't splatter mud on her clothes in rainy weather." Yang Igua shook his head, unable to comprehend. You're spoiling her. But that's impractical. It can't carry any goods. He clicked his tongue, patting the saddle of the bike, mentally comparing it to the sturdier models, deeming the women's bike too flimsy to bear a load of 200 gene. Farmers are practical people, wary of superficial appearances. But that doesn't matter. I specifically bought it for her. What can a girl carry or haul anyway? Why choose the permanent over the flying pigeon? The flying pigeon? Yitan wrinkled her nose, quickly waving her hand. No, the connotation is unfavorable. What symbolism could the flying pigeon hold? Isn't it merely about resilience in the face of storms? To soar through rain signifies its prowess? No, Feej. The implication is that once one mounts the bicycle, the wife will inevitably follow another man, another wild fellow, won't she? This explanation is truly unprecedented. However, I sensed his anxiety for his sister, coupled with excessive affection, which warmed Yang Igua's heart, prompting an immediate smile. It's always splendid indeed, Due to the overwhelming demand for fabric, the salesperson had simplified the process this time. 30 meters constitutes one single bolt, while the blue fabric is double width, eliminating the need for cutting. In total, there were 5 bolts, crisp and straightforward. Is it not customary to prepare 2 or 3 outfits for a wedding? Why then procure so much fabric? Let us have several new garments. Several? Yang Igua, perplexed, glanced down at his patched trousers' knees. It is indeed for all of us to don new clothes. After all, the wedding is at the end of the month. And we must attend the banquet. How could we not wear new garments? Let us all revel together. Upon hearing this, Yang Igua felt a renewed warmth. He couldn't help but gaze at Yitan a few more times. They say that pretty boys harbor ill intentions. Yet this charming fellow from the capital treats others with such kindness? Consequently, he felt guilty for having struck Yi Jiqing that day. His remorse was palpable. He took the largest bundle of fabric, neatly wrapped in paper, joyfully hoisting it onto his shoulder, and said, That day, yes, that day, I owe you an apology. My impulsive actions against you were utterly inappropriate. Yitan smiled. Do not blame yourself. I was at fault first. They proceeded out, with plans to adjust the items in their vehicle, which housed a shovel. Yang Igua nodded. Each of them carried 2 bolts of fabric as they headed towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Behind a corner, the crafty old monkey observed their every move, pondering in amazement how Yi Jiqing could be so affluent. How could someone so young be so remarkable? He yearned to embody him in an instant. The male salesperson, along with a few others, successfully secured a sewing machine wrapped in packaging onto the large mule cart. The mule, glancing about, snorted loudly while scraping the ground. Next came the bicycle, albeit a bit taller. Thus the salesperson, wary of potential falls and scratches, secured the bicycle firmly to the sewing machine with a hemp rope. A few bundles of fabric were also placed in the crevices. Suddenly, 520 rushed out, her hair fluttering in the spring breeze, exuding youthful vibrance. Approaching Yi Jiqing, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she breathed softly, presenting a paper bag. Here, our manager said these buttons and zippers are a gift for you, as you purchased so much. She was aware that Yitan bought these fabrics for the wedding, yet with others present, she deliberately mentioned the manager, framing it as a generous gesture to cleanse her private intentions. In front of everyone, this also showcased her graciousness, preventing any overt misunderstandings. Yi Jiqing accepted the bag, handing it to his elder brother, and bowed to 520 and all the salespeople at the door, his pearly teeth glimmering. Well, I, Yitan, extend my thanks to everyone. 520 smiled and turned away. The remaining salespeople waved goodbye and greeted them, no longer haughty or domineering. They whispered about Yitan and the 520 before returning to the supply and marketing cooperative, planning to make a jest about the 520. Yang Igua sat on the cart while Yitan sat opposite him. He released the handbrake, and without cracking the whip, the red mule began to trot forward. Before they reached the village, the cooperative members working the neatly arranged field spotted them. Look who that is. One exclaimed. Oh, doesn't that look like Yang Igua? Another replied. Xiangning, is that your brother? Xiangning looked up and nodded in acknowledgement. Following the recent events, she had become less talkative, fearing that any misstep might invite ridicule or mockery. Fortunately, she had her close friends, Yu Bangxia and Bien Jilan, providing her with some comfort. Otherwise, As a graduate of a national high school among a group of cooperative members who had not completed their education at the Red Lantern Night School, she would have felt even more alienated. She preferred to remain silent to avoid attracting trouble. The Red Lantern Night School had been established during that era to enhance the members' education and eradicate illiteracy. After finishing their farming duties, young and old alike gathered to learn arithmetic, reading, and writing alongside their teachers. They concentrated on their studies for 1 to 3 months, and only those who passed the assessments received a graduation certificate stamped by the brigade. Those who did not would continue to the next round of night school. Regardless of Xiangning's silence, the members continued to chatter excitedly. Oh my, I can see it now. That over there is a youth from the countryside. Really? With that cart full of stuff, doesn't it look like a sewing machine? No, I think it looks like a bicycle. Wow, that is impressive. So dazzling. Each remark sent a shiver through Xiangning's delicate frame. Oh, Xiangning, I truly envy you. Bian Zhilan chimed in, linking her arm with Xiangning's, while Yu Bangxia expressed her admiration as well. Xiangning, the red glass thread you use for your hair is simply beautiful. Xiangning smiled and whispered to them. Don't worry, this afternoon I'll bring you both a few strands. However, Yu Bangxia pouted, but this glass thread was gifted to you by your husband, right? Oh, I'm not married yet. Chapter 45. Is marrying a village girl worth it? Oh, you silly girl, what are you saying? Yang Xiangning disliked jokes, especially those that mentioned the word husband, as she was not yet married. She raised her fist and playfully chased after Yu Bangxia. After a lengthy bout of fun and laughter, Bian Zhilan finally pulled them apart as they walked out of the fields, their feet sinking into the soft soil, heading toward the village of 300 households. Upon reaching the village entrance, they parted ways. Yang Xiangning bid them farewell and turned toward home. Before she arrived, she spotted the large mule cart already at her doorstep. Indeed, she saw Yi Tan and her brother successively unloading a sewing machine and a bicycle, the silver spokes glinting in the sunlight, dazzling her eyes. Yang Xiangning felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart. Was this the grand object that the betrothed couple had been yearning for? As she approached the doorway, her brother had already departed with the mule cart. Yang Xiangning stepped inside, noticing Yi Tan still wiping sweat in the courtyard, yet the items had vanished. Ah, you've returned, Xiangning, she exclaimed. Xiangning nodded, her delicate face tinged with a faint blush. For reasons unknown, she felt particularly flustered when alone with him, even beneath the old yang tree. Indeed, the more he spent lavishly on her, showcasing his extraordinary sincerity, the more her heart raced, leaving her utterly flustered. Beneath the old yang tree, with her foot resting on the soft fur of a puppy, Yang Xiangning lowered her gaze and hesitantly inquired, Didn't I say I only wanted to watch? Yi Tan smiled. That is indeed the case. However, as a youth from the capital, I must adhere to the standards set by city folk when it comes to marriage. Really? Yang Xiangning bit her lip, the sunflowers like lashes cascading over her eyelids, accentuating her fair and supple skin. The spring breeze tousled the stray strands of hair by her ears, and without any makeup, she radiated a vibrant youthfulness. Yi Tan, glancing at her curvaceous figure enwrapped in her garments, felt a pang of sorrow. She wore a once vibrant floral dress that had long faded, particularly on her back and shoulders where the pattern was nearly indistinguishable. The knees of her blue trousers were also worn to a pale hue, causing a twinge of heartache. How could such a beautiful girl not be adorned in new clothing? This tattered attire was unworthy of her. Yet, in the context of the 1970s, Yang Xiangning's old clothes were relatively decent. The attire of the commune members was far more dismal. Most wore garments patched upon patches, with knees and elbows bearing evidence of their frugality. Finding matching fabric for repairs was a stroke of fortune. Often, mismatched colors and materials were used, indicating a dire shortage of even scrap cloth at home. In the 1970s, the members of the commune accepted their lot with a sense of gratitude. They often recounted tales of the 1960s, when families of several members had only a single pair of patched trousers to share, a grim reality that seemed far more harrowing. Hence, in comparison, the commune members did not perceive their old clothes and patched garments as a misfortune, particularly when recalling those who had perished from starvation in the 1960s. They felt a deeper sense of contentment. As long as they lived, that was sufficient. What they wore mattered little. Under the old yang tree, a tender tuft of fur from the puppy fell onto her raven-black ponytail, and Yi Tan promptly removed it, tossing it aside. Come, Xiangning, let me show you the fabric I purchased. We can have Aunt make you some new clothes. Upon hearing the mention of floral fabric, Xiangning immediately glanced around. Her apricot eyes filled with anticipation. Haha, it's all in the West Wing. Come on, I'll take you to see it. They entered the West Wing together. The West Wing, like the main house, had both an outer and a north-south room, though it was not as well-lit or spacious as the main house. Yitan guided her into the northern room, where a brand-new sewing machine sat on the floor, its packaging partially peeled away to reveal a glossy sheen. I bought a peony brand. Do you like it? Xiangning listened, her mouth slightly agape, astonished, yet she dared not utter a word, fearing that a misstep would lead to embarrassment and ridicule, for she possessed no foundational understanding even of the most basic concepts. Look, I purchased a 2.6 Cohen bicycle with a slanting beam, reserved for your use. It is a permanent brand, he declared, his gaze laden with unspoken meaning. Xiangning did not lift her head. She merely glanced at the bicycle, a fleeting smile tugging at the corners of her lips, the dimples at the edges of her mouth vanishing almost instantly. At that moment, her expression was indeed somewhat dazed. Could it be that she was truly fortunate, having stumbled upon the right person by mere happenstance? With her head slightly bowed, her bangs obscured half of her almond-shaped eyes, and biting her lip, she timidly inquired, "How do you have so much money?" Yitan smiled. "Do not be afraid. I am nearly 20 years old. What young man does not save a little for his future wife? Today, I have nearly exhausted my savings." "Oh," she exclaimed, peering through her bangs, quickly gesturing. "Then please refrain from purchasing anything further. A sewing machine would be of no use to me, as I do not know how to operate one." After saying this, she lowered her head, fidgeting with her hands, although her eyes discreetly darted toward the rolls of patterned fabric on the Kang. "Why have you bought so much fabric? Did you not say you would only make 2 or 3 outfits?" "Haha." Yitan peeled back the brown oil paper. "Look at these patterns. Aren't they lovely? There's also some synthetic cotton. We can have your aunt make you a beautiful dress." Xiangning caressed the fabric, her face alight with uncontainable joy. Observing her smile, Yitan added, "Do not worry. Even if you cannot operate a sewing machine, I can." "You can?" "Indeed, I can. Moreover, I can design clothes. I can create numerous beautiful styles for you and help you bring them to life." "Really?" Xiangning replied, skepticism etched across her face. "Can you truly do that? Will it not require my mother's painstaking hand-stitching?" "Hee, no need for that. At least for your clothing, I can use a sewing machine. And what I create will be more beautiful than what you can buy." Xiangning found it hard to believe, her mouth agape like a small cherry. "Xiangning, do not be dazed. In the large department stores of the city, ready-made clothes abound, but they are scarce in the village, and even more rare in the commune. So, I shall make your clothes." As he spoke, he retrieved from his pocket the math and physics notes he had prepared for her the previous night, encompassing all key points and challenges. "Here, this stack of papers is for you. It contains comprehensive materials on mathematics and physics from junior high. Study it well, as a solid foundation is essential for problem solving." Xiangning's eyes sparkled, her round, rosy cheeks glowing with delight as she twisted her body, her alluring figure captivating. She quickly accepted the papers, then turned to sit on a stool, leafing through them one by one. Upon seeing the elegant, bold strokes of the penmanship, she felt a sense of conquest, far surpassing that of her high school math teacher, whose handwriting had been remarkable. To this day, she remembered that male math teacher's chalkboard script, believing him to be the pinnacle of her admiration, unrivaled and unsurpassed. Yet now, as she beheld Yitan's penmanship, her heart began to waver. Unable to resist, she stole another glance at Yitan's silhouette, with a strong back and a slender waist. His fair complexion and piercing gaze exuded youthful charm. Even in simple attire, he radiated brilliance. Yet, contemplating his well-educated family, her admiration was swiftly tempered. "What do you think? Is it acceptable?" Xiangning nodded, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice as delicate as a mosquito's buzz. Yitan chuckled softly. "Oh, in our relationship, there's no need for thanks. Helping you achieve your dreams is my lifelong duty." Xiangning couldn't help but furrow her brow. "I have a question. Don't hesitate, ask away. You are so accomplished, and your family is equally distinguished. Is it sincere to marry someone like me, a village girl? Don't you feel it's a loss?" Chapter 46. Parents not attending the wedding. Yitan promptly corrected her. "Of course not. It's not a loss at all. Besides, you're the village beauty, not just a village girl. So you are willing?" "Absolutely. Even if that incident never occurred." Upon hearing this, Xiangning felt skeptical. Before he could respond, she stammered, "Actually, I am not that remarkable. Have you truly considered this? After all, marriage is no trifling matter. Is there any need to ponder? It's already a foregone conclusion. Then, if it is true, will your parents come? Will they attend our wedding? This question left Yi Tin momentarily speechless. Noticing the absence of joy on Xiangning's face, he felt a pang of compassion. After a long pause, he finally said, "As long as I am fond of you, my parents will surely accept you, so you need not worry about that. As for my parents, they are currently planting rice in the far northwest, a place not as pleasant as here, and the journey is arduous, so they likely won't attend the wedding." After uttering those harsh words, he scratched his head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment and guilt. Xiangning observed him, her heart in turmoil. For it was rare to see Yi Tan in such a predicament. Why were his parents so certain they wouldn't come? Why would they miss their son's wedding? Even from 1,000 miles away. Perhaps it was. With her head lowered in silence, she summoned her courage and asked timidly, "Your parents won't disapprove of us, will they?" Why do you ask that? Yi Tan, unlike his usual self, took time to ponder the question, unsure how to respond. Do they only approve of Lin Xiaoxiao from the 500 households? Xiangning's eyes widened with tears. Oh, no. Faced with Xiangning's tear-streaked, delicate visage, Yi Tin felt a sudden ache in his heart. Without the luxury of calmness, he replied, "In any case, in this life, I owe you, Xiangning, and I must repay that debt. As for others' opinions, they are irrelevant to me." Upon hearing this, Xiangning's expression turned blank, devoid of joy or sorrow. Yi Tan continued, "In conclusion, I will marry you, and I will only cherish you in this lifetime. Then, do you find me beautiful, or?" She bit her lip, lowering her head, a hint of grievance in her demeanor. Yi Tan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze inadvertently flickering towards her as he murmured, No, you are certainly not the most beautiful. In my heart, you will never hold that title, relegated to a mere second place. You are not me. Could it possibly be Lin Xiaoxiao?" Xiangning's trembling voice, laced with indignation, caused her chest to rise and fall with agitation, her eyes slightly reddening. "Don't think I am unaware of that little enchantress from the 500 household. Oh no, she is certainly not. That person is my mother." Yi Tan's declaration seemed to ignite Xiangning's temper, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration, nearly causing her to faint from anger. With a playful glare at Yi Tan, her cheeks flushed crimson. As Lin Xiaoxiao's name had now entered their conversation, Yi Tan felt it imperative to clarify matters with Xiangning directly. "Xiangning, in this lifetime, I shall love only one woman, and that is you. My mother, however, bears a different connotation. This you must understand." Indeed. Yet, regarding Lin Xiaoxiao, it was necessary for him to elaborate. For many were aware of the situation and often indulged in idle gossip, particularly the notorious Aunt Wang and her cronies, who thrived on chaos. Though Xiangning bowed her head, she listened intently, her mind buzzing and her body tensed in a state of heightened anxiety. Yi Tan brushed a lock of hair from his forehead and spoke candidly. "In truth, I harbor no feelings for her whatsoever. Our families merely share a workplace, and I have encountered her only on a few occasions. She may presume a closeness, yet I have never made any commitments, always maintaining a boundary. Rest assured on that front." "What does she think? What does this boundary signify?" Xiangning questioned. "She might secretly admire me, but I have never entertained any thoughts of her. You see, I reside in the 300 household, while she is merely 5 miles away in the 500 household. We have never met privately, consistently upholding our distance. That is the essence of the boundary." Xiangning listened with a stoic expression, for she was not well versed in the intricacies of the youth community, having only caught snippets of conversation from Eubanxia. Yi Tan continued to clarify, on one occasion, "We were both present at a youth gathering, called by Li Gang. Both Li Gang and Wang Hai harbored affections for Lin Xiaoxiao. However, she held no interest in either of them. Thus, even though we have congregated a few times over the years, it was never due to my invitation." Xiangning's demeanor softened slightly. "Moreover, I must emphasize that even if we have not engaged in any closeness, I shall never approach her, not even in death." "What?" Xiangning's body trembled slightly, her mind struggling to comprehend. "Isn't it said by Aunt Wang and Xiao Chui that you and Lin Xiaoxiao were involved in the cornfield, doing whatever?" "Nonsense. Such events never occurred," Yi Tan asserted. "You are aware that both my parents are professors at a university. The reason I cannot associate with her, and indeed stand in opposition, is due to my parents' unjust suffering in the Northwest. They need not have endured such hardships. Yet it was Lin Xiaoxiao's parents who, while appearing amicable with mine, subtly conspired against them, creating numerous obstacles. Truly despicable behavior. Is that so? Indeed it is. Thus, they often caught me off guard. And as a form of punishment for my parents, the unit's leaders exiled them to the most remote location to endure hardship. Xiangning listened, her face reflecting dejection as she observed the redness around Yi Tan's eyes, unsure of how to comfort him. Overwhelmed by anxiety, she refrained from speaking, nervously rubbing her fingers together while lowering her head, her toes tapping back and forth as a small hole had formed in the fabric under her big toe. Yi Tan continued in a low voice, "You see, when others joke, I usually remain silent, but I feel compelled to explain this to you. After all, you are my wife, and it is essential to resolve any misunderstandings. Otherwise, we cannot live our lives with peace of mind." A long silence ensued. "All right, Xiangning. Do not overthink it. We have clarified this matter, and there is no need to bring it up again." Xiangning nodded. "Regardless, I believe my parents will accept you. Although they are well-educated, they are not ill-natured. Otherwise, why would they work tirelessly at their jobs only to be schemed against by petty individuals? Our marriage is not contingent upon whether they personally attend our wedding as a benchmark for our future happiness. Moreover, we must focus wholeheartedly on preparing for next year's college entrance examination." After taking a deep breath, Yi Tan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Oh, I look forward to us studying together on campus, sharing romantic moments under the moonlight, and soaring together." Soaring together? Xiangning's eyes glimmered with hopeful light. Chapter 47. Taking you to new heights, taking me to new heights? The glimmer of expectation danced in Xiangning's eyes. Indeed, Yi Tan playfully spread his arms, twirling around in a soft, wing-like motion. Xiangning shook her head, blushing with a shy smile, uncertain of his intentions. "My dear, fly slowly and watch out for the thorny roses ahead. Open your mouth, and the fragrant breeze will enchant you. Come fly with me through the forest to behold the babbling brook." Xiangning was instantly moved by the lyrics of his song and his romantic spirit. His voice was bright, pure, and youthful. Perhaps, during their high school years, this group of infatuated young girls secretly fantasized about men like that charming mathematics teacher from the Capital Normal University, a gentleman in his 20s. Refined and handsome, who taught with meticulous care, wearing glasses and a gemstone watch, exuding an irresistible charm that blossoming girls found hard to resist. Yet at this moment, she found herself captivated by Yi Tan. Was this what they called seduction or assimilation? In any case, she had developed feelings for Yi Tan's talents, which made it hard to compare him to a mere mathematics teacher. The allure of strong men has remained unchanged throughout history, and while Xiangning was the village beauty, what could she do? Indeed, she too could not escape the rules governing women. In the midst of her days, Yi Tan's embrace had already drawn close to her cheek. "My dear, let us dance. Will love's springtime ever see darkness? I will twirl with you, entwined and soaring, transcending the mundane, forever together." As he sang this, Yi Tan lifted the 90-pound Xiangning and spun her around before gently setting her down. Yi Tan felt that the girl in his embrace exhibited only a brief moment of resistance, her body tensing for mere seconds before surrendering completely to relaxation. Even when lifted, she struggled minimally, letting out a soft whimper before succumbing entirely to the delightful experience. Eventually, unable to contain herself any longer, she wrapped her arms around Yi Jiqing's slender waist, pressing her cheek close to him, feeling the rhythmic beating of his heart. Yi Tan noticed, to his surprise, that Xiangning was genuinely moved. He bent down and playfully kissed the nape of her neck, taking advantage of the moment. Suddenly, Xiangning snapped back to reality, realizing their mutual indiscretion, and promptly pushed Yi Tan away, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you are such a male fox spirit." Yi Tan shook his head in amused disbelief, replying, "I have always heard that fox spirits are female. Where is the notion of a male fox spirit? Then what about the song you sang? The lyrics are so lewd. So enchanting." Lewd? Enchanting? Yi Tan was at a loss for words. The impromptu song he had performed, Butterfly Flies, would become a ubiquitous tune in the decades to come. However, during the 1970s, the musical landscape was dominated by folk songs and revolutionary anthems, which were essentially uniform in nature. Xiangning was not reborn. She was unaware of the future trends and thus could not be blamed for her resistance, though she found the music appealing, leaving her entranced and unable to resist its allure. Yi Tan, however, was acutely aware that the winds of reform had yet to blow through the 1970s, and such soft melodies were often dismissed as decadent and frivolous. As a member of a village collective, one was expected to staunchly oppose these negative influences. With this thought, Yi Tian smiled and thought, very well, let it be a fox spirit, but inadvertently, his gaze fell upon something unfinished on Xiangning's bed, piquing his curiosity. On the bed lay a white shoe sole with a needle inserted in it. Are you making shoe soles? He inquired. Xiangning immediately covered her face in embarrassment. Making shoe soles was a common practice in those times, involving a simple process. One would spread glue on a smooth table surface, layer various scraps of old fabric evenly, press them flat, and apply another layer of glue before adding more layers, typically around 3 to 4, to finish. Once the glue-laden fabric was placed on a windowsill to dry in the sun for a few days, it could be peeled off as a patchwork of fabric. With the sun-kissed patchwork in hand, one could place a shoe sole template on top and cut accordingly, whether for the sole or the upper part of the shoe. If several pieces were needed for the soles, a white edge could be stitched onto individual pieces, and stacking 4 to 5 of these would suffice to create a sole. The upper would follow a similar edging process, with the only difference being that the exterior of the upper required a layer of new fabric, with the preferred choice being thick, black corduroy. As Yi Tian pondered this, warmth filled his heart. Are you making these for me? He asked. Unable to resist glancing down at his worn-out shoes, the tips nearly worn through. Indeed, it was time for a new pair. Although the supply and marketing cooperative sold ready-made shoes, they only offered sneakers. The sneakers were excessively rigid, causing discomfort and friction on the toes with prolonged wear. The plastic sole felt stifling, leading to perspiration, and after several hours, my footing became precarious. It was utterly uncomfortable. Xiangning suddenly covered her face, a blush blooming to her ears. The room was enveloped in silence. Finally, in her embarrassment, she peered through her fingers, turning her face aside, and feebly protested. This isn't tea for you. It's for my brother. No, wait, I was just playing around. My mother is teaching me how to craft. She stammered, attempting to disguise her fluster, offering various versions of denial. Upon observing the size, Yi Tian chuckled softly. Huh, still in denial? The size of that shoe sole hardly resembles one intended for your brother or uncle. After all, he was well aware that in the Yang household, only his feet measured 42. It was evident that both her brother and uncle were likely around a size 40, hardly fitting into shoes of such magnitude. Watching Xiangning cover her face in mortification, he shook his head with an amused smile. What does it matter? You are already my wife. Crafting a pair of shoes for me, even if it takes a lifetime, is perfectly reasonable. There's no need for any awkwardness. To alleviate her embarrassment, Yi Tian excused himself, saying, I'll go prepare some food. Your uncle and aunt should be returning home soon. Turning away, he noticed her intimate floral shorts scattered on the pillow, and he felt a rush of blood to his face, stumbling in his steps. In a flurry, he hastily retreated. Xiangning, after a moment, seemed to have noticed the same thing. Her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. She quickly dashed over, snatched them up, and hid them beneath the pillow, her heart racing chaotically. Oh no, it's too late, too late. Oh dear, this is a disaster. Finally, she plopped down on the edge of the bed, covering her heated face, striving to quell her rising embarrassment. Yi Tian busied himself in the east wing. After a while, Xiangning regained her composure. She collected some dry leaves from the corner of the yard and made her way to the kitchen. Concerned for her safety as she squatted to help with the fire, Yi Tian gently urged her to sit on a stool. Come now, dear lady. Just sit here and watch. In an attempt to dispel the lingering awkwardness, Xiangning took out the notes Yi Tian had written for her and began to study them intently. Perhaps she hoped that with Yi Tian present, she could quickly seek clarification on any uncertainty she encountered. Chapter 48. The stove was clogged. Yi Tian had already begun scrubbing the pot. He retrieved the marinated pork belly from the previous day, slicing it finely, and mixed it with a lump of flour, rolling it out into sheets, and ultimately cutting it into noodles. The leftover matsutake, though slightly wilted on the outside, was still fresh within, so he quickly sliced it. He selected greenish scallions, chopping them into fine pieces. For this meal, he opted not to prepare an oily dish, but rather a comforting hot noodle soup. He melted some pork fat in the pot, frying the pork belly pieces until golden, then added the scallion whites and fragrant spices. Sought them to infuse flavors before incorporating the matsutake and giving it a stir. Once seasoned, he splashed in some soy sauce, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. The aroma is rich and profound, embodying the authentic flavors of old Beijing from the north. Even in the challenging times of 1976, he managed to create delectable dishes. However, today's performance was lacking. The ashes he had cleared yesterday were now replaced by smoke billowing from burning leaves. Noticing Xiangning opening the window and stepping into the yard, he glanced around, overwhelmed by the acrid smoke that filled the room. After the matsutake mushrooms were parboiled, he added 2 ladles of water with a large gourd ladle, covered the pot, and anxiously awaited the water to boil. He hurried outside to inspect the chimney, just as his uncle and aunt returned home. "Uncle and aunt, you're back," he exclaimed. "Oh, Yi Jiqing, how delightful to see you." Noticing her brother's absence, Yi Tian inquired, "Are the brothers still digging the well?" "Yes, indeed. It's already 10 meters deep. With a little more effort, we should soon have water," his uncle replied, glancing at the smoke rising from the kitchen. "What are you looking for?" "Uncle, I'm trying to find a stick to poke the stove. The smoke is unbearable." Yi Tian suddenly spotted a slender stick and asked, "How long has this stick been here?" His uncle, brushing aside the smoke, pondered for a moment. "It must be nearly 10 years. Yi Tian quickly took the stick and entered the house, crouching down to poke around inside. The stove's opening was small, and the stick was limited in reach. After much effort, she finally managed to create a small opening, allowing the smoke to escape, which significantly improved the air quality inside. "Smoke is billowing outside," her uncle shouted, glancing at the chimney. Yi Tian immediately stopped, tossed the smoking stick outside, and said, "Uncle, let us take the time to remove the mud bricks and reassemble the stove, shall we?" Yang nodded but felt a sense of difficulty regarding the task. To reconstruct the stove, they would need to dismantle the entire earthen platform, and the meticulous arrangement from before would have to be cleaned out piece by piece. The bricks, once molded from mud, would be left as sooty remnants, dirty and unusable. At most, they could be broken down and used as fertilizer at the roots of crops, perhaps offering some nourishment. Watching Yi Tian bustling about energetically, her uncle couldn't help but ponder. A youth from Beijing seemed to have a considerable understanding of rural affairs. He retreated to the west wing, leaned against the wall cupboard, sat on a stool, and smoked thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had begun preparing noodles. As soon as the noodles were cooked, she swiftly scooped them out with chopsticks and ladled the fragrant broth into a large aluminum pot. Finally, she sprinkled chopped scallions on top, just as Xiangning caught sight of the vibrant green, igniting her appetite. Yi Tian carried several bowls out, and Xiangning, holding a large bowl, hurried towards the west wing where her uncle and aunt were already seated at the 8 immortals table, eagerly awaiting their meal. Yi Tian took a bowl, scooped up half a bowl of noodles, and then added a ladle of fragrant broth. The surface was adorned with shimmering oil droplets and a few strands of scallions, beneath which lay tender, golden slices of pork belly. It was a sight to behold. Yi Tian hurriedly passed over the chopsticks. Despite the heat, they began to eat, braving the scalding temperature. Xiangning also received a bowl, and by the end, her face was glistening with sweat, with strands of hair sticking to her forehead. Yi Tian finished his meal quite early. He then pulled out 3 pieces of mulberry mushroom from his pocket, which left them in a state of curiosity. "This is mulberry mushroom. Uncle, you can brew it in water. It promotes blood circulation and alleviates internal nodules, which is beneficial to health." Uncle looked puzzled. "I'm not ill. Just occasionally feel a tightness in my chest and have a persistent cough." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt a surge of anxiety, as he recalled that in his previous life, his uncle had succumbed to lung cancer. Thus, it was imperative for him to take preventive measures. "You should drink this mulberry mushroom water as if it were tea." He broke off 2 small pieces, placed them in a teapot, and poured in boiling water. "Look, it's changing color." After cooling for a while, Uncle took a small sip. It's nothing special, just a mushroom flavor and slightly sweet." "Huh, that's right. Mulberry mushrooms grow on mulberry trees. These chunks have clearly been growing for over 5 years." Uncle nodded thoughtfully. "You wouldn't believe it," after a few sips. "The tightness in my chest has eased, and my breathing feels more relaxed." Aunt shot him a glance. "You old fool. Does it really work so quickly?" "You're full of nonsense." Uncle pondered for a moment, then patted his chest a few times. "It's true. I'm just as surprised at the quick results." Yi Tian smiled. "It should be effective for your condition. This remedy is particularly potent in alleviating internal nodules. One must not underestimate the wonders of our traditional Chinese herbal medicine." Yang nodded repeatedly, gathering the large pieces of mulberry mushroom Yi Tan had placed on the table. Little Yi, how should this be consumed? Don't touch the tea in the pot. You should drink it 3 to 5 times a day. Once a day is sufficient. Taking a piece about the size of a peanut each time. Yang Goen's eyes sparkled. If that's the case, it's not troublesome at all. It's not troublesome, and it shouldn't be stored in a covered container. It must be air-dried, similar to sun-dried mushrooms. Uncle eagerly grabbed the 3 large pieces as if they were treasures. Yitan began to clear the bowls and carried a basin to the kitchen. Xiangning wiped the table, then entered the room, staring blankly at the shoe soles, while neatly organizing the study materials Yi Tan had summarized into a binder. After a while, Yi Tan returned to the room. Uncle, Aunt, and Xiangning, you all should rest. I need to check on the progress of the well digging. All right, go ahead. Yang Goen and Lu Yuefang were at a loss for words, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions. Chapter 49. 3 turns minus 1 turn. As they watched Yi Tan's figure fade into the distance, Yang Goen and Lu Yuefang rose to turn their faces, only to discover that the northern room was cluttered with items. Yang Goen and Lu Yuefang were utterly taken aback, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment as they hastily steadied the 8 immortals table, tremblingly inquiring, Xiangning, why is there such a mountain of things in this room? Yang Xiangning, in the southern room, while crafting shoe soles, responded loudly, that's what Yi Tan just brought home. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple exchanged glances, and once they regained their composure, they began to scold, such a significant matter, and you didn't bother to inform us. If we hadn't seen it, how long would it have taken for you to let us know? Sighing, Yang Xiangning replied, what does it matter? If it's unseen, then so be it. Anyway, he said he intends to buy more. More? Yang Goen, his hand resting on the sewing machine, transitioned from shock to joy, his once dark and ruddy face shifting through various expressions until he could hardly contain his excitement. This foolish lad, he clearly mentioned only a watch, never all this. But then, oh, never mind that. He did say that today he has already spent all his savings and cannot make any purchases for the next couple of days. But he plans to go to the Xiangning market and the Little White Building soon. The Little White Building and the Xiangning market. What sort of places are those? Are they within the reach of mere members of a rural commune? Everyone knows that in Dajin, these are the most bustling locales, once foreign concessions where expatriates thrived, embodying the essence of modernity and extravagance, a veritable paradise for the wealthy. How could an ordinary villager from a remote mountain village ever aspire to tread there? Lu Yuefang, for reasons unknown, felt tears welling in her eyes. Yang Goen chided, why are you crying? Such a fine young man is here to marry your daughter. Is that not a splendid affair? Lu Yuefang wiped her tears, nodded, and bit her lip to suppress her voice. I fear I may not hold much hope for our son as future, but have faith in this Yi Jiqing. He possesses charm, education, intelligence, and filial piety. And he can cook as well. Yang Goen, feeling content, remarked, it's only through comparison that we realize our son has his shortcomings. Lu Yuefang dabbed at her tear-stained eyes, her expression showing mild irritation. Oh, do not speak so carelessly. Whether son or son-in-law, all must be good for it to truly be good. You old fool, why must you complicate matters? At the 300 household brigade, the old village head was once again in his usual posture, a newspaper covering his face, hands scratching his feet, slumped in his old chair, half asleep. Oh dear, the old village head is at it again. Just as the village head drowsily stirred, he heard Yi Tan's arrival. He was about to utter a few curses, but as the newspaper slipped away, he caught sight of Yi Tan cradling a large jar, causing a flicker of joy to spark in his murky eyes. You rascal. Haha. The vulgar words that were on the tip of the old village head's tongue vanished instantly, yet he still couldn't resist putting on airs. Humph. Where's my compensation? You'd best hurry and hand it over. Yi Tan smiled, of course. Yesterday, I must apologize for taking your cherished item without notice, so today, I am here to make amends. Humph. You know that much, at least. The old village head picked up the newspaper and tossed it onto the table, asserting authority. You better hurry and open it up and brew it. Yi Tan quickly set down the large jar, removed the lid, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Quickly, don't tease me, brew it up already. All right. Yi Tan was quite efficient. He promptly brewed the tea, sealing the large tea jar tightly. Just a few minutes later, he lifted the jar, partially removing the lid to avoid the floating tea leaves, and poured the steaming liquid into a smaller enamel cup. The fragrant aroma enveloped the entire room, wafting through the air and invigorating the senses, eliciting a sensation akin to ethereal bliss. "This is indeed a remarkable brew," the old village chief remarked, sipping the tea with delight. "You've done well, my boy. I know where to find the finest tea leaves. Once we've had our fill, I shall fetch more for you to enjoy." "Ah, indeed, the tea is splendid, yet the well remains dry," he continued. "But there's no need to fret. It should yield water within 30 meters. The valley between the two ridges is known for its abundant springs. I'm confident we'll have results in a day or two." "Excellent. The shovel is ready, and work has commenced on the other well, which I estimate to be several meters deep now. A few workers have been reassigned there." After a brief pause, the village chief rose. "It's 1:30. Let us go, Xiangning. We must check on the well excavation, and bricks will be delivered this afternoon." Finishing the last sip of tea, the old chief tucked away his smoking pouch and carried his large pipe, as he and Yitan exited the village chief's office. Outside the village, the landscape spread before them, barren and parched, with makeshift tents still standing amidst the drought-stricken land. Observing the vast expanse of dry earth, the chief pondered whether 2 wells would suffice, anxiety creeping in. His gaze fell upon Antley, who was pushing a flatbed cart a few dozen meters away. The foreman was directing the operation. Workers toiled at the well's bottom, while those who had finished their shift rested momentarily before hauling dirt away, which had already accumulated into a sizable mound nearby. Yitan approached, scooping up a handful of soil and pinching it between his fingers, suddenly enlightened. This clay should be suitable for forming large bricks, and even for making tiles. Turning back, he noticed the village chief and foreman engaged in a discussion about the progress of their work. Yitan leaned over the well's edge, peering into the shadowy depths, where he vaguely discerned several workers, though they appeared tiny from his vantage point. It was time for a shift change. A group of workers arrived with a large basket, securing ropes to lift their colleagues from the well. Once on the surface, their mud-streaked faces broke into childish grins, reveling in the lightness of being hoisted up. "Oh, what a delight. I can soar without lifting a finger." The village chief hurried over. "Well done, my friends." The foreman joined him, urging, "Come, brothers. Take a seat in the shelter and enjoy some tea. You've earned it." Seeing the shirtless, mud-covered workers, Yitan retrieved a large bag of broken tea leaves from his pocket. "This is a reward from the village chief for all of you, so you can enjoy some tea." The old chief was momentarily taken aback, noticing the eager eyes fixed upon him, and quickly passed the bag to the foreman. "Yes, take it to the shelter so the brothers can have their share." Having said this, the chief felt a sense of satisfaction. As the workers busied themselves, he leaned in and whispered, "Why do you still hold back?" With a grin, Yitan replied, "Certainly, there exists a selection of loose tea from the tea shop, which was offered to me at a discount due to concerns about moisture affecting its salability. As you can see, it is packaged merely in a large paper bag, making long-term storage impractical. Thus, I must give it away for immediate consumption. Despite the quantity, it only cost me 50 cents. The old village chief, not having been reborn, considers that 50 cents is not an insignificant amount, especially when one can obtain a pound of meat for merely 70 or 80 cents. And fried dough sticks cost only 2 cents each, quite substantial indeed. Lost in thought, he began to feel hungry. Finally, he touched the tobacco pouch at his lower back, waved his hand, and declared, "Let us head over to the fields to offer them encouragement." Yitan, appearing distressed, protested, "But I have not yet organized my accounts." Chapter 50. 3 people resting in a grass hut. Yitan and the old village chief arrived at another plot of land situated between the Song family grave and the Sun family grave. Several members of the cooperative were busy, having dug 2 meters deep, with only a small mound of earth surrounding them. Yitan also spotted her elder brother and second brother, who had rolled up their sleeves to join the effort. Once again employing her previous tactic, Yitan produced a bag of fragmented tea leaves and handed them to the old village chief, who was momentarily taken aback. "Where did you manage to find more?" he exclaimed. Without allowing Yitan a chance to respond, he eagerly resumed his motivational speech, repeating the previous round. In truth, the workers here were those who had been transferred from the larger fields to dig wells. One of the members called out, "Hey, village chief, when will we be distributing the tea containers? We're all waiting." The other members enthusiastically echoed this sentiment. "Indeed, and what about the soap?" "Oh no, the fragrant soap, haha." The village chief set down the tea leaves and declared, "All right, I will send someone to purchase them tomorrow and distribute them to everyone. Let us work hard and strive to find water within 2 days." While they were speaking, 2 horse-drawn carts approached in the distance, laden with bricks, sand, lime, and large stones. All had arrived. The workers busily received the goods, leading to another flurry of activity. The afternoon passed swiftly, and soon it was time to conclude work. Yitan hurried back to the youth education point, grabbing a digging spoon and a cloth bag before heading towards Xiangning head. Today, as she attempted to slide down from the flat ground, she suddenly noticed something unusual among the withered leaves, a patch of green sprouting amidst the dead foliage. Barely visible unless one looked closely. However, Yitan, having lived a life filled with experiences and possessing memories from her past, could not overlook such a clue. Could it be ginseng? A wave of excitement surged within her as she quickly stepped on a nearby tree branch to steady herself and peered closer. Indeed, it was ginseng. Furthermore, it was wild ginseng. This was astonishingly precious. How could such a thing exist here? Wasn't it said that ginseng only grew in the Changbai Mountains? To find it here was utterly unexpected. Without further ado, she fetched her spoon, carefully brushing aside the dead leaves to uncover a root, delicately excavating it bit by bit. As more of the brownish-yellow root was revealed, her excitement intensified. After all, this patch contained over 40 substantial roots. And if the Xiang family were to incorporate even a small piece into their soup daily, it would undoubtedly provide significant nourishment. The more she contemplated, the quicker her hands moved, and soon a root, roughly the size of a carrot, lay securely in her palm. An hour later, the scattered mushrooms, numbering over 40, were neatly tucked into the blue floral cloth bag. Rising to his feet, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Casting a glance around, he noted with relief that nothing had been left behind, and thus he proceeded to descend into the valley below. Today had been remarkably productive. He had unearthed 60 plump matsutake mushrooms, exuding a rich aroma. Observing that dusk was upon him, and having amassed a bountiful harvest, he resolutely made his way back to the village under the cover of darkness. Beneath the moonlight, visibility was ample and quite clear. However, he was suddenly startled by a familiar sound echoing from that day. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he sensed it was the same individual he had encountered previously, prompting him to swiftly conceal himself behind a large haystack, cradling his precious haul. This time, he spotted a couple, still engaged in jovial conversation. Yet, he soon realized that while the man remained unmistakably Xiao Detzi, the woman beside him had changed. Although he did not recognize this new woman, it was evident that she was significantly shorter and had cropped her hair. He fervently hoped they would not repeat their previous display of affection behind the haystack, as that had nearly frightened him to death. The thought made him anxious, akin to a child caught in mischief. He crouched there for what felt like an eternity, clutching his bag, filled with trepidation. To be extra cautious, he nestled himself into the larger hay nest from before. Strangely, this nest had grown, allowing him to burrow deep into its confines. Worried, he tore off some grass to completely shroud himself, daring not to breathe. What did you say, Xiao Detzi? Came the woman's voice. I said, I cannot bear to part with you. Part with me? What do you mean? You, oh my, you truly drive me mad. The woman stamped her foot in exasperation. Xiao Detzi, you are incorrigible, always toying with my emotions. Are you afraid just because your father is a squad leader? I dare. Watch me devour you right now. Xiao Detzi seemed to lift the shorter woman into his arms, and her tone suddenly shifted. Yes, indeed. This is my brave Xiao Detzi, a true man. A surge of anxiety coursed through Yitan, causing his blood pressure to spike. His mind went blank as he thought. No way. How can I be so unluckily cursed? What should I do? Where can I flee? The playful banter and flirtatious sounds drew ever closer, echoing in his ears. As he huddled in his hiding place, drenched in sweat, despite having been a distinguished scholar in his past life, credited with the creation of the Eye of the Night Sky, which propelled his country ahead of Europe in aviation, astronomy, and cosmic exploration. He had never ventured into the complexities of human emotions. In his previous existence, he had remained a lifelong bachelor. Yet, why did the villagers feel compelled to impart lessons on human nature to him every night? That wretched Xiao Detzi, a thorn in his side. Yitan covered his face, feeling utterly disillusioned. Just then, he heard the woman cooing. No, I shall stay right here in this nest. What? Right here? Which one is this? Could it be that there are several nests within this haystack? Suddenly, Yitan ceased trembling, clarity washing over him. All right, you are a treasure. I shall yield to you. Xiao Detzi's voice had long ceased to resemble that of a human. It was merely a series of thuds. Yi Tan felt a jolt against her left shoulder, as if someone had collided with her through a thick layer of grass. Her hair stood on end. Danger was imminent. She had to flee. Those two scoundrels were attempting to breach the barrier of a grass nest, intent on causing chaos. In a moment of desperation, Yi Tan disregarded everything else, clutching tightly to the cloth bag in her arms. She discarded the grass clinging to her and slowly rose, attempting to squeeze her way out. A sudden impact sent her flying over a meter away, and she heard the woman's voice exclaim, "Oh dear, Xiao Detzi. Did I just spot a white shadow flickering before my eyes? How could that be? It must be merely an illusion. Your longing for me has conjured countless versions of myself rushing towards you, overwhelming you. Stop your nonsense. Come here." Ejected from the grass nest, Yi Tan clutched her large bag and perked up her ears. Bowing her head and crouching low, she made a hurried escape, navigating through the underbrush. She quickly shed her drenched clothing upon reaching the courtyard, dousing herself with a basin of cold water. The splash echoed, and she tossed the enameled basin aside, allowing herself a moment to collect her thoughts. What should she do next? Was she destined to encounter Xiao Detzi every day? Should she seek out Matsutake mushrooms at a new location? No, that would be too risky. During the day, she would surely be spotted. And at night, the dangers of the wild, tigers, leopards, wolves, would be ever present. She shook her head, affirming that daytime excursions were absolutely out of the question. To evade detection and avoid the stigma of being labeled a profiteer, she could only venture out like a thief at dusk and return under the cover of darkness. Yet, deep down, she understood that it wouldn't be long before the government eased such restrictions. After 1978, it would not only cease to suppress, but would actively support these endeavors. However, for the moment, such actions were untenable. Chapter 51. The wild ginseng elevates the noble. With the kerosene lamp lit, the room brightened. After completing her personal hygiene, Yi Tan found tranquility and began sketching under the lamp's glow. She envisioned designing a new outfit for Xiangning, one she could wear on their betrothal day. And also for the wedding, a garment crafted by his own hands. With just a few strokes, she had initially sketched the wedding dresses meant for future generations. Yet given the current circumstances, such designs were utterly impractical. After all, it was the 1970s, a time when avant-garde fashion was not widely accepted. Thus, she needed to incorporate elements of simplicity and frugality into her designs. The attire could not be overly extravagant or complicated. It should not only be suitable for the wedding day, but also wearable on ordinary days, utilizing fabric that was expensive to avoid waste. She first designed a cake-style dress for the betrothal, contemplating it thoroughly. Ultimately, she crafted a modern version of a qipao to be reserved for the wedding. An hour later, exhausted, she extinguished the lamp and succumbed to sleep. Morning arrived, and she busied herself as usual, embracing the vigor of youth, blissfully unaware of fatigue. As she made her way to the brigade office, at the entrance, Yang Igua awaited her, holding onto a red mule. "Let us go. Today we are purchasing prizes." Upon hearing this, Yi Tan felt a surge of energy. Clutching her large bag, she mounted the mule, and they trotted out of the village. The previous day, she had depleted her savings, which meant her first stop had to be the Hongqi restaurant. Inside, however, brother Lu Shiguang was absent. The one who received him was still Xiao Lizi. After finishing the weighing, today's volume was substantial, surprisingly yielding an income of 210 yuan. "Where's your manager?" "The manager is attending to the leaders in a private room." "Oh, I have some fine medicinal herbs in hand that I wish to personally deliver to him." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lizi paused for a moment, then replied, "Follow me." As they traversed the living room and the corridor, they came to a concealed door at a corner. Xiao Lizi knocked, and the door opened to reveal Yi Tan, who stepped out with a cloth bag. "Brother, this is the wild ginseng I collected last night. It invigorates and nourishes the blood. It's a splendid gift, and I wish to present it to you." Inside the room were 7 or 8 leaders, each exuding an air of authority. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiguang was overjoyed. "Ah, how much is it?" Yi Tan chuckled. "I just dug it up from the wild, no charge." "Brother Lu, aren't you entertaining the leaders? This can be used to make soup, and it's highly nutritious. Only half a root is needed at a time. Do not be greedy." Lu Shiguang promptly patted Yi Tan on the shoulder. "All right, brother. I will remember this favor. Xiao Lizi, take these precious wild ginseng roots to the kitchen at once. Prepare half a root for the soup. No more, understood?" "Understood." Xiao Lizi swiftly departed for the kitchen. Yi Tan clasped his fists in respect. "Brother, please take care of your esteemed guests. I must return to my tasks. Lu Shiguang reciprocated the gesture. Brother, I will express my gratitude to you another day. He returned to the room and closed the door. Lu Shiguang continued to engage in lively conversation with the high-ranking officials. However, one leader remarked, Old Lu, this mushroom is truly delightful. I have never tasted such exquisite mushrooms before. I thought porcini and slippery jacks were commendable, but they pale in comparison to this flavor. Lu Shiguang laughed. Director Song, this is called matsutake. We may have encountered dried matsutake, albeit in small sizes, but fresh specimens of this magnitude are rarely seen, especially without venturing into the countryside. Oh, Director Song listened intently, noticing that Director Chun beside him was equally intrigued. Lu Shiguang continued, this fresh matsutake was procured by my newly acquainted younger brother. He hails from the village and has quite the knack for sourcing these fresh delights. Oh, his demeanor and eloquence do not resemble that of a typical villager. Indeed, I know he is a youth from the capital. He has been living in Sanbeihu village for 5 years and has not returned to the city. Oh, if he hasn't returned, and since he is your brother, should I offer him assistance? Director Chun, there is no need. He is to marry a village girl at the end of the month. So he likely won't return to the city for a while. Perhaps he doesn't even wish to. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Lizi arrived with a rich soup, infused with the essence of wild ginseng. Lu Shiguang quickly took a spoon and personally ladled the soup into bowls for the directors and city officials, presenting it with care. Here. This is the wild ginseng my younger brother gifted me. This is a portion made with half a root, enhanced with a few goji berries. With half a pot of wild ginseng soup remaining, Lu Shiguang promptly poured it into a copper pot. Xiao Lizi added 2 thick red candles before turning and exiting with the soup basin. This lad has truly brought something remarkable, Director Chun remarked, savoring the soup and smacking his lips in delight. In discussing the esteemed leaders from the municipal and county levels, one might presume they have encountered a myriad of experiences. Yet, surprisingly, they found themselves enchanted by these 2 exquisite flavors, so rich and natural, that they had never had the pleasure of tasting or witnessing them throughout their lives. Lu Shiguang chuckled heartily. Shortly thereafter, he instructed Xiao Li to keep the freshly delivered matsutake mushrooms untouched, and he proceeded to wrap a few for each of the leaders, suggesting they savor them at home. He noticed there were also over 20 ginseng roots, which he decided to package as well, to present them as a gesture of respect. Upon hearing this, the leaders nodded in approval. Very well, in a few days, our city of Dajin will host city-level leaders from the capital for an inspection, and they will stay with us for 3 days. It is indeed a significant affair to cater to this entourage, and we cannot leave this task to chance. Lu, you shall take charge, one of the leaders declared. Lu Shiguang was taken aback by the honor. Me? He exclaimed. Yes, you are to oversee the banquet arrangements. Surely, the Dajin district has a Hongqi restaurant? You will manage the affairs there and be fully responsible for hosting the dignitaries from the capital. Indeed, go ahead. If you execute this well, promotions will surely follow. Lu Shiguang's face radiated with joy. All my blessings stem from the care and support of my esteemed leaders. I am truly grateful. He downed a glass of Maotai with enthusiasm. Yi Tan, having swiftly turned, departed from the Hongqi restaurant. This time, he brought with him half of the wild ginseng, reserving the other half for Xiangning to bolster her health. With over 200 yuan in hand, Yi Tan felt a surge of elation. He tucked the money away and hurried to the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. The big red mule cart stood waiting. Noticing his elder brother Yang Aigua, who was already bustling about, Yi Tan decided against entering and instead joined him by the cart. Just then, Monkey Master approached. Brother Yi, dear brother, I have more tickets available. Do you wish to acquire some? Seeing Monkey Master in a fervor to sell, Yi Tan casually selected a handful of tickets. Yes, please add a few cloth tickets and sugar tickets, as well as some for flour, rice, and industrial goods. In a short while, he spent 20 yuan on an ample collection of tickets. Yet, Yi Tan was not satisfied. He ventured into the cooperative. The sales clerks all fixated their gazes upon him. He purchased 2 bags of rice and 2 bags of flour. Presenting his tickets, he encountered the familiar face of clerk 520, who cautiously attended to him, her delicate fingers tapping the abacus with a rhythmic clatter. The price for a 100-pound bag of rice was 178 yuan, and for a 100-pound bag of flour, it was 22 yuan, totaling 39.8 yuan. After 520 accepted the tickets, Yi Tan quickly produced the cash, tossing out 4 large denomination bills, receiving 20 cents in change. He bowed, hoisting a bag of rice, while clerk 520 summoned a male attendant to assist with the delivery. Once outside, the male attendant returned, sharing sentiments with the other female clerks. That young man certainly has wealth. In the blink of an eye, he has spent a considerable sum. Today's revenue, solely from him, surpasses the total of all others combined. I say, 520, that young man is on the verge of making a serious commitment by the end of the month. You must act swiftly to secure your interests, lest you find yourself left out. Do not speak recklessly. I assure you, he and I are innocent. How can you not believe that if we are innocent, he always seeks you out when making purchases, disregarding others? Chapter 52. The water emerges. Yang Igua went to the brigade office to deliver the prizes he had procured. Yitin returned to the Yang residence. Upon entering the west wing, she immediately noticed the well-crafted shoe soles on the Kang, and to her delight, there were indeed 2 pairs, one of which had been mended halfway up the upper, unmistakably his favorite corduroy slip-ons. A wave of happiness surged within her. She then proceeded to the east wing, armed with a long wooden stick, attempting to clear the stove flue, which was persistently emitting smoke, causing her considerable distress. She contemplated removing the bricks, envisioning the state of the kitchen chimney that had been clogged for a decade. Venturing into the yard, she procured a wooden ladder, climbed onto the roof of the east wing, and repeatedly probed the chimney with her stick, perhaps a temporary solution. If she could hold out for a few more days until the well was completed, she might be able to clear the blockage. Within moments, Xiangning returned and was startled to see Yitin standing atop the roof. As Yitin descended, Xiangning hurriedly supported the ladder, fearful of an accident. "Oh, you needn't hold it," Yitin reassured her. "I merely poked the chimney, and it seems to be flowing better now." Descending, she brushed her hands together, saying, "You should rest. I will prepare the meal." Xiangning smiled, turned, and retreated to the west wing, hesitant to continue mending the shoe soles for fear of being discovered by Yitin. Instead, she took a pillowcase and covered the shoes. Unbeknownst to her, Yitin had already discerned everything. Turning around, she picked up the knowledge points Yitin had gifted her the previous day and began reciting the theorems, definitions, and concepts with remarkable fluency. It seemed that her review from last night had proven beneficial, as she felt more familiar with the material after a quick self-assessment. In the kitchen, Yitin stoked the fire, and indeed, the smoke had diminished. She had already prepared the dough, rendering the fatty meat into lard, allowing the residue to float within. She then retrieved the elm seeds from the other day, prepared them, and combined them to create a filling. Engrossed in her work at the counter, she quickly fashioned dozens of small fried pastries. Indeed, they were uniquely filled with the lard and elm seed mixture, quite exquisite. A platter of these pastries was carried into the west wing, where the 4 of them gathered to enjoy the meal. Just as they were halfway through their feast, the loudspeaker crackled to life. "Attention, all members. Those digging at Song's grave, come quickly to bring bricks. The well is about to yield water. The well is about to yield water." This was the first time the loudspeaker had broadcast such an excited tone, particularly the repeated phrase about the well yielding water, igniting a surge of enthusiasm. "Water is about to flow?" Yitin exclaimed in surprise, hastily setting down her food. "Continue without me. I must go," she declared, still chewing. Before rushing out of the house, she dashed towards the designated area, where a considerable number of members had already gathered by the well. Upon discovering water at the bottom of the well, albeit shallow, the members of the collective diligently passed down large cobblestones to line the well's base. They constructed brick walls around the perimeter, while those above mixed sand and ash, layering cement on each brick. The well's bottom, now filled with cobblestones in 2 layers, significantly reduced the speed at which water surged forth. The workers at the bottom, already clad in knee-high rubber boots, hastened their efforts, ensuring they could exit before the well filled completely. They constructed the wall to a height exceeding that of a person and then settled into large baskets, secured by ropes pulled by their comrades above. The workers labored tirelessly, sweat pouring from their brows, yet not a word of complaint escaped their lips. In a remarkable display of teamwork, dozens of male members took turns, racing against the clock, and within less than an hour, they had built up to the wellhead. Yitin exhaled a sigh of relief as the village chief arrived, patting her shoulder approvingly. "Well done, Yi. You chose an excellent location. We struck a spring at just 35 meters. Yitin smiled. The construction was complete, and Aunt Lee had already brought several large buckets, as the workers, covered in a mix of sweat and mud, prepared to wash their faces. Yet, before they could freshen up, the spectators surged forward, lifting the well-diggers high into the air amidst cheers and shouts of celebration. They only set the heroes down once their voices had grown hoarse and their arms weary. The workers quickly washed their faces as Xiangning brought over the baskets. The village chief addressed the crowd. Today, all 300 households are filled with joy. The well has yielded water, a testament to the tireless efforts of our well-diggers. In our eyes, they are heroes, and their contributions must not be overlooked. Now, let us have our propaganda team leader, Xiangning, distribute the awards to our heroes. Come, give a round of applause. The onlookers responded with enthusiastic clapping. Xiangning joined Xiangning and several production team leaders in the award ceremony. Each well-digger received a white porcelain jar, emblazoned with the words, "Serve the people." Furthermore, they were each gifted a towel bearing the motto, "Unity is strength." We owe our gratitude to Yi Jiqing, the chief continued. Using her knowledge, she selected an excellent site, allowing us to access water with such swiftness. Now, we shall reward Yi Jiqing as well, with 2 bars of fragrant soap. As the words left his lips, applause erupted for Yi Tan. Her youth belied her remarkable capabilities, earning her the admiration of all. The village chief called out again. Once the well by Songjia Cemetery begins to flow, there will be another wave of rewards. Let us all work harder. Spurred on, someone began to sing of great production, and soon the air was filled with their voices. Just as the song concluded, the second team's members happened to pass by. Catching the infectious spirit and joining in a chorus of unity is strength. This strength is heaven. This strength is. The atmosphere was one of exuberance, embodying the spirit of unity and shared purpose. As the song ended, a group of female members arrived, pushing carts laden with water jugs, and the well was already half filled with water. Come, comrades, swiftly carry water to the fields to nourish the seedlings. Roll up your sleeves and get to work. With this exhortation, there was no need for the village chief to call out again. Everyone promptly seized their water containers and basins. Some had already picked up the yoke, suspending buckets of water, swaying towards the 10-meter water surface. In no time, the buckets brimmed with water at the well's edge. Some were transporting it to carts. Others were pushing them, and all were bustling about. Yet every face wore a similar smile. Although the water was somewhat murky, it was still excellent for irrigating the parched soil. Upon reaching the fields, where labor was cumbersome, some members rolled up their trousers and bared their feet, pouring bucket after bucket of water into the long dry earth. Just a few hours later, a vibrant green hue began to ripple across the fields. Meanwhile, another group hastened to the Song family grave, where another well awaited their prompt attention. In those times, although the members often went hungry, they were filled with vigor. United in purpose, they embodied the truth of the saying, "When hearts are united, mountains can be moved." The village chief patted Yi Jiqing on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that a city dweller like you would take such an active role in rural affairs? How about rewarding me with a day off tomorrow?" He joked. "You're not getting away with laziness." Chapter 53. Forced to wear shoes. What does it mean to be lazy? Am I not supposed to be betrothed? I have nothing of worth to my name. Pray tell, old village chief, how can I propose? Seeing the village chief's perplexed expression, Yi Tan pressed on with his complaints. Am I committing a crime by taking my fiancée to the county town to buy a watch? The village chief, recognizing the gravity of the matter, quickly replied, "All right, if it's a legitimate reason, I'll grant you leave. I'll write an introduction letter right away. Don't forget to take it with you, or else you might get arrested." Yi Tan staggered slightly at this. Indeed, without an introduction letter, one could be apprehended as a criminal. Not only could one end up in prison, but some members, in their attempts to evade identity checks, might even face dire consequences. Thus, who would dare venture far without such a letter? Truly, that introduction letter was a talisman for survival. The two arrived at the village chief's office in the brigade headquarters, where he promptly wrote the introduction letter and stamped it before handing it to Yi Tan. After stowing it away, Yi Tan hurriedly declared, "I must return to the accounting office. I have a backlog of work point reports to compile for all the teams." "Very well, today was productive for you. Therefore, I'll grant you some leniency. Tomorrow at 8, the large mule cart from the team will head to Wuching County to deliver tofu silk. If you wish, you can accompany it." "Ah, that's splendid news. I was just fretting about it." "Oh, you must hurry." Before Yi Tan could finish, the village chief waved his hand dismissively, covering his face with a large newspaper, and continued to pursue his own tasks. With a sigh, Yitan turned back to the accounting office. He picked up a stack of work point forms, quickly assessing the total with a glance. Once finished, he sought out Yang Aigua, who was polishing his beloved green military kettle. Upon seeing Yitan enter, he wondered what had brought him there. Before any questions could be posed, Yitan's voice rang out. "Brother, tomorrow I want Xiangning to accompany me to the city to purchase a watch. Please inform her to meet at the entrance of the brigade tomorrow, and we will take the village cart to the county, then proceed to the shopping mall." Yang Aigua was taken aback by her earnestness. Witnessing Yitan's serious demeanor towards her sister and her determination to make a grand statement at the ceremony brought him immense joy. It was indeed a rare find to have a sister who had secured a good man, someone genuinely devoted to her and unpretentious about the significance of such moments. "I shall convey this message without fail." After finishing work, Yang Aigua returned home early, eagerly awaiting his sister's arrival. As soon as Xiangning entered, Yang Aigua, standing beneath the poplar tree, excitedly shared, "Tomorrow at 8, Yitan wishes to take you to the county to buy wedding items. She asked me to inform you to gather at the brigade's headquarters and travel together with the mule cart." Xiangning's petite frame trembled at the prospect of this rendezvous. How could it be that her own brother was personally delivering such a message, making it widely known? This was not the manner in which Yi Jiqing operated. Her cheeks flushed crimson at the thought. Unbeknownst to Yang Aigua, he hastily returned indoors to wash up and rest, feeling utterly exhausted from the day's labors. Once back in her chamber, illuminated by the flickering kerosene lamp, Xiangning sat on the edge of her Kang, reviewing a few pages of notes before committing them to memory once more. She then lowered her head to begin crafting a pair of shoe soles, putting forth her utmost effort, determined to finish the shoes for Yitan. Although she would never openly admit they were for Yitan, it was a well-known tradition in rural areas at that time. If a couple was romantically involved, the woman was expected to make a pair of shoes for the man as an expression of her affection. When the man's family received the shoes, the future mother-in-law and sisters-in-law would scrutinize the soles and edges, evaluating the evenness of the stitches and the quality of the seams. They would discuss and assess whether the future bride was skilled and capable of managing household affairs, pondering whether it was worthwhile to marry her, as securing a good wife was a matter of great significance. Indeed, this was no exaggeration. In those days, families did not separate, and a daughter-in-law could be responsible for the footwear of an entire extended family. The quality of the shoes became a precursor to the assessment of a girl's ability to manage a household and her future life. Thus, in the village, if a matchmaker introduced a young man to a potential partner, it was common to hear, "I have someone who makes shoes for you." Upon hearing this, the young man would understand and feel a mix of embarrassment and shyness. The phrase about making shoes subtly hinted at the search for a bride. If a village girl harbored a crush on a young man, she might secretly craft a pair of shoes and, while working in the production team, discreetly slip the new shoes to him before turning to flee. In this context, when a girl took the initiative to offer shoes, it was a declaration of pursuit and affection, signaling her interest. This encapsulates the significance of a woman making shoes for a man in the 1970s rural setting. Yitan, preoccupied with her own matters, emerged from the accounting office and hurriedly made her way to Xiangzhuang. Upon arriving at the foot of the grand mountain village, enveloped by the verdant forest and shimmering emerald hues, he cautiously glanced around, confirming the absence of others before swiftly slipping down to the valley floor to commence his excavation. In truth, even without a thorough inspection, Yitan was acutely aware that no one dared to venture here. The presence of wild bears roaming the area deterred all from courting danger, and the local legends of hauntings only added to the fear. Moreover, several years prior, rumors had circulated about the disappearance of young men in their 20s, contributing to an atmosphere thick with terror. Thus, it could be said that this place was as ominous as his own homestead. Crouching down, Yitan deftly swept aside leaves, carefully unearthing his treasures. This time, he unearthed exactly 60 sizable mushrooms. He opened his blueprinted cloth bag, stowed them away, and slung it over his shoulder, making his way back to the youth commune under the cover of darkness. Once there, he secured the matsutake mushrooms, lit a kerosene lamp, washed up, and reclined on the earthen bed. His mind swirled with contemplation. If he amassed a few thousand yuan, he could build a house. However, he recalled that in a few months, a significant earthquake was anticipated, which would undoubtedly affect any new construction. Furrowing his brow, he ultimately resolved to postpone building until after the quake. As his thoughts wandered, he pondered the whereabouts of Xiangning. Was she diligently reviewing her studies or crafting shoes for him? The image of her, focused under the soft glow of the kerosene lamp as she painstakingly made shoes, brought a smile to his lips. The anticipation of donning the new shoes crafted by his beloved filled him with excitement. Reflecting on the day, he noted that he had returned to the commune rather early. He had not encountered that young Detsi and his new paramour. Chapter 54. The conquest of military might morning arrived, and Yitin donned a fresh outfit, a white shirt, a white tank top, and khaki green trousers, which imparted a crisp and refreshing appearance. He gathered his money, tickets, and a letter of introduction. Suddenly, he recalled that he needed to bring a cotton mat for his woman, concerned that the long journey might exhaust her. Cradling the mat and holding his blue cloth bag, he set off towards the brigade office. This time, the transport was orchestrated by Xiangning, a man in his 30s, known for his composure. The village head had entrusted him with the responsibility of managing the external sales of soybean products, a bold decision given Xiangling's background as a veteran, which lent him a commendable demeanor. Yiting greeted him, but Xiangling responded with a stoic expression, lacking warmth. Unperturbed by his demeanor, Yitin turned to see young Xiangning approaching leisurely. Today, she wore a pink floral blouse, her shoulders adorned with cascading braids held by delicate pink glass threads. On her feet were nearly new cloth shoes, and her trousers were slightly worn. Bathed in the morning light, her youthful face radiated a vibrant charm, reminiscent of a dew-kissed white lily. Yitin found himself momentarily entranced. He had never encountered such a refreshing beauty, particularly with her bright, expressive black eyes that sparkled with clarity. Right on time, Yitin called out, taking the initiative to greet her. Yang Xiangning nodded, her eyes sparkling with joy as she smiled at Yitan. However, out of politeness, she still waved at Xiangling, who remained aloof. Yitan promptly offered a cushion, urging, "Here, take a seat at the front. It will be bumpy in the back." Upon understanding, Yang Xiangning accepted the cushion, her cheeks flushing as if she were trying to impress a suitor. Under the morning light, the red mule cart trotted forward at a steady pace, soon arriving at the Hongqi restaurant, where Yitin quickly called for a stop. Xiangling pulled the handbrake, his intentions unclear. In his mind, this Yiziking was a notorious scoundrel, known for his lack of morals when intoxicated, and he deemed him unworthy of respect, associating him with the village flower in a scandalous manner. A pair of thieves, flaunting their misdeeds without shame, were indeed a disgrace. "Xiangling, please wait for me for 10 minutes. I'll be out shortly," Yitin requested. Xiangling grunted in acknowledgement, turning his face away. Casting a disdainful glance at the village flower seated in the cart, her hands gripping the cart's yoke. As Xiangling lit a cigarette, he tightened the dung bag strapped to the mule's rear. During those times, when taking a long journey, especially to the city, it was customary to equip livestock with dung bags to avoid unforeseen troubles. Yitan swiftly entered the Hongqi restaurant, where only Xiao Lizi was present. Xiao Lizi hurried over, calling out, "Manager Liu, he's here." Yitan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what was unfolding. Liu Shiguang emerged from the back, looking travel-worn but beaming. Yitan smiled, placing his bag on the table as Xiao Lizi promptly attended to him, measuring the weights. "Hello, Brother Liu." Yitan greeted warmly. Liu Shiguang, brimming with excitement, grasped Yitan's hand tightly. "Little brother, you've truly helped me." Without further ado, he pressed a wad of money into Yitan's hands, insisting, "You must accept this." Yitan was bewildered. "Oh no, I can't accept this, it's undeserved. The ginseng I brought yesterday was a gift, and I had no intention of asking for money. Brother Liu, please don't misunderstand." "Haha, you want to take the happy money?" Liu Shiguang laughed heartily. "Happy money?" Yitan was even more puzzled. "To put it plainly, your suggestion of the Mandarin duck pot was well received and praised by the leaders. Because of the ginseng and matsutake you provided, I presented them to the city leaders, and they were delighted. Consequently, I was promoted 3 levels up from this small commune." Liu Shiguang exclaimed joyfully. "I've been directly elevated to the city district, and next month, I'll be assigned to host leaders from the capital. Isn't that a joyous occasion?" Upon hearing this, Yitan smiled and quickly accepted the red envelope with a bow. Then, "Brother Liu, I want to be polite. Congratulations to you as well. I'll gladly partake in this joy and accept this red envelope." "Thank you, brother." Yitan held the red paper-wrapped money, feeling its substantial weight, though he had no idea how much it contained. Meanwhile, Xiao Lizi efficiently approached, taking the bag and reporting, "That was 16 jin, totaling 160 yuan. Report complete," before swiftly departing. Yitan was filled with joy once again. He clasped his fists and said, "Brother Liu, your immense kindness warrants no thanks. Should you ever require anything, do not hesitate to ask me. I shall wholeheartedly assist you." Liu Shiguang smiled broadly, leaning discreetly towards Yi Tan's ear. "In the future, should you come across any local delicacies, be sure to send them my way." Yi Tan replied, "There aren't many local specialties left. That ginseng was a rare coincidence, not the norm. However, I am certain that the depths of the 10,000 great mountains harbor great treasures, and if I find anything remarkable, I will gladly gather it for you, Brother Liu." The 10,000 great mountains? Ah, yes, the very mountains that have long been sealed off. The villagers are quite protective, claiming there are tigers, leopards, and wolves lurking within, making entry difficult. Nevertheless, I've noticed quite a few iron brooms at the village entrance. Would your restaurant be interested? Iron brooms. Indeed, the kind that grows to half a person's height. They thrive during dry spells, if you pinch the tender tips. They can be used to wrap large dumplings, especially when mixed with fatty pork, delicious beyond measure. Really? Next time, please procure some for me to try. After all, I won't be heading to the city for my new position until next month, so there's still time. Yitan clasped his fists once more. "Brother, I shall remember your request. I have matters to attend to in Wuching County today, so I must take my leave." Liu Shiguang nodded eagerly, escorting him to the entrance before waving goodbye. This scene did not escape the gaze of Junli, who felt a sudden perplexity wash over him. He glanced at the man at the door, whose distinguished demeanor was evident. His trousers were impeccably pressed, and he wore polished black shoes. His neatly styled hair and shirt adorned with an ID badge suggested a remarkable presence, though the distance obscured the details. My goodness, such a prominent figure. And he treats Yi Tan with such courtesy? He even personally saw him to the door, patting his shoulder and sharing laughter. What could their relationship possibly be? The middle-aged man was undeniably handsome, but it was his refined air that truly conveyed his status. It was clear that his demeanor reflected a life well lived. Junli gasped, unable to suppress his awe as he regarded the gracefully departing Yi Tan with a newfound respect. Initially, he had intended to belittle him, but witnessing this display of camaraderie, he withdrew his disdain. Quickly rising, he stowed away his cigarette and tightened the steel rope, wary of the red mule's unpredictable behavior that might startle Yi Tan. Once assured that Yi Tan had settled, Junli took his place in the cart, releasing the handbrake and urging the mule to move forward. Throughout the journey, Junli felt a growing unease, hesitant to speak for fear of saying something amiss, especially considering the profound transformation he had witnessed in Yi Tan. Though Yi Tan appeared somewhat superficial and did not embody a traditional farmer, he had managed to forge connections with such influential friends. Junli reflected on his own life. A veteran in his 30s, pondering what he had accomplished in the village. Over the years, aside from recognizing the shoes beneath him and the unattractive woman he shared his home with, what else had he achieved? He sighed, feeling a profound sense of inadequacy. Chapter 55. The diamond couples watch as he meandered along the road. He observed the relentless drought that lay before him. Yi Tan felt a surge of relief. Grateful that the village had dug 2 wells, the seedlings on the brink of death in the fields, along with the production team's vegetable patch, finally had a chance for survival. Otherwise, the crops would perish, leaving them with nothing, and surely the winter would bring hunger and despair. With this thought, a wave of clarity washed over his heart. An hour later, in Yang Village Town, Wuching County. "All right, Junli, I will head ahead to catch the bus, and we shall meet here in 3 hours. Sure. Junli hurriedly halted the vehicle. "Yi Jiqing, I understand." His demeanor was exceptionally warm, akin to the treatment of family. A stark contrast to his earlier indifference. Yi Tan promptly stood and assisted young Xiangning down. "Your legs must be numb," he inquired with concern. It's manageable." Yi Tan waved to Junli. "Here, take this introduction letter. I'll be at the Kuanai market shortly, so it's not needed for now." Sure. Junli quickly accepted it. He needed to deliver goods, but they would certainly check the introduction letter. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. "All right, Yi Jiqing, you two enjoy your time. I should be done in about 3 hours and will wait for you here." "All right, Junli, let's not lose touch." With his left hand clutching a chair cushion and his right hand supporting Xiangning, Yi Tan finally spotted the dilapidated apple-green bus by the roadside. He gently guided her onto the vehicle, where the ticket seller sat with an air of formality. After ensuring Xiangning was seated comfortably, he approached to purchase tickets. The ticket seller was a thin, pale man, clearly a city dweller, lacking exercise and possessing a delicate constitution. "Where to, sir?" he inquired with a strong local accent, revealing his mottled teeth, likely a result of growing up near the river, consuming local water that stained his enamel with brown spots. "To the Culinary Market Central Garden." "$2, please." Yitan produced a 50-cent coin and handed it over. The thin man swiftly tore off the ticket and returned a dime. Yitan accepted it, and the man, not forgetting to admonish, warned, "Don't lose your ticket. Be careful. I will check them shortly. Don't think you can evade the fare on a long-distance bus." Yitan was momentarily taken aback, but, alongside Xiangning, endeavored to avoid causing any trouble, as he did not wish to worry her further. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" The thin man persisted, his voice sharp and unyielding. "I thought I said to buy a ticket." Yet, in the blink of an eye, the target had vanished. "Hey, where did you run off to?" The thin man stood, adjusting his tattered brown bag, scanning the area while his shrill calls echoed in pursuit of fare evaders. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination, Culinary Market. It was a spacious 3-story building. Although Xiangning had completed high school and had some knowledge, her experience was limited to her hometown and not the bustling city. Upon entering this vast and unfamiliar place teeming with strangers, she visibly hesitated. "Don't be afraid." Yitan noticed her distress and took her small hand in his. It was indeed cold. Xiangning struggled to pull away, unwilling to be led. "No one is watching. What are you afraid of?" Xiangning timidly surveyed her surroundings and exclaimed, "Are those not people?" Indeed, they were human, yet they were strangers to us, were they not? Through her bangs, Xiangning peered closely and confirmed her unfamiliarity, letting out a sigh of relief. However, she quickly tucked her hands into her pockets. After all, she was not yet married, so it would be inappropriate to engage in any frivolities. Indeed, the values of the 1970s were markedly different from those of subsequent eras. The atmosphere here was distinct. This floor was adorned with glass counters, each illuminated more brightly than a flashlight. At the corner, Yitan spotted a watch at once. "Come, let us take a look." In the bustling crowd, Xiangning found herself being led by him to the display of watches. Approaching the counter, she glanced up at the advertisement, where bold letters proclaimed Shanghai diamond watches, unique in excellence. Dejin Sea Gull watches, a testament to gentility. Shanghai Gem Blossom, listen to the world. Xiangning was momentarily dazed, overwhelmed by the dazzling array. Yitan eagerly pulled her closer to the counter. "Comrade, we would like 2 watches." The sales clerk, impeccably presented, had even retained her vibrant red curls atop her head, gracefully styled. One should not underestimate the art of hairstyling. Fashionable women often heated their curling irons before stepping out, crafting their bangs into whimsical curls reminiscent of noodles. 2. Xiangning's almond-shaped eyes widened, her lips pursing. "Do not squander your money." "Why 2? Did we not agree on 1? Besides, 1 is already excessive for me. I am not accustomed to wearing a watch." "Haha, we shall each have 1. This is a couple's edition." "Couple's edition?" Xiangning gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. This youth from the capital truly knew how to indulge and spend extravagantly. Contemplating this, she lowered her head, falling silent. The sales clerk inquired, "What brand do you desire?" Yitan looked at Xiangning, who shook her head, uncertain. "Shall we choose the most expensive one?" Xiangning was taken aback, and after regaining her composure, she merely shook her head. Yitan smiled, "Comrade, please present me with the most luxurious watch, 1 for men and 1 for women." Such a statement sounded quite affluent. The sales clerk could not help but glance at Yitan again, murmuring, "There are diamond models for both men and women, and they are indeed the finest. The women's watch is 170 yuan, while the men's is 130 yuan, and they can even tell the time at night." "So expensive? Moreover, the watch can tell time at night? How remarkable." Xiangning thought, quickly interjecting, "How about we consider the gem blossom instead?" "No, we shall choose the diamond. Its meaning is that diamonds endure forever. A single gem shall be eternal, signifying that our love must last until we grow old together." Xiangning was momentarily speechless, taking a while to respond. "How about you just buy 1? I do not want 1. Yitan shook his head, as a couple. "How can we buy only 1? However, Xiangning felt a surge of anxiety, her face flushing. The sales clerk had already presented both watches, each encased in protective plastic, shimmering under the light. Upon inspecting the back of the watch faces, she noticed numerous markings. The total for both watches amounted to 300 yuan. Yitan took out some money. Although most of it had been spent on that day, Today brought new gains, and Lu Shiguang, the elder brother, generously gifted several red envelopes. When Yitan opened one, he was taken aback to find it contained over 2,000. He slapped his forehead, realizing how Lu had truly invested heavily. However, considering Lu's recent promotion and wealth, such a sum in red envelopes was easily afforded. Xiangning also noticed the substantial amount in his envelope, leaving her pale and speechless, having grown up seeing only a few dozen yuan. The stacks of over 1,000 were quite dizzying. In Chapter 56, the wedding gifts were prepared, but she insisted they were unnecessary. 2 watches were nestled in exquisite satin boxes, one pink for ladies and the other sky blue for men. He tugged at Xiangning, searching for a radio. Along the way, he spotted a facial oil and paused, saying, "Let me buy you a can of snowflower cream." "Oh, you've already given me some at home." "There's no need," Xiangning quickly replied, pulling at his coat sleeve. "Let us go home. You shouldn't waste money." Yet, Yitan stubbornly insisted on purchasing it. The snowflower cream was housed in a slender, square can, its exterior delicate and translucent, resembling jade in a vibrant green, a true work of art. He also picked up a box of clam oil, presented in a shell, and insisted on buying a can of that as well. Another 2 yuan spent. Noticing Xiangning clutching her heart, Yitan comforted her. One marries only once in a lifetime. Why fear spending? Despite his reassurances, she remained unconvinced, letting out a sigh, her small face betraying her helplessness and concern for the expenses. Upon reaching the radio counter, he observed a plethora of choices. "Sir, are you looking for a radio?" The male salesperson inquired, and Yitan nodded, scrutinizing the brands. Spotting one radio with 2 antennas, he asked, "What brand is this?" "I'll take this one." "This is the Hongdang brand." "Good, I'll take one." The price was 32 yuan. After handing over the money, the salesperson carefully packaged the unopened radio. Yitan grabbed it while Xiangning carried the watch and snowflower cream. Finally, Yitan produced a cloth bag and declared, "Let us put everything in here. I'll carry it." Without waiting for her agreement, he proceeded to do so, taking over her items as well, resulting in an extensive haul. In the end, Xiangning pulled him, but he led her to the 2nd floor, surrounded by a riot of colors. Embarrassed, she covered her face. "Why are there no sleeves on the skirt? That would look better." "Better? Isn't that cutting corners? How could it be? Why are there thin straps? How can such small pieces of fabric be worn? Oh dear, is it even see-through? Don't fuss about it here. We'll examine it closely at home, all right?" He patted her head and stuffed the small items into his bag, concealing them. In a daze, Xiangning was led by Yitan to purchase several ready-made garments. His shopping spree continued, culminating in the acquisition of bedding and cotton, 30 pounds of cotton for 4 quilts, each containing 6 pounds. After a considerable journey to the 1st floor, Yitan, having purchased several bottles of chilled soda, found herself at a corner. With each sip, Xiangning felt a delightful prickling sensation on her tongue, and once swallowed, a refreshing wave enveloped her. The townsfolk were uniformly adept at savoring life, indulging in pleasures, and generating wealth. Yitan was indeed a quintessential spendthrift. Upon exiting the shopping mall, the central garden loomed across the road, with the bus terminal nestled within. Yitan, laden with bags, boarded the bus. And half an hour later, they returned to Yang Village in Wuchang County. At the roadside, they spotted the bright red mule cart of the production team waiting eagerly. Yitan grasped a bag in one hand, while holding Xiangning's delicate hand with the other. Yitan couldn't help but reminisce. The roads back then were narrow, the vehicle slow, and the crowd sparse, devoid of congestion. Yet, regardless of life's tribulations, people possessed the space to reflect and savor their experiences, truly cherishing their youth. Those days were indeed splendid. Xiangling had already disembarked from the vehicle, promptly rushing over to take the hefty cotton bundle, placing it securely onto the cart with remarkable enthusiasm. Yitan handed Xiangling a small bottle of soda. Without hesitation, Xiangling lifted it to his lips, savoring the exquisite taste. This concoction was nothing short of a worldly delight. Indeed, brother Xiangling, Yitan observed that the soy products had been successfully delivered, and with a swift motion, they settled down in the middle of the cart, facing backward. Given the height of the mule, the cart tilted slightly, creating a natural incline. Xiangling, guiding the mule, was cautious, fearing that a sudden exertion from the animal might unseat them, especially since one was an enigmatic figure of authority and the other a cherished daughter of the village, whose fall would be a true misfortune. Once they were steady, they set off with the livestock. Initially, Xiangning maintained a proper posture, but as time elapsed, she gradually leaned against Yitan. The rhythmic clattering of the red mule's hooves soon brought them to the village, with Yongli attentively escorting them to the doorstep of the Yang family. As the cart halted, Yitan disembarked first, assisting the weary Xiangning, who had grown fatigued, in a synchronized manner. Yongli promptly aided in unloading, ensuring the goods were safely placed beneath the old yang tree. Here, this is for you. Yongli returned the introduction letter to Yitan and then set off towards the brigade office to report to the village elder. Yitan led the now tired Xiangning back to the courtyard, where a layer of fur from their little dog had already accumulated. With no one at home, they hastily moved the items to the west wing, placing the radio in the northern room, 2 watches securely positioned atop the sewing machine. And Xiangning's dress laid gently on the Kang. Ah, what a delightful mess! Yitan exclaimed happily. Xiangning pulled him towards the southern room, noting how their brief excursion to the county had brought them closer together. Why not try on the shoes? She suggested. Yitan's heart leapt with joy as he accompanied her to the Kang in the southern room, where he picked up a pair of shoes. Examining them closely, he noted the neat stitching, feeling fortunate to have a skilled wife. Blushing, Xiangning delicately removed the wooden shoe trees, gently placing her feet on the ground. Yitan settled herself, removed her old shoes, and donned a new pair, then stood up and began to pace back and forth. Oh dear, this is truly white. The size fits perfectly, and it doesn't pinch my feet. He embraced Xiangning and planted a kiss on her forehead. Oh no, Xiangning squirmed, worried about the possibility of someone entering the house. She hesitated but ultimately pushed Yitan away with some force. I will be coming to propose tomorrow. You must be prepared. What is there to prepare? She glanced at Yitan. Yitan scratched the back of his head, gazing into her clear eyes. To ease the moment of distraction, he inquired, have you memorized that knowledge point? Yes, I have it down pat. Yitan chuckled, raised his hand, and gently patted her little head, pulling out a jar of snowflake cream and a bottle of oil from his pocket. Xiangning cradled these items in her arms, and just as she intended to turn away, Yitan produced a paper package from his pocket. Here, let me give you this. Xiangning was taken aback as he dropped the brown paper, revealing a pale green hairpin in his hand. This, did you buy it too? Oh no, this is not a purchase. It was given to me by my grandmother in my childhood. She instructed me to present it to my future wife. Upon hearing the term future wife, which he uttered with such warmth, Xiangning couldn't help but blush, and she stammered, actually, you really don't have to. Don't have to what? You don't have to, she attempted to articulate, meaning that he needn't marry her, and even if he did, there was no need for any grand entanglements, as it wasn't worth it. But the words stuck in her throat, at this crucial juncture. To express such sentiments would surely be hurtful. Yitan's expression turned solemn. Nevertheless, he inserted the jade hairpin into her hair, securing it firmly, so it would not easily fall out. The pin swayed gently with her movements, reminiscent of a willow dancing in the spring breeze. The betrothal gifts are all prepared. And you say the rest no need? Speak quickly, no need for what? Tomorrow is the engagement. Is there something you're hiding? Xiangning shook her head. Chapter 57. The proposal, oh dear, just say it. Just as he sought an answer, they heard a commotion in the courtyard. It turned out that his uncle and aunt had returned from work. Yitan felt the informality of their conversation dissipate, and he refrained from pressing further. Yet, a small knot formed in his heart. She had expressed such sentiments more than once, always hesitating to elaborate, clearly harboring some unspoken truth, which was quite vexing. However, after a moment of reflection, he found solace. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to marry her. His life's mission was to ensure her well-being. He must repay the debts of his past life. With his resolve solidified, he felt a sense of tranquility, dismissing any inclination to pry deeper. After all, his conviction to marry her was not something that could be easily shaken by a mere whisper of uncertainty. I did not prepare lunch, but I will cook dinner. Xiangning's stomach rumbled with hunger. All right. However, I should take off these new shoes. I'll wear them for the engagement ceremony tomorrow. Yitan promptly changed back into his old shoes, leaving the new ones on the ground. Xiangning quickly tidied up, and Yitan stepped into the courtyard. Uncle and aunt, you have returned. Oh, Yi Jiqing, you too have returned. Indeed. Yitan smiled. We took the village's large mule cart, and it was quite swift for the round trip. Ahem. Uncle still couldn't help but cough a few times. Yitan, concerned, reminded him, Uncle, you must diligently drink the mulberry and yellow water. I am drinking it. I am. Haha. Rest assured, Yi Jiqing. Uncle and Aunt returned to the main room to brew the mulberry and yellow water. Aunt remarked, listening to Yi Jiqing's words, we have surely found a good son-in-law. He possesses knowledge and ideas, and his scholarship has greatly benefited our village. No wonder the old village head is so attentive to him. Xiangning nodded, followed by another bout of coughing, yet he shook his head, lost in thought. Finally, he cast a glance at the wall cabinet, cautioning, those two items must be well hidden. Do not let the girl see them, for it could lead to endless troubles. I have already locked them away. You need not worry. Coughing, the mulberry and yellow water soothed his throat considerably. It must be said that Yi Jiqing's remedy is quite effective. Lui Weifeng patted Yang Gowen's back and remarked, tomorrow is the betrothal. We must prepare well today. Today, Yitan was busy in the kitchen, frying scallion and egg noodles. Just before finishing, she cracked 6 eggs, and soon the fried eggs were ready. Once done, she brought them to the west wing. As Yitan distributed the food into bowls, young Xiangning went to invite their parents over, but upon realizing her brother had not yet returned, she understood that the well was still unfinished. Uncle and Aunt, I must return to prepare for the betrothal tomorrow. Please enjoy your meal. Seeing that the sky was getting a bit late, Yitan didn't wait to eat and returned to the youth station. Tomorrow is the betrothal. I must return early to make preparations. His shirt was wrinkled, so he poured boiling water into the teapot and then ironed the creased shirt to wear for the next day. Even so, he still went to gather matsutake mushrooms. In the early morning, he sped to the Hongqi restaurant, collected over 200 yuan, and then went to the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing a plethora of food, meat, and vegetables, especially a significant amount of cigarettes. He bought 10 cartons of Xiangning cigarettes at 0.5 yuan per pack, along with 2 yuan per pound of white rabbit milk candy, 2 yuan per pound of assorted sweets, peanuts, and sunflower seeds, ensuring he had plenty of provisions. He returned laden with goods. At the Yang residence, the main door was open, and the main and side rooms were already festooned with red decorations when Yitan entered. Pushing the cart. Why didn't you come earlier? How inconsiderate. Yu Bangxia and Bian Zhilan intended to continue chiding Yi Jiqing, but upon seeing the numerous bags and the abundance of peanuts and sunflower seeds, the two friends immediately fell silent in delight. Haha, so you went shopping? My apologies for my earlier judgments. Haha. And milk candy? How wonderful. Why does it smell so delightful? Bian Zhilan and Yu Bangxia, laughing, were too occupied to pay Yitan any mind, busily transporting the food to the kitchen, completely engrossed in the task at hand. With so much food, drink, wine, noodles, meat, and white rabbit milk candy available, what more could be said? Yang Xiangning also emerged, evidently having dressed up for the occasion. Today, she is not adorned with a high ponytail. Instead, a small tuft of hair is gathered at the crown of her head, secured with a glass thread and embellished with a verdant hairpin. The remaining strands of dark hair cascade gracefully over her shoulders, presenting a truly gentle and exquisite appearance. Her complexion appears to have been kissed by snowflakes, radiating a lustrous and vibrant glow, while an ethereal fragrance wafts softly with her every movement. Yet, what captivates Yitan the most is undoubtedly her enchanting gaze, which seems capable of ensnaring his very soul. Indeed, before him stands Yang Xiangning, who, although lacking the opulence often displayed by later generations of women, has managed to astonish the passage of time. Are you not going to change into new shoes? Noticing Yitan's unwavering stare, Yang Xiangning, blushing, took his hand and led him towards the western wing, watching as he donned his new footwear. Once the new shoes were on, Yitan appeared even more striking. Upon entering the main room, the space was bustling with people. However, Lu Meipa, with her seasoned experience, remained composed and addressed the gathering with a resounding voice. Yang Xiangning, today I come on behalf of Yi Jiqing to propose marriage. Although your union is based on free love, we must not neglect the customary rituals. This proclamation sparked an uproar among the attendees, with several elderly individuals seated on benches laughing to the point of tears. Now, I would like to invite the village elder to read the marriage contract. The village elder, appearing somewhat different today, his typically unkempt beard now tidied and his attire freshly laundered, stepped forward. The outer room was dimly lit, lacking electricity, and someone, fearing the elder might struggle to see, even brought forth a flashlight. With a cheerful demeanor, the elder lifted a crimson sheet of paper and began to read. In this union of two families, we bind together in a ceremony of good fortune destined to last eternally. On this auspicious day, may blossoms flourish, fostering a harmonious household. And may future generations multiply abundantly, flourishing with vigor. In witness of a lifelong commitment, we inscribe this agreement on fine parchment. May the alliance of red leaves be forever recorded in the annals of love. As his words faded, thunderous applause erupted from the villagers. The elder then produced another document from his robe. Here is the official proof for Yi Jiqing and Xiangning. Tomorrow, they may present this to the Xiaobaki commune to obtain their marriage certificate. The crowd erupted into jubilant cheers. Lu Meipa continued to announce, to welcome Xiangning into the Yi family as a bride, the Yi family is prepared to offer a bridal dowry of 88 yuan, along with 8 pounds of rice tickets, 8 pounds of oil tickets, and additionally, 2 bolts of cotton fabric, 1 bolt of floral cloth, 1 bolt of high-quality synthetic cotton fabric for quilts, 2 enamel basins, 6 bars of soap, 6 tubes of toothpaste, 2 pounds of brown sugar, and 6 packs each of white rabbit milk candy and fruit candies. All the villagers were taken aback. Not only was such a substantial dowry offered, but also an abundance of food and necessities. The amount was truly extraordinary. Lu Meipa continued, and that is not all. In the northern room of the western wing, Yi Jiqing has also prepared a sewing machine, a bicycle, a watch, and a radio. Thus, everything needed for a prosperous household is now in place. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Chapter 58. The allure of Lin Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, the members collectively shrieked with excitement. Together, together. Yitin quickly took the floor. Addressing the villagers, indeed, my dear friends, I have made ample preparations. Everything I promised will be fulfilled, and I also vowed to build a grand house for Xiangning after our marriage. The village chief affirmed, indeed, I personally sanctioned the land for this purpose. A buzz of astonishment filled the air as the villagers absorbed the words of Yi Tan and the old village chief. With a flourish, Yi Tan retrieved assorted candies and cigarettes from the large bag that Yu Bansha had brought. He tossed an abundance of white rabbit milk candies and fruit sweets across the courtyard, causing the children to laugh and scramble eagerly for the treats. Elated, Yi Tan turned and busied himself indoors. At that moment, an unexpected guest appeared at the entrance. The children, having gathered their sweets, quickly dispersed, hiding in corners to savor their delights while comparing their hauls. The courtyard felt suddenly spacious and open, revealing a girl with thick, braided hair. Not as tall as Xiangning, yet far from short. Her delicate skin and sparkling big eyes, framed by long, curled lashes, resembled 2 radiant sunflowers. Notably, her figure was captivating, slender waist and ample hips, drawing the attention of several young men lounging at the threshold, who stared in astonishment, mouths agape. A slightly older child, clutching his candy, dashed inside to announce, Mommy, Mommy, a beautiful fairy sister has come. You must come and see. Is she the second bride? The mother, taken aback, was momentarily speechless. The other villagers, engaged in their lively conversation, were equally bewildered. Some grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and rose to investigate the commotion, only to find beneath the old, a girl whose beauty rivaled that of the village flower, Xiangning, gracefully approaching, swaying like a willow, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Meanwhile, Yi Tan remained enveloped in the joyful sounds and blessings of his family and village officials, feeling a surge of warmth and excitement. He was serving tea and offering cigarettes at the front door when Yu Bansha suddenly tugged at Xiangning's sleeve, signaling her to notice the newcomer. Fully aware that this uninvited guest would disrupt the harmonious scene, Xiangning lifted her face, her gaze freezing in surprise. What was happening? After handing a cigarette to the old village chief, Yi Tan sensed an unsettling air. Following the direction of everyone's eyes, he beheld a girl in a pink dress crossing the threshold. Yi Tan was taken aback. Lin Xiaoxiao, what brings you here? The assembly was astounded. Was this indeed the fabled Lin Xiaoxiao? At last, they beheld her in person. The villagers, including the Yang family, widened their eyes, scanning her from head to toe, unable to contain their admiration for her beauty. Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks bloomed like peach blossoms, and with a disdainful huff, she retorted, What do you mean? Why am I here? Yi Jiqing, do you not know? Yi Tan frowned, grasping Xiangning's icy hand, and coldly addressed Lin Xiaoxiao. Today, I am engaged to the village flower, Xiangning. Your uninvited presence here is quite inappropriate. You're engaged? You and Xiangning. Lin Xiaoxiao laughed, her disbelief palpable. After Lin Xiaoxiao finished her mockery, she curled her lips in disdain and sneered, TSK, with her towering height, emaciated frame, and a chest that resembles an airfield. Do you really think that when you embrace her at night, Yitan won't have nightmares? Upon hearing this, Xiangning bit her lip, her small hands turning even colder. Both Yu Bansha and Bian Jilan were equally incensed. Yi Tan, undeterred, pulled Xiangning closer to him in front of Lin Xiaoxiao, declaring, "My wife deserves my affection. It is not for outsiders to comment." Lin Xiaoxiao swayed slightly, her pride on full display. At that moment, her movement captivated all the male members, leaving them inexplicably enchanted, yearning to submit. Not only the male members, but even Yitan found himself momentarily entranced, nearly losing his composure. However, due to his past experiences, he harnessed his inner strength to quickly regain his calm. "Humph. Brother Yi, I've heard that you spent a drunken night with this woman. So what if you did? It doesn't mean you have to marry her, does it? Besides, one cannot rule out the possibility that she is deliberately seeking attention from you," she continued, casting a contemptuous glance at Xiangning, who, despite her good looks, appeared rather naive. In her mind, she thought, "You, a mere country girl, wish to compete with me? What do you have to offer?" Seeing that no one around opposed her words, she felt a surge of delight. With newfound audacity, she pressed on, "Brother Yi, we have been childhood sweethearts. Why do you think I came to this desolate place? If it weren't for you, would I have endured such hardship in a godforsaken land? The purpose behind my suffering is clear, don't you think?" She chuckled. "Don't deny our past." Noticing the frowns on everyone's faces, she seized the moment. Raising her little hand back, "Behold, here is a love letter you wrote to me back in high school." "What? A love letter?" The revelation sent shockwaves through the gathering. Leaving Xiangning's complexion pale, her earlier joy evaporated, replaced by embarrassment and despair as she broke free from Yi Tan and returned to her seat. Yu Bansha and Bian Jilan clung to her arm, their expressions a mix of apprehension and concern, unsure of what jaw-dropping developments would follow. Lin Xiaoxiao elegantly opened her handbag. "Everyone look. This is the love letter he wrote to me upon graduating high school, a blatant pursuit. But just a few years later, she feigned sobs, playing the role of a tragic heroine, covering her face with the letter, overwhelmed with feigned sorrow. Yu Bansha gasped. The situation had escalated far too quickly. She glanced at Li Gang in the corner, knowing he harbored secret feelings for Lin Xiaoxiao. Seeing her weep, did he not feel anything? Yet, as Li Gang extinguished his cigarette, his arm trembled slightly, but he remained silent. Yu Bansha then turned her gaze to Yi Tan, believing he needed to clarify the situation and offer Xiangning an explanation. Seeing Yi Tan's sullen expression, a sense of foreboding washed over Yu Bansha. It was evident that there was a story lurking beneath the surface, prompting her to grasp Xiangning's hand more firmly. Her greatest concern was for Xiangning's safety. Old Master Yangon had just lit a cigarette, and before he could take more than a few puffs, someone came knocking at the door, weeping and wailing. He sighed, contemplating the irony of the situation. Despite consulting Wang Shazi about auspicious days for marriage and construction, finding them all favorable, why then was this calamity unfolding? He clenched his jaw, casting a glance at the lock on the cabinet, his thoughts a tangled web of complexity. However, given Lin Xiaoxiao's alluring figure, it was impossible for any man to resist or remain indifferent, regardless of age. This realization deepened his regret over the impending marriage. Feeling as though he had invited a wolf into his home, bringing an unsavory character as a son-in-law, truly a stroke of bad luck. He looked once more at the cabinet. Chapter 59. The Siren's Delight. Lin Xiaoxiao, oblivious to those around her, wiped her tears and choked back sobs. "Yi Gij, do you truly not want me anymore? I refuse to believe that you could be so heartless," she cried, her voice rising in desperation. With trembling hands, she held out a letter. "Are you afraid to accept this love letter? Or are you worried that upon reading it, you would be unable to resist running away with me?" Xiangning, upon hearing this, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Each Yi Gij from Lin Xiaoxiao pierced her heart like an arrow. Witnessing Xiangning's distress, Yu Bansha quickly embraced her and whispered soothingly, "Do not fear. You must have faith in Yi Tan." Yet, no matter how much she understood, Xiangning could hardly bear the thought of this moment, her engagement day, in front of the entire village, being abruptly interrupted by Lin Xiaoxiao's claim on Yi Tan. It was a scenario she could not endure. Nearby, Bian Jilan snatched the love letter away, while Aunt Wang, having never supported Yi Tan's match with Xiangning, now reveled in the arrival of Lin Xiaoxiao. With hands on her hips, she radiated smugness, relishing the unfolding drama. As the villagers stood in stunned silence, Aunt Wang's contemptuous remarks pierced the air. Of course, there's a reason behind the leather pants over cotton ones. I always suspected that Yi Jiqing was that kind of person, ready to marry after a brief dalliance. And look, here comes his childhood sweetheart, clear as day. Isn't it blatant that he is eyeing both options? Her gloating escalated, believing herself to be exceptionally clever, as she seized the love letter from Bian Jilan. Haha, I can read too. I attended night school for a month. Let me see if it's Lin Xiaoxiao who is spreading falsehoods, or if this scoundrel is deceiving our village flower. The villagers remained silent, yet their hearts raced in tension, while Bian Jilan maintained a resolute scowl throughout the spectacle. Because she, along with Bangxia and Xiangning, were close friends, she genuinely hoped that her dear friend could find a worthy partner. She yearned for Yi Jiqing to navigate life smoothly, spending a lifetime in harmony with Xiangning. After all, everyone desires a guiding light in the dark and an umbrella in the rain, accompanied by a kindred spirit along the journey. However, on the auspicious day of the engagement, Lin Xiaoxiao unexpectedly appeared. Indeed, the rumors among the villagers were true. Bian Jilan felt a tension within her, sitting on the bench, grasping Xiangning's arm in silent consolation, wishing for the well-being of the couple. In the spacious room, the atmosphere was filled with a collective sense of shock. The villagers had just been astonished by a plethora of betrothal gifts, relieved that the village beauty had escaped calamity, yet now Yi Jiqing had created such a scene. Yitin clenched her teeth and glanced at Aunt Wang. Clearing her throat, Aunt Wang shook the paper, announcing, "Today, I shall read the content of this love letter to discern the truth of the heart and unveil the last layer of shame of this scoundrel. Enough with the pleasantries. Get on with it. Yes, let us hear it." "All right, I shall read." Aunt Wang raised the love letter. "Dear Xiaoxiao, my tender darling. Seeing your enchanting and voluptuous figure every day truly captivates my soul. Upon waking from dreams in the morning, I find myself reluctant to open my eyes. For in my dreams, we were hand in hand watching a movie, a film that portrayed you and me, where I dreamt you kissed me." Aunt Wang could read no further, covering her old face in embarrassment. Oh, how shameless. She shot a glare at Yi Tan and continued, "Ah, I am truly consumed by thoughts of you, Xiaoxiao. My fragrant little darling, please accept my courtship. I, Brother Yi, shall protect you for a lifetime." "Enough, do not read on." Yi Tan frowned, darkly scowling as he snatched the love letter, tearing it to shreds, yet his grip remained firm on a piece of paper, which he did not destroy. The onlookers, unsatisfied, clamored for Aunt Wang to continue reading. Why must Aunt Wang be silenced? You must have a guilty conscience, don't you? I say, with such a good match from the capital, why resign yourself so easily? Surely, there's a story to tell. Are you so eager to dispose of the evidence? At this moment, Yang Aigua and Yang Adong had just returned home from digging a well at the Song family grave. They were bewildered by the scene before them. Standing in the room was a stunning beauty, graceful and alluring. One might wonder how a girl could possess such exquisite beauty. The two brothers stood at the entrance, hesitating to enter, waiting to comprehend the situation. Lin Xiaoxiao, not one to back down, continued to sob. "Brother Yi, you heartless wretch. You." Suddenly, she turned her face, leaning towards Yang Goen. "Uncle, you must stand up for me. This Yi Tan has been secretly infatuated with me since his teenage years. I am not speaking nonsense, truly not." She shook her head repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Yet, how could Yang Goen respond to such a proclamation? Having lived most of his life, with the grave looming ever closer, he had never encountered such a scene before. He cast a glance at the village head hiding outside, feeling a sense of despair. Listening to Lin Xiaoxiao's soft sobs, she recounted how after he penned his love letter, he would invite her to watch movies every weekend, hand in hand, sharing tender kisses. His parents also approved of their relationship. "Uncle, do not be foolish. You must not consent to your daughter marrying this heartless scoundrel." Wiping away her tears, she choked on her words, lamenting that if he could so callously abandon her, he would undoubtedly betray your precious daughter as well. At this, Yang Xiangning's elder and younger brothers were instantly incensed. The elder brother, Yang Aigua, seized a broom from beside the stove, intending to storm into the room, his previously favorable impression of Yi Tan evaporating in an instant. The younger brother, Yang Adong, rolled up his sleeves and grabbed a metal spatula, eager to confront him. This wretched boy had first wronged his own sister, and now, With a brazen display of audacity during the engagement ceremony, he was shamelessly causing a scene, an utter humiliation to his sister. I shall make you pay dearly for your infidelity. Yes, let us vanquish this lecherous rogue. You fickle wretch. Upon hearing this, the villagers raised their arms in unison, ready to mete out justice, questioning why he should feel superior simply because he was a youthful intellectual. Did he think he could have his way with all the beautiful girls? Let us rid ourselves of him. Chapter 60. The enchanting beauty covers her face. It became evident that he was indeed no novice. His drunken pretense had only solidified the truth of his indiscretions with the village beauty, further tarnished by the tearing of love letters, which substantiated that Yi Tan was nothing more than a charlatan in matters of the heart. Aunt Wang glanced around, her lips curling into a cold smile. How could he commit such disgraceful acts and yet fear exposure? Nevertheless, the discerning eyes of our 300 villagers were sharp as ever. Yi, the youthful intellectual, let your true self be revealed. With Aunt Wang's words, the villagers rolled up their sleeves even further, although they wished to defend Yi Tan against Lin Xiaoxiao's accusations. For the old village chief had remarked that the well outside the village was chosen by Yi, and thus everyone understood the principle of gratitude. Yet, witnessing the distress of young Xiangning, who covered her face in tears, and the beautiful Lin Xiaoxiao, equally heartbroken, they felt a pang of sympathy. The root of all this calamity lay with Yi, the bane of their community. Thus, while the villagers wished to support Yi Tan, they could not reconcile their sentiments, especially with Aunt Wang fanning the flames of indignation with such compelling evidence, urging them to seek vengeance for Yang Xiangning and the lovely Lin Xiaoxiao. However, before they could burst into the room, the old village chief stepped in, blocking Yang Aigua and Yang Aiden from proceeding, raising his arms to restrain the leading voices among them. What is the rush? Can we not take a moment to observe the situation before acting? As the villagers stood in stunned silence, the old village chief reasoned. Today marks the completion of the engagement. Will you still strike him? What if you injure him? Who will bear that responsibility? And if the situation turns in his favor, will he not hold a lifelong grudge against you? Let us not be rash. We must discern what this Lin Xiaoxiao, representing 500 households, truly intends. Upon hearing the wise words of the venerable village chief, everyone ceased their actions. The old chief stepped forward, legs apart, positioning himself in the midst of the gathering as he observed the unfolding situation. Though he resembled a weathered old hen, he consistently demonstrated his composure and cunning at critical moments, wielding a formidable presence. Lin Xiaoxiao, with an astute ear, caught the chief's hushed words, particularly the phrase regarding the contents of the gourd, which she perceived as a blatant expression of disdain and mistrust towards her. It became clear to her that the chief harbored ill intentions. With a swift flick of her eyes, she devised a plan, adjusting her somewhat disheveled hair. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately softened her tone towards Yang Xiangning, imploring, Sister Xiangning, please return my beloved Yi Gu, which rightfully belongs to me. Kindness begets kindness. I beseech you to spare both me and Yi Gu, to refrain from interfering. I earnestly beg you. With that, she feigned tears, putting on a display to elicit sympathy. As the villagers regained their composure, they began to observe the developments keenly. Bian Jilan, quick with her tongue, interrupted Lin Xiaoxiao, questioning. What compels a lady of your striking beauty to persistently entangle yourself with Yi Tan Yi Jiqing? Do you not take a moment to consider the significance of this day? She pointed to the vibrant red decorations adorning the roof, exuding festivity. Today, a couple is engaged, destined to obtain their marriage certificate tomorrow. Yet, you choose this pivotal moment to disrupt their union. What are your true intentions? The villagers nodded in agreement, resonating with her sentiments. Yu Bangxia also joined in, unabashedly stating, we genuinely suspect you have come here to cause a disturbance. If not, the news of Yi Jiqing's impending marriage to Yang Xiangning has been circulating for quite some time. Has it not? You have had interactions with other youths from this village, including Li Gang and Wang Hai. Have you not heard any whispers of this? Why then, do you choose to intervene at this critical juncture? What have you been doing all this time? Is this deliberate? The villagers, having listened to Bian Jilan and Yu Bangxia's incisive remarks, nodded in agreement, pondering the possibility of a concealed scheme. Indeed, love cannot be so easily surrendered. Why must women create obstacles for one another? If you possessed any sense, you would yield to the newlyweds. Yu Bangxia continued, her voice ringing with conviction. In truth, she had long wished to interject, but had restrained herself earlier, as she did not want her impulsive words to exacerbate the situation. However, seizing the moment when others had shifted their stance, she sought to turn the tide. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, was no naive flower. Having come prepared, she was equipped with a backup plan. With a facade of innocence, her mind remained unfazed. Suddenly, she produced a silver bracelet and a thick stack of cash, amounting to a substantial 500 yuan. The villagers' eyes gleamed with interest. Money? Such a large sum? Before anyone could respond, Lin Xiaoxiao stifled a sob, took a breath, and continued. To demonstrate my sincerity in taking Yi Gu away, please accept this 500 yuan. Seeing Xiangning's calm demeanor, she took a further step and pressed something into her hand. This is my savings accumulated over the years, along with this ancestral silver bracelet. It is all yours. Just let go of this indecisive, reckless person who cannot discern their true affections. Even if you pity me, I would serve you in the next life, willing to endure hardship for you. Xiangning. I beg of you, show me some mercy. The onlookers were utterly stunned. The tearful plea exchanged between them? Some of the female members, with shallow wells of tears, choked out, Xiangning, just let her have him. She looks so pitiful. Indeed, this fellow is hardly worth your unconditional devotion. This will only hinder your entire life. It's not too late to cut your losses. Xiangning, in turmoil, shook her head yet nodded, her heart a tangled mess. If I nod, then I shall take Brother Yi away, she thought. Lin Xiaoxiao, who had been groveling moments ago, eager to kneel before Xiangning, straightened up, elated as she saw the support from others. At this moment, Xiangning broke down in tears. Yes, she had long heard he had a beloved, a young intellectual from Wuhu named Lin Xiaoxiao. Only now did she realize how well-matched they were, how her own humble background rendered her insignificant. In her desperation, she nodded slightly. Yu Banxia and Bianji Lan felt a surge of urgency, wanting to intervene, but saw Xiangning shake her head vigorously. A flicker of joy appeared on Lin Xiaoxiao's face. Since she had given the money and the bracelet to Xiangning, her agreement meant there was no further issue, and she turned to grasp Yi Tan's arm. However, unexpectedly, Yi Tan shrugged her off. Get lost. Lin Xiaoxiao stumbled back, landing against the edge of the Kang. Stop pretending to be delicate in front of others. I know exactly what you are made of. Lin Xiaoxiao? Chapter 61. The village flowers nodded upon witnessing this. Aunt Wang let out a cold snort. I think Lin Xiaoxiao is quite good. If there's a villain here, it's you, the fickle flower thief. Wang Posey, hold your tongue. Yi Tan, seeing Aunt Wang's deliberate provocation, was infuriated, her tone losing all previous politeness. Aunt Wang, undeterred, pressed on. Look here, I've lived long enough to know justice. This ungrateful wretch has committed wrongs and exhibited poor character, yet they cannot bear to hear good advice. Aunt Wang's expression soured. Indeed, being a good person in these times is exceedingly difficult. Lin Xiaoxiao, noticing Aunt Wang's unexpected bias in her favor, felt warmth bloom in her heart and quickly approached. Aunt Wang, you must stand up for me. Aunt Wang, relishing her role as the instigator, patted her chest. You can count on me. Lin Xiaoxiao feigned frailty, lamenting, since she has accepted my possessions, she ought to relinquish Yi Tan. Yet, Yi Tan stubbornly refuses to follow me. Please help me, I beseech you. With that, she attempted to withdraw an emerald bracelet from her wrist, and Aunt Wang's eyes brightened as she quickly reached for it, accustomed to seizing every opportunity for gain. However, Lin Xiaoxiao deftly lifted her wrist, evading the grasp and not giving it up easily. Seeing Aunt Wang's bewilderment, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly clarified, I must witness your diligence. After Aunt Wang nodded, she placed her hands on her hips, boldly confronting Yi Tan, and instantly turned Lin Xiaoxiao into her weapon. Yi Tan, what else do you have to say? Thanks to Xiangning's quick wit, she no longer desires you. Do you not recognize your first love, Lin Xiaoxiao? Old woman, dare to stir trouble again, and I shall give you a taste of my wrath. Try me, do it. I dare you. Aunt Wang's fierce demeanor resurfaced, and with a defiant shout, she lunged at Yi Tan. Yet, Yi Tan, nimble as ever, deftly evaded her charge, allowing Aunt Wang to expend her energy in vain. Ahead, an errant plastic bucket, previously discarded, suddenly landed upon Aunt Wang's head. The spectators exchanged glances, their sympathy evaporating. Instead, they doubled over with laughter, reveling in the absurdity of the scene. Aunt Wang had intended to showcase herself and seize that coveted jade bracelet, but ended up humiliating herself in front of her affluent patron, Lin Xiaoxiao. She was far from willing to relent. Trapped under the bucket, she continued to hurl insults, her words muffled and indecipherable. Nearby, a villager exchanged pleasantries with the village chief before entering and forcibly dragging Aunt Wang away. Having never encountered such disgrace, Aunt Wang flailed her arms, striking and cursing. But her voice was stifled by the bucket as the robust villager firmly escorted her to the courtyard and unceremoniously ejected her from the premises. Her relatives gathered around, chiding her. You simply cannot go a day without causing trouble. What were you thinking, disrupting this joyous occasion? To facilitate Aunt Wang's reluctant departure, her relatives refrained from removing the bucket, allowing her to continue her tirade all the while. Observing the departure of her ally, Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling vulnerable without protection, approached Yitan for an explanation. Before she could utter a word, Bian Zhilan thrust the money and bracelet back into her hands. Our Xiangning will not accept your possessions. Refuse? Is she foolish? Lin Xiaoxiao felt a sinking sensation in her stomach, sensing a shift in circumstances, and continued to voice her discontent, expressing her inner turmoil. Confused about whether the money was indeed desirable, she pondered the state of her own mind. At that moment, clarity struck her, and she turned hostile. So, you Yang, have been deceiving me. You refuse to part with Yitan? You've changed your mind, haven't you? Lin Xiaoxiao lost her composure, her disbelief manifesting in repeated accusations of betrayal. Her outcry went unanswered. Igniting her fury, she lunged at young Xiangning, intent on tearing her apart. Before Banxia could intervene, Yitan's reflexes were quicker. He seized her arm, declaring, You wish to strike my woman? How many lives do you possess? With tears in her eyes, witnessing her former beloved's coldness, Lin Xiaoxiao felt her heart shatter. In a fit of desperation, she cried, You, come with me. Yitan scoffed, fully aware of Lin Xiaoxiao's ploys. Why should I accompany you? The surrounding villagers can attest. From the moment you approached me, I have made no promises. Yitan, you heartless scoundrel. She attempted to leap up again, disregarding her image, and scratched Yitan's face. Additionally, the two large lights at the door were unrelentingly bumping against Yitan's body. Alas, how shameless. Yi Jiqing was aware that this tactic was her customary lethal weapon, designed to bewilder the opponent, thus easily subduing them. Yitan, having seen through her ploy, desperately sought to retreat, occasionally raising his arms to fend off her advances. Yet, in front of everyone, he felt compelled to provide an explanation. Moreover, for the sake of his own reputation, he furrowed his brow and glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao. Very well. To dissuade you from your misguided hopes, I shall now divulge the actual reason. However, this is entirely your doing. With gritted teeth, Yitan pointed a finger at Lin Xiaoxiao. This Lin Xiaoxiao had been acquainted with him since childhood, as their parents worked at the same establishment. Hence they had known each other for many years. Observing the members nodding with inscrutable expressions, Yitan realized that they were already aware of this fact and craved new revelations. Therefore, he continued, during her high school years, not only did she pursue me, but she also chased after a boy in our class. Furthermore, the love letter you just witnessed was not penned by me, but rather by that very boy. She falsely claims that I wrote it. This is an utter slander. You have already torn apart the evidence. Hence you can argue as you please, Lin Xiaoxiao retorted arrogantly, waving the light. Argue? I had no connection with you to begin with, so why should I? Yitan handed over the scrap of paper he held to Bian Zhilan, urging, take a look at that phrase. Where is there any mention of Brother Yi? Bian Zhilan focused her gaze and confirmed. Indeed, there was no character free, merely brother. He then passed it to Yang Xiangning and Yu Banxia, who also frowned upon seeing it. Yang Xiangning clutched her chest, relieved that Lin Xiaoxiao's deception was unveiled. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao, sensing her plan unraveling, maintained her righteous facade. You claim there's no connection, yet you think it can simply be dismissed? I warn you, if you stubbornly refuse to accompany me and insist on choosing this village girl, I will send a letter to your parents. Report me? To whom will you report? Lin Xiaoxiao, seeing him taken aback, stamped her foot impatiently. Oh, I shall inform Uncle Yi and Aunt Yi. Her words clearly aimed to assert her long-standing relationship with Yitan, contrasting it with the village girl, thereby attempting to psychologically undermine Yang Xiangning. However, Yang Xiangning was oblivious to such intricacies. She lacked any ulterior motives. Upon witnessing Yang Xiangning biting her lip, her face paling, and her small hands clutching the sides of her clothes, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of triumph, realizing her scheme had succeeded. Chapter 62. The village flower surpasses you by 1,000-fold. Furthermore, you disregard me and choose to marry a lowly village girl. Upon seeing Uncle and Aunt Yi, they would undoubtedly disapprove of you bringing a coarse and impoverished village girl into their home. If you do not fear your parents dying of anger beforehand, you must come with me. Yi Tan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of determination, his eyes narrowing fiercely. Indeed, he was deeply concerned for young Xiangning's well-being. Especially as she was with child, he could not allow the troubles he brought to cause her emotional turmoil. Thus, Yi Tan stepped forward, anxiously wrapping his arms around young Xiangning. Turning her head to reprimand, she declared, "Let me make this clear, Lin Xiaoxiao. You need not summon anyone to impede me. I am resolutely committed to marrying young Xiangning. She is the sole one for me. My existence is dedicated to her, and I shall protect her for a lifetime. No matter the tumult or disturbance, my resolve remains unshaken." Lin Xiaoxiao initially intended to undermine young Xiangning, but instead ignited Yi Tan's fierce protective instinct. Observing the surrounding members casting approving glances at Yi Tan, she felt a surge of defeat. Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned pale, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Very well," she exclaimed, raising her hand in exasperation. "Yi Tan, you are indeed something. Remember the words you spoke today. Just wait, I am going to lodge a complaint." "It would be futile," Yi Tan retorted. "Even if you were to separate young Xiangning from me, I would not choose you. I would never take you as my bride. Even if separated, you would refuse me?" Lin Xiaoxiao echoed Yi Tan's heartless words, a wave of darkness enveloping her. She grasped the edge of the bed, her body swaying perilously as she nearly fell. Her complexion grew ashen as she trembled and asked, "Why? What is the reason behind this?" Turning back, she desperately grasped Yi Tan's arm, her voice quivering. "Tell me, why is this so?" Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's bewildered countenance, Yi Tan felt a mix of pity, amusement, and disdain. How well had her parents concealed the truth? With a cold chuckle, Yi Tan resolved to divulge some details, though it may be better left unsaid, since you insist. "I shall reveal the reasons before everyone. Are you aware of the unscrupulous deeds your parents have committed against mine?" "Unscrupulous deeds?" Lin Xiaoxiao's small frame stiffened, her expression frozen in shock. To her, her parents were model citizens. Why would Yi Tan slander them with such accusations? Anger surged within her as she stammered, "What deeds? What does this have to do with my parents? Haven't our families always maintained a good relationship?" Yi Tan erupted in laughter, the surrounding members wide-eyed, eager not to miss a moment. "Oh, not related at all. Very close?" Yi Tan's mocking tone resonated. "After all this time, you have managed to conceal the truth from your own daughter so well. I truly admire your parents. Indeed, your parents and mine were colleagues, frequently visiting each other. Their relationship appeared quite amicable." "Yes, you recall that. At least you have not lost your sense of morality." Lin Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, tears welling in her eyes. "Genuine this time. Actually, what a farce." Yi Tan's words struck Lin Xiaoxiao like thunder, causing her to tremble, her helpless gaze fixed on him, tears blurring her vision. "Now, I shall reveal to the members the true nature of your parents' transgressions." Yi Tan, no longer hesitant or concerned about their shared background as youth sent to the countryside, continued to expose the truth. Their apparent closeness was merely superficial. Little did you know, your parents exploited that very relationship to steal the patents painstakingly developed by mine. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock. "Indeed," Yi Tan affirmed, "all the documents, all the decades of hard work, were utterly stolen by your parents. After the theft, your parents hastily transferred the patent, signing it under their own names before submitting it to the relevant authorities, thereby receiving accolades. Is this truly the case? How brazen and shameless. The animosity runs deep. Although the members of the society may not fully comprehend the intricacies, the mere mention of theft left them astounded, prompting them to speak out. After all, while the nuances may elude them, they grasped the core issue. Lin Xiaoxiao's parents had committed plagiarism, causing great harm to Yi Tan's parents. The members furrowed their brows, scrutinizing the alluring Lin Xiaoxiao, incredulous that such wretched parents could produce a girl as enchanting as she. With her captivating curves, they gazed upon Lin Xiaoxiao's graceful form, still entranced. Yi Tan scoffed coldly, stating, "Everyone assumes this patent is a product of your parents' research. Their own achievement. After brazenly seizing the patent, your parents took it a step further." "What step?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, her brow furrowed. "Huh. Your parents even claimed that mine were envious and obstructed your creative research, which delayed the patent's release by 15 years. Subsequently, my parents were wrongfully punished and sent to the desolate Northwest to endure a life of hardship, nearly perishing. How despicable! Truly inhumane. What kind of virtuous child could arise from such venomous parents? Indeed, Lin Xiaoxiao, no matter how beguiling you may be, you cannot compare to our village beauty, Xiangning, who embodies purity and grace. Upon hearing this, Xiangning's eyes welled with tears as she glanced at the crowd, momentarily dazed, then lowered her head to nervously fidget with her hands, overwhelmed by the rapid turn of events. When the commotion subsided, Yitan asserted, "Your parents have inflicted tremendous suffering upon mine, yet they have ascended to positions of authority due to their thievery." The members were taken aback. This is utterly detestable. As the saying goes, those who do good often meet with misfortune, while the wicked thrive and live long. Indeed, spare us your incessant prattle and listen. Yitan ran his fingers through his dark hair, speaking with resolute strength. So you dare to threaten me with my parents? What do you think your parents are? Do you believe the Yi family has not suffered enough at your hands? My family despises you all. He glanced at Xiangning and the other members, raising his voice to silence them. As for you, begging me to consider a romantic relationship, I shall never acquiesce. Upon hearing this, some members applauded, exclaiming, "Well said. Yi Jiqing, we stand by you. Yes, no matter how alluring she may be, we shall not accept her. Let her rot alone. We would rather remain single than associate with such a vile woman." Yitan nodded, his eyes misting with emotion. "You dare to label others as village girls? Honestly, a village girl is infinitely more virtuous than you. I would choose a village girl over you, a wolf in sheep's clothing." Xiangning looked at Yitan in shock, then turned her gaze to Lin Xiaoxiao, her mind racing. Bian Jilin and Yu Bangxia could not conceal their astonishment. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao was utterly devastated. She released her grip on Yitan's collar, feeling another wave of dizziness and chills wash over her. She leaned against the edge of the calm, murmuring softly, "Yitan, you are speaking nonsense, aren't you? You concocted this absurd excuse to protect a village girl, didn't you? How could my parents possibly commit such an immoral act?" Lin Xiaoxiao roared, her heart racing, the two bright lights in her chest flickering erratically. Yet, with tears streaming down her face, she still could not bring herself to believe, nor accept, that such a melodramatic affair could be the handiwork of her own parents. Chapter 63. Full of affection seeing Lin Xiaoxiao in such a state, Yitan showed no signs of compassion. Instead, he scoffed and retorted, "Indeed, Xiangning is a village girl, but she is far superior to you, a despicable hypocrite. I would rather spend my life with a village girl than have a descendant of a venomous woman like you. To put it plainly, I find you repulsive." This statement proved to be the final straw that broke Lin Xiaoxiao's resolve. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You are deceiving me," Lin Xiaoxiao shouted frantically, disregarding the tears and snot streaming down her face. Grabbing her small handbag, she stumbled out of the room in a state of despair, tears spilling onto the edge of the Kang. She swayed gracefully as she fled towards the courtyard, under the towering poplar tree. She could still be heard cursing as she turned back. "I will expose you, Yitan. I will not let you have your way. If I cannot possess it, I shall destroy it with my own hands. I will report you to the commune for your beastly lies. You abandoned me first, then pursued the village beauty. You despicable scoundrel." Li Gang's expression darkened as he observed. With his head bowed, he glanced at the emotionless Wang Hai standing beside him before hastily stepping outside. At that moment, Yitan gently stroked Xiangning's arm, saying, "I am sorry, Xiangning, for the fright I caused you. It is all my fault that you are unhappy." Xiangning had long since run out of tears. Especially after learning the source of the love letter, she felt a sense of relief. If that were the case, it meant she had not been humiliated or hurt. Knowing this was enough. Although Yitan had previously mentioned similar matters in passing, it was only now, hearing him recount how his parents had suffered at the hands of Lin Xiaoxiao's parents, that she grasped the magnitude of their plight and the immense injustice they had faced. Who could endure such a fate? However, she assessed that Lin Xiaoxiao seemed entirely oblivious to these adult grievances. Yet, what could be done? Whether she was aware or not was no longer of any importance. The crux of the matter was that Yitan genuinely did not value her. Consequently, the rumors surrounding them crumbled under the weight of truth. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao remained relentless, clinging stubbornly to her emotions. At this thought, Xiangning furrowed her brow. feeling embarrassed for Lin Xiaoxiao's one-sided affection. What kind of love was that? Only mutual devotion could be deemed true love, and such love was the most magnetic. At last, as the truth emerged, everyone felt a collective sense of relief. A glance outside revealed that this farce had persisted from noon until nightfall. It was now 10 p.m., and the villagers, led by the elderly village head, had quietly departed. Seeing that everyone had left, even Yang Xiangning's two closest friends had gone. Yitan bowed to the Yang family and said, "I take full responsibility for today. It was all a misunderstanding. I am here to apologize to you all." Yang Goen vividly recalls the recent shifts in the situation that left him feeling overwhelmed. Ultimately, he arrived at a conclusion. The son-in-law remains a commendable individual, untouched by adversity. Throughout the day, his emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster, and indeed, everyone felt exhausted. Yang Adong supported his parents and turned to say, "Brother-in-law, I'm taking the elders to rest. If you're tired, you should rest as well." "No. I wish to stay with Yang Xiangning for a while before returning to the youth station," he replied hastily, helping Yang Xiangning back to the western wing. The joy of the engagement was palpable, yet the disruption caused by Lin Xiaoxiao had taken its toll. In truth, Yi Tan was already weary. What good was rebirth if the body was not made of iron? He embraced Yang Xiangning gently at the waist, whispering words of comfort, "Do not be afraid." Yang Xiangning remained silent, merely nodding in response. Yi Tan felt as if the multitude of words he had intended to share had vanished in the confrontation with Lin Xiaoxiao, which had drained his spirit. Yet, without such a direct clash, he would have been slandered and ensnared in a web of deceit. Now, with the truth illuminated, the fatigue seemed worthwhile. Upon entering the room in the western wing, Yi Tan assisted Yang Xiangning with her evening routine under the dim light of the kerosene lamp. "It's getting late. You should hurry back to the youth station," she said. Yi Tan nodded, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Be good, do not fear. I am here for you. I belong solely to you and will not be intercepted by anyone. You must trust me." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiangning recalled his bold declaration in front of so many, promising to protect and love only her throughout his life, which eased the creases of worry in her heart. She replied, her cheeks flushed, embodying the demeanor of a blissful young girl. After a while, as Yi Tan prepared to leave in his old shoes, Yang Xiangning urged, "You should wear the new ones." He shook his head. "These were painstakingly crafted by my wife. I cannot bear to wear them." Yang Xiangning retrieved two neatly made shoe soles from beneath her blanket. "Look, there are more." With a chuckle, she teased, "Now, can you still claim to be truthful?" Noticing her turn away, Yi Tan realized she had not worn the lace undergarments he had purchased for her at the market. "What about those delicate garments I bought for you?" Yang Xiangning blushed, pointing to the wardrobe. "They are hidden there. They don't seem fit for wearing." "Who says otherwise? Once we are together, you must wear them for me every day." Her straightforwardness caused her face to flush deeper. Yi Tan laughed, leaning down to kiss her forehead. "Don't forget tomorrow. We are going to get our marriage certificate." Yang Xiangning, flustered, covered her face and shyly evaded his subsequent kiss. Yet, Yi Tan was thoroughly pleased with her every reaction, for he sensed that, as he had wished, her affection for him was blossoming. Rushing from Yang Xiangning's home to the youth station, he hurried toward Xiangning too. However, upon arriving at the youth station, he noticed Li Gang's broken window reflecting the kerosene lamp's glow. Li Gang has returned, he mused. Wasn't he assigned to team leader Cui Guangrong's household? With curiosity piqued, Yi Tan set his belongings down and pushed the door open. "What brings you back?" Li Gang sighed, lamenting his misfortune. "I am truly unfortunate. Even more so than you. You have the opportunity to stay at a fellow member's home, replete with romantic encounters and the prospect of marriage. A veritable windfall of blessings, while I am left in despair." "How so?" he continued. "I reside in the home of the team leader, yet for reasons unbeknownst to me, I am frequently engulfed by an unsettling chill." "A chill? Why is that?" "How should I know? Perhaps it is merely an instinctive sixth sense." "A sixth sense?" Yi Tan mused. "Although it borders on the mystical, it is indeed plausible." "What lies ahead?" she inquired. "Is there more you wish to express?" "Nothing of consequence. I overheard Wang Hai mention that you had moved to the youth station. I thought, having been away for several days, my own quarters should be repaired by now, so I arrived early, in imitation of you. At least you are here. Though we do not share the same room, your presence brings me comfort." Chapter 64. Supporting my waist, I scarcely grasp your words. They sound rather peculiar. Yi Tan was about to depart, when she suddenly recalled Xiao Detzi and the scandalous affair with his girlfriend. She posed a question. Isn't there a team leader with 3 sons? What do you have to fear? It's not as though you are ensnared in a den of 7 sirens, all eager to devour you. Oh, spare me, Li Gang retorted. Of those 3 sons, only Xiao Detzi is sane. The other 2 are, as you well know, simpletons. As he spoke, a shiver coursed through him. I am plagued by nightmares, dreaming of a woman's ghost wailing in anguish. The sound is unnervingly close, as if she is beseeching for salvation right beside me. It frightens me to the core. Ah, no wonder, Yi Tian replied. But do not let fear consume you. At least you are safe now. Noticing that Li Gang remained unsettled, she pressed further. Why did you not escort Lin Xiaoxiao back to the 500 house? She was quite agitated. How could you be so unconcerned? Li Gang grimaced. What use is my concern? Today, I finally saw Lin Xiaoxiao for who she truly is. Sighing, Yi Tian shook her head. I used to refrain from discussing her transgressions, but she has a way of compelling me to speak. Yet when I do, it only seems to lead to her detriment. Don't blame yourself. Li Gang furrowed his brow, expressing his frustration. For now, I would rather pursue you Banksia or the village girl Bian Zhelan than dwell on her. Though Lin Xiaoxiao is indeed striking, Yi Tian endeavored to reason with him. After all, he had vivid memories of how eagerly Li Gang had sought her company during the youth gatherings at the 300 house. Thus, it was difficult for her to believe that Li Gang's affections for Lin Xiaoxiao had dissipated so easily. Consequently, she added, Lin Xiaoxiao is indeed beautiful, attempting to salvage the conversation. After all, a man's pursuit of a woman is often bolstered by her beauty. Otherwise, why do so many young women flock to South Korea for cosmetic surgery post-examinations? What good is beauty if her heart is as venomous as a scorpion? Li Gang declared, striking his pillow in frustration. Today's spectacle, along with her astonishing performance, is beyond my capacity to endure. I seek a partner for a life of simplicity and mutual respect, not one embroiled in deceitful schemes. After all, you mentioned her parents. How utterly revolting. Without waiting for Yi Tian's response, Li Gang grinned, realizing that he had been blind in the past, but now he finally understood. From now on, he would no longer pay any heed to Lin Xiaoxiao. Yi Tian frowned and advised, it's really not a big deal. She has directly harmed me. But it has nothing to do with you. If you wish to pursue her, it is not impossible. At this moment, Yi Tian was keenly attempting to distance herself from the direct responsibility of confronting Lin Xiaoxiao's parents. After all, in her effort to protect herself and her family, she was compelled to disclose certain truths, yet she did not wish to inadvertently extinguish Li Gang's admiration for her while clearing her own name. Li Gang shook his head. No, I cannot sleep soundly while embracing a viper-esque descendant. If it were truly the case, I would rather cuddle an elderly cat. It would be far more comforting than being with that vicious woman. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. An elderly cat? Huh. Seeing Yi Tian laugh, he reminded her, however, I heard her screaming in the courtyard, threatening to report you. This could be detrimental to you. I'm not afraid, Yi Tian asserted, hands on her hips. What can she do? I've never dated her, nor have I ever touched her. Even if she goes to the commune to file a complaint, what could happen? Marrying young Xiangning is a done deal. Can that be changed? With that said, without waiting for Li Gang to respond, Yi Tian returned to her room. After she left, Li Gang lay on the bed, his mind a whirlwind. Yet, after some contemplation, he felt a sense of happiness. At least he had left Xiao Deji's home and could sleep soundly tonight without nightmares. Upon returning to her room, Yi Tian naturally forgot Li Gang's words. She washed her clothes, preparing to collect her marriage certificate the next day, wanting to look presentable. In the morning, as she surveyed her surroundings, it resembled a delicate sketch, with a thin veil of morning mist concealing a vibrant hint of green. Yi Tian suddenly felt that the sunrise, resembling a golden yolk, was akin to a jar of honey, intoxicatingly sweet. Today, she was quite content, holding a floral cloth bag containing a modest amount of white rabbit milk candy. Less than half a pound. She thought it reasonable to bring some candy for the marriage certificate, but she dared not take too much. After all, last year, when the village criticized Li Xiaojua's wife, her family had offered a few sugar cakes to the village officials to seek leniency, only to have the officials reject the offering and label it as bribery. Consequently, what was supposed to be a day of criticism turned into 3 days. Furthermore, the entire village was plastered with big character posters detailing Li Xiaojua's wife's alleged misdeeds. Recalling this, Yi Tian shivered. Perhaps it was best to avoid such a fate. She returned the candy to her room, keeping only the team's certification and introduction letter. With her bag slung over her shoulder, she made her way to Xiangning's home. Xiangning was already waiting outside, ready to collect the certificate. Upon seeing her in the pink dress she had purchased at the market, she appeared enchanting and beautiful in the sunlight, leaving Yi Tin momentarily mesmerized. Truly, women are prone to jealousy. Who said my wife was lacking? Xiangning was merely tall and slender, which did not render her overly curvaceous. That wicked woman, Lin Xiaoxiao, truly had a sharp tongue. Having come to this realization, Yi Tin felt a surge of joy. As I was about to approach, I noticed several women had gathered at Xiangning's home. Xiangning, why are there so many women visiting you? I inquired. They are here to prepare the wedding quilt, she replied, brushing a few strands of hair behind her ear. A joyful smile gracing her lips. A wedding quilt? Yi Tan's heart leaped at the thought, a warm glow illuminating his face. How delightful to start making it so early. Well, today we shall travel 10 miles. Let us ride the new bicycle to avoid taking the mule cart. Yi Tan nodded eagerly and went to the west wing, where he retrieved a brand new bicycle, still wrapped in packaging. The gleaming handlebars and the gentle whir of the wheels were mesmerizing. Concerned that Xiangning might struggle with the bicycle, he mounted it first, ensuring she was steady before he pedaled forward. Once out of the village, he surprisingly steered the bicycle with one hand while reaching back to grasp Xiangning's arm. Come on, support my waist, he urged. Although she was initially unaccustomed to riding and felt insecure, his words prompted her to clutch his clothing tightly. Haha, Xiangning has indeed fallen into my trap. Becoming passive to my playful touches, Yi Tan thought, his heart swelling with joy. He continued to tease. Oh, be sure to hold on tight. You needn't be shy with your own man. Xiangning's cheeks flushed crimson. Chapter 65. A Confession in the Melon Shed, Part 1. Upon hearing Yi Tan's audacious words, the anxious Xiangning pondered deeply before suddenly asking, have you truly made up your mind? To obtain the marriage certificate? Is there any need for contemplation? Acquiring the certificate is essential. I worry that without it, someone might snatch my woman away, he replied. Noticing her silence, he added, if someone else were to covet me, wouldn't you be concerned too? Me? She stammered, unable to provide an answer. What about you? Just yesterday, you appeared so pitiful, clearly worried about someone taking me away. Xiangning, upon hearing his teasing, did not respond immediately. She lowered her gaze, gripping his clothing tightly. After a long pause, she murmured, the situation yesterday truly frightened me. At that moment, were you not conflicted, even for a fleeting minute, believing Lin Xiaoxiao and contemplating letting me go? He probed. Xiangning bit her lip, lowering her head once more, feeling a surge of unease. After a moment of silence, she softly confessed, indeed, for a brief while. I chose to believe Lin Xiaoxiao over you. Especially when she presented the love letter, I felt utterly helpless. Helpless? Yi Tan's heart tightened at her words. Recalling their previous life, Xiangning sighed, glancing at the vast sky and the diligent workers tending to the spring planting, before exhaling deeply and whispering, however, before we obtain the certificate, I must be honest with you about my feelings. You wish to be honest? You are merely 18, pure as jade. What could you possibly reveal? Xiangning's heart raced at his series of questions. Yi Tan yearned to halt the bicycle and fully listen to the innermost thoughts of this 18-year-old girl. Yet he feared that any deliberate action might impose undue psychological pressure on her. Continuing to pedal forward at a leisurely pace, I feigned calmness. Yet my ears were alert to the presence of Xiangning behind me, acutely attuned to even her slightest breath. I noticed the villagers from the neighboring hamlet gesturing and whispering among themselves. Oh, look at those young lovers on the road. They make quite the pair. Riding a brand new bicycle. My goodness, such a pristine bike. They must be heading to register their marriage. How enviable. Yet here we are, in our 50s, grandmothers already, and still coveting the youthful affection of others. How shameless. In that moment, I felt compelled to be honest with you. Xiangning's voice, high-pitched like a mosquito, resonated from behind Yi Tan. Startled, Yi Tan abruptly pressed the brakes, bringing the bicycle to a halt. He steadied himself with both hands on the handlebars. Turning to face her, he observed the hesitant glimmer in Xiangning's eyes, filled with uncertainty, as she quickly lowered her gaze and fidgeted with her hands. Is there something you are concealing from me? Yi Tan inquired. Upon seeing Xiangning nod, biting her lower lip as if reluctant to voice her thoughts, he pondered what it could possibly be. What secrets could an innocent 18-year-old girl hold? Go on. It's all right. Don't be afraid, he encouraged, gently patting her shoulder. Noticing the blue cloth bag hanging from the handlebars swaying against his leg as he urged the bicycle forward, he remained focused, listening intently. When she continued to remain silent, he delved into memories of a past life, where only their tragic fate as mother and daughter was recorded, devoid of any further insights into her life. After a deep breath, Xiangning finally spoke. Yesterday, it wasn't doubt about you that troubled me. Rather, she anxiously tugged at the seams of her trousers. Is there something deeper at play? Yitin pressed. Xiangning nodded. A wave of realization washed over him. What he had perceived as a burden of guilt in a previous life was not as straightforward as simply marrying her and treating her kindly. He grasped her small hand fervently. What is it? Please, just tell me. How can I understand otherwise? Well, you don't need to feel responsible for me. Those words struck Yi Tan like a thunderclap, igniting his fury. What do you mean by that? We are already engaged. We should be registering our marriage today. At this critical juncture, Xiangning bit her lip, avoiding his gaze. Gathering her courage, she whispered, actually, that day, it was not your fault at all. Not my fault. Yitan was taken aback. After all, it was he who had drunkenly crossed a line and was subsequently cornered by the villagers. Could there be more to this than met the eye? Yet, recalling the events, he remembered her tearful cries as he lay exposed. Leaving little doubt of the reality of the situation, he shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. Yes, there was no denying it. Yet, listening to her, it seemed she was about to present an entirely different narrative. After much contemplation, he urged, just tell me the truth. I'm here for you. Don't be afraid. Xiangning covered her face, the sun casting a vibrant glow around them. Yitan looked around and noticed an abandoned melon shed in the field. Let us sit for a while. Just speak honestly with me, he suggested. After securing the vehicle, they crossed a large ditch, and the melon shed came into view. Yitan took a seat inside, where a cool mat awaited, and he beckoned Xiangning to join him. Don't be afraid. Just speak your mind, he encouraged, wrapping his arms around her. Despite her slender frame, she felt soft, and a subtle fragrance wafted from her neck. Xiangning covered her face, saying, You don't need to feel responsible. That night, it was I who took the initiative. With a sudden jolt, Yitan felt as if stars were dancing before his eyes, nearly stunned by her revelation. After a moment's composure, he questioned, Was there something more to that night on the bed? Xiangning nodded, biting her lips until they showed marks of her teeth. Do tell, he urged. You won't blame me, will you? She hesitated. Well, go on, he prompted. That night, you were quite inebriated and unsteady on your feet. I was the one who opened the door for you and helped you inside, she explained. I recall that part. Actually, after you stumbled in, you fell onto the bed and fell asleep without a single thought, she continued. Yitan was taken aback. But weren't we both bare when we were found in the morning? If I hadn't taken off my clothes, how could that have happened? But it was my choice to lie beside you, she confessed. You chose to do that? Yitan chuckled nervously, scratching his head. Such matters should typically be initiated by the man. Not entirely. Xiangning covered her face again. In the middle of the night, when you returned from the bathroom, you caught sight of me lying next to you in the moonlight. Thinking you were dreaming, you grabbed at my clothes before falling back asleep. Am I really that foolish? Yitan asked, his mind racing. Xiangning continued in a soft voice. So I exerted considerable effort to remove both your clothes and mine. Even in your stupor, I got anxious and ended up on top of you. And then you. Yitan's heart raced as if on a roller coaster. Having preserved his integrity for her in a past life, he felt burdened across 2 lifetimes, realizing the entire scenario had taken such an unexpected and melodramatic turn. And what happened next? Was it indescribable? Well, Xiangning continued. After a while, you couldn't resist and began to act, still seemingly believing it was a dream. You even said, if I slept with her, it's just a dream, not real. I'll return to the city anyway. We'll see what happens then. And then you put on a brave front, but in reality, you didn't know what to do. At the crucial moment, I had to assist you, and only then did you find your bearings. Xiangning, now blushing from her neck to her ears, covered her face and turned away, unable to continue. Upon hearing her account, Yitan realized that the true instigator of that night was not him, but rather Xiangning, causing a stir within his heart. So that was how it unfolded? He murmured to himself, his mind swirling with thoughts that began from the fateful day he was blocked from the Kang. Reflecting on their interactions since then, along with the villagers' scorn and accusations directed solely at him, To claim that his heart remained untouched by a myriad of emotions at this moment would be utterly unrealistic. Just as doubts began to surface, he heard her mention that she would lend a hand temporarily, yet he found it impossible to harbor any resentment. With a sigh, he offered a wry smile, gently patting Xiangning on the shoulder, reassuring her, "It's all right, I do not blame you. In fact, I might even commend you." Xiangning paused, lowering her small hand. Her eyes fixed intently on Yitan. Yitan returned her gaze. Her eyes remained as clear as water, and he was inexplicably drawn in by that single glance. Indeed, it was a moment that felt like an eternity. He embraced Xiangning tightly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for helping me. Thank you for giving yourself to me, allowing me to become a true man, and thank you for agreeing to marry me. You're not angry with me?" Xiangning grasped his arm, questioning. "Why are you thanking me? I am the one who should bear the shame. After all, I was the instigator, was I not?" As she released his arm, she looked down, fidgeting nervously, her confidence waning, revealing only her lustrous dark hair and the flush of her ears, along with her delicate, pale neck. Ultimately, this romance was one she had initiated, binding Yi Jiqing with moral obligations, preventing him from returning to the city, leaving him stranded in the village like a solitary wild goose, unable to join his flock. Yitan murmured, "Why? Was it that you coveted my body from the very beginning?" Xiangning covered her face again, pausing for a moment as her eyes suddenly glistened. Yet she hesitated to speak. "Do not be afraid. Just tell me," he urged. She shrugged. "I have my own difficulties, which is why I hesitated, including yesterday's confrontation with Lin Xiaoxiao." "What difficulties?" he inquired. "It's my parents. They have already promised me to an older man in the county town." Had he not been seated in the melon shed, Yitan would have nearly fainted. "And this matter? How was I unaware of it?" "Of course, you wouldn't know. This has only recently come to light, just 2 weeks before us." "Then," stammered Yitan. Xiangning continued candidly, "He is older than my father. I disagree, but my parents insist. Thus, I gave you my purity that day, for I could not bear the thought of offering it to that old man." After speaking, she fell silent. A few swallows fluttered in the air, interspersed with some mischievous sparrows, leading to a horizon that resembled a pot lid. Noticing Yitan's silence, she inquired, "Now that you know everything, do you still want me? Do you not despise me?" Xiangning asked anxiously, her gaze averted from Yitan, unable to meet his eyes, weighed down by guilt. Yet she had resolved herself. After all, they had not yet formalized their union. If he regretted it, there was still time to reconsider. Regardless of whether he chose to abandon or wed her, she felt compelled to reveal the truth. For her conscience could not bear the burden of secrecy. She had chosen Yitan, and she understood why she had the courage to do so. Because she had already made up her mind, she accepted the fact that Yitan, tall and handsome, was beyond her reach as a mere village girl. She understood that their differing social statuses rendered any connection fleeting, destined to dissolve after their encounter, each returning to their own lives. Yes, he would return to his city, while she would marry an old man. However, she never imagined that she would end up marrying Yitan. Moreover, she had inadvertently delayed his return to the city, and she could not fathom why everything had strayed so far from her expected path. She could not anticipate that he would forego his opportunity to return to the city out of a sense of responsibility, agreeing to marry her as the situation escalated. On that day, the village elder made the decision, and the sudden turn of events left her utterly shocked. What should he do? Yitan pondered. It would be best to resolve the matter swiftly, lest he remain unsettled. Yet, he also felt compelled to respect his fiancée's wishes. Xiangning contemplated for a moment. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with her, but if it came to truly agreeing to marry the old man, she declared, she would rather end her own life. "No, please don't." Yitan shuddered at the mention of suicide. Taking a deep breath, Xiangning allowed a smile to bloom on her face. "Today, I only wish to obtain our marriage certificate with you. If I do not voice my thoughts, I feel I will never overcome this internal barrier." Yitan's heart leaped with joy, especially recalling her earlier words. He felt a surge of warmth rush through him. Leaning toward her delicate lips, the moment filled with an intoxicating allure. After what seemed an eternity, Xiangning finally pushed him away, sitting up and adjusting her disheveled dress with a flushed face. Yitan supported her, holding her tenderly for a moment before rising to head toward the roadside. The people's commune was less than half a mile away, and as they walked, they chatted amiably until they arrived at the commune's entrance. Surrounded by brick walls, the people's commune exuded an impressive aura. Yitan parked the cart at the entrance, surveying the area, his eyes landing on the second building to the right. Boldly labeled the marriage registration office. He led Xiangning toward it. Marriage registration? For both of them, this was their first experience, yet Xiangning appeared somewhat timid. Yitan grasped her wrist reassuringly. I'm here, what is there to fear? Chapter 67. Voluntary registration with newfound courage. Xiangning puffed out her chest. After all, just a few days prior, she had taken the initiative to approach Yitan. What was even more unforgivable was that she had stirred up quite a commotion, secretly informing Banxia and Jilan the night before, instructing them to gather the villagers under the pretense of someone stealing from her home. As a result, the villagers had come early the next morning. Unexpectedly, Banxia, Jilan, and the villagers had surrounded their bed, yet she had called them herself. Despite all this, she lacked the courage to confess to Yitan. After all, she was the one who had cried thief, and where was her integrity in that? Furthermore, Yitan's unwavering determination to marry her in the shed was so resolute that perhaps the details of her orchestrating the scene need not be disclosed. Contemplating these thoughts, Xiangning found herself lingering at the entrance of the registration office. Do you think I am a bad person? She asked hesitantly. Yitan shook her head, reassuringly. Not at all. Yet, doubt lingered in Xiangning's heart. After marriage, will you look down on me because of this? Yitan again shook her head. Silly girl. That will never happen. Really? Indeed. Hand in hand, the two entered the marriage registration office. Behind a large desk sat two women. The one in the center, with short hair and a square face, exuded an air of sturdiness. Comrades, we are here to register our marriage, Xiangning announced. The short-haired woman nodded. Please provide your introduction letter and village certificate. Yitan promptly retrieved 2 documents from her pocket. The short-haired woman scrutinized them carefully, assessing the 2 of them. The slimmer woman beside her gestured. There are benches available. Please take a seat. Yitan quickly sat down, pulling Xiangning with her. After thoroughly examining the documents and the couple, the short-haired woman inquired, Are you both here of your own free will to register your marriage? Yitan glanced at Xiangning, who met her gaze, and together they affirmed, We are here of our own volition. Following this declaration, Yitan affectionately wrapped her arm around Xiangning's slender waist. Startled, Xiangning, feeling the inappropriateness of the public display, gently pried his hand away. The slim woman whispered, Now that you are registered, why fear a little touch? The short-haired woman, adopting a serious tone, pressed on. Are you truly here of your own free will to register your marriage? Yes, we are. They both insisted. And your age is 19, not yet 20? Oh, no. That must be a mistake by the village head. I actually have long passed my 19th birthday. I am 20 by lunar age. The short-haired woman noted this on the village head's certificate. After the birthday, lunar age 20. She then scrutinized Yitan, noting his straight nose and square jaw, while Xiangning's peach-like complexion and almond-shaped eyes seemed flawless as well. However, considering their earlier hesitation at the entrance, the thorough questioning was understandable. The slim woman extended her hand. Please pay 1 yuan. Yitan quickly fished out a crumpled bill from her pocket. Seizing the opportunity, she discreetly glanced at the colorful paper in the woman's hand, which bore a striking resemblance to a grand certificate. How intriguing, this marriage certificate from 1976. Once the short-haired woman verified the names and personal information, she took up a pen and inscribed in the blank space on the certificate. Yitan, male, 20, Xiangning. Female, 18. Voluntary registration, upon review, complies with the marriage regulations of the People's Republic of China, hereby issuing this certificate. The date was inscribed on the right, March 16, 1976. The slim woman then took the stamp and with a decisive motion, affixed the red seal of the Zhejiang People's Commune. It's official now, she declared, presenting the certificate and gently blowing on it to prevent smudging the ink. Yitan hurriedly took the document with both hands, glancing meaningfully at Xiangning beside her. It was unclear how much Xiangning comprehended from that glance, as she visibly trembled when the stamp was applied with a sharp thud. Yitan grasped Xiangning's arm, and they began to walk towards the exit. However, Xiangning pushed against Yitan, exclaiming, Oh no, there are people here. What is there to fear? They are not from the same village. Besides, I've already kissed you in the melon shed. Why are you still afraid? You are boldly engaging in this. Xiangning covered her face in embarrassment. The female clerks at the registration office began to gossip once the couple had walked out of earshot. Since I started working here, I've never seen such a stunning pair come to register. Neither have I. I've been here for 8 years and have never encountered a man so handsome or a woman so lovely. How did they end up together? Oh, fate brings people together across vast distances, while those without fate remain strangers. Perhaps it is destiny. Enough with destiny. Should I be destined to marry a village butcher at 18? Oh, don't bring up that from 10 years ago. Back then, with parents meddling in arranged marriages. What could be done? At least you found some psychological balance in it. What balance? The butcher's relatives arranged this good job for you, didn't they? It's a fair exchange, isn't it? Shoo. Let us not discuss work during office hours. Yitan mounted her bicycle, while Xiangning held the marriage certificate close. Let us go to the photo studio and buy a frame to keep it safe and prevent it from getting dirty or wrinkled. Xiangning softly agreed. They pushed open the chestnut-colored door of the photo studio and entered the lobby, which was adorned with black and white portraits of centenarians and wedding photographs. Shall we take a joint photo? I can send it to my parents. Xiangning's face lit up, her pearly teeth shining as she exclaimed, "Great idea. Let us do it." She felt that the absence of her in-laws at the wedding was a regret. Sending a wedding photo would serve as a subtle way of informing them. In the studio, a man in his 50s, an experienced photographer, repeatedly glanced at the couple. In all his years of taking pictures, he had never encountered such a strikingly beautiful pair. It was indeed rare to see such a match. He approached them, having always believed that a good man should have a good wife, while a scoundrel marries a beauty. Seeing such a well-matched couple was a first for him. Today, Xiangning wore 2 braided pigtails, and as she sat down, she brushed her braids over her chest. Come, lean in a bit closer, yes. Hold the marriage certificate a little higher. Perfect. Now tilt your heads slightly towards each other and smile. Great. Click. Master, how long until the photos are ready? Come back the day after tomorrow to collect them. The photographer handed them a slip, stating the cost, $1.20 for 2 photos and 1 negative. 2-inch black and white horizontal shots. All right, I'd like to protect this marriage certificate with a frame. Do you sell those here? The photographer glanced at the marriage certificate again, then retrieved 2 wooden frames, 1 large and 1 small, from the side and handed them over. Take a look and see which one you prefer. Chapter 68. Who dines out as a scoundrel? Yitan joyfully placed the grand certificate of marriage down, exclaiming, "Ah, just perfect. All right, shall I assist you in mounting it?" Yes. The craftsman removed the thin wooden board from the bottom of the frame, laid the grand certificate, face down, upon the glass, covered it with 2 sheets of grass paper, and then pressed it down with the wooden board. After securing it tightly with 4 autumn skin nails, he handed it over. The photographs cost 1 yuan each, and the frame was 80 cents, totaling 2 yuan. Yitan promptly retrieved 5 yuan and inquired, "May I have 2 more photographs developed?" He glanced at the sample photo of the same size and could not help but add, "I wish to enlarge the photo to that size. Thus, I will need another frame." All right. The old craftsman, initially preparing to give him change, quickly calculated, "That will be 6 mao plus 4 mao, totaling 3 yuan. Very well. I shall return the day after tomorrow to collect it. Indeed, keep the receipt." The two intended to head back, but Yitan proposed, "Why don't we stay out? Allow me to treat you to a meal." Xiangning grabbed his arm. "You mustn't always think of spending money. Otherwise, what distinguishes you from a spendthrift? My father has always said that anyone who frequently dines out is akin to a rogue, a street urchin, as a reincarnated individual." Yitan struggled to suppress his laughter at her earnest and principled manner. After all, in the decades to come, the nation would thrive economically, and families would achieve a modestly prosperous lifestyle. The wealthy would possess properties scattered across the globe, living wherever they wished and indulging in luxury goods as they pleased. How could one equate dining out with being a rogue or a scoundrel? The government encouraged consumption, stimulating and fostering it, with various lending options available, wary of individuals hoarding their savings. Consequently, the interest rates on savings had plummeted from around 15 in the 1990s to 2 or even lower. And for those who did not owe the banks, they were fortunate. Did common folk still believe in relying on interest for retirement? That was merely an antiquated notion. Recalling his past life, he could not resist and gently patted Xiangning's shoulder. "All right, just this once. After all, today is a special day. I did not treat you to a meal on our engagement day, and I must admit, my behavior was less than exemplary, causing a ruckus with Lin Xiao, which was truly unfortunate." Xiangning nodded reluctantly, yet her face displayed a hint of displeasure at the mention of spending money, devoid of any semblance of joy. Yitan playfully pinched her little nose, grinning. Come now, smile a bit. A smile is so beautiful. Ultimately, Xiangning, amused by his antics, managed to lift the corners of her mouth, revealing two charming dimples that immediately captivated the eye. At the Hongqi restaurant, Lu Shiguang seemed to be absent, prompting Xiaoli to rush over. Upon seeing Yitan accompanied by a stunning beauty, Xiaoli was momentarily entranced. Dressed in a pink dress, with braided hair framing her face, her features were exquisitely symmetrical, particularly her straight nose and willow-like eyebrows, her almond-shaped eyes radiating clarity. Elegant yet with a hint of spirited charm, she embodied classical beauty, and with her stature, she stood tall among her peers in the north. Xiaoli, confronted by the pair, smiled and scratched the back of his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Yitan promptly invited, "Let's have lunch together. Please treat my wife." "Oh, you are married now? We just registered today. The official ceremony will be at the end of the month, in a week." Little Li, with a beaming smile, raised his thumb and exclaimed, "Congratulations." Yitan continued, "I'll have a plate of sauced beef and a stir-fried lamb with green peppers. Oh, and be sure to use less chili. All right, and 2 bowls of red bean porridge with 2 red bean buns." Noticing little Li's astonishment, Yitan added, "Today, I'm treating my wife, so let us settle the bill accordingly." Little Li chuckled, feeling a renewed admiration for Yitan. If only he could possess half of Yitan's wisdom, he would be content. After all, they were of similar age. And such a young man receiving Manager Lu's extraordinary appreciation certainly indicated remarkable qualities. Little Li pondered how the payment would be handled, secretly admiring Yitan's perceptiveness. Just by saying that, he had preemptively prepared an explanation should Manager Lu inquire about it. In Lu's eyes, Yitan had already become a valued guest, akin to a close brother, leaving Little Li uncertain of how to approach the situation. As Little Li departed, Xiangning and Yitan exchanged glances. "A plate of sauced beef and stir-fried lamb with green peppers? Do you think it will be expensive?" Xiangning sighed. Unable to contain himself, Yitan laughed. "Regardless of the cost, just enjoy your meal. We must relish this joyous occasion of obtaining our marriage certificate." Xiangning sighed again, resigned. Moments later, Little Li returned with the sauced beef, 2 bowls of porridge, and the stir-fried lamb with green peppers. "Here you go. Just a moment. I'll fetch the rest." With that, he dashed away and soon returned with the red bean buns and additional dishes. "Please enjoy your meal. Call me if you need anything." Yitan smiled at Xiangning, offering her chopsticks. "Let us eat." Xiangning picked up a generous piece of sauced beef, noticing several glistening tendons atop the meat. In her moment of confusion, Yitan, while savoring a red bean bun, explained, "Those are tendons, similar to beef tripe. They're good for your skin." Understanding dawned on Xiangning, and she began to eat with confidence. In the meantime, Yitan also took a spoonful of porridge. He offered the dates from his bowl to her, saying, "Dates nourish vitality, and red beans are good for the heart. Enjoy them well." Xiangning looked up, furrowing her brow. Her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of expenses, waste, and simply satisfying her hunger. Yet why did his words convey something entirely different? Was it true that urban men ponder such matters? They seem to focus on the pleasures of dining and nutrition, rather than merely filling their stomachs. As she savored the delicious food, she reflected deeply. It was unclear whether they were close or distant. Understanding him fully seemed an impossible endeavor. Although they were of similar age, their thoughts were vastly different, and Xiangning once again reevaluated her perceptions, recalling the age-old adage of matching families. Upon catching a glimpse of the bewilderment in her eyes, Yitan offered her a steamed bun, urging her to focus solely on enjoying her meal. "Just know that you are my wife, and I treat you exceptionally well, 100% well. That should suffice." Xiangning couldn't help but inquire, "How is it that you seem to know so much more than others?" Yitan nodded but refrained from disclosing that he was a being of reincarnation. Instead, he opted for a different explanation. "Haven't I always been an avid reader since childhood? My parents, both professors, were too preoccupied to pay me much attention, so they left me in the library. Oh, I can't complain. In our village, many children do not pursue their studies, even when they reach the age for schooling. They are often sent to the fields to earn work points for the production team. No one is studying. As for me," Yitan continued, "others may not compare, but I am the only girl in my family, thus rather cherished. My brothers barely completed middle school before enlisting in the army, while I am the sole one to have completed my high school education. In fact, the villagers even suggested to my parents that I should not continue my studies and instead work in the fields to earn points for the family. Wasn't that appealing? Yet, my parents steadfastly adhered to my wishes. Our household barely spent 50 cents in a year, yet they willingly allocated several yuan each month for my high school education. Even when I had to endure months without classes, wielding a shovel to toil in the graveyard, walking in circles among the tombs. Walking in circles in the graveyard? Indeed, that was the case. I was terrified and cried uncontrollably, but my mother insisted that I persevere until I obtained my diploma. As for the college entrance examination, I never envisioned transforming myself into a future pillar of society. Xiangning, exasperated after her outburst, shook her head. If she were to have a daughter in the future, she pondered silently, she would surely shower her with similar love and indulgence, but dared not voice her thoughts aloud. Yitin chuckled, spoiling and cherishing our daughter is imperative. However, if you truly think that, you must eat well to ensure your health. Xiangning was taken aback. How could he possibly know her innermost thoughts? Embarrassed, her face flushed crimson as she made an excuse to drink her porridge, lowering her head and using her delicate hands to shield her brow. Rest assured, once I acquire wealth, I will find a spacious plot in the 300-house village to establish a grand school. A school? Indeed. Not only will it provide education for the children of our village, but it will also accommodate all nearby children, offering a curriculum from kindergarten through high school. With a boarding system for those living far away. Xiangning's mouth gaped in astonishment, as if it could hold a cherry. Yitin declared generously, at that time, I shall hire the best teachers at high salaries and the finest administrators to ensure that our school leads the world. With such high salaries, I refuse to believe we can't retain the top talents of our nation. Xiangning listened intently, casting a glance at Yitan, her eyes reflecting mystery, admiration, and a hint of reverence. Once their meal approached completion, Yitan rose to settle the bill. Before he could stand, Xiao Lizzie rushed over. 2 bowls of porridge cost 10 cents. A plate of stir-fried lamb with bell peppers is 1. 2 yuan. A plate of braised beef is 3. 5 yuan. 2 large soybean buns are 12 cents, and 2 pancakes are 15 cents, totaling 5.07 yuan. Yitan retrieved 5.07 yuan from her pocket. The two stood up, and Xiaoli accompanied them. Let us head to the supply and marketing cooperative again. Xiangning, feeling somewhat stiff, questioned, why go to the cooperative right after dining out? Why this incessant spending? Haha, spending joy? What a novel term. He patted her shoulder. Come on, we still need to arrange the banquet at the end of the month. Don't I need to inform my friends in advance? In our village, there are no formal ceremonies. Upon hearing this, Xiangning reluctantly nodded. All right, but let's agree on this. No unnecessary spending. All right, I solemnly pledge not to spend frivolously, nor to indulge in spending joy. However, my dear wife, there is a matter I must discuss. Speak, she urged. It's about buying wine for my father-in-law, elder brother-in-law, and second brother-in-law. I've never done this before, and it weighs on my conscience. Thus, I wish to purchase some wine for them to celebrate our marriage certificate today. You drinking again? Yitan was taken aback. Yes, it's a joyous occasion for obtaining our marriage certificate, but I assure you, I 1 tea drink. Is that acceptable? Xiangning's face scrunched up, but she finally nodded hesitantly. At the entrance of the cooperative, before Yitan could peek inside, Grandpa Monkey had already emerged. With a cheerful smile, he admired the new Forever bicycle, casting furtive glances around. Noticing no threats, he covered his mouth and whispered, Yiga, did you buy a new bike? What other tickets do you need? Yitan smiled back. I'm here to discuss the arrangements for the red and white ceremonies for my wedding at the end of the month. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Monkey jumped with delight. Great. I'll have Grandpa Wu come meet you tomorrow, and you can finalize the details regarding the cost per table. Before Yitan could respond, Grandpa Monkey had already slipped away. As Yitan entered to buy wine, Xiangning pondered deeply, feeling suspicious of Grandpa Monkey's demeanor. Why was he so sneaky? Yet, she failed to notice that passers-by were captivated by her beauty, stealing glances as they walked by. Even Grandpa Monkey, hiding in a corner, felt envious. Oh, how stunning his wife is. Curvaceous and tall. When will I have a charming wife like Yi Jiqing, with wealth abundant? To become a true winner in life? Yitan strode confidently to the liquor section. How much for the Maodai? Just then, 520, quick on her feet, hurried over, creating a delightful breeze wherever she went. The saleswoman knitting nearby exchanged knowing glances with her colleague, remarking, look at 520, so eager to cater to her. She must be enamored. What good does that do? She's getting married. Oh, Then we must set 520 straight, to prevent her from making a heartfelt mistake. 520 quietly inquired, how many bottles? Maodai is 8 yuan a bottle, and the 1952 vintage is 15 yuan a bottle. Oh, you have the 52 vintage? Yes, not only the 52, but also the 1968. Let us indulge in a few bottles to savor the flavor, shall we? Ah, how bold one must be to speak so lightly yet audaciously. With a heart full of complexity, 520 turned to retrieve the goods. 6 bottles of Maotai were elegantly arranged on the counter. From a distance, a knitter gasped, "Oh my! Look at that! What a spectacle! Selling everything just to acquire these 6 bottles of Maotai." The attendant nearby stood in astonishment, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. 2 bottles of 1972 Maotai at 8 yuan each, totaling 16 yuan. 2 bottles of 1968 Maotai at 10 yuan each, summing to 20 yuan. And 2 bottles of 1952 Maotai at 15 yuan each, amounting to 30 yuan, making a grand total of 66 yuan. Yitan had already extracted 70 yuan from his pocket. No need for change. I'll take a pack of Xiangning, priced at 5 yuan per pack. A whole bundle of 10 costs 5 yuan, leaving 50 cents, which I shall use for an additional pack of Xiangning and a pack of Albanian cigarettes. Yitan nodded, but then suddenly recalled a brand from a previous life, the Red Double Happiness, and casually inquired, "Do you sell Red Double Happiness?" "Indeed. This is a special supply cigarette, produced on Hong Kong Island. Quite expensive," came the reply. "What is the price?" 6 yuan per tin. A gift box contains 2 tins. Priced at 12 yuan per box. Yitan retrieved a blue-patterned pouch from his pocket. "Very well. I shall have 6 boxes of the Red Double Happiness. At 12 yuan each, totaling 72 yuan. The knitter, a short distance away, suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Just the other day, I spent over 1,000. What is this? Is there a money tree here?" 520 received the money, pondering for a moment, then tentatively asked, Handsome comrade." Yitan felt a chill. How could one be so courteous? Did she have something to request? Chapter 70. The female member makes a quilt. He stared blankly at 520's rosy smile, which seemed to beckon, urging him to speak. 520 sensed Yitan's upright demeanor, yet at that moment, she sought not any romantic interest or affection, but rather shyly stated, "Well, you see, the supply and marketing cooperative has provided 10 large crabs and 2 pounds of finger-sized shrimp, which arrived yesterday. Given the current consumption levels among the members, these crabs and shrimp will likely perish without anyone purchasing them. Could you possibly—" "Oh, no problem. This is a trivial matter," he exclaimed. "They are all still alive, I presume?" Did he just say this is a trivial matter? How affluent must one be to regard purchasing large crabs and shrimp as a mere trifle? This undoubtedly broadened 520's perspective. Realizing her oversight, she hastily waved her hand. "I assure you, they are all alive, but by tomorrow, they certainly will not be. All right, let us weigh them to see how much there is." Observing Yitan's indifference and decisive demeanor, 520 was unusually excited and quickly grabbed a large nylon mesh bag from beneath her feet. She hooked it onto the scales hook and secured it with a crossbar. A total of 9 pounds. Yesterday's price was 5 yuan per pound. But since I'm promoting this to you, let us offer a discount of 5 yuan per pound, totaling 45 yuan. She then lifted a smaller bag of shrimp. This is exactly 2 pounds, at 4 yuan per pound, totaling 8 yuan. Adding 45 and 8 together gives a grand total of 53 yuan. After handing over 53 yuan, Yitan slung the bag over his shoulder and departed. The sales clerk, busy with knitting, hastily called out to the dazed 520, who was gazing at Yitan's figure. They simply had to gossip about this remarkable young man once more. This fellow is truly a character. Upon seeing Yitan emerge with his bag, the anxious young Xiangning, who was waiting nearby, expressed her surprise. "You bought so much again." Yitan smiled, his countenance radiant as he patted her shoulder, offering a charming apology. Xiangning quickly inquired about her earlier puzzlement. "Is this Grandpa Monkey really reliable? He isn't a fraud, is he? I noticed his eyes were swollen. How could he deceive us? Our special black tickets were all sold to me by him. Without him, acquiring those significant items would have been impossible. Without tickets, even money is futile. Oh, is it because of his profession that he must act secretly? Is that why he often gets beaten? Naturally. Oh no, he wasn't beaten for being secretive, rather. He intervened when his 5th grandfather was abused by his daughter-in-law, and he was severely beaten by her family for his chivalrous act. Upon hearing about imprisonment and severe beatings, Xiangning shivered with apprehension. It's all right, don't be afraid. Even though I have many brothers at home, I would never let them harm you. Yitan felt a sensation akin to a flock of crows flying overhead, cawing incessantly. What's wrong? Are you unhappy because I have many brothers to assist me? Oh, happy, of course. Yitan feigned nonchalance, though his back twitched, a reminder of the pain inflicted by Yang Igua, which took a long time to heal. Xiangning, observing his demeanor, was momentarily confused by his expression that seemed to convey distress. She placed her hands on his waist and sat quietly in the car. Yitan dared not speak further as they entered the bustling supply and marketing cooperative. The knitting clerk, engrossed in gossiping with 520 about Yi Jiqing, suddenly heard a male sales clerk near the window shout, "Quick, look! Is that Yi Jiqing's wife?" Oh, several clerks nearby turned to look. I just spotted a flash of peach blossom pink. Look at her figure. Goodness, she is so tall and slender, with skin as smooth as cream, a delicate waist, and curvy hips, truly breathtaking. The male clerks turned their heads, stealing glances at 520 while also peering outside the glass window at Xiangning, utterly entranced. Gulping, they continued to stare until she was out of sight, then wiped the corners of their mouths and called out to 520, "I saw Yi Jiqing's wife. With this kind of competition, you might be in trouble. Indeed, you might not stand a chance." Nearby, another male clerk, examining bicycles, joined in, nodding in agreement as they all gazed outside, salivating. No doubt, this girl is at least a village beauty. She is both grace and looks, my word. Exactly. She appears to be only 17 or 18. Her youth is certainly an advantage. 520, I feel anxious for you. They teased. What does that even mean? You all shouldn't speak so carelessly. 520's face flushed with embarrassment, and she pouted, I'm not interested in competing with anyone. Though I am merely 24. I still possess a youthful spirit. Upon seeing this, the male salesperson appeared vexed and perhaps even envious, indicating that his affections for her were genuine. A shared glance sufficed to silence their tongues. Nearby, the woman knitting contemplated interjecting, but upon noticing the irritation of the one referred to as 520, she refrained from speaking. After all, given her age, the situation was inherently awkward, unmarried, and without a partner. Moreover, Yi Jiqing, the esteemed young gentleman whom 520 had long admired, had finally arrived. At such a critical juncture, who would dare to engage in banter? Nevertheless, the group of male salespersons found themselves lost in fantasies about the girl in pink. In the village of the Yang family, a bicycle leaned against the poplar, its frame glistening in the sunlight, pristine and radiant like a newlywed couple. Yitan placed the gifts from her pocket into the cabinet in Xiangning's room before following her spouse. With a beaming smile, Xiangning, clutching the award certificate, entered the main house. Inside, several female villagers who had finished making the wedding quilts descended from the Kang, chatting and playfully brushing off the dust, eager to return home. In the village, being chosen to craft wedding quilts is no small feat, as it is steeped in tradition. The women tasked with this duty must have children of their own, and their families must bear no ill repute within 3 generations, including their maiden families. Otherwise, they would not be invited, for only the most reputable women are sought to ensure that good fortune is passed on through the quilts. Upon the arrival of the newlyweds, the female villagers who had sewn the wedding quilts could hardly contain their joy. Aunt Yang, just as we were saying your daughter is fortunate, here they come. A charming couple indeed. They exclaimed, what do you have in your hands? Xiangning, holding the marriage certificate, felt a bit bashful but could not resist their enthusiastic curiosity. So she handed over the framed certificate for them to admire. Oh, how delightful. I must say, things have changed since our time. However, I do not possess a marriage certificate myself. Well, why not promptly acquire one? What is the hold-up? It would be quite troublesome not to have one. After all, can the father of my 3 children simply vanish without a trace? They laughed, setting aside the award and framed marriage certificate. The female villagers took turns praising Yitan. Look at your son-in-law, a genuine city dweller, handsome and intelligent, addressing numerous challenges in the village. A son-in-law like that is truly rare to find. Aunt Yang is indeed fortunate, and her daughter even more so. Wonderful, wonderful. Come, take these. Lu Yuefeng smiled, distributing candies to the 4 women who had crafted the wedding quilts. Well, our family shall share in this good fortune. Thank you. The women gasped in delight as they saw the large white rabbit candies and buttery balls, their smiles widening. Each piece of fruit candy cost but a penny. and they were delicious. Among them were a few balls nestled between the fruit candies, surely quite expensive. Although they were in their 40s, they had never encountered such delightful buttery treats. Moreover, they had already enjoyed a meal of steamed buns accompanied by meat and vegetables at the Yang household, which had brought them great joy, especially since, during the new year, they seldom had the luxury of meat. In this day and age, having completed the day's labor not only brings the joy of meat, but also rewards in the form of a generous handful of candies to share with the children. How could one not feel elated in such a time of scarcity? Chapter 71. The Prosperous Crab. As the female workers dispersed, Yitan took down the framed marriage certificate and hung it on the wall of the West Wing bedroom. Yitan inquired if there were any molds for making clay pieces at home. Xiangning pointed towards the East Wing, recalling having seen some in that room. She led Yitan to another chamber in the East Wing. Inside, there was a clay bed, and the walls, plastered with wheat stalks and mud, were quite smooth, adorned with 3 molds for clay pieces. Yitan's face lit up with joy as she took them down. Indeed, this was exactly what she needed. She planned to make clay pieces in the coming days, allowing them to dry so she could use them on the clay bed, thus accomplishing a significant task. At that moment, Yang Goen, along with Yang Igua and Yang Adong, returned from work and noticed Yitan holding the molds. They collectively inquired, "What are you planning to do with those?" Yitan replied with a beaming smile, "I intend to make clay pieces. Our clay bed hasn't been used in over a decade. At the very least, I want to prepare the clay hole in our kitchen." Yang Goen's face beamed with satisfaction upon hearing this. Yitan declared, "I believe the earth excavated from the well in the village is quite a waste. With no place to put it, why not use that soil over there to make clay pieces? Once dried, we can bring it home." "What a splendid idea!" Yang Igua exclaimed, patting his shoulder. "Don't worry, brother-in-law. Making the clay bed is a simple task. Tomorrow, we shall roll up our sleeves and work together." "Indeed, together," Yang Adong surprisingly concurred. Yitan felt a surge of excitement. She had not anticipated such support from her brothers-in-law. "I'll go prepare dinner for you all. We shall eat soon." Yang Goen peered from the West Wing, exclaiming, "In celebration of this grand marriage certificate, we must have a celebration." "Excellent. Prepare the festive noodles and stir-fry a couple of side dishes. Tonight, I'll treat our family to a drink." Yang Igua and Yang Adong were filled with exhilaration. Yitan entered the kitchen, rolling up her sleeves, while Yang Xiangning bent down to fasten a floral apron for her. Then, she ventured outside to gather some willow leaves. "What are you cooking today?" Yitan chuckled, "A meal unlike any other. Just you wait, my dear wife." Hearing Yitan refer to her as my wife repeatedly made Yang Xiangning blush and feel giddy. Yitan pulled out a large brown paper bag, its contents causing it to sag. "What is this? Why is there so much water? Dear wife, come take a look." "Oh, what is this? It smells so fishy." Yang Xiangning gasped in surprise. "Is this crab? Why is it so large?" Yitan chuckled. "Is this your first encounter?" Yang Xiangning shyly murmured affirmatively. "Tell me, how large have you seen?" "About this big." She gestured with her hand, indicating the size of a fingernail. "No way," Yitan exclaimed. "Yes, during high school. I once bought a serving of shrimp paste in the cafeteria and unexpectedly found a tiny crab mixed in. Hence, I said I had seen crabs the size of a fingernail." "Oh, what you saw was not a proper crab. What distinguishes a proper crab from an improper one?" "Indeed, there are numerous varieties of crabs. The ones we have now are freshwater hairy crabs, while what you have encountered are hermit crabs." "Hermit crabs? How do you know? What leads you to that conclusion?" After pondering for a moment, she murmured, "I always thought the smaller ones were merely baby crabs, which people use to make shrimp paste." "What makes you think so?" "Haha, consider this. The crabs you see are not only small, but also have one claw significantly larger than the other, creating a striking asymmetry. Wouldn't you agree?" Yang Xiangning blinked her almond-shaped eyes. "You're right about that." "Humph, I told you so. It must be a hermit crab." "Is that why they are called hermit crabs, simply because one side has a larger claw?" "Haha, precisely." Seeing her starry-eyed expression, Yitan continued to elucidate. "Hermit crabs thrive on a lifestyle of dependency, often seeking out empty snail shells or small conch shells as their homes, and their diminutive bodies reside within, leaving one side of their pincers undeveloped. Typically, they use the outer side to swim and capture small creatures, and over time, this results in one side growing larger than the other." Yang Xiangning blinked, spellbound. Such knowledge is absent from textbooks. Wuching is not a coastal area, and in 1976, it was impossible to research online. Therefore, she listened intently. Meanwhile, Yitan had already cleaned the crab's body with a brush, including its 2 large pincers. Let us first prepare a few dishes and deal with the crabs last, or else the pot won't be clean and will retain a fishy odor. He then used scissors to sort out the 2 pounds of shrimp, removing the sand veins. Today is a day of celebration. Let us make festive noodles, boil some eggs, and then proceed with the rest of the dishes, since we only have 1 pot. No, there is another earthen stove elsewhere, Xiangning interjected, pointing to the table leg. Over there. Yitan looked and chuckled. It was indeed an earthen stove. This simple stove was made from a discarded water bucket, filled with mud. Perfect. We can place firewood inside, steam the shrimp, and then use the same pot to steam the crabs. Without further ado, Yitan gathered some kindling, ignited it, and set a large pot over it with water and a bit of beer. He then arranged 10 large crabs in the steaming basket, stacking them in 2 layers since 1 layer was insufficient. The red flames licked the bottom of the pot, and within just 10 minutes, without needing to add more firewood, the crabs were thoroughly cooked. Upon lifting the pot lid, Xiangning exclaimed, "Why are they all red?" Of course they are red. They are green when raw, but once cooked, they turn a vibrant red, symbolizing good fortune and joy, perfectly matching today as celebratory occasion. Xiangning beamed with delight as she transferred the crabs into a large shallow dish. The crabs were so substantial that Yitan, with his large hands, effortlessly grasped the sides of the shells to place them inside. Who would have thought that adding a bit of beer would enhance the flavor? Xiangning nodded enthusiastically. As she turned to carry the dish outside, she called out to the main house, "Brother, Mom, come quickly for dinner." Her elder brothers hurriedly assisted Lui Wefang from the outer room, rushing into the wing room to gather around the table. Yang did not need to be summoned. He was already seated, smoking and sipping on mulberry wine. The sight of a large shallow dish filled with a brilliant orange hue left everyone astounded. At this moment, Yitan had served beer-boiled shrimp, eliciting a sense of nostalgia among the family, as they had never indulged in such exquisite seafood before. Yitan placed a large bowl of 3-flavor oil in the center, which was a cherished delicacy of the old fishermen by the sea, urging everyone to come and sample it. He also presented freshly made steamed buns, stir-fried meat with bean paste, stir-fried pork with asparagus, sweet and sour shredded potatoes, and a refreshing cucumber salad with garlic. Lui Wefang gazed in awe at the petite steamed buns. "So delicate?" she mused, squinting at Yitan's long, fair fingers, hardly believing they were crafted by him. Chapter 72. The Earthen Kang. She couldn't sleep. Yitan took a small spoon, scooping a portion of stir-fried meat with bean paste, mixed with diced cucumbers, and offered it to Lui Wefang. "Please try it, and let me know your thoughts on the seasoning." Lui Wefang's eyes sparkled with delight. "It's truly delightful. The reds and greens are visually stunning. If it looks good, it must taste good." Yitan smiled and handed one to Xiangning, then placed an empty bowl in front of each person, with a large crab perched in one of the bowls. He swiftly fetched a bottle of Maodai. Lui Wefang and Xiangning remained unfazed, but Yang and his 2 brothers-in-law erupted in excitement, particularly the eldest brother-in-law. Yang hurriedly grabbed the bottle, exclaiming, "Let me open it." He weighed it in his hands, marveling. "Oh my, this is 1952 Maodai." Yang was left speechless. "That must cost a fortune, right?" Yitan chuckled softly. Yang inquired, "Is it outrageously expensive?" Yitan replied gently, "It's just 15 yuan a bottle." Yang and Yang exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and wry smiles. Yitan produced a tea jug, explaining that there were no wine glasses available, so they would have to use this. His jug bore the inscription, "Serve the people," while Yang read, "Navigating the sea depends on the helmsman." Yang stated, "Not taking a penny from the masses." And Yang declared, "All enemies are paper tigers." Yitan offered Xiangning and Lui Wefang 2 bowls of millet porridge. The gentlemen raised their tea jugs, proclaiming, "On this joyous occasion for our dear sisters, let us toast. Congratulations to the newlyweds on their lifelong bond. Cheers. Today, as our family welcomes new members, let us celebrate this delightful occasion with a toast. Oh my ancestors, this is truly Maotai. Goodness gracious, only high-ranking officials can afford such luxury. We never imagined in our wildest dreams that we would bask in the glory of our brother-in-law in this lifetime. Come, brother-in-law, let us raise a glass." As Yitan drank, he remained silent, attending to Xiangning, peeling a large crab for her when he suddenly rolled his eyes and tumbled underneath the 8 immortals table. With 1 bottle still unfinished, it became a situation of 4 against 1. Yang Goen and his two sons shook their heads at Yi Tan. Oh dear. How could this be? Such a fine young man, yet he cannot hold his liquor. Yang Igwa swiftly pulled Yi Tan from beneath the table and escorted him to his sister's room. As they were already married, it was of little concern. He removed his shoes and loosened his belt, for who could resist the allure of a beloved brother-in-law, especially one endowed with remarkable talents? After attending to his tasks, Yang Igwa eagerly gathered around the 8 immortals' table, hastily indulging in the delectable offerings. But one must consume some vegetables to whet the appetite. How can you all drink cold liquor like this? Doesn't it burn? Louis Wefong chided. Very well, I shall eat. Yang Adong had already taken a pair of chopsticks to the delicate dish of hairy crab. To his surprise, after blanching, it was both tender and exquisite, especially with the addition of sesame sauce and minced garlic, which created an enticing aroma. Dear brother-in-law, how are you so adept at preparing such delightful dishes? He inquired. Dear sister, you know him best. How does he manage to create such culinary marvels? Yang Xiangning, upon hearing her brother's question, shook her head. I am unaware of this. He often speaks of things I do not know. When asked, he simply claims that as a child, his parents left him at the library. Hence many of his skills must have been acquired through reading. Yang Goen coughed lightly. Indeed, the gentleman from the capital is truly exceptional. It is no wonder that with such striking features, he was deemed unworthy by many. Yet now he graces our family as a son-in-law, truly a testament to the virtue of the Yang lineage. Yes, let us raise one final toast. A pound of wine will soon be finished. Half an hour later, the gathering dispersed, leaving only Yang Xiangning behind, bent over sweeping the floor. As the others returned to the main house, she contemplated carrying the dishes to the kitchen, but hesitated upon noticing the darkness outside, coupled with Yi Tan's persistent disapproval of her actions. Never mind, she thought, feeling the ache in her body. Upon entering the room, she found Yi Tan sprawled out like an octopus, deeply asleep, even emitting soft snores. Should she join him? Yang Xiangning suppressed her feelings of shyness and the peculiar sensations that arose as she recalled her own boldness from that night, her heart racing with warmth. Well, we are married now, so it should be permissible. Thus, she loosened her clothing, shedding her pink skirt, and knelt on the bed to assist him in removing his shirt. The sight of his muscular shoulders sent a wave of dizziness through her. After a moment, as she steadied herself, she noticed he was perspiring. She reached for a cloth from the windowsill, dabbing her forehead repeatedly. Suddenly, she was struck by the image of him lying there, and the memories of that night flooded back, igniting a blush across her cheeks. She admired her own courage from that day. After all, her parents had arranged her marriage to an elderly doctor in the county. It felt akin to a bride exchange. Despite marrying an older man, he possessed wealth, while she, though youthful, had none. Shaking her head, she reflected on her own misbehavior that day. She had even contemplated what would happen should she find herself unexpectedly pregnant. How to face the old doctor. To marry while carrying another's child. Expecting the elder to take on the role of a guardian? A shiver ran down her spine, and she dared not delve deeper into those thoughts. Yet, what if the old doctor discovered that she had already become another's wife? How would she respond? Surely, that could not be the case, she reassured herself. Shaking her head once more, she lay beside him, a meter apart, tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity before finally extinguishing the light. Beneath the moonlight, in a moment of ennui, she gently brushed against his hand, yet he remained unresponsive, leaving Yang Xiangning somewhat disheartened. Though she was modest in the presence of others, feeling shy, she could not help but harbor expectations for the handsome man lying beside her. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch his arm, and, to her astonishment, her breath quickened slightly. What was this phenomenon? What was happening? Despite having completed high school, there remained much she did not understand. Leaning against him, she turned to gaze out the window. The shadows of trees, sparse and mottled, danced upon the paper, which had been riddled with holes by wasps collecting their nests. Why could she still not find sleep? With a sigh, she turned over again. In her life thus far, there had only been 2 instances of insomnia. The night she had crawled into his bed, and this very night. Watching the moonlight slanting westward, sleep continued to elude her. That wretched feeling of suffocation washed over her in waves, compelling her to crawl atop Yi Tan's broad frame. Yi Tan awoke with a start. He opened his eyes and, upon touching, was shocked to find Yang Xiangning's bare back beneath his fingertips. With a surge of adrenaline, he sat up abruptly. Xiangning, how is it you? Surely, I am not dreaming. Why have I not returned to the youth commune? What? Originally, Xiangning's soft form lay against his chest, her eyes glimmering seductively. But Yi Tan's sudden movement disrupted their intimate moment. Pouting her small red lips, she complained, "Hey, you just took a couple of sips and then dashed away. Didn't you?" Upon seeing his silence, she continued to chide, "You can hardly hold your liquor, and yet you want to return to the commune? Like a heap of mud, you can hardly move." Hearing this, Yi Tan shook his head. "I just got up to pour myself some water." A hint of disappointment flickered across Xiangning's face as she too rose, eager to attend to him. Yi Tan quickly interjected, "Stay put. The outer room is dark. I will handle it." However, in the pitch black, he inadvertently brushed against her heart's hollow, prompting Xiangning to instinctively cover herself, wishing to pull Yi Tan closer. Yet, he, oblivious to the moment, had already stepped down from the bed. Under the moonlight, he hesitated, realizing his pants were dangerously low, causing him to startle as he hastily secured them. Who had stripped him of his trousers? It mattered little. He ventured into the outer room in search of water. The previous scene had left Xiangning blushing, and she quickly covered her face with her hands. After gulping down a large bowl of water, he returned to lie beside her again, turning to embrace her while caressing her smooth bare back. Under the moonlight, her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and her cherry lips tempted one to steal a kiss. "Why do you stare at me so?" Xiangning feigned ignorance, hastily lowering her head to rest against his chest, her heart racing. "Oh, did you not say you wore those little lace pieces just for me? Oh, you naughty man." Upon hearing this, Xiangning's cheeks deepened in color as she shyly murmured, "Yes, I have already worn them." Yi Tan leapt up, eager to see how beautiful his wife looked adorned in such attire. After a few moments, springtime delights revealed themselves. At this juncture, if Yi Tan did not take the initiative, he could hardly be called a man. He leaned down and kissed the small cherry blossom, eliciting a soft whimper from the girl in his arms. Subsequently, the room was filled with an atmosphere of spring. After a prolonged sway, Xiangning, this young lady, seemed insatiable, prompting Yi Tan to whisper, "You might be pregnant. One must not indulge excessively." "Really?" Xiangning's expression shifted in shock, and her tiny hands instantly pushed Yi Tan away, her almond-shaped eyes widening in anticipation of his denial. Although Yi Tan was known for his playful deceit, she did not sense any discomfort, thus remaining skeptical. However, now that he had confirmed it himself, she found it difficult to regain her composure in the stillness of the night. Yet, unexpectedly, he nodded. Xiangning was left dumbfounded. How could this be? Was it truly so swift? In a flurry, she squeezed Yi Tan's handsome face and asked, "Are you still intoxicated? Are you speaking in drunken ramblings?" After her inquiry, she looked to him again. Seeing him lost in thought, she continued, "You desire a child so fervently that your words are mere drunken nonsense, right?" When he shook his head once more, Xiangning's expression turned bitter, her body relaxing as her small hands fell to cover her face. After a long pause, she released her hands, exclaiming, "But I am only 18. How could I possibly become a mother? I do not wish to become a mother too soon. I am still a child." Yi Tan was bewildered. "You do not want to be a mother?" This is something I had never contemplated. "But was it not you who initiated our encounter that day?" "Yes, it was I," she affirmed. "But what does that change?" With tears glistening like pear blossoms, she shook her head, droplets cascading onto Yi Tan's chest, cool and damp. While she longed for affection, the reality of their situation overwhelmed her. "You know, you have not yet had the chance to cherish me, yet you are eager for children. Will you not then seek solace elsewhere? Will my days of happiness come to an end?" In that moment, she felt a twinge of regret for her earlier boldness. "Oh, how I loathe you," she declared, clenching her small fists and striking Yi Tan's chest in frustration. "It is all your fault. Why did you not tell me the truth sooner?" Faced with her agitation, Yi Tan scratched his head. "I wanted to tell you earlier, but I feared you would struggle to accept it." Observing her small shoulders tremble, he pulled her into an embrace. After all, the odds of this happening were but 1 in 10,000. In ancient times, this was referred to as sitting the bed joyfully, and it seems fate has bestowed this upon us, leaving no room for escape. Xiangning's shoulders shuddered again, overwhelmed with an unending sense of grievance. I simply did not want to give my purity to an old man. Thus, I willingly gave myself to you. Yet, I never imagined I would conceive so quickly. I have not yet had my fill of life." "Not yet had your fill?" Yi Tan pondered her words, still somewhat oblivious to the implication, and quietly asked, "Do you regret it?" With a complex expression, Xiangning remained silent, her shoulders trembling as she wept softly. Not having heard a definitive answer, Yitin furrowed his brow. Do not cry. It is detrimental to your health. He lifted his hand to wipe her tears away, gently stroking her hair. It is fate. Let us accept our destiny. There, do not cry. Your lovely face will lose its charm. He reassured her, rest easy. I possess ample energy to care for both you and the child. I assure you, I will never allow you to feel that I have not loved you enough or cherished you exclusively, causing you any discontent in your heart. With these words, he tenderly caressed Xiangning's back repeatedly. Do not dwell on it. Remember, in the past, the generation of child brides began bearing children at the tender age of 12. They lived from 12 to 52, and did they not thrive? Now that you are 18, and we have obtained our marriage certificate, what is there to be troubled about? Sobbing, she pushed away his encroaching form. The past is the past. The present is the present. Alas, this is all your fault. What blame do I bear? Why did you not mention it sooner? Mention what? The fact that I am pregnant. Well, does it truly matter whether you say it early or late? How can it not matter? Just the other day, I played hopscotch with you Banksia and the others for an hour, and then I played again on another day. Climbing on haystacks. Climbing on haystacks? Hopscotch? Yitan was astonished. Have you lost your mind? Indeed, it was a wild scene with over a dozen girls piling onto me. Because of my height, I was the first to lay down. A dozen girls then pounced on me. Oh my goodness, that is far too dangerous. You must not do that again. At your age, why are you still engaging in such childish games? Listening to his serious inquiry, Xiangning finally ceased her weeping. A sense of relief washed over her. She realized that Yitin loved her and the precious life within her without a doubt. In that moment, she found no regret for that impulsive night when she willingly surrendered herself to him. At first glance, it seemed she had recklessly chosen to indulge with Yitan to escape the advances of that old man, an act driven by emotion. Yet, upon reflection, it appeared to be a stroke of good fortune. Yes, it was undoubtedly a blessing. Yitin gathered the lace that lay discarded by his feet, gently comforting Xiangning as they lay together under a shared quilt. Xiangning suddenly felt a wave of contentment as her cheek rested against his chest. Yitin held her close, softly patting her back in an effort to soothe her. Rest assured, in this lifetime, I will protect you and our child. Do not worry. My affections will not waver. Did you not say you wished for more joy? Then I shall spend my life cherishing you, pampering you, and playing with you. Yes. Be obedient, my dear. Sleep now. With Yitan's arm draped over her, pressing against her cheek, she nestled into the embrace of her beloved man, her spirit melting into warmth under his tender words. No further words were exchanged as they drifted into slumber. Chapter 74. Rolling up sleeves to get to work. Morning arrived. The air still dry. Yitin made his way to the village. Seeing that the village chief had just arrived, Yitin pulled 2 boxes of atonement from his pocket. Here, chief, let us have a smoke and see if the cigarettes have any kick. After all, the farmers are accustomed to dry tobacco and do not favor rolled cigarettes, while city folk, having grown used to finely processed cigarettes, find dry tobacco rather harsh. Yet, the elderly village chief, having lived so long without ever trying a rolled cigarette, was filled with curiosity and set aside his pipe. Come, light it up. Yitin squatted down and struck a match. The old village chief took a hearty puff, and to his surprise, a third of the cigarette was already gone. Alarmed, he quickly removed it from his lips and glanced at it. Goodness, that nearly burnt my mouth. So, 3 puffs can extinguish an entire cigarette? He furrowed his brow for a moment, then relaxed, realizing that this cigarette, which the city folk so prized, was indeed rather ineffective. Seeing that one cigarette was about to vanish, Yitan promptly produced another. Here, let me light it for you, he said. The old chief accepted it, pressing it to his lips. How quickly it ignited. After lighting it, he extinguished the flame and took a deep drag, feeling quite satisfied. You, my boy, only come to curry favor when you have something in mind. What brings you here? Ah, old chief, you truly have a knack for foreseeing events. I do have something to discuss. The fields at Dequati and the 2 wells at the Song family grave have both yielded water. Indeed, the water gushed forth yesterday, and we've already constructed the wells. Now everyone is drawing water for the fields. At least the seedlings can grow robustly, allowing us to breathe easy. I refuse to believe it can remain cloudless and rainless forever. Yitin paused, reflecting on the saying that prolonged droughts could be alleviated by digging wells, ensuring that the harvest would not be entirely lost. The old chief nodded thoughtfully. Ah, That reminds me of the severe famine in the 60s. It truly could starve people. My own father was a victim of that. Fear not, old chief, for I am here, Yitan reassured him. If the 2 wells are insufficient, I can find more sources of water. After all, I am now a member of this village. I won't sit idly by and allow us to suffer a total loss. The old chief sighed and nodded. Well then, speak up. What else do you need? With a smile, Yitan replied. The Kang pit at my father-in-law's house has been smoking. I wish to build a Kang, and I noticed the useless clay from the well digging is just taking up space. So I intend to use that. The old chief considered the unnecessary clay, which indeed occupied a lot of room, and nodded without hesitation. You may use it. Just ensure you finish up your accounts today. There's no need for you to linger here. No, forming the large clay pieces is not a one-man job. I need my brother-in-law and my second uncle's help. They will also need to take leave. So I ask for your permission, old chief. The old chief waved his hand. Very well, you have my consent. Go and make those clay pieces. Watching Yitan depart, the old chief nodded in satisfaction. This young man was genuinely devoted to the 300 households, leading a grounded rural life, which reassured him. Finally, the marriage he had taken charge of was not in vain. It was well managed without complaints. Yitan arrived at the well near Dequati, where the villagers were joyfully drawing water. He noticed that they had even brought their wash basins along. What a gathering today! The foreman, having just attended to the villagers, couldn't help but inquire, leaning against the pulley. Oh, Xiangning chimed in first. Haven't we been without a Kang for over a decade? Lighting a fire would be unbearable. So I took half a day off to shape some clay. Xiangning then asked, have all the seedlings been saved this time? Indeed, thanks to Yitan, who helped us discover the water source. Oh, wherever you go, Yitan said as he clasped his fists together. It is the collective effort of all the members that has brought us here. I merely selected the water source. And you, dear foreman, have tirelessly toiled day and night. Your efforts are indeed commendable. The foreman, observing Yitan's stature as a favored figure before the village chief, could not help but admire his clarity of thought and offered him another nod of approval, especially after savoring the exquisite jasmine tea leaves for several consecutive days. The foreman understood that the gift of tea was a testament to Yitan's spirited determination, perhaps even surpassing that of the venerable village chief. He secretly contemplated that if the old village chief were to step down, he would rally all the members to support Yitan for the position of village chief in the next election, should they be granted the opportunity to vote. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he gestured to his companions. The 3 of them then moved to the rear of the large earthen mound, selecting a flat area. Uncle Xiangning wielded a shovel, and within mere minutes, a significant mound of earth was produced. Yitan, carrying a bucket, approached the well. Allow me to fetch the water. I am quite adept at it. The foreman hurried from his shelter, eagerly taking the bucket from him and hanging it on the hook. He then released the winding handle, and in an instant, a bucket of water was drawn up. Yitan craned his neck to inspect the surface of the well. Is the water truly this clear? So abundant? The foreman nodded repeatedly, affirming the bounty. Indeed, more than half of the village relied on this well for water. The previously dormant beans and wilting corn seedlings now had hope for revival, much to their delight. Yitan made several trips with the bucket, watering the large earthen pit. Uncle Yang scattered wheat chaff, and then his elder brother worked the mixture with a shovel. Yitan, too, took up a shovel to assist his uncle. After achieving a satisfactory blend, Uncle Yang expressed dissatisfaction over the insufficient chaff and called upon Xiangning to add more before they resumed mixing. Ultimately, the clay was kneaded to a glossy smoothness, akin to a rich paste, prompting a call of readiness. All right, let's begin shaping the large bricks. Xiangning and Xiangning laid the mold on the ground. Brother-in-law, we appreciate your efforts. Please continue transporting the clay while we shape the bricks. Certainly. Yitan understood that his 2 brothers were accommodating him, recognizing that as a city dweller, he was inexperienced in brickmaking, hence their request for him to haul the clay. With a flat shovel, Yitan transported a generous load to Xiangning, who quickly leveled it with a trowel, smoothing it out. He then used the trowel to neatly trim the edges of the mold, swiftly shaping the brick. With a decisive flick, the first brick was formed. Without needing to rise, Yitan simply squatted back a step, using the first brick as a guide for subsequent ones, continuing the process in a line, working in a crouched position. Moving about was no light task. However, Yitan, a city dweller, had the courage to humble himself and engage in brickmaking. prompting his brothers to remain diligent and not slacken in their efforts. Chapter 75. Trouble from the 6th and 8th brothers. Yitan needed to assist 2 individuals in shaping the bricks, tirelessly transporting clay without a moment's pause for idle chatter. Before long, half an acre was filled with their neatly arranged large bricks. Yitan was drenched in sweat, clutching the hem of her garment, fanning herself as she requested leave from the old village chief. "We must continue," she declared. "All right, let us roll up our sleeves and get to work." Before they could even begin, Yitan had already mixed the clay, while Xiangning placed a substantial layer of wheat chaff and straw on top. Yitan struggled to stir the mixture, but with all 3 of them working together, they achieved remarkable efficiency. "Brother-in-law, you handle the clay while I attempt to shape the bricks." Xiangning chuckled. "You, a city dweller, really think you can shape bricks? Of course. Just think of my wife and our family. Even if I don't know how, I'll manage." Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, laughter echoing in the air. They replaced Xiangning and found a new open space. Yitan crouched down, mirroring their actions, while her brother-in-law took a shovel full of clay, observing whether Yitan could truly shape it. Following their lead, Yitan used the trowel to smooth the mixture. We're still missing a corner," she noted. "But we can't add more clay." Confused, she pondered how to fix the deficiency, knowing it was impossible to work without sufficient resources. Sensing her dilemma, Xiangning set down his shovel and explained, "Since this is soft clay, if you notice a small corner missing, simply use the trowel to pull some of the excess clay over." He picked up the trowel, the muscles in his arm taut. After several strokes, he exclaimed, "See? Isn't at level now?" Yitan laughed heartily. "All right, let me try again." Xiangning hurried to the clay pit, eager to provide more for her. Yitan filled the mold, carefully smoothing it until every corner was filled before stepping back. Finally, she stood the trowel upright and swiftly lifted the mold, revealing a rectangular brick that had indeed come to fruition. Yitan was overjoyed, and Xiangning and Xiangning could not help but praise her. "Sister-in-law, you're remarkable. You're truly becoming a farmer." Yitan looked up at her brother-in-law, grinning foolishly. Xiangning interjected, "Brother, hurry. I'm running out of clay." "Why are you slacking off?" Xiangning quickly dashed to the clay pit, hastening to supply them with more. The entire pit was nearly depleted, and Xiangning surveyed the bricks they had made. "How many do we have?" "Each Kang requires 200 bricks. If we're only building a kitchen, that is sufficient. But if we want to complete all 6 Kangs in the main house, we'll need more." Yitan calculated, each Kang requires at least 200 bricks. So for 6 Kangs, we need 1,200 bricks. We've already shaped 600, so we're halfway there. 2 more pits of clay should suffice. Xiangning waved his arm. "It's been over a decade since we last did this. Let us do it right this time." "All right, let us give it our all," Xiangning echoed, wiping his face, only to smear mud all over it. Yitan couldn't help but laugh, and Xiangning joined in. He tried to clean his face, but to no avail. "Forget it, it's getting too lively. We'll discuss this at home." 3 individuals busily rolled up their trousers, fervently toiling in the expansive field, perspiration streaming down their faces, their waistbands thoroughly soaked. They labored diligently until noon, and then decided it was time to return home. Upon entering the makeshift shelter, they discovered that the foreman had been replaced by Lao Lu and Lao Ba. Spotting Yitan and his companions wielding shovels and mud bricks, Lao Lu frowned, pondering why educated youths like them would choose to marry rural women. It seemed absurd. Not only were they unable to return to the city, but they were also subjected to strenuous labor, destined to suffer throughout their lives. Lao Ba concurred, lamenting the foolishness of their choices. Indeed, it was a pity. Their intellect seemed lacking. A reputable educated youth should seek a more lucrative and less laborious job in the city, rather than resigning themselves to a life in the village, oblivious to the degradation they faced at the hands of the Yang family. Wasn't it true? In the city, opportunities abound. Even scavenging there would be preferable to the barren village landscape, which offered nothing of value. Observing Yitan, one could only conclude that he had been thoroughly deceived by the Yang family. No, it appeared that a previous beating from his brother-in-law had rendered him quite foolish, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. This 250, rather than perceiving the labor as arduous, seemed to take delight in it, embodying a true simpleton. Unbeknownst to them, Lao Lu and Lao Ba's mutterings had been overheard by the trio, every word crystal clear. Xiangning, unwilling to tolerate their insolence, stood firm, hands on hips, completely shedding his earlier fatigue. "Lao Lu and Lao Ba, what nonsense are you two spouting?" he demanded. Upon seeing Yang Aigua's anger, Lao Lu and Lao Ba exchanged glances, their expressions dismissive. However, as they were from the same village, it would be unwise to provoke a confrontation, especially with a 3-against-2 scenario. Thus, like the Monkey King, Lao Lu feigned innocence. "Oh, we said nothing, truly nothing." He chuckled nervously. "Enough of your charade. Do not presume we are deaf." "I heard every word you uttered," Yang Aigua retorted, exposing Lao Lu's duplicity. Lao Lu, caught red-handed, felt the heat rise to his face. Just as he was about to defend himself, Yang Aigua interjected, "Lao Lu, Lao Ba, despite your fatigue, you find time to gossip? You two are no better than Aunt Wang, and you should be ashamed." Ultimately, they found themselves at a loss for words, unable to formulate a defense. Yitan seized the opportunity to intervene, stating, "You two ought to mind your tongues and refrain from spreading baseless rumors. Remember, Aunt Wang is still confined due to her misdeeds." With a roll of his eyes, Lao Ba silently chastised Yitan for failing to comprehend their intentions, as it was evident they were merely advocating for him. Why could he not see that? Lao Lu, hands on hips, indignantly retorted, "Are we mistaken? You, an educated youth, forsake the city for the arduous life of the village, and even we pity you. So do not take our good intentions for granted." Yitan, with a clear voice, responded, "As the saying goes, one should not disrupt a marriage. To interfere in another's union invites divine retribution." A shiver ran through Lao Lu and Lao Ba at these words, and they exchanged wary glances at the sky. "On a clear and sunny day, there is no need for you to conjure up ghosts and monsters to frighten us. It has been years since the old customs were broken. Why do you persist in your nonsense?" Yitan waved her hand dismissively. "Enough with the excuses. Evasion is but a coward's retreat. To think that Yi Jiqing's eloquence surpasses that of the propaganda team's squad leader, Yang Adong. He possesses the persuasive culture of the city alongside the brutishness of the village." In short, Old 6 and Old 8 found themselves at a loss for words in the face of Yitan's oratory, their frustration manifesting in rolling eyes. Chapter 76. Li Laoda's judgment. Old 6 mused silently. Truly, not a family can enter the same door. A family so oblivious to their standing. A bad lot all gathered together. Yang Aigua stepped forward, saying, "If you wish to avoid a beating, then silence yourselves." Yang Adong chimed in, "Speak ill of us at your peril, or my brothers and I will unleash a flurry of blows, leaving you bloodied and battered." Old 8 was so frightened that he sat down abruptly on the grass mat. Old 6, indignant, retorted, "You, Yang Aigua and Yang Adong. I refuse to believe that Yi Jiqing, an outsider who cannot even write his surname, can threaten us. He is a Yi, while you are all Yangs. And what of being a Yang?" Old 6 shouted, "You would jeopardize the bonds of kinship we have nurtured for years over a mere outsider?" This inflamed Old 8's blood, prompting him to leap to his feet. "Indeed, kinship. My great-aunt married into your Yang family, and has labored since she was 13, bearing 12 sons. 12? Quite impressive." Yitan was taken aback. This was truly prolific. One could only wonder if Yang Xiangning would bear 12 sons as well. It seemed that after a full belly, she would undoubtedly strive to produce even more, for strength in numbers is a hard truth, particularly in conflict. The three of them were left speechless, stunned into silence. Old 6 continued his tirade. "You carry the bloodline and legacy bestowed upon us by our ancestors. We are bound by blood, inseparable. I refuse to believe that you two scoundrels would dare to strike out against your own for an outsider." Old 8 puffed out his chest, shedding his shirt. "Come forth, you young bastards. I am bare, ready to fight." Old 6 followed suit, casting off his clothing as well. "If you dare, then let us see if it is you who will leave us bloodied, or if the Yang family will find themselves broken at the hands of the Li family." What had initially seemed a just cause for Yang Aigua now appeared to be skewed in favor of the brothers. Yitan, bewildered, observed as Old 6 and Old 8 brandished their fists, while Yang Aigua and Yang Adong held their molds aloft, prepared to strike. The atmosphere was thick with tension, so quiet that even the birds dared not take flight. The air felt as if it could freeze. Both sides, poised for confrontation, faced each other with unwavering resolve. Their eyes locked in a fierce glare. Yitan was not only bewildered but also suffering from a toothache. Logically, he should have sided with his elder and second uncle. However, the arguments presented by Lao Lu and Lao Ba were not without merit. Blood relations are complex, and even if they share a bond, it is akin to bones connected by sinews. As they confronted each other, a water cart approached in the distance. Upon closer inspection, Yitan wondered how the conflict had escalated. The newcomer was Lao Lu and Lao Ba's elder brother, a man in his 50s. Upon seeing Li Laodao arrive with his cart, Yitan suddenly perceived an unusual flavor in the atmosphere, prompting him to glance at Yang Aigua and Yang Adong, urging them in hushed tones, "Elder uncle, second uncle, please calm down. Quickly put down your weapons and listen to me." Yang Aigua, however, refused, standing his ground defiantly. Yitan frowned at him and winked, whispering, "Elder uncle, the head of Lao Lu and Lao Ba's family has arrived. Are you still worried that no one will handle them for you?" Upon hearing this, Yang Aigua and Yang Adong reluctantly lowered their weapons. Yet their demeanor remained fiery as they confronted the elderly. "Li Laodao, please adjudicate this matter. We three brothers were merely passing by after finishing our work, when Lao Lu and Lao Ba chose to mock my brother-in-law with idle chatter. As the elder uncle, I cannot simply ignore their provocations." He pointed at Yang Adong. "And he is the second uncle." Li Laodao, being older and more composed, took a moment to puff on his pipe and sighed, asking, "What did he say?" "He called my brother-in-law a fool, a simpleton. He also insulted our Yang family, claiming we were deceiving the disabled youth from the countryside. Who wouldn't be enraged by such slander?" Upon hearing this, Li Laodao straightened up and struck Lao Lu and Lao Ba lightly on the head, delivering 2 swift blows to each. Lao Ba, furious, protested, "What are you hitting me for? Elder brother, have you lost your senses? Why are you siding with them instead of your own brothers? It is clear that Yi Jiqing married a village girl, abandoning his city roots to toil in the fields. I merely called him a fool. Is that wrong?" Li Laodao, recognizing the validity in Lao Ba's words, refrained from further comment and instead turned his gaze towards the distant flatbed cart pushed by Leonti, carrying meals. "We are all quite exhausted and hungry. Let us all cool our tempers." After a moment, seeing that they were still at an impasse, Li Laodao addressed the 3 brothers, clasping his fists in a gesture of humility. "Today, it is Lao Lu and Lao Ba who are in the wrong. They instigated this altercation. I, Li Laodao, apologize on behalf of Yi Jiqing and Yang Adong and Yang Aigua." He bowed respectfully after speaking. Lao Lu and Lao Ba, witnessing this, were even more incensed. "Elder brother, have you gone mad? Why should we apologize? They are the ones who should be contrite." Li Laodao straightened, casting a stern look at Lao Lu. "Enough. Don't think for a moment that I'm oblivious to your little schemes." "Little schemes?" The 3 young brothers exchanged puzzled glances. Had Lao Lu and Lao Ba indeed been harboring ulterior motives? This suggested that their earlier mocking remarks were not without foundation. Li Laodao sighed and pointed at Lao Lu, saying, "Especially you, Lao Lu, are you still pining for that young girl, Yang Xiangning? Meanwhile, Yi Jiqing has already obtained a marriage certificate with her. You've even tasted the sweet fruits of love, so why do you still feel so discontented?" Upon hearing this, Lao Lu was immediately taken aback. "Old man, why did you have to say that?" He stomped his foot and rushed toward the temporary shelter, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger after being exposed. And he did not come out again. Aunt Li, oblivious to their antics, exclaimed, "Oh dear, you boys have worked hard. I've brought food. Come on, Lao Ba. Help me serve the mung bean soup." Lao Ba, seeing the array of steaming dishes, felt his stomach rumble and, casting a glance at Yang Adong and the others, hurried over to Aunt Li. Aunt Li graciously welcomed the 3 brothers, saying, "Oh, you 3 are here too. Come, let us enjoy some warm food before heading home." Upon witnessing this, Yitan decided it was best to withdraw gracefully, since Li Laodao had provided an avenue for retreat and had also subtly reprimanded Lao Lu and Lao Ba. She tugged at Yang Adong's sleeve and beckoned Yang Aigua to head back to the village. "Why are you dragging us home? We're just here to support you. Can't you see that?" Yitan smiled. "Oh, my dear brothers-in-law, I fully appreciate your kindness. It's just that Li Laodao has given us a way out. We are all from the same village, and it wouldn't be wise to let things become too tense." Yang Adong nodded in agreement. Yitan continued, "After all this time, they are still venting their frustrations at me. I was the one who hastily took Lao Lu's place by marrying Yang Xiangning and obtaining a certificate. So, isn't it only natural for them to express their grievances? Let us just let it go." Yang Aigua and Yang Adong nodded in unison. "There is also something you may not have noticed, the 2 of you. The others, including Aunt Li and Li Laodao, are our village leaders, while the 3 of us are merely village officials." I hadn't considered that," came the reply. "Well, if we, as village officials, remain overly pedantic and quarrel too much with ordinary villagers, it would only reveal our lack of awareness and narrow-mindedness. Yi Tan's words were firm and resonant, and the three brothers finally acquiesced, realizing that prolonging the conflict would only appear as bullying. They turned and made their way home obediently. Chapter 77. The village beauty takes a turn for the worse upon returning home. The three found that everyone was gathered around the table, nearly done with dinner. Banxia was also present, and to their surprise, the table was filled with sesame paste and garlic-infused dishes. Who made this? Banxia smiled and replied, of course. It was your own Xiangning. She wanted to learn your culinary skills. Who asked you to cook? Let me do it from now on. Xiangning's face fell upon hearing this. After hastily finishing her meal, Yitan took her leave. Banxia leaned against the bed and asked Xiangning, "What's wrong? Why the long face?" "It's all because of Yitan, always telling me what I can and cannot do, acting like the Pacific Police, so intrusive." "Oh, don't be foolish. I would love to have a husband who cares about every little detail like that. You should be grateful." Xiangning straightened up, picked up her shoes, and began to fuss over them, nervously running the needle along her hair, but washing her hair every other day proved futile. Ultimately, propriety prevailed and the thimble was donned. The ordinarily demure Xiangning suddenly exhibited a playful side, teasingly inquiring whether she genuinely harbored affection for my second brother. "Oh dear, why did you have to say that?" Upon hearing the question, the usually bold Banxia was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Huh. Is it shamelessness for the one who acts to remain silent, while the one who speaks is deemed impudent? Oh, I shall give you a few playful taps for that. You little minx, ever since you acquired the certificate, you've become rather mischievous, surely influenced by Yi Jiqing." In their playful banter, Banxia's eye was suddenly caught by a delicate strap peeking from the corner of the quilt. It was merely colorful, yet strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of the vibrant Yangmei fruit. With a swift motion, Banxia extracted it, exclaiming, "What is this?" Her small mouth agape in astonishment, not allowing Xiangning a moment to explain. She held it against her chest, teasing, "Oh, you, the seemingly innocent one, have also gone astray. Confess, did Yi Jiqing buy this for you?" Xiangning, covering her face, implored, "Oh, please put that down. Humph, and so transparent. That Yi Jiqing has thoroughly led you astray." Blushing, she tucked the small transparent item back under the quilt, sighing, "I envy you both. You must have had quite the night." After a prolonged moment, they regained their composure. Xiangning, her cheeks flushed, could not suppress a sweet smile. "If you and my second brother indeed become a couple, won't your enjoyment surpass ours?" But what?" Xiangning sighed. "While I don't mind your affection for my brother, you must consider carefully. After all, you hail from Shaanxi, and in this impoverished place of 300 households, out of the 16 youths who once came, only a third remains, the rest having returned to the city." Banxia nodded, biting her lip. "I am well aware of this reality. Yet I also understand that returning means facing marriage, destined to wed someone I do not cherish." That day, a letter arrived from my hometown. What did it say? Banxia's face clouded with concern. "Let me put it plainly. I have 2 elder brothers, but our family favors males over females. Is it the same in your city?" Banxia nodded helplessly. "Moreover, my second brother is unemployed and idles about, eager for me to return to Shaanxi, hoping to maximize the benefits for my 2 brothers through a marriage exchange. So to be honest, I do not look forward to returning to the city." Xiangning nodded in understanding. After all, the thought of a marriage exchange was daunting. For instance, if both families had 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. To ensure the family's foolish son could marry a clever girl, while the girl's family sought to find a partner for their naive brother, they could propose such an exchange. As for Banxia's family, it seemed they intended to marry her off to a rather lackluster suitor, who would then provide a sum of money or assist in securing a well-paying, easy job for her family. This could be considered an equitable exchange. Xiangning, upon hearing this, curled her lips in distaste, realizing that Banxia's predicament was not so dissimilar from her own. After all, had her parents not decided for her to marry an older man as well? As a result, she found herself compelled to courageously sleep with Yi Jiqing, and the gears of fate intertwined, binding her to Yi Tan. Reflecting on the delightful moments they shared last night, Xiangning felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. If that were indeed the case, it seems my second brother truly has a chance. After Xiangning finished speaking, she chuckled softly. The last shoe was completed, and after spraying a bit of water on it, she dampened a cloth and wrapped it around a wooden shoe last, forcefully inserting it to shape the toe before placing it on the windowsill to dry. Xiangning mentioned Yang Adong, to which Yu Bangxia remained silent. After all, in her heart, Yang Adong was the object of her constant thoughts. Otherwise, why would she frequently visit her friend? Why else would she occasionally mooch food and drink? Was it not simply to catch another glimpse of Yang Adong, which brought her some comfort? Even when she sought out Yang Adong for assistance, was it not intentional? Yet, Yang Adong, oblivious to her feelings, could hardly be blamed. Finally, Yu Bangxia hesitantly expressed, based on the letter's implication, that the father of the man she was to marry had passed away, and his family could provide 200 yuan to her mother. In turn, her mother would give that same amount to her second brother, suggesting that he either find a wife or a job. Young Xiangning felt a pang of worry for her. However, she couldn't resist teasing. Why not just admit you like my second brother? In a few days, we could arrange a wedding together. Haha. Oh dear. Your tongue is as sharp as ever. Ever since you got involved with Yi Jiqing, you've become quite the rascal. Yu Bangxia, feigning anger, turned her back on her. Ultimately, as Yu Bangxia fantasized about marrying Yang Adong, her face quietly flushed with embarrassment. Though she was known for her sharp wit, when it came to marriage, she found herself at a loss for words, especially under the immense pressure from her family. Yet, Yang Xiangning reminded her, regardless, you must decide whether you want to return to the city or stay in this village. Life in the countryside is undoubtedly harsher than in the city, where you could find a clean job, sheltered from the wind and rain, which isn't so bad. But when it comes to marriage, it's truly hard to say. I wonder what Yi Jiqing is thinking, so resolute in staying here to build a life with you? It's all a matter of fate. To be honest, that night, it was I who took the initiative, Yang Xiangning confessed. Yu Bangxia let out a shriek akin to a wild beast. You, the honest one, did that. She scrutinized Yang Xiangning from head to toe. You, with your refined demeanor and grace, how could you have broken the rules? Chapter 78. The village beauty is pressured. Oh dear, what is the situation? Just tell me. Seeing Yang Xiangning hesitate, Yu Bangxia became even more intrigued and urged her on. Yang Xiangning's face flushed crimson as she nodded. Indeed, and it was I who informed you and Bian Zhelan about the early morning ambush. Though I pretended it was about someone stealing. You? Is this really the Yang Xiangning I know? The innocent 18-year-old girl. Yang Xiangning covered her face in embarrassment. With a deep sigh, one carries a book of difficult verses. Am I not similarly compelled? Do you recall my elder brother? Indeed, he has enlisted in the army. Yes. However, he has been stationed in the northwest for years and has succumbed to a peculiar illness, thus forcing him to seek treatment at our local hospital in Wuqing County. Oh, how tragic. What happened next? Subsequently, our entire family visited the hospital to see my brother, only to discover that the elderly doctor attending him had lost his spouse a year prior. Strangely, he seemed to harbor expectations of me. How scandalous. My parents were equally perplexed. You mention a marriage exchange, yet is my situation not comparable? As Yu Bansha nodded, Yang Xiangning murmured, you traded your body for money, while I exchanged my brother's incurable affliction for complete recovery. Do you not see the immense risk I bear? Upon hearing this, Yu Bansha also nodded, her heart growing heavy. She wished to offer comforting words, yet found herself at a loss, for she was merely 20, still naive to many things. Yang Xiangning wiped the corner of her eye. You know, I was compelled to marry an older man in exchange for better treatment for my brother. Returning from the county hospital, my spirits were low. Did you then consider taking advantage of Yi Jiqing? Yang Xiangning's eyes glimmered with mischief. Indeed, Yi Jiqing happened to be at my home. That night, I secretly took his hand, giving myself willingly. Otherwise, how could I have willingly offered my untouched self to a man as old as my father? Yu Bansh's eyes widened. You are incredibly bold. However, I must admit, I admire your courage. What is there to admire? Yang Xiangning replied. Is Yi Jiqing aware of the entire situation? Observing Yu Bansh's worried expression, Yang Xiangning bit her lip. He just learned of it. On the way to register our marriage, I confessed. What was his reaction? Might he go mad? After all, he has borne the brunt of being labeled a scoundrel for so long. In the end, he chose to forgive me. Moreover, he expressed gratitude, saying, I cannot find the right words. Thank you for your help. Oh my. Upon hearing this, Yu Bansha covered her face, nearly overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. After regaining her composure, she whispered, what is wrong with these men? They seem to desire women to take the initiative. How outrageous. Why not seize the opportunity and do the same with my second brother? Yu Bansh's cheeks flushed. I would like to, however. I have already envisioned countless indecorous scenarios in my dreams. Xiangning shook her head in disbelief. But should you remain in the countryside, you will likely face considerable struggles. Allow me to share a secret with you, but you must not disclose it to anyone. Of course, I promise. I overheard my husband say that next year there is a 90% chance that the previous recommendation system for college entrance examinations will be abolished. Are you saying they will eliminate the system for workers, farmers, and soldiers' children? Precisely. It will be replaced with an open examination for all students regardless of background. You have graduated high school, have you not? Yet my second brother has not. He is merely a retired soldier. In the end, at least you will have the opportunity to take the college entrance exam, and should you gain admission to a university, you will never again return to this village. As the moonlit night unfolded, Banxia's mind was set ablaze with thoughts. Could one truly succeed in the Gaokao? Was it a reliable path? Observing her husband's unwavering confidence, she felt reassured. Consider this. Even if you do not return to your parents, the possibility of attending university remains. Thus, I eagerly wish for your esteemed urban identity to benefit my second brother. Before Banxia could respond, Xiangning's eyes clouded with uncertainty. However, the future is truly unpredictable. There exists the chance that you may achieve greater heights and look down upon my second brother, leaving him behind. Banxia shook her head at this notion. And what of you and Yi Jiqing? Did you not also graduate from high school? Indeed. I will certainly take the exam, as will he. Yet, whether we succeed or attend the same institution remains uncertain. What we see before us is merely the present. Oh, indeed. However, I have come to grasp a crucial truth. What is it? It is that if two individuals share a profound love, one that penetrates to the very core, no matter how the circumstances may shift, they shall not be torn apart. Banxia's words resonated with Xiangning, who nodded in agreement. After a time of restless contemplation, the two young women found themselves unable to sleep, for they were but 20 years of age, unacquainted with the complexities of society, the myriad experiences of life, or the intricate webs of love and ambition. How could they be expected to navigate such matters with assurance? Thus, they found themselves reiterating their confounding realities until exhaustion finally claimed them. Meanwhile, Yitin could not resist the urge to visit Xiang's Wangta once more. This time, he not only unearthed matsutake mushrooms, but also gathered some wild vegetables to bring back to Hongqi restaurant. He sought no monetary compensation. Rather, he yearned for the restaurant to savor something novel. Along the riverbank, he stumbled upon a patch of Rehmannia with newly sprouted shoots, and he collected some, pondering how the villagers might not recognize such a treasure. The size of the Rehmannia dwarfed that of sweet potatoes, leading him to wonder how such a large specimen could emerge from the earth after a decade. Yet, Rehmannia is a herbaceous plant, not woody, dying each year. Its size was truly perplexing. As dawn broke, Yitin arrived at the commune but did not encounter the old village head. He pushed his bicycle towards Hongqi restaurant. Upon entering, he was greeted by the bright smile of Xiao Lizzie, who eagerly accepted the large blue cloth bag, revealing a small pouch filled with vibrant wild vegetables. Oh, Brother Yi, how did you come by these? He began to turn to inform manager Lu of the wild vegetable acquisition when Lu Shiguang appeared, equally cheerful. He approached and shook Yitan's hand. Little Yi, you've worked hard. Yitan quickly shook his head. These wild vegetables are a gift for your restaurant to try. There is no charge. Lu Shiguang leaned in for a closer look. How does one prepare these? Quite simply, Yitan replied with a smile. You render the fatty meat into oil, allowing both the oil and the residue to meld, then blanch the wild vegetables in boiling water, chop them, and prepare a filling. You can then steam dumplings, whether with leavened or unleavened dough. When cooked, these dumplings will emerge with a golden hue, and they are absolutely delightful. Yitan gestured enthusiastically, noticing Xiao Lizzie licking his lips, evidently captivated by the idea. All right, let us give it a try. However, my dear brother, have you decided on a date for your wedding? I must attend the banquet in the village. Yes, it has been set. Yitan chuckled heartily. Having consulted the villagers regarding the lunar calendar, it will be at the end of this month, on the 22nd of the Gregorian calendar. Splendid. That is an auspicious date. Indeed, on the eve of the wedding, I shall speak with Brother Lu. At that time, do not forget to assist in fetching the bride. How could I possibly forget? Lu Shiguang patted him on the shoulder. I remind myself daily of your wedding date, fearful of any oversight. Rest assured, I will remember. I shall be there on the 22nd. Yitan swallowed hard and instructed, my plan is as follows. On the evening of the 21st, the bride and her bridesmaids will stay at Brother Lu's restaurant, and then on the following morning, Brother Lu will be responsible for escorting the new bride, symbolizing the act of bringing her into the family. Upon noticing Brother Lu's curiosity, he elaborated, "After all, I do not yet have a house, nor am I a true villager, so I cannot fetch a bride from my own home. In our village, there is a saying that a bride does not return to her former home. Thus, Brother Lu, you will serve as her temporary family. Do you understand?" Brother Lu was momentarily perplexed. "I must admit, I am not well acquainted with the customs and traditions of our fellow villagers, but now I have gained some insight." He patted Yi Tan on the shoulder. "Very well, it is settled then. I will make the necessary preparations on the 21st. There are several vacant rooms in the dormitory for you to use, so you need not worry about that." Lu Shiguang smiled, adjusting his slicked back hair. "Since you hold me in such regard, I shall certainly not fail in my duties." As they stood in the hall, several impeccably dressed middle-aged gentlemen appeared, accompanied by 4 elegantly coiffed female attendants who approached with smiles. Yi Tan immediately understood. "Brother Lu, you may go about your business. I shall take my leave now." Lu Shiguang felt that this young fellow, Yi Tan, was quite astute. It seemed these individuals were indeed sent from above and warranted attentive service. Yet, he felt a renewed sense of gratitude towards Yi Tan. His copper pot had served many leaders, all of whom were quite satisfied and had become friends with Lu Shiguang. And it was clear that Yi Tan's contributions had been invaluable in this ascent. Xiao Li brought over 300 yuan and swiftly returned to the kitchen to attend to his duties. Yi Tan then proceeded to the recycling station adjacent to the supply and marketing cooperative. This establishment was dedicated to the collection of materials, accepting even a toothpaste tube for a mere 5 cents. However, the toothpaste tubes of you were metallic, not plastic. Upon entering, a greasy male clerk was busy polishing the counter. Noticing Yi Tan's arrival, he quickly inquired, "Comrade, how may I assist you?" Yi Tan produced a bag, placing it on the counter. "I have some Romania. Would you be willing to buy it?" The greasy clerk nodded eagerly. "Of course, I will buy it, provided it is not a counterfeit. After all, Romania fetches a decent price." He opened the bag and began examining the contents one by one. However, the clerk frowned. "Is this truly Romania? Are you certain it is not sweet potato? This does not seem right." He lifted a piece and scrutinized it from various angles, shaking his head in disbelief. Yi Tan smiled, dismissing the need for denial, merely suggesting, "Why not take a closer look? If you are still unsure, then take a bite and taste for yourself." One of the female clerks interjected, visibly displeased. "How are you speaking like that? What if this dubious item is counterfeit? What would happen if our team leader were to inadvertently ingest poison?" Yi Tan listened with exasperation, casting a glance at the female sales attendant. "Are you perhaps a viper yourself, viewing everyone as a serpent? In the world of crows, do swans not also appear black?" "You." The sales attendant scrutinized Yi Tan from head to toe. This youth truly was young, suggesting that he had yet to fully emerge from adolescence. "What? A mere child dares to reprimand me?" Unconvinced, she slammed the teacup down. "Am I wrong? If someone were to be poisoned, would you take responsibility? Is it not my duty? If you are so concerned, then you should bear the consequences yourself." "You." The sales attendant, her curls standing on end with indignation, was taken aback. After all, those who came here typically exhibited utmost respect. How could someone in such a distinguished profession be confronted? This was indeed a first for her. "Enough of this commotion. Let me take a closer look," the team leader remarked, donning his reading glasses. He picked at a small outer layer of the item, inspecting it from various angles, yet remained indecisive. "Please, let us not bicker. Focus on the matter at hand. Our objective is to ascertain whether this is indeed Romania." Yet here you are, squabbling without any real skill. It was evident that even the curly-haired sales attendant was included in the team leader's admonishment, causing her to pout in irritation. She shot a fierce glare at him. Yi Tan observed her lips, coated in cheap lipstick, lacking any semblance of beauty, reminiscent of a ghostly apparition in broad daylight. Why does it still resemble sweet potato?" The team leader, shifting his gaze, said, "Young comrade, do not leave. I will fetch a specialized consultant from the back. I sincerely apologize, it will only take 2 minutes." However, he noticed the curly-haired attendant. "Why don't you go instead?" He was cautious, fearing that if he left, the two of them might escalate their confrontation. As the leader, he bore the weight of their honor or disgrace. And to avoid trouble, he intentionally directed the curly-haired attendant elsewhere. After all, everyone understood that harmony breeds prosperity. More importantly, should this young individual attempt to pass off inferior goods as genuine, he would promptly summon assistance to address the deceit. Minutes later, an elderly consultant was summoned. He was a man in his 50s, holding a folding fan, adorned in a silk robe of cream hue, and wearing cloth shoes. Indeed, he emanated an aura of ethereal grace. Yeaton felt a sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection of the substantial remania on the counter, the consultant was left in astonishment. Is there even a need for discussion? This is undoubtedly remania, and of the finest quality. He scolded them. You two truly lack discernment. Mistaking this excellent remania for sweet potato? Such ignorance is a grave affront. Have I spent all these years teaching you to identify herbal materials in vain? How could we possibly know if it were sweet potato at such a size? After the curly-haired individual had his say, the triangular-eyed figure exchanged a few words with the seasoned consultant, feeling quite indignant. Once the consultant had finished intimidating him, he had already collected these exquisite items, unable to part with them. Truly remarkable treasures. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze in astonishment, glancing at Yi Tan. Comrade, where did you procure these fine items? Upon hearing the consultant's high praise, Yi Tan cast a disdainful smile at the curly-haired individual. At that moment, the curly-haired one subdued his arrogance, lowering his head in defeat and remaining silent, his actions indicative of passive resistance. Chapter 80. Expelling Old Liao. I stumbled upon them in a ditch outside the village. Since childhood, I have recognized this as remania, so I dug it up. However, just now, they mistook it for sweet potatoes and accused me of deceit. No, no, no. Young brother, do not stoop to their level. The consultant turned, glaring at the group leader and the curly-haired individual. When comrades come to deliver medicinal materials, we should not hastily declare them false. We must base our judgments on reality and facts, not allow our own ignorance to lead us astray or make reckless accusations. Seeing that the curly-haired one remained unconvinced, the consultant directed his gaze at the group leader. Especially you, as the leader. Your lack of knowledge has led to indecision and unfounded suspicion, causing a rift among our members and disheartening them. The group leader nodded, not daring to speak. If the members lose faith, no one will bring in medicinal materials, and we will all be held accountable by our superiors, perhaps even forced to leave our positions. Those who cooperate and deliver are clearly our benefactors. Upon hearing this, the group leader lowered his head. The curly-haired individual interjected, that is not true. Our benefactors are the state. As she crouched with her teacup, she had long been displeased with the old man's tendency to mislead with his words. The consultant raised his hand, pointing at the curly-haired individual. Even if the state is like a parent, let me ask you, who strengthens the state? Where does the money come from to support you? Have you considered that if the members do not come forward, you will have nothing to do? And after 2 months of idleness, will the state still pay you? Does the state sustain those who merely consume without contributing? The curly-haired one was left speechless, rolling her eyes. Fearful of being reprimanded by this charlatan, she momentarily lowered her head, attempting to conceal her embarrassment. Meanwhile, the group leader found himself in a quandary. After all, he was now middle-aged, a weary uncle, with responsibilities above and below, acutely aware of the hardships of daily life. Thus, he understood the consultant's earnest words. Indeed, the individual is the smallest unit, followed by the group, the commune, the county, the province, and finally the state, which relies on the common folk for support. If the common folk were to falter, the state would inevitably suffer as well, for it is the populace that constitutes the very foundation of national prosperity. Finally, the group leader spoke. Could you explain how to accurately identify this remania? Isn't it simple? The consultant selected a root the size of a carrot, broke it in half, and handed it over. Look, does the cross-section not resemble that of a sweet potato? Oh, the group leader observed. So the distinction is this pronounced? The cross-section of remania reveals such a substantial amount of white sap. It is only natural. One cannot simply categorize it as medicinal herbs without being discerning. The seasoned consultant cast a glance at Yi Tan and remarked, Comrade, while I meticulously verify the quality of others' remania, I am willing to offer a lower price. However, the exceptional quality of what you have brought, truly a rare find after decades, pleases me immensely. Therefore, I shall offer you a generous price. Have you lost your mind? Exclaimed the curly-haired individual in agitation. Silence. Once this young comrade departs, I shall take the time to properly educate you. What kind of attitude is this? Ignorant and arrogant, spewing baseless slander. Noticing the curly-haired one bowing their head in submission, the consultant turned to Yi Tan. For others, I would pay 5 yuan per gene, and even then I would hesitate. However, for your offering, I shall pay 5 yuan per gene. Moreover, you are a distinguished exempt user at this counter. Here I, Old Li, hold the authority. Old Li, Yi Tan's heart leapt with excitement. Yet, before she could ponder further, she observed the curly-haired one sulking over a teacup with a disdainful snort. The curly-haired one, seeing Old Li disregard her completely, felt her pride wounded, thinking him foolish for undermining his own kin while elevating another. In a fit of indignation, she crouched over the teacup again, rose with a huff, and stormed off. After all, the longer she lingered, the more her dignity eroded. It was better to leave. The team leader promptly took charge of weighing the herbs. The scale was lined with a sheet of paper, and he carefully placed the fresh Rehmannia roots within, mindful of Old Li's presence. Not daring to act otherwise or voice any objections. Old Li, it weighs a total of 11 gene, he reported, holding the scale high. All right, at 5 yuan per gene for 11 gene, let us calculate the total. Under the rules, we must honor the price. Understood, Old Li, I have the total, 55 yuan. He quickly bent down to count the currency, 3 large notes and 3 red 1 yuan bills. Here you go, I truly apologize for today. I extend my sincerest apologies. The team leader bowed deeply, offering his contrition to Yi Tan. Oh, that is not necessary, team leader. Yi Tan interjected. Old Li, noticing that everything was in order, turned to Yi Tan with an earnest expression. I perceive that you are quite exceptional. In the future, should you find any herbs and others speak ill of them, come directly to me. My surname is Li, people call me Old Li. The room fell silent, and Yi Tan felt a rush of emotion. She hurriedly searched her memories from a past life, confirming that indeed it was Old Li, though her recollections of him were scant. Could it be that he was a former educated youth in this life? What serendipity to encounter Old Li. Yi Tan's eyes glistened with tears, such a fateful connection. In her past life, he was a renowned expert at the capital medical university. Regaining her composure, Yi Tan clasped his hand firmly. Thank you, Old Li, for your kindness. I will make sure to bring any good finds from the village to you for appraisal. With a respectful fist salute, she smiled and turned to leave. Old Li also turned away, but not before imparting a final admonition to the two. You two need to study more diligently. You do not heed my words. Day in and day out, you confuse right and wrong, good and bad. Sooner or later, you will suffer greatly because this young person possesses knowledge far superior to yours. Observing the two with ashen faces, Old Li sighed, truly exasperated. He returned to his office to review documents. As they departed, Curly let out a cold hum and remarked to the group leader, I truly believe that this old man is simply tired of living. The group leader, perplexed, inquired about the reasoning behind such a statement. With gritted teeth, Curly continued, that old man constantly disregards us, uttering vile words and deliberately provoking us. Should we unite and expose his misdeeds? Let us hasten his departure. Noticing the group leader's dazed expression, Curly questioned, what are you pondering? This old fool lacks connections and influence, utterly devoid of any substantial backing, yet he continues to act arrogantly. If I do not drive him away, I shall never find peace. The group leader sighed, well aware that it was Curly who instigated the chaos. All that transpired was not my doing, he lamented. Upon hearing this, Curly was taken aback. How heartless of you. I had thought you were on my side, but it seems I have wasted my goodwill. With a pout, she plopped down onto the cold bench. The group leader, feeling a weight in his heart, understood that Curly had connections, as her father held a minor official position, which made him uneasy. Reluctantly, he conceded, all right, dear lady, please do not be upset. It would not be a pleasant sight if you were. Curly glared at him with her triangular eyes, demanding, so, will you cooperate with me to deal with this troublesome old man? With a resigned expression, the group leader replied, fine, I shall cooperate. However, let it be clear that you are the mastermind behind this scheme. I must warn you, if things go awry, do not hold me accountable. Humph, you timid coward. You are even less admirable than a decent woman. After finishing her tirade, Curly fixed him with another glare. Chapter 81. The earth and clay stand at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. Grandfather Monkey appeared and waved to someone in the distance. Yi Tan turned around to see an elderly man with a white beard and quickly extended his hand. You must be Grandfather Wu? Indeed. Grandfather Wu nodded eagerly. I heard from Monkey that you are getting married and require our master chefs? Yes, indeed. I was thinking that the feast would take place at the village's large dining hall, so you need not worry about the tent. Everything else should be retained. Grandfather Wu pondered for a moment before responding. Currently, we have several options. If you require us to prepare the ingredients, It will be 42 yuan per table for a meat feast and 25 yuan for a vegetarian feast, if the host provides the ingredients. Our charge will be 30 yuan for a meat feast and 20 yuan for a vegetarian feast. Please consider this, young brother. What does the meat feast include? Yitin inquired. It features a pork knuckle, a roasted leg of lamb, for meat dishes, served on a 10-inch plate with generous portions, accompanied by a platter of 4 happiness meatballs and a minced meat soup, all considered local specialties. Additionally, there will be a pot of simmered tofu, which counts as vegetarian, while the rest are meat dishes. Noticing Yitin deep in thought, he added, all in all, a table would consist of at least 8 dishes and 1 soup. Seeing Yitin nod, he continued, the vegetarian feast, conversely, comprises 7 vegetable dishes and 1 meat stir-fry, along with a large bowl of clear soup. All right, if about 700 or 800 guests are to dine, how many tables should we prepare? Grandfather Wu's eyes brightened upon hearing this. As a businessman, the more tables, the more profit. He quickly replied, if that many people are coming, allowing for all you can eat and a bit of pilfering, around 100 tables should suffice. Very well. Regardless of the number of tables, I will provide the labor and materials, proceeding at the rate of 42 yuan per meat table. Upon hearing this, Fifth Grandpa was taken aback. Goodness, when he assisted the chief of the commune, it was never this straightforward. Yet, feeling a twinge of compassion, he said, come now. Brother Yi, since you are a friend of the monkey, I shall offer a discount, charging only 40 yuan per table, maintaining quality while reducing the price. This, I couldn't possibly accept. Yitin also felt a pang of conscience. My intentions are not selfish. I see a bright future ahead for you. Therefore, I merely ask that in the days to come, you look after this monkey. After finishing his words, Fifth Grandpa waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate further. Yi Tan, smiling, glanced at Monkey and nodded. Rest assured, Fifth Grandpa, no worries. This child, the monkey, is clever, warm-hearted, and quite remarkable. I will protect him moving forward. Upon mentioning the monkey, Yi Tan was momentarily startled, realizing he had just turned 19, yet spoke with an air of maturity. Fortunately, everyone around remained composed, showing no overt surprise. Hearing this, Fifth Grandpa felt a sense of satisfaction. Finally, Yitin clasped his fists and said, Fifth Grandpa, my wedding day is on the 22nd, which is fast approaching. Let us exchange greetings the day before. Fifth Grandpa promptly returned the gesture, watching as Yitin moved away, pondering how his parents raised him. Not only was he tall and handsome, but the commanding presence in his speech was unmistakable, indicating an unlimited future ahead. Yitin mounted his sturdy bicycle and rode back to the village. Noticing it was still early in the afternoon, he secured a trowel at his waist and headed towards the earthen bricks. Upon arriving at the field, he gazed at the cracked ground, his thoughts swirling. It is often said that prolonged drought brings calamity, and the symptoms in the field were particularly evident. Hence, these earthen bricks, which had not even been left to dry for 48 hours, were alarmingly half-dry. He squatted down, using the trowel to lift the bricks, standing them up one by one, creating a decorative arrangement. Just as he was about to rise, he spotted Xiangning approaching with a trowel in hand. Oh, my brother-in-law has arrived? Indeed. Look at you. Brother-in-law, you have already set up several hundred bricks. Haha, leave the rest to me. All right, brother. Let us work together at a leisurely pace, and then return to the brigade together. Xiangning observed Yitan, feeling deeply moved by his unwavering dedication and willingness to toil for the Yang family. Clearly, his little sister had married a good man. However, recalling unspoken matters, a hint of sorrow clouded Xiangning's otherwise rugged and lean face. After all, hidden within the cupboard at his parents' house lay secrets. Secrets even young Xiangning was unaware of. Turning his gaze, he noted that the 6th and 8th siblings, since being exposed by Li Laoda, had become more restrained, even if they still harbored thoughts of harming Yitan and the Yang family. The 6th and 8th siblings had retreated into a temporary tent, avoiding confrontation with the 2 brothers, unwilling to provoke trouble. Once the bricks were laid out to dry, they would likely be ready to transport by the next day. In fact, at this stage, they were already about 80 dry. Brother-in-law, let us check our old house to ensure it remains sturdy, Xiangning said, momentarily taken aback. Are you planning to renovate the old house? This house was built by our father over a decade ago. Constructing a house is indeed a monumental endeavor, typically not subject to frequent alteration. Yitan remained silent for a moment before inquiring, Brother, have you ever experienced an earthquake? Huh, no, I haven't. Why do you ask? Noticing Yi Tan's serious demeanor, Yang Aigua added, although I haven't been through one, I've heard tales of houses collapsing. It's enough to terrify anyone. However, in our region, peace has prevailed for the past century and a half. Do not worry. In a lifetime of several decades, how could one be so unfortunate as to encounter such calamity? Yi Tan refrained from responding. He had been reborn with memories intact, yet he understood the necessity of maintaining discretion regarding critical matters, quietly preparing himself. Even after marriage, should he undertake construction, it was imperative to pay attention to the foundation, ensuring it did not mirror traditional building practices. Gazing at the expanse of mud bricks, perhaps by afternoon, he could transport them home to avert prolonged uncertainties. After sharing his thoughts, Yi Tan exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Aigua, who immediately comprehended. The brother-in-law was suggesting measures to prevent the sixth and eighth siblings from causing destruction. If they grew frantic and seized a hoe to wreak havoc, it would take less than an hour for all the mud bricks to be ruined, especially the nearly dry ones, which would crumble at a mere tap. All right, this afternoon I'll bring out the red mule cart. If organized properly, it won't take more than 3 trips to return everything home. Sounds good, brother. In the afternoon, I will dig out the Kang hole, and then you can transport the mud bricks. He turned to see why his second uncle had not yet appeared. Oh, him. Yang Aigua replied with a grimace. Yu Bangxia is unwell and has even sent word to her brother, asking him to do her work to earn her 5 cents. Really? To be honest, Yi Tan felt a twinge of surprise. Yang Aigua laughed and shook his head. Yi Tan understood. In his previous life, Yu Bangxia married a fool and ultimately, like Pan Jinlian, had the audacity to poison him, resulting in a sentence of over a decade. A decade later, she was released, only to live a solitary life, adopting a disabled daughter. Yi Tan thought that rather than repeating the misfortunes of his past life, it would be better to remain in this village, living a fulfilling life with the compatible Yang Aigua, enjoying the simplicity of rural existence far more than marrying a fool and enduring a lifetime of frustration. Chapter 82. Capturing bamboo rats indeed, while cities may be vibrant realms. This is a privilege reserved for the affluent. For the wealthy, urban life offers endless indulgences, where spending money equates to pleasure. However, for the common folk, it is hardly a fitting environment. Yet, a woman of modest means, if she could embrace her circumstances in this life, setting aside her pride to marry Yang Aigua and live among farmers, would fare far better than in her previous existence. Yang Aigua shook his head, saying, how could a well-educated young woman, a high school graduate, possibly find any interest in my half-hearted younger brother? Matters of fate are often preordained. Love and relationships do not adhere to logical reasoning and cannot solely depend on personal qualifications. It is quite mystical. After hearing Yi Tan's words, Yang Aigua swallowed hard, stifling the straightforward remarks he had intended to express. After all, her brother-in-law is also an educated youth from the capital, who tore up his order to return to Beijing and chose to remain in the village for a lifetime, living a grounded life with his sister. Moreover, her own wife is of a higher status than him. Therefore, it is not surprising if a young female educated youth like Yu Bangxia develops feelings for Yang Adong. Seeing her elder brother-in-law deep in thought, Yi Tan wished to conclude this circular discussion. There is really nothing to ponder. Yu Bangxia is a person of integrity, devoid of any schemes or cunning, and possesses a straightforward character. You should cherish her well. Reflecting on her past life, where she held profound reverence for the late young Xiangning, who had taken her own life, Yi Tan subtly expressed her support for the disparate couple. Compared to a lonely old age in her future life, having a devoted Yang Adong by her side, perhaps even bearing a son or daughter to rewrite the course of her previous fate, what harm could there be? Noticing that Yang Aigua was still shaking his head, Yi Tan helplessly remarked, don't complicate things, such as the nature of relationships between men and women. Liking someone defies logic. She added, I have heard about your father-in-law. He is quite a prominent figure in a state-owned enterprise. Is it not the case that his daughter has married down to you? Thus, upon careful analysis, where's the rationale in this? When Yang Aigua connected this to his own situation, he felt a bit embarrassed and could only nod in resignation, muttering a complaint. Oh, bidding is wonderful in every way, but she constantly complains about the coarse cornmeal buns from the Yang household, which irritates her throat. That's why she has returned to her family for several months. Haha, do you miss her? Then go see her. Yang Aigua's rarely seen face flushed. Well, I will bring her back the day before your wedding. She is nearly 7 months along now. All right, but it depends on the circumstances. If she feels particularly heavy, do not exert her too much. Yitan said this not without reason, as she recalled in her past life. This woman had perished during a difficult childbirth before reaching 30. Indeed, she died in the eastern room of the main house of the Yang family, bearing twins. And her family nearly dismembered Yang Aigua in their grief. At this thought, Yitan shivered. Yet, perhaps not all trajectories are destined to follow the paths of previous lives. For instance, his relationship with Yang Xiangning has already changed. Presently, Yang Xiangning is not at all the same, often blushing and smiling at him. Where could one find traces of the suicide? Thus, since she is a reincarnated being, she must prevent any misfortunes from befalling her loved ones. Yitan turned to glance at Lao Lu and Lao Ba. All right, brother, you go harness the mule cart. I will wait for you here. The two of us working together will make the task much quicker. It is hardly a one-person job. Yitan then turned again. Brother, I just saw Lao Lu peeling the head and spitting at us with considerable force. I suddenly have a foreboding feeling that things might not be good. Yang Aigua also turned his head. All right, then you keep an eye on the mud bricks. Those two troublemakers clearly have something brewing. I will go tend to the mule cart. Let us finish this swiftly. Yitan nodded. After Yang Aigua strode away, he cast another glance at Lao Lu and Lao Ba, who, it seemed, were indeed peering curiously from the cover of the shed. Yitan watched his brother-in-law disappear into the distance, then nonchalantly stuffed his hands into his pockets and began to stroll back and forth across the open space. Suddenly, he noticed two small figures in the distance. Rabbits? He pursued the figures, and only when he was a kilometer away did he realize they were two large rats, each weighing 4 to 5 pounds, which was quite peculiar. Wait, they appeared to resemble bamboo rats. Yitan was puzzled. Dajin was in the north, where there were no extensive bamboo groves. How could bamboo rats possibly appear here? Had he misjudged? There were two broken bricks at his feet, and bending down to pick them up, he followed the bamboo rats. Meanwhile, Lao Lu and Lao Ba were not idle. Seeing Yitan depart, they sensed an opportunity. The two exchanged glances and said, "Let us smash their mud bricks. As long as they can't catch us, we'll deny everything. What can they do to us? Yes, without evidence, complaining to the village head is futile. Thinking back on their arrogant demeanor yesterday makes my blood boil. Let us destroy those bricks, leaving not a single intact piece for those little brats. This is the consequence of offending me. Li Lao Lu, no one else to blame." With a wave of his hand, Lao Lu signaled Lao Ba to follow. Armed with a large iron shovel, one led and the other followed, their demeanor rather unscrupulous. As they headed toward the mud bricks Yitan had just erected, unbeknownst to Yitan, who was still tracking the bamboo rats, Lao Lu and Lao Ba had already set their plan in motion. Indeed, these were not rabbits, but bamboo rats. Upon sensing the approach of a human, the two bamboo rats panicked and bolted away, their forelegs propelling them in a frenzied escape. However, despite their efforts, the weight of their hefty bodies hindered their speed, allowing Yitan to seize the moment and raise a brick. With two swift strikes, the large bamboo rats fell to the ground, leaving Yitan bewildered. Oh, they succumbed so easily? As he lifted the two bamboo rats, he glanced further afield and realized why bamboo rats might be present. Ahead lay a vast expanse of dry reeds, devoid of water, yet it was precisely in arid regions that reeds thrived. It was not hard to imagine that these bamboo rats made their living here. He grabbed the bamboo rats by their tails and headed back. As he surveyed the scene, he spotted Lao Lu and Lao Ba standing at the edge of the mud bricks, preparing to swing their heavy iron shovel to smash them. Just as Lao Lu raised the shovel in a fit of rage, it had yet to descend when Yitan suddenly appeared. "Stop!" he shouted forcefully. Startled, Lao Lu and Lao Ba trembled, causing the shovel to clatter to the ground. They exchanged glances, realizing that despite their earlier confidence in committing mischief without proof, they had not anticipated that someone would intervene, who was meddling in their affairs. Hadn't those two brats already left? As they raised their hands in surrender and turned around, they were taken aback. "What? How could it be you? Weren't you just leaving?" It turned out they had been deceived into thinking they were safe. Chapter 83. The roar of the He-Ha technique upon the revelation of the truth. The sixth brother hastily lowered his raised arm and, with a sweeping motion, urged the eighth brother, "Fear not. Grab a weapon. In retribution for the indignities we suffered yesterday, let us break his dog legs." With a loud call, he kicked the shovel into the air, sending it soaring more than a meter high, and deftly caught it in his hands. Noticing the hesitation of the eighth brother, he encouraged, What are you afraid of? Seize this opportunity, break his legs, and let the Yang family understand their place. We shall assert our dominance in the village." Seeing the eighth brother still unmoving, he placed his hands on his hips with defiance, declaring, "I refuse to believe that this city-dwelling weakling can withstand us." Following this boastful proclamation, he emphatically pounded his developed muscles, a testament to years of labor. The eighth brother quickly rolled up his pant legs and raised the shovel. 1, 2, 3, charge. The two brothers sprinted from several meters away. Yitan remained unfazed, his expression calm. Had he not experienced such scenarios in his past life? What unremarkable antics could these two, filled with bravado yet lacking substance, pose? He did not flee. Instead, he placed the rat behind his waist and cupped his hands around his mouth, forming a trumpet shape, letting out a series of fierce roars. "Hey, hey, hey!" The two brothers, bewildered, could not comprehend the source of his cacophony, mistakenly thinking reinforcements had arrived, and halted to peer back, only to find no one there. "Eighth brother, that scoundrel is merely trying to deceive us. He has no allies. Quickly, let us combine our strength and beat him until he vomits." However, upon turning fully around, they found only emptiness. Where had he gone? Once again twisting their heads, they searched in vain. At that moment, Yitan had already vanished from sight, gracefully circling around them, continuing his relentless roaring. The sixth and eighth brothers, perplexed, found their once raised shovels devoid of a target. The sixth brother had intended to instruct the eighth brother on how to fight cleverly, but amidst the tumultuous roars, no messages could be conveyed. Frustrated and furious, the two brothers swung their shovels indiscriminately, yet each strike merely met the ground, yielding no advantage. Observing Yitan, who remained tireless, with two large rats tucked at his waist, circling them while continuing to roar, they grew increasingly disoriented. Dazed, they could hardly lift their shovels in unison against their foe. All they could manage was to gasp for breath before collapsing onto the ground. Even their most venomous insults failed to escape their lips. As their ears rang and their heads spun, Yitan came to a halt, laughing heartily. Only he knew that he was employing the Heiha technique he had mastered in his previous life, being the foremost disciple of Su Banzian, the founder of this very technique. In this life, he had not anticipated that his initial application of it would be upon these two miscreants, a rather unfortunate circumstance indeed. In truth, he had merely utilized a fraction of the Heiha technique, having not yet unleashed its full potential. With only the power of sound, I can instill chaos, anger, isolation, and distraction in my adversaries, particularly in group battles where this technique excels at isolating and incapacitating foes. When my enemies have exhausted their strength and let their guard down, I, the practitioner of this art, will strike with stealth and precision. Should I wield a weapon in hand, victory is assured. After all, in my previous life, I navigated countless crises with this very technique. In this life, I did not anticipate that it would be applied to the likes of the foolish Lu and Ba, who, before I could even demonstrate my prowess, surrendered without a fight. Leaving me to shake my head in bemused dismay, I observed the two inept individuals sprawled on the ground and squatting down. I offered words of solace. "I advise you both to show mercy where mercy is due. You have acknowledged that you share blood ties with the Yang family, correct? Let us settle yesterday's matter amicably, shall we? As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmity than to foster it. In a village where we are all kin, such animosity is utterly inappropriate. Furthermore, I have already wed young Xiangning. Even if you, Lu, harbor secret affections for her, it changes nothing. You are still family. And even if you produce offspring, they are destined to be weak-minded." Seeing Lu's eyes widen with fury, unable to articulate a response, he swallowed hard, yet vigorously shook his head. I sighed again. "If you remain unconvinced, let me elucidate. You are already subdued by me, and I have yet to even engage your brother. Your defeat is evident. In ancient times, even in contests for marriage, Yang Xiangning would not have you in consideration. Would she?" The mention of a contest for marriage further fueled their anger, reddening their faces and thickening their necks. For they were well aware of my forceful courtship of Yang Xiangning. Thus, how could they dare utter such words? Yet they remained speechless. With a calm smile, I continued to dismantle their arguments. Moreover, Yang Xiangning is a high school graduate, possessing remarkable education. How could you, with barely an elementary education, expect to coexist with her? Do you possess a common language? Noticing their continued silence, I pressed on. Furthermore, she has never regarded you with any interest. If you truly had the courage, Why not approach her family for her hand? But you did not, while I did. We have already obtained our marriage certificate, and our affections are mutual. The mere mention of our mutual affection and my courtship sent the two of them stumbling over their words, nearly choking on their embarrassment. After all, it is common knowledge that my relationship with the village beauty was forged under less than honorable circumstances, and they were witnesses to that event. How could I dare speak of mutual affection and courtship? Truly, it was like drawing a nose on a wall, an audacious display of shamelessness. Rising to my feet, I spoke sternly. Now, as you witness our mutual affection and marital bliss, you find yourselves aggrieved. Why did you not act sooner? Xiangning and I are preparing for our wedding, and you choose to emerge now to disrupt it. What purpose does that serve? I added, on the 22nd, I shall be wed, and I extend an invitation to both of you to join in our celebration. Let us put an end to our grievances. Hosting a feast for the entire village serves as my expression of contrition, particularly towards you, old Lu. The rhythmic sound of hooves can be heard from afar. Yitin gazes into the distance, spotting Xiang's mule cart approaching. Maneuvering the mule cart onto the soft, yielding earth proves to be quite a challenge. Xiangning has already dismounted and is leading the red mule towards her. Upon seeing Yitan, the red mule snorts a few times, raising its head in a jubilant greeting. Yitan momentarily disregards the two brothers, moving closer to them to pat the mule on its head and back. Xiangning notices something odd a few meters away, squinting. What are those two doing, just sitting there? Yitan, catching his glance, gives him a knowing look and proceeds to move some mud bricks. Xiangning hastens to assist, but the large bricks are cumbersome and cannot be carried in multiples. At this moment, old Lu and old Eight, having regained their senses, rise unsteadily, supporting each other as they limp toward the makeshift shelter, abandoning their shovels. Once they are out of sight, Yitan leans closer to Xiangning's ear to report, while you were away, I moved a couple of kilometers. And those two brothers were indeed attempting to smash our mud bricks with their shovels. Xiangning's brow furrows at this revelation. That little rascal, I'll make him pay. Yitan swiftly tugs at her brother-in-law's sleeve. Do not be hasty. Their targeting us is not baseless. For now, I have subdued them, though they did plan to cripple my leg together. Upon hearing this, Xiangning drops the mud brick, rolling up his sleeves in anger. I'm going to teach those two a lesson. Do they think the Yang family is without defenders? These little brats are truly courting disaster. Hold on. Let us not act rashly, Yitan interjects firmly. For now, they have calmed down, and we only need 3 trips to finish with the bricks. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. What do you mean, avoid trouble? They're disregarding our family's dignity. You are my sister's husband. How can I let this go unpunished? Sighing, she responds, if we think like that, it will never end. Let us adopt a conciliatory approach. After all, it's not entirely anyone's fault. The tension arose simply because I registered my marriage with Xiangning, which infuriated old Lu, leading him to incite old Eight against us. Xiangning grows increasingly agitated. That pathetic fool dares to dream of beautiful women? He should take a good look in the mirror first. He wouldn't even qualify to be my sister's husband, let alone anyone else's. Catching his breath, he continues. I doubt even the most downtrodden widow in the village would have anything to do with those two. Let it go. Yitan smiles, trying to soothe him. For the time being, they are hiding. Brother, I have made my intentions clear. On the 22nd, I will marry and host a feast for the entire village as an apology, particularly to old Lu. Since they have retreated today, let us focus on cleaning the kitchen and preparing the stove for the afternoon. Seeing Xiangning was still lost in thought, she gently nudges him back to the present. Come, let's get to work, it's urgent. In the future, once you bring your wife home, how will you prepare delicious meals for her and the children? Given that the old Kang has not been ventilated for over a decade? Upon hearing this, Xiangning's eyes glimmered with a hint of tenderness. Come on, let's get to it. Let those two rascals be. Moreover, you must notify all the brothers from the armed department. On my wedding day, we must maintain strict vigilance and cannot afford to be complacent, lest some individuals create unnecessary disturbances. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I will surely summon multiple brothers from the armed department. We cannot allow Lao Lu and Lao Ba to disrupt the wedding. Good, I trust you. After all, in the armed department, you are the minister. Even Xing Baoyin must heed your commands. The cart was filled with clay bricks, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yitan decided to load more bricks, merging 3 trips into 2 in an attempt to evade the watchful eyes of Lao Lu and Lao Ba. After all, out of sight, out of mind. To prevent overburdening the mule cart, the two brothers were mindful of the beast's welfare. Yang Aigua led the mule cart, while Yitin followed closely behind. Lao Ba and Lao Lu, having just suffered a silent loss, plopped down on a wooden stump, exchanging glances in frustration. Once their heads stopped spinning and their ears ceased ringing, Lao Lu threw the teacup to the ground, venting his pent-up frustration. Observing this, Lao Ba peeked outside and remarked, "Brother, those two have already gone far." Lao Lu, filled with rage, stood up. "Is the wedding banquet akin to an apology? What utter nonsense! Do I, Lao Lu, believe in his absurdity? And what of kinship? Do I trust such folly? If they are fools, their entire family ought to be wiped out." Lao Ba, picking up the teacup, remained unconvinced, biting back. What basis is there for claiming that relatives marrying leads to foolishness? Historically, cousins have married often, after 3 to 5 years. Haven't children emerged? Who is foolish? Who? Indeed, to compete with me for young Xiangning and claim a rightful position is absurd. Standing before a harlot and claiming righteousness. It truly infuriates. Lao Lu spat in disdain. That rascal said the wedding is on the 22nd, inviting everyone? Just perfect. I have long sought an opportunity to exact my revenge. Lao Ba's eyes widened in disbelief. At a grand wedding, with so many guests coming and going, how will you enact your revenge? Don't be rash. If the old village head catches wind of it, we will surely face dire consequences. Suddenly recalling Aunt Wang's predicament, which was directly tied to their family, Lao Ba felt a twinge of fear. Look at Aunt Wang, Xiao Chui, and Widow Li. They are all in a similar situation. Working tirelessly yet receiving no labor points, and enduring incessant nagging from Xing Baoyin every noon. Noticing Lao Lu lost in thought, Lao Ba whispered, "If we end up with such a fate, it would be dreadful. Old Li would not spare us and would surely berate us for bringing shame to the Li family." Lao Lu, dismissive, replied, "Why concern ourselves with that coward? We are in our 20s, full of vigor. He is over 50, deaf and frail, unable to keep up. What can he accomplish at this point? If necessary, we can take action." Lao Ba leaned in closer, and after hearing Lao Lu's whispered suggestions, he slapped his thigh in agreement. "Marvelous. You, old 6, possess an astute mind, and undoubtedly, you are a brave soul. It is settled then. I, old 8, shall stand by you. Once we complete this endeavor, we shall relish a life of indulgence for decades to come. At worst, we could vanish into the depths of the mountains and let fate guide us to one another." Upon returning home, Yang Aigua began to carefully shift the earthen bricks, stacking them beneath the kitchen window. Concerned that they might dry out too slowly, he arranged them to allow for ventilation. Yitan hastily grabbed the 2 large bamboo rats and tossed them into the kitchen, startling Yang Aigua. "Why did you bring these home? Rabbits?" he inquired. "No." He leaned in for a closer inspection. "But why do they resemble oversized rats?" Yitan shook his head, insisting they were not old. "How could they grow so large? And so plump? Have the grains meant for our production team been pilfered by these enormous rodents?" Yang Aigua chuckled at his brother-in-law's ignorance. After placing the last brick down, he rested his hands on his hips, panting, and contemplated the oversized rodents. If they haven't been stealing, how could they be so large and fat? Meanwhile, the villagers are all so gaunt. Chapter 85. Braised Bamboo Rat Brother. These are bamboo rats, commonly found in the bamboo groves of the south, absent in the north. However, I suspect these two have feasted on the reeds from our fields, which explains their size, Yitan explained. Yang Aigua, filled with admiration, reflected on how knowledgeable his brother-in-law was, realizing he couldn't compare. He scratched his head, pondering, is their size not due to stealing grains from the production team, but rather their breed? Yitan nodded enthusiastically. Finally, you've answered correctly. Yang Aigua felt a surge of satisfaction. Then why throw them into the kitchen? What else? We are having bamboo rat meat for lunch. Yitan replied with exuberance. Really? We can eat these? Yang Aigua's eyes widened as he skeptically assessed the plump bamboo rats. Of course, they are even more delectable than pork, Yitan declared. Without waiting for Yang Aigua's response, he waved his hand. Come on, let's make another trip. We have more work to do this afternoon. The two brothers naturally tiptoed, glancing at Old 6 and Old 8, then surveying the neatly arranged mud bricks. Satisfied, they exchanged a knowing look and quietly loaded the vehicle, hastily returning home to unload. Yang Aigua remarked, Brother-in-law, you needn't toil away. Head to the kitchen and prepare something to eat. I'm already famished. Leave it to me. I shall stew the bamboo rat, Yitan replied. Seeing his brother-in-law's confidence, Xiangning couldn't help but smirk. Despite his aversion to rat meat, he felt a flicker of anticipation. He envisioned his wife and children, and sincerely hoped his brother-in-law wouldn't move to a new home. After all, cooking was not their forte. Only during these past few days with Yitan had they savored exquisite meals and grasped the true essence of culinary enjoyment, not merely to satisfy hunger, but to revel in the experience. With Yitan's culinary skills, if Biden could return home and enjoy his brother-in-law's cooking, it would surely bring joy to the household. Even if they had to handle the shopping, he would gladly embrace it. Upon noticing Yitan had entered the kitchen, Xiangning called out, "Brother-in-law, I'm off to deliver the large cart. I want to be having pancakes and porridge at the production team today." "All right, brother, make haste. It will surely be ready within an hour." Yitan fastened her apron and, holding a large bamboo rat, expertly skinned it, removing the head, tail, and innards. Indeed, this creature was quite fatty, yielding a significant amount of white oil. The meat yield of a single bamboo rat was comparable to that of an old hen. Yitan kindled the fire, added water to the pot, and placed the large chunks of raw meat in cold water. After bringing it to a boil, she used a bamboo ladle to remove the bamboo rat pieces, rinsing away the blood. The meat was indistinguishable from chicken or pork, devoid of any unpleasant odor. Similar to stewing pork belly, she first added a lump of lard, allowing it to melt without initially ing the pan. Once the rat meat was well drained, she poured it into the pot. With a sizzle, the oil began to smoke, and the meat began to crackle. Without covering the pot, she wielded a pair of chopsticks, deftly turning the pieces to ensure each one was coated in oil, frying them until the fatty portions turned a golden hue. "Oh my, this smells divine." The aroma was indeed more enticing than that of pork. In her previous life, Yitan had been quite skilled at preparing bamboo rat meat. Her enterprise had flourished with over 100 farm-to-table restaurants, many achieving daily revenues exceeding $1 million, all thanks to their authentic roasted bamboo rat. Thus, with the memories of her past life, her culinary suggestions to Liu Shiguang seemed trivial. However, the current year, 1976, posed a challenge. In a word, it was a time of poverty. In this moment, she hastily mixed cornmeal, chopped scallions, and minced garlic. Turning back, she saw all the rat meat had turned a beautiful golden color, so she pushed the meat to one side, creating space at the bottom of the pot. She added several star anise pods, which she discarded once they began to smoke. Finally, she sprinkled in salt, scallions, and garlic. The mixture was fragrant, and she stirred it into the meat. She then added a generous handful of white sugar to the clean oil. Watching the sugar transition from white to yellow, bubbling and frothing until large bubbles formed with a hint of black, she quickly stirred the rat meat, ensuring the sugar was evenly distributed. The aroma wafted upward. As the fire in the stove waned, she bent down to add more firewood before checking the meat, continuing to stir until every piece was well coated in the caramelized sugar. Only then did she add half a bowl of water to let it simmer. In the clay pot, the alkaline cornmeal had softened considerably. Yitan worked in circles, layering 3 rounds of small pancakes, the innermost being the most tempting as it absorbed the rich broth from the vegetables. The flavor infused thoroughly, rendering it the most delectable. She noticed a pile of small potatoes from the production team in the corner, already sprouting. Quickly, she gathered a few, peeled them, and tossed them into the pot. Finally, she added a large bowl of water, covered the pot, and let it stew, placing an old towel around the lid to trap the steam. As she squatted down to stoke the fire, she caught sight of Xiangning's figure. "Rise quickly, dear wife, you have returned." Oh my, how is it that you have finished so swiftly?" She raised her eyes to the large stack of dried mud bricks beneath the window, utterly astonished. Yitan smiled. After several years of drought, the bricks naturally dry faster. "This afternoon, we shall begin the arduous task of dismantling the Kang hole." "Oh, that is quite rapid. Constructing the Kang is no small feat, and dismantling the Kang hole is particularly challenging, especially since those used bricks are rather filthy. No matter. For the sake of a better life for my wife, I fear not the dirt or toil." Xiangning listened, her face revealing a mixture of surprise and delight. She wrinkled her small nose. What is that delightful aroma?" Upon seeing Yitan's mischievous grin, she quickly understood. "Today, are we having stewed meat?" Yitan laughed heartily. "Indeed, the fire has just been lit. We are stewing meat." "What kind of meat?" Yitan recoiled slightly, hesitant to disclose the details, and merely replied with vague chatter. "Meat is meat. Does it really matter?" Dinner will be ready in 15 minutes. You should just await the feast, he added, playfully tapping her delicate nose. Xiangning, feeling cheerful, did not linger long. She turned and went to the west wing, poured herself a glass of water, and then made her way to the kitchen. Upon seeing Yi Tan, with his broad back and slender waist, she thought to herself, my husband is truly handsome. Today, you didn't go out to play with the others. Did you? Like jumping over haystacks? No, of course not. How about hopscotch? Oh no, absolutely not. Each inquiry from Yi Tan sent a shiver down her spine. How could he still remember that incident? However, Xiangning began to harbor doubts about Yi Tan's previous remarks. Do you think your premonition could be mistaken? Or perhaps what you said that day was merely the ramblings of a drunken mind? Yi Tan, holding a cloth, waved his hand dismissively. How could that be? You must choose to trust me. Xiangning pouted. Then why do I show no symptoms at all? Yi Tan turned his head. Think carefully again. Have there been any delays in your cycle? Any extensions? Xiangning furrowed her brow and murmured, nothing obvious, perhaps. It seems like it has been delayed by a week. Yi Tan laughed. Therefore, after our wedding, the very first thing I shall do is take you, my little darling, for a pregnancy checkup. Oh, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiangning covered her face and retreated to the west wing, staring blankly at her high school textbooks. Yet, Yi Tan's unwavering confidence left her feeling restless, preventing her from focusing on her studies. At that moment, Yang Igua returned home, followed closely by Yang Aiden, who appeared somewhat disheveled. Xiangning immediately noticed, Why is your collar all askew and so dirty? What have you been up to become so exhausted? Yang Igua chuckled, while Yang Aiden's face flushed, leaving him speechless. The elder brother knew that Yang Aiden had undoubtedly been working in the fields for the youth of the commune, yet he chose not to expose it, while Yang Aiden felt too embarrassed to admit it. At this juncture, Yi Tan called from the kitchen, Coming. Don't move. Be careful not to get anything on yourself. Yang Igua quickly looked on with curiosity, as he had always been intrigued by the mysterious taste of rat meat, wondering if it would be palatable. Growing up, he had never tasted it, even during times of famine when he had to gnaw on tree bark and roots. Enduring years of hunger and cold without ever having tasted rat meat. Not to mention the bamboo rats. I have never even laid eyes on one. When I saw a large bowl of meat on the 8 Immortals table, everyone was astonished. What? It smells so good? Indeed, what could this be? Yang Igua quickly rushed to the kitchen to wash his hands and wipe his face before joining the others. Yi Tan had already distributed a bowl to each person, proportionately allocating the chunks of meat and potatoes with a spoon. Goodness! Each person received a generous bowl of fatty pork. Yang Igua exclaimed, hastily grabbing a corn cake from the edge of the hot pot, and began to munch on it. It was truly delicious. My brother-in-law is simply remarkable with such culinary skills. We are indeed fortunate. Xiangning also hurried to the table, and Yang Guan along with Lu Yuefang entered as well. Looking at the bowls filled with richly flavored meat, tears of joy filled their eyes. I haven't tasted braised pork in decades. It's so tender and delectable. Oh, even the cakes soaked in the vegetable broth are so delicious. Goodness, I feel even fuller than during the New Year. The dining table was lively and bustling. Yi Tan reveled in the atmosphere, feeling an overwhelming sense of belonging. Having been an only child in both this life and the previous one, he had always grown up in a tranquil environment, never competing or fighting for anything. During holidays, his parents were engrossed in research, leaving him little time for companionship. Yi Tan had truly matured in an atmosphere of solitude. Now, experiencing the warmth of a large family gathered around a steaming table, filled with laughter and conversation, brought him immense joy. After the meal, Yang Igua began to tidy up the table. Once everyone had left their seats, he approached Yi Tan with a mischievous grin, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, I dare not disclose what kind of meat this is, fearing they may not accept it. But I must admit, it's surprisingly delicious, even better than pork. Perhaps I should venture out more often. Who knows, I might catch a few bamboo rats. Yi Tan chuckled, stacking the bowls as he replied, That sounds good. Just wander near the reeds, and you are sure to have some success. Should I take a shovel with me? Yi Tan nodded earnestly. Of course, without a shovel, they will escape into their burrows, and you won't be able to catch them. All right then. Let us agree on a time to go hunting for bamboo rats together. What do you say? Yi Tan could not help but laugh, then shook his head, exclaiming, Oh, you are a married man now, a respectable military officer no less, serving as the head of the armed department. What are you thinking? Yang Igua felt a bit uneasy. Oh, I'm just hungry. I haven't received much in wages this month. I only earn a bit more at the end of the year, so I'm merely craving it. Well, that is understandable, but I must warn you, this must be done discreetly. Do not let the old village chief catch you, for the repercussions could be dire. Xiangning waved his hand dismissively. Fear not, brother-in-law. Even if the village chief were to come, I would command him, in my capacity as the head of the armed department, to release Xiangning without charges. Haha, what are you two whispering about so secretly? Xiangning inquired curiously, sensing that in recent days, Yi Tan and her elder brother seemed to be growing closer. Yi Tan nudged Xiangning playfully. Oh, we shall wash the dishes together. The oiliness of today's dishes is rather excessive, necessitating the use of alkaline powder for cleaning. After a brief respite, we must dismantle the Kang this afternoon. Xiangning has already placed a pair of new shoes belonging to Yi Tan on the Kang. So let us not return to the youth station for lunch. Instead, let us rest here and commence our tasks earlier. Xiangning retracted his neck, saying, You are still unmarried, are you not? Upon hearing this, Yi Tan, fearing that his fiancée might be at a disadvantage, hurriedly interjected, Regardless, we have already obtained our marriage certificate, so I am not at all concerned about idle gossip. Moreover, we have indeed what? Engaged in the intimate practices of a married couple. Hearing this, Xiangning blushed, feeling bashful before her elder brother, and dared not speak further. Xiangning chose not to pursue the matter, as it was evident that his sister and her husband were indeed a couple. Upon entering the east wing, he reiterated, Brother-in-law, as we previously agreed, I shall take on all the dishwashing duties. Your only responsibility for today is to prepare a delightful meal. Subsequently, I shall handle the task of catching the large bamboo rats to satisfy our appetites. Observing a large aluminum basin filled with bamboo rat meat, which had been consumed entirely, Yi Tan felt that capturing bamboo rats was indeed a splendid idea, especially in this era of scarcity, where resources are limited and the villagers appear gaunt and haggard. It is truly disheartening. Yi Tan dried his hands and returned to the west wing. Xiangning had already propped herself up with 2 pillows, engrossed in her book. Waiting for him, Yi Tan felt a surge of happiness at her diligent demeanor. However, upon noticing the shoes on the Kang, he exclaimed, Have you finished making these for me so soon? Seeing Xiangning set aside her book before she could even mention the owner of the shoes, Yi Tan had already removed his old shoes and tried on the new ones, which fit perfectly. Your hands are truly skilled, my dear wife. Crafting new shoes for your husband. Xiangning smiled silently, and as Yi Tan noticed the alluring dimples at the corners of her mouth, he dashed over and planted a kiss on her. Oh, you rogue. Xiangning hadn't anticipated such boldness in broad daylight, and she couldn't help but let out a squeal before hastily covering her mouth, her almond-shaped eyes darting anxiously towards the door curtain. Chapter 87. Measuring her bust. What are you shouting about? Is it not entirely reasonable for your own husband to give you a kiss? After all, I am not a stranger. In broad daylight, she gestured towards the door. Yi Tan removed the new shoes, slipped on his old ones, and rose to close the door. Although the door was rudimentary, it was certainly an improvement over merely hanging a soft curtain. Come now, lie down and rest. Do not cause a ruckus, for we have work to do this afternoon. Do we have a measuring tape at home? Yes, we do. What for? I'll fetch it for you. Xiangning turned and retrieved a measuring tape from a wooden box on the windowsill. Here it is. Although it's old and the markings have faded, it will suffice. I shall measure you briefly. I wish to craft a set of garments for your wedding, and also one set each for your parents, as well as for your elder brothers. However, the ones for them shouldn't need measuring. An estimate will suffice. Why is it that theirs require no measurement? The figures of the elders are generally consistent. Making them a bit looser will serve to conceal and appear appropriate. The young ones, however, have distinctly slender waists and are undoubtedly different. Upon hearing Yi Tan's words, Xiangning began to believe him. It seemed he was not merely boasting. Yet she could not resist asking, can you really do it? Of course. What is so difficult about sewing a few sets of clothes? Yi Tan replied with an air of casual confidence. Why, then, do you specifically wish to measure me? I must craft the gown for your wedding day, akin to a formal dress, thus requiring precise measurements. Moreover, you are the protagonist. One must not be careless. Upon hearing this, Xiangning bit her lip, remaining somewhat skeptical about his capabilities. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to rise. Come on, take my measurements. I truly find it hard to believe that a man could create garments. Pausing, she tilted her head, adding, "But then, I must truly test your skills. What garments do you intend to prepare for my parents? For my esteemed uncle and aunt? How about a light gray suit for my mother and a dark blue Zhongshan suit for my father? Would that suffice? Really? You're truly capable?" In Xiangning's eyes, the Zhongshan suit held significant value. Her favorite male math teacher from high school often wore one, complete with spectacles, and many girls in the class harbored secret crushes on him. Thus, in her heart, she deemed that having Yi Tin craft a Zhongshan suit was the utmost choice. "And what about for you and my brother? I shall create several casual suits, paired with pristine white shirts. It will undoubtedly look splendid." Xiangning nodded, her face brightening with delight, yet she pouted in skepticism. "Are you absolutely sure you can manage this without my mother's assistance?" Yi Tin shook his head, asserting that such a simple task required no help. Furthermore, he had a sewing machine at home. With basic cutting, it was a straightforward endeavor. Xiangning's expression transformed from astonishment to envy. "Oh, how can you touch me like that?" she exclaimed, covering her face. "What? I must measure your bust. Of course. It requires contact. This is hardly intentional." Upon finishing his sentence, he smirked, "And even if it were intentional, what could it matter? You are my wife, regardless. It is only natural." "Oh, you." Xiangning's cheeks flushed crimson, rendering her silent. Yet, upon glancing at Yi Tin's handsome visage and his athletic form reminiscent of a leopard, her heart fluttered with joy. She introspected, questioning whether she was being overly sensitive or too straightforward. Despite being merely 18, having a man in her life so soon perhaps necessitated her adaptation to the notion of being cherished by her husband. Having contemplated this, she suddenly leapt into Yi Tin's embrace, eyes shut, softly declaring, "From now on, you must not measure anyone else's dimensions, understand? Otherwise I shall perish before your eyes." "Oh, please, don't." Yi Tin trembled, bewildered by the turn of events. His mind raced, having been reborn to fulfill her wishes. How could he suppress her morbid fixation on death? Or was it that she loved him too fiercely? He gently stroked her hair, tenderly soothing her, determined to rectify the past's misfortunes and defy fate in this lifetime. As Xiangning regained her composure, she withdrew from his embrace, extending her arm in anticipation of the measurement. Just as she was processing everything, Yi Tin calmly stated, "Rest assured, your measurements have already been taken." Xiangning was taken aback. "So soon? Well, she hesitated for a moment before continuing. "You must also teach me how to use the sewing machine." "Certainly. Once we have finished setting up the Kang, I shall teach you how to use the sewing machine to craft insoles, alter pant hems, and even create sandbags. There are numerous small projects you can undertake." "How delightful." Xiangning nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. "Come now, lie down and rest for a while, for we have much to accomplish this afternoon." She extended one arm, inviting Yi Tin to join her. Yi Tin promptly lay down and remarked, "Why don't you take care of us this afternoon? No need to toil for work points." "Why not? Of course, we have several men in our family, many of whom are village officials. A word with the village chief will suffice." As they lay on the bed, their gazes met. Seeing Xiangning's cheeks flushed, he smiled, closed his eyes, and savored the moment of tranquility. At 1:30, the sound of whistles echoed everywhere as the members of each team gathered, rushing towards the production team site to receive their tasks. Xiangning, unaccustomed to being cooped up at home, decided to prepare tea for them in the kitchen. Yi Tin had donned an old outfit, the tattered top from his previous drunken escapade. Despite its worn state, he still appeared spirited, refusing to be outshone. Xiangning and Xiangning picked up large steel picks, energetically digging at the Kang while laughing heartily. "Goodness, how can we live like this? Haha." Yi Tin splashed some water on the Kang to prevent dust from rising. When the mud blocks were revealed, a chorus of gasps erupted. Xiangning exclaimed, "Oh no. It's all covered in soot." Each block was laden with tar, resembling chunks of black coal, thickly coated with soil. Xiangning grimaced, covering his nose. "Heavens! None of them are square or flat. They've all turned into round lumps." Xiangning expressed his disgust. A glance from Xiangning towards Yi Tin affirmed his foresight and ingenuity. Thankfully, they were addressing the situation, otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Xiangning had already moved a large, sooty mud block and placed it on the edge of the Kang. Yi Tin hurriedly began transporting them one by one. Observing the shiny, useless round lumps, he tossed them outside against the wall, awaiting further processing. Approximately 200 blocks were moved relatively swiftly. He then fetched a dustpan, a dung shovel, and a broom, continuing to clear the debris until the concavity was spotless. At that moment, playful laughter rang out from outside. Xiangning, holding a tray of tea, glanced over and immediately spotted two figures beneath the yang tree. What brings you here? Chapter 88. Boyfriend? I want one too. What brings us here? How dare you ask? Who told you not to go to work and not to request leave? Upon hearing such a retort, Xiangning's face flushed. Banksia carried a cloth bag, which appeared to be quite heavy, though its contents were unknown. Without waiting for a response from Xiangning, she poured out her grievances. You not going to work made me come here, worrying about you. Jillian rolled her eyes. Oh, don't listen to her nonsense. After speaking, she exchanged a knowing glance with Xiangning, nudging her lips towards the room, then winked with a mischievous smile. Xiangning instantly understood. You came to see your second brother, didn't you? Don't think we can't see through your little schemes. Alas, who prompted you to speak? Lower your voice. As Banksia finished her words, her captivating almond-shaped eyes began to search frantically around. Xiangning, just look at that little expression, said Jillian, finishing her task with a mischievous grin. Oh dear, what nonsense are you all chattering about? Banksia maintained her denial. It's sweltering. Shall we dig into another Kang? Upon hearing the chatter outside, Yang Adong was eager to rush out, hence his deliberate questioning. Not only did he wish to go outside, but he also signaled his intent. The oblivious Yang Igua promptly intercepted him, stating, Yang Adong, I am the minister, and you are merely a squad leader. You must obey orders and follow my command. Right now, you need to heed my instructions. Noticing Yang Idong's distress, he continued with gentle persuasion. You cannot dig elsewhere. This is the kitchen's corresponding Kang. We must act swiftly. We must complete one quickly, or it will affect dinner preparations. Yang Adong's face fell at this realization. Ahem. Yitan has brought in the clay bricks. I have long sensed the trickery and deliberately intervened, saying, All right, second uncle, why don't you step outside for some fresh air? I will move the clay bricks for a while. You all take a break. Xiangning has brewed tea and is waiting in the west wing. Upon hearing this, Yang Adong retracted his neck in gratitude towards Yi Tan for the timely rescue. Yang Igua felt a sense of relief and ceased further discussion, as it was indeed intentional. Yi Tan continued to move the clay bricks, and soon enough, his hands were sore and blistered. Before Yang Adong could step outside, Banksia and Jillian, chattering eagerly, burst in. Ah, no wonder you didn't tea work today. It turns out you were busy with the Kang. As the words faded, Banksia cheerfully blocked Yang Adong's path. Yang Adong, covered in dirt, felt embarrassed at her sudden appearance. Are you looking for my little sister? She is in the west wing. We are working. And she is making tea, which is why she didn't join us. Ha. Indeed, I came to find her, Banksia admitted, blushing slightly as she lifted her bag. I brought some refreshing treats. While they are cool, do enjoy them. All right, Yang Adong replied, turning to grab a towel to wipe his hands before accepting the soda she offered. He raised the can to his lips, downing it in one swift motion. The cool liquid cascaded over his taste buds, a delightful sweetness that was utterly refreshing. Oh, that's enough. Just one can is fine. Yang Adong exclaimed as Banksia offered him another. Though he protested, he could not resist her hospitality and took it, turning to his elder brother. Here, brother. Have a can as well, and there's one for you too, brother-in-law. Worried that Yang Igua and Yi Jiqing might feel awkward drinking in front of her, Banksia pulled Jillian aside and retreated from the room. Jillian, noticing that Banksia had completely let go, akin to a fan after autumn, made her way to the west wing to find Xiangning. Upon spotting the textbooks on the chair, she exclaimed, Xiangning, do you still study every day? Indeed. I just didn't have the heart to discard them, so I glanced at them whenever I had free time, she replied, careful not to mention that it was Yi Tan who had inspired her studies. After all, what Yi Tan had said was merely speculation. I recall that day when I spoke with Yi Tan. He admonished her, cautioning her not to divulge anything prematurely. He further remarked that if the college entrance examination were not reinstated next year, it would render her a purveyor of falsehoods. She certainly did not wish to be perceived as untrustworthy, particularly in her friendships, where one must be accountable for all words and actions. Moreover, Jillian, having graduated from middle school, was ineligible to participate in the examination, rendering further discussion futile and potentially hurtful. Xiangning presented a few fruit candies, some savory twists, and a jar of pear peels. Here, indulge in some snacks. Twists? Fruit candies? Pear peels. Bian Jilan eagerly accepted them. How do you always possess such exquisite treats? She bit into one, relishing the delightful crispness. Oh, I truly envy your family, with several older brothers and you being the youngest. Such a girl is the most cherished at home. Anything you desire, your brothers will procure for you. Indeed, Xiangning nodded with a smile. Though she shook her head, oh no, these were all bought for me by Yi Tan, as he worries I may not be getting enough nutrition. What? Bian Jilan's large eyes blinked in disbelief, her spirits plummeting. Woo-woo, Xiangning, I want a boyfriend too. I want one. She tugged at Xiangning's sleeve, looking pitiful. You must introduce me. Please, introduce me to a boyfriend. I also wish to have a man who will dote on me. Xiangning teased. My eldest brother's child is due in a few months. You certainly have no chance there. As for my second brother, why not pursue him? Oh, you are merely jesting. He is already captivated by Yu Qing. Where is there room for me? Humph. You only mock me. Yu Banxia had emerged from the kitchen and entered the west chamber. Upon hearing Bian Jilan's words, she playfully ribbed Xiangning. Oh? Haha. It's good to know. You are now an unwanted old maid. Humph, I am not. Bian Jilan retorted, her anger flaring. You refuse to introduce me while making such light-hearted comments about my situation. How infuriating. All right. Xiangning observed Bian Jilan's earnest expression and offered a suggestion. Isn't there a handful of young men in our village? If all else fails, let Yu Banxia select one for you. How does that sound? Bian Jilan shuddered. But those young men are educated. They hail from the city. I could never aspire to such heights. Not all are like that. Xiangning raised an eyebrow. Her round face animated. She signaled to the bustling Yi Tan. Did he not marry me? Did he not disdain me? Yu Banxia, already savoring a large bowl of tea, remained unperturbed.